Ancient 1 Chapter 1261 to Chapter 1315. Li Yunxiao's expression was also solemn as he shouted, "Let's attack together. Do not let him finish this move." The heaven's eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and the world deity monument turned into a stream of light and shot out. Countless ancient Maha characters flew out and surrounded the monument. Li Yunxiao weaved seals with both hands at lightning speed, and ancient Maha characters condensed in his hands one after another. He then sent them into the universe divine monument. Every character that entered the monument would cause the heavens and earth to roar. At the same time, they would turn into a ray of light that circled around the monument. What profound level weapon is that? Everyone was stunned. Their attention was originally on Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and Chen Fengyuan. Now, their attention was drawn to Li Yunxiao. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard also frowned and revealed serious and sharp expressions. Veins popped out on Li Yunxiao's forehead as he shouted, "What the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and attack." Only then did everyone's bodies tremble, and they regained their senses. Fei Enai spun in the air and sent out seals with her left hand into the crimson feather fan. The entire feather fan flashed with spiritual light. Soon after, she let out a soft shout. Her dantian lips slightly opened, and she spat out a mouthful of red flames onto the feather fan. The feathers seemed to be on fire like a peacock spreading its tail. Every single one of them was beautiful and full of spiritual energy. Fei Enai grabbed the feather fan and waved it down with a cold glint in her eyes. Chirp! A bird chirped in the sky and turned into a crimson phoenix that dyed half the sky red. Like a red cloud, it flew towards Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Chen Feng and Liang Yui looked at each other. They immediately understood each other and understood each other's thoughts. One person's purple sword soared into the sky and turned into a huge snake that flicked its tongue with a ferocious expression. The other person's sword aura soared into the sky and turned into 10 suns in the sky. Liang Yui's expression darkened and she shouted. She waved her sword and the 10 suns revolved around the snake and suddenly merged into one. Chen Feng's pupil shrunk. He formed a strange seal with both hands and slapped with all his strength. Heaven's Majesty, one sword of heavenly wrath. When the seal landed on the purple snake, the snake transformed into a flood dragon, and the flood dragon transformed into a dragon. It fused with the blazing sun, and like an azure dragon spitting out a pearl, it smashed forward. Morong Hingyu's face was ice cold, but his body emitted a chilling aura. He was like a longsword, ready to be unsheathed and kill at any time. TSK, so many people joining hands, what kind of ability is that? Let me deal with you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. With a flash of light, the flesh-faced man from the Sea clan suddenly appeared in front of Morong Hingyu. He punched out with both fists. Morong Hingyu angrily shouted, "You're courting death." His figure moved slightly. He did not make a move, but a sword light shot out and beheaded his opponent. The flesh-faced man's expression changed. He clenched his fist into a claw and grabbed the sword radiance. Boom! The sword chi directly exploded in his palm. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he rushed forward. The two of them were soon entangled together. At this moment, in the sky, Chen Fengyuan's sword force was also activated to the extreme. The space within a few hundred feet was filled with his sword light and countless afterimages. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's pupils shrank, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Although the incoming Fire Phoenix, Purple Dragon, and Blazing Sun were unusually fierce, he did not really take them seriously. At this moment, thunder and fire flashed in his eyes, and all his attention was focused on Chen Fengyuan's sword. Force. A sword from the west, heavenly flying deity. A distant voice sounded, and Chen Fengyuan's entire body moved slightly. Suddenly, the afterimages and sword chi suddenly gathered together, turning into a person and a sword that slashed in the sky. Chi. The entire time seemed to have stopped, and all sounds were silenced. Everyone could only hear one sound, the sound of the sword. At the same time, Li Yunxiao threw the universe god steel. The majestic immortal steel disappeared from where it was, and the next moment, it appeared in front of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. It shone with golden light and fiercely pressed down. The combined attack of the four was enough to collapse the universe and shatter the void, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expressions finally changed. Their eyes were filled with anger and determination. They spun the Vajra in their hands and shouted, "Thunder World!" Boom! As they shouted, the entire sky shook violently. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts surged out from his body. His skin was covered with circles of green patterns, and a large number of runes flew out continuously. His entire person was like a thunder god descending to the world. The thunder clouds above his head suddenly became hundreds of feet wide. It was as if a singularity in the chaotic universe had suddenly exploded, or as if a new world had appeared, bursting the original space. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space shook continuously, and the entire green thunder clouds grew exponentially, as if they were going to completely replace the original world. Bang! The fire phoenix was the first to collide with the green thunder clouds, and a burst of flames burst out. It kept flapping its wings and screeching. However, in just a moment, with a sad cry, the phoenix's form was completely shattered, and it turned into a ball of flames. The thunder world crushed it, and it was finally annihilated. Fei's expression changed, and his eyes flashed with fear. He retracted his crimson feather fan and retreated a few hundred meters. Following that, the Qin Feng couple's Heaven's Wrath sword aura also shook violently under the bombardment of the thunder world. The purple dragon chasing the sun phenomenon was crushed by the thunder clouds, and the light on its body continuously shattered. The entire phenomenon was directly absorbed into the green world, and it struggled to break out of the thunder world. However, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, it was overestimating itself. Boom! The thunder world's expansion finally collided with Qin Feng Yuan's sword aura. The entire barrier shook violently, and the terrifying expansion speed was immediately stopped. Qin Feng Yuan's entire face swelled red, and he poured all of his essence force into this move. The sword in his hand was also stimulated to the extreme, and there was a powerful ringing sound continuously. However, although the sword aura was strong, and it was able to split open a world to resist the expansion of the thunder world, it was unable to last for long, and it gradually began to tremble. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Old man, today is the day you die." His left hand sent a seal into the Vajra scepter, and he shouted, "Thunder World, final move." Bang! With a loud sound, Qin Feng Yuan's sword aura was finally unable to resist, and it suddenly shattered, and the sword aura continuously dissipated. Pooh! Qin Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He angrily roared, "Damn it! I will fight it out with you, you old dog." A large amount of sword symbols appeared on his body, and they formed a giant golden sword ring behind him. The sword aura in his hand once again shot out a sword energy to resist the power of the thunder world. The two forces were locked in a stalemate in the air, and a terrifying spiritual pressure spread out like a dense amount of cracks. However, when one looked over, the sky was already green. Although the sword aura was strong, it was already surrounded. Just as Qin Feng Yuan was facing despair, a colorful light suddenly appeared in the green world. It suddenly turned into an immortal monument, and it directly smashed down on the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked. The other three's attacks were either destroyed or blocked by the power of the Thunder World. They did not notice the weapon that Xianxia had thrown out, and they did not know when it had appeared in the inner world. At this moment, the World God's monument was flowing with light as the ancient Maha characters kept on appearing. Circles of golden light surrounded the monument, making it look like a majestic monument. As it descended from the sky, the space around it started to distort from the pressure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard felt the power of a mountain, and their faces suddenly changed. At this moment, all his strength was maintaining the power of the Thunder World, and he used all his strength to suppress Qin Feng Yuan's sword aura. How could he be distracted? "Damn you, little bastard!" He roared angrily, and directly withdrew his left hand from the Vajra. He formed a fist of fire in the air, and the fire grew stronger and stronger as he fiercely punched forward. Bang! A huge ball of fire landed on the golden light around the World God monument, but the result was a loud bang, and all the fire disappeared. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked, and their eyes opened wide in anger, filled with disbelief. However, there was no time for them to think too much. The World God Monument was not affected by the power of the Thunder World, and it suddenly fell with the power of a mountain. Chen Fengyuan's eyes were also filled with joy, and he shouted, "Well done!" The sword aura in his hand increased, and he pressed forward with all his strength. His beard fluttered due to the spiritual pressure, and he looked extremely embarrassed. However, his eyes were wide open, and a large number of sword talismans flew out from his body. Damn it! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were immediately affected by the impact, and their internal organs were injured, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his hair stood on end, and he roared again and again. His entire arm was burning red, like lava, and he roared loudly, and he punched again. Bang! The tip of the fist directly hit the World God Monument, and the green Thunder World seemed to collapse. The green space around the monument was completely broken, and it turned into pieces. A large number of sparks shot out from the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's fist, and the golden rings on the World God Monument were pressed down, and a piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. Ha! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and they roared loudly. Their upper bodies turned monstrous again, and their bodies expanded like a balloon. Their chest was covered with brown hair, and their fist aura increased again, and the temperature of the flames increased. Bang! 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 The golden rings on the World God Monument shattered one by one, and the radiance instantly decreased. Xianxia's expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed the air, and the World God Monument immediately flew up and flew back. He was afraid that his opponent's fist aura would be too strong, and it would directly break the world's power, and the boundless lava would be blasted into the World God Monument. That would be a disaster for the world inside. Pfft! Although the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sent the World God Monument flying, Chen Fengyuan's sword aura continued to rush back through the Thunder World, and his injuries worsened. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Bang! Chen Fengyuan, who was outside the Thunder World, also spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword aura in his hand finally dissipated, and the golden sword rings behind him lost their radiance, and with a bang, they shattered. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he was also sucked into the Thunder World. His aura instantly became dispirited, and he looked extremely old. The expansion of the Thunder World lost its final obstacle, and in an instant, it covered 1,000 miles, and covered the entire sky. The entire sky was covered in green, and as far as the eye could see, it was filled with rolling thunder and lightning. Everyone below the sky was shocked. At this moment, the sky was covered in a hazy green color, and they couldn't see anything at all. Divine scent swept up, but it was quickly blocked by an invisible force, and could not penetrate it at all. However, the flashes of lightning and rolling heavenly might in the green haze made everyone tremble. You dare to be distracted in a fight with me? You're courting death. The flesh-faced man's face turned cold. Seeing Morong Hingyu's absent-minded look, he suddenly flew into a rage. His fists made hua-hua sounds in the air, and all of a sudden, the sky was filled with fist shadows, and the air was constantly exploding. Boom! 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 Half of Morong Hingyu's mind was on the battle in the sky. At this moment, the thunder boundary was completely open, and he lost all information, so he was suddenly upset. A moment of carelessness, he was hit by several punches from the flesh-faced man. A silver light burst out from his body, and a layer of tinfoil-thin battle armor appeared, densely covered with various array patterns, and blocked most of the punches. Bang! 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 The silver battle armor was dented in a few places, and the energy flowed on the surface of the battle armor like water, and most of it was removed. However, some of it still passed through, and directly hit his chest. Puff! Morong Hingyu was shaken and retreated more than 10 steps. The blood in his body was tumbling, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee! This is the result of looking down on me. The flesh-faced man laughed smugly. He also looked up at the green haze above, seemingly unconcerned. After all, this was the thunder boundary released by the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. To him, the stronger the better. Suddenly, his expression froze, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart. Although he could not explain why, it was a warrior's intuition, indicating that a great danger was coming. The flesh-faced man's body trembled, and he looked forward in horror. Morong Hingyu, who was spitting blood from his random punches, slowly raised his head. His originally handsome face was densely covered with cracks, as if he had been cut countless times by a sharp weapon, and was completely disfigured. Not only his face, but his neck, hands, and all the exposed skin had cracked, and scarlet blood was slowly flowing out of the cracked skin. You! The flesh-faced man was shocked. Suddenly, an extremely sharp light shot over, and he hurriedly swung his fist to meet it, but to his horror, he discovered that the sharp light was not an attack, but a pair of eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. Bang! The flesh-faced man was terrified. He immediately turned around and fled towards Lei Lin, escaping nimbly. Humph! Morong Hingyu snorted coldly. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent as he glanced downward. His figure flashed in the air and directly appeared in Lei Lin, chasing after the flesh-faced man. On the other side of Lei Lin's vacuum zone, an intense battle was unfolding. The three brothers of the Mu family were leading all the human warriors to besiege more than 10 sea race guards and 2 crown princes. The rootless green trees in the surrounding hundreds of acres were destroyed in an instant, turning into the purest lightning energy. More than half of the 10 sea race guards were dead or injured. Runwu's face was pale, and his body was covered with wounds. Only Ruinzong's expression remained calm, and his pair of bright eyes were without the slightest ripple like an ancient well. He seemed to be completely unconcerned about the battle before him. A transparent skull of a dragon spun around his body, and its mouth constantly spouted water that turned into water dragons that condensed in the surroundings. The battle situation seemed to ease up with the huge change in the sky. The 2 clansmen retreated separately, looking at the sky in shock. Mu Yoyin's expression turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them quickly. Don't let it drag on for too long." The human warriors originally had the upper hand, and the more they fought, the more courageous they became. They all shouted and rushed forward. The sea race guards, who had just taken a breather, suddenly turned pale. Runwu's expression also changed, and he said angrily, "Second brother, if we don't go all out, even I will die here." Ruinzong's expression did not change, and he said slowly, "Don't rush. Our goal is not to kill, but to obtain the peerless wood. Don't exhaust yourself too early." Runwu finally couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "They are going to kill us, why don't we exhaust ourselves too early?" Ruinzong glanced at him, and when Runwu saw those clear eyes, his body suddenly trembled, and he was speechless. Ruinzong said indifferently, "If we can't kill them, we can escape." He extended his hand and tapped on the dragon's skull. Immediately, more than 10 water dragons swam around intensely, blasting in all directions. He grabbed Runwu, and without caring about the latter's resistance, he stepped on the back of the largest water dragon and flew towards Lei Lin. "Damn it! Second brother, third brother, follow me and chase. The rest of you, kill these guards." Mu Yuyun bellowed. Immediately, 3 rays of light shot up and chased after the water dragon. At this moment, in the misty green thunder world, the sky was filled with endless lightning and a boundless green color. In the misty green sky, there were constantly electric arcs jumping out. After a flash, they were not extinguished, but instead, they condensed into bright lights with a sizzling sound, turning into stars. In the entire barrier, a vast power of lightning was subtly circulating, playing out the thunder world. The thunder tiger and fire leopard looked coldly at the world deity monument flying back to Xianxia's hand, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. A treasure that was not affected by the power of the thunder world, and could resist the might of his fist, was definitely not an ordinary 9th-rank profound weapon. It was a pity that he was suppressed by Qin Fengyuan, and did not have the time to grab it. Otherwise, he would not have watched this treasure fly away. The thunder tiger and fire leopard stared at Li Yunxiao coldly, and their killing intent became more and more intense. After a few encounters, they realized that they could not see through this kid. If they could not kill him today, he would definitely be a disaster in the future. Moreover, as long as they killed these people, that mysterious profound weapon would be in their pockets. Thinking of this, the thunder tiger and fire leopard licked their dry lips. There were traces of blood on them, and they tasted slightly salty. Self-formed world, he actually cultivated the power of the elements to the point of self-forming world, Qin Fengyuan muttered to himself, his eyes were dim, and his face was filled with disappointment. After being injured, and seeing the Thunder World completely open, his confidence seemed to have suffered a setback, and he immediately became dispirited. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed coldly, and he realized the severity of the situation. However, his eyes were still like water, and there was no hint of panic. Chen Fengyuan asked, "Third great uncle, what do we do now?" "What do we do?" Chen Fengyuan became dispirited. "Once the Thunder World opens, we no longer have the power to suppress him. If we knew this would happen, we would have abandoned the peerless Yi-Wood and sent a message back to the sect to ask for reinforcements." Chen Fengyuan frowned. For the third great uncle to say such depressing words, it was obvious that he had lost his will to fight. He could only look at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Brother Yunxiao, do you have any good ideas?" Li Yunxiao said slowly, "Although the thunder element has formed its own world, it is only the embryonic form of a world, and there is nothing to be afraid of. This Lei Huzi must have an extremely powerful trump card hidden under this world, or else there would be no need to go through so much trouble and risk getting injured to open the world." A trace of shock flashed through the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes, and he laughed, "Haha. Kid, you are indeed extraordinary. The more outstanding your performance, the more intense my desire to kill you is." He formed a hand seal with his left hand and continuously struck the Vajra pestle in front of him, producing a gong sound. A ray of lightning spread out from the Vajra pestle, and the golden beasts engraved on it opened their eyes one by one. Their expressions were ferocious and vivid, as if they had come to life. Following that, a ray of lightning shot out and exploded with a bang, turning into a green thunder beast with a triangular head and a pair of wings on its back. Bang! Another ray of lightning flashed out, turning into a thunder beast with a mouth like a parrot's beak, and its feathers stood erect. Bang! 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 A series of lightning flashed on the Vajra pestle, and electric arcs kept jumping out and taking shape. The four were shocked, and their expressions became more and more unsightly. There were a total of 16 thunder beasts, bearing their fangs and claws, looking ferocious, or spreading their wings. They all had different forms, and they lined up in front of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. However, every thunder beast exuded a savage and ruthless aura, and their auras were extremely strong. The weakest one had the cultivation of an 8-star Emperor Wu, and a few of them were genuine 9-star existences. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard looked at the 16 thunder beasts in front of them, and couldn't help but laugh wildly. "This is the first time I've activated the Thunder World completely, and it's also the first time I've revealed the 16 void beasts. You guys are lucky enough to try it, and your lives have not been in vain." Roar! Roar! Although the void beasts were formed from lightning, they were extremely beautiful and lifelike. Each of them was an independent existence with intelligence. Chen Fengyuan's face revealed a pained expression, and he said, "It's all my fault for being too impulsive, and dragging Feng and Yui into this. If anything happens to the two of you, even if I die, how will I have the face to meet the ancestors of the Saber Sword sect?" Chen Feng frowned, sensing that Chen Fengyuan's willpower was fading, and he couldn't help but say, "Third great uncle, don't say such depressing words. You're the core leader of our group. If even third great uncle is dispirited, how will we fight?" Chen Fengyuan nodded, and said, "I'm very pleased that you have such fighting spirit." Haha. The so-called fighting spirit is just the fearlessness of the ignorant. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard spun the Vajra in their hands, and instantly, the entire Thunder World went berserk. Countless lightning runes surged, dazzling everyone's eyes. Among the 16 void beasts, there was a void beast that was as round as a bucket and shaped like an egg. It was the only one with a mediocre aura, and it looked cute. Its body was like a ribbon that continuously unraveled, and in the end, it turned into a long strip that flew around the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, forming countless complicated runes that protected him within. Arcs of lightning flashed within the runes, and the aura was abnormally powerful. Fei and I said in a low voice, "Young Master Yunxiao, what's going on?" In the current situation, Chen Fengyuan seemed to be unable to be relied on, and Li Yunxiao had become the leader of the group. Moreover, Chen Feng and his wife were also convinced by him, and they both looked over. Li Yunxiao said, "These 16 space beasts must be the strongest move of the Thunder World. The thunder tiger and fire leopard need to maintain the thunder world and cannot attack us, so they can only rely on these space beasts to attack. As for the space beast that is similar to a formation beast, it should be the only one among the 16 that focuses on defense. Its mission is to protect the eye of the thunder world. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes flashed fiercely as they coldly said, I didn't think that my strongest move would be seen through by a mere human brat. Even if you know this, so what? Enjoy this last feast. He sat down in the middle of the formation, placed the vitra in front of him, and slapped it with a hand seal. Roar! Roar! The remaining 15 space beasts suddenly roared and released all kinds of powerful auras. With a boom, they charged forward. Each space beast was extremely fast, like a whirlwind. Lightning flashed around them like a thunderstorm, roaring with the power to destroy the world. The expressions of the four changed greatly as they felt the heavenly might surging towards them, causing their faces to turn pale. Even the calmest Xianxia was unable to remain calm, but he still smiled. Haha, it's time to hunt, quickly assign the tasks. Chen Fingyuan's gaze swept across and he said seriously, leave the 10 Emperor Jiuxing space beasts to me. Chen Feng was startled. Third grade uncle, your current situation, Chen Fengyuan interrupted, no need to say more, you are all too weak. Facing Emperor Jiuxing space beasts will only lead to death. His eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat and he said in a low voice, although these lightning beasts are powerful, they are still beasts after all. Their intelligence shouldn't be very high. Third grade uncle, you can deal with the 5 strongest ones, leave the remaining 10 to us. Fanny's expression slightly changed. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Li Yinxiao shook his head, clearly feeling that the distribution method was very inappropriate. How many can young Master Fei and I handle? Fei and I was startled. Her face turned slightly red as she said, 1. She paused for a moment, her face flushed red. Then, with a voice as soft as a mosquito, she said, if it's the 2 weakest ones, I should be able to deal with 2. Li Yinxiao nodded and said, then I'll leave the 2 weakest to you. What about brother Chen Feng and Miss Yui? Chen Feng responded in a deep voice, if we fight alone, we're not as strong as young Lord Fei and I, but if we work together, we should be stronger than him. Li Yinxiao smiled and said, that's great. There are still 3 8-star Emperor Wus, I'll leave them to you too. Is there any problem? Chen Feng said, that's not a problem, but if we split it like this, Li Yinxiao interrupted him and asked Feng Yuan, where is Mr. Feng Yuan? Chen Feng Yuan said, leave the 9 to me. Young Master Yinxiao can handle 1. Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that Feng Yuan was being stubborn, so he said, among the 10 9-star space beasts, 4 of them are at the mid-level of 9 stars. With Mr.'s ability, you should be able to trap 4 of them with some difficulty. Chen Feng Yuan frowned and asked, are you going to fight the other 6 by yourself? Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly. I'll give it a try. As long as one of our 4 groups can win, we'll be able to break the stalemate. Chen Feng and the other 3 were shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. Although they already thought highly of Li Yinxiao, it was simply a dream to say that he could handle 6 Emperor Jiuxings by himself. Chen Feng Yuan shouted in a deep voice, Li Yinxiao, this is not the time to show off. Li Yinxiao said, I'm not trying to show off. This is already the best way to split the beasts. With 6 9-stars beginner Emperor Wus, I think I can still hold on for a while. I'll wait for you guys to break the stalemate and help me. The 4 of them were shocked. At this moment, Li Yinxiao definitely wouldn't lie to them. Then his strength, Chen Feng Yuan's eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth. Fine. As long as you can hold off 6 Emperor Jiuxings for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I'll definitely kill the other 4 space beasts to save you. Li Yinxiao nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Feng Yuan. Although these space beasts don't have a physical body, they have limitless energy in the thunder world. They're almost immortal, so it's extremely difficult to kill them. Almost immortal? Everyone's faces changed. The glimmer of hope that had just risen dimmed. Li Yinxiao smiled. There's no need to worry too much. Don't forget that the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard have already been injured by Mr. Feng Yuan. There's a limit to how long this barrier can be maintained. As long as we can hold on until the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard can't hold on anymore, we'll win. Chen Fengyuan said, Li Yunxiao's words make sense. Let's act according to this plan. His fighting spirit seemed to have returned. After swallowing a few pills, his complexion slightly improved. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, if we can leave this place alive today, we welcome you to visit our saber sword sect. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. We'll talk about it later. The few of them finished their conversation in a very short period of time. They all became extremely vigilant and stared at their targets, the thunder beasts, ready to make a move at any time. The entire thunder world was under the control of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Not a single change could escape his senses, including their conversations. He slowly raised his eyes, and a voice rang out in the sky. Li Yunxiao, you're indeed a natural monster. Your analysis is correct. However, with your strength, can you hold off 6 undying Emperor Joshing void beasts? That's an absolute lie. We'll know whether I can or not after we fight. Li Yunxiao laughed. Then, he soared into the sky and crossed his hands before him. Then, he flicked his 10 fingers. Immediately, 6 rays of light shot down. They accurately shot toward the 6 9-star Martial Emperor void beasts that he had locked onto. Roar! Roar! The 6 void beasts were enraged. 2 of them circled in the sky and chased after Li Yunxiao. The remaining 4 that were running in the sky roared and raised their hands, slapping Li Yunxiao's attack away with a single palm strike. Following that, Li Yunxiao flashed through the air a few times, covering a distance of several kilometers. At the same time, he sensed the eyes of the 6 void beasts locking onto him. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said in a cold voice, I can control the thoughts of all of the void beasts. You said that they're easy to deal with because they don't have intelligence, but that's completely wrong. However, I'm very curious, are you really that confident, Li Yunxiao? Then I'll fulfill your wish. With a single thought, the 6 void beasts that had locked onto Li Yunxiao immediately rose into the sky, leaving their group and charging toward Li Yunxiao. When the 5 of them heard his words, their hearts sank. If the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were able to control all of them, then the combat prowess of the void beasts would almost double. Fei Ni's expression changed on the spot, but after seeing Li Yunxiao draw away the 6 Emperor Joshing void beasts on his own, he didn't have anything else to say. He summoned his fan and waved it through the air, transforming into a flaming phoenix that flew toward Li Yunxiao. Chen Feng and his wife also looked serious. The 2 of them stood at the front and the other at the back. The long swords in their hands guided each other as if they had formed a triangular formation. A ring of purple and cyan light began to revolve around them. The 2 of them faced off against the 3 incoming 8-star Martial Emperor void beasts. In contrast, Qin Feng's eyes were burning with boundless fury and determination, and he raised his longsword to meet the oncoming attacks. He knew that he was the key to this battle. As long as he could break through this opening, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard would definitely be severely impacted. The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard chuckled coldly in response, and the 4 space beasts vanished at his behest. In the next instant, they teleported to Chen Fengyuan's side and surrounded him from all sides. What? Chen Feng was startled, and an earth-shattering barrage of attacks erupted from all directions. A large number of lightning runes shot out, causing the world to change color. Bang! 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 Various types of lightning energy exploded, creating an earth-shattering might. A huge wave of lightning energy engulfed Chen Fengyuan. The 4 space beasts unleashed their most powerful divine abilities in a frenzy. 2 of them continuously spat out terrifying balls of lightning, while the other 2 circled in the air, causing large amounts of lightning feathers to fall from the sky, which then exploded into talismans in the air. The center of the 4 void beasts was instantly engulfed in a violent storm of lightning. Chen Fengyuan was completely engulfed in it, and his figure could not be seen. Third great uncle. Not far away, Chen Feng cried out in fear. The 2 of them fought against the 3 void beasts, and after a few exchanges, they discovered that it was far more difficult than they had expected, and they were on the verge of collapse. In the end, Chen Fengyuan was half dead before he could even attack. He was swept into the storm of lightning, and he almost lost control of his mind. Focus, don't worry about me. Chen Fengyuan's shout came from within the storm of lightning. Then, several sword rays pierced through the storm and shot towards the four void beasts. Chen Feng finally calmed his mind and carefully dealt with them. A few thousand meters away, Li Yunxiao teleported a few times, wanting to play hide and seek with the void beasts. However, he suddenly discovered that a world's power was suppressing him, directly blocking his teleportation. He could only rely on lightning. The 6 void beasts were connected to the thunder tiger and fire leopard, so they could teleport at any time. This time, they were at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Let's see how you play with my 6 void beasts. The thunder tiger and fire leopard revealed a mocking expression as they continuously teleported the void beasts to Li Yunxiao's side, making it impossible for him to dodge. Li Yunxiao coldly said, "The battlefield is ever-changing. I don't believe you can control 15 void beasts at the same time." Haha, what a joke. The thunder tiger and fire leopard ridiculed, "Even if I don't control them, you will still die. It's just that with my control, it's like adding wings to a tiger." Is that so? Since you can multitask, then divide a few more of your attention. Li Yunxiao was forced into a corner by the 6 void beasts. Finally, the immemorial heavens eye between his brows opened, opening the world god Steel's space and summoning the 2 Emperor Jiuxing, Evil Spirit and Bin Sun. 2 beams of light shot out. The moment the 2 of them appeared, Emperor Wu's aura exploded to the extreme. At the same time, they each unleashed a move and slashed at the void beasts. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard's heart sank, and they almost jumped out of the formation. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. Boom! Binchen punched and Ghoul swung his axe, and the 2 powerful attacks slammed into the 2 closest space beasts. The space beasts were blasted into smithereens, and they turned into bolts of lightning and disappeared. The other 4 space beasts were also stunned and stopped their attacks. How? How is this possible? Why are there 2 more Emperor Jiuxing now? The thunder tiger and the fire leopard felt a surge of anger and coldness in their hearts. Although the auras of the 2 people who had appeared were not strong, and they were only 9-star martial emperors, this unexpected change was enough to drive them crazy. The most important thing was that the battlefield, which had been flawless, suddenly had a change. Li Yunxiao nodded and praised, "Not bad. Catching them off guard is indeed effective. I will leave these 6 space beasts to the 2 of you." What? All of them? You think too highly of us. Evil Spirit's eyes widened and he grumbled unwillingly. Bin Sun said in a low voice, 6? Aren't there only 4 left? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "In this thunder world, all the energy changes according to his heart. If I am not wrong, the 16 space beasts are formed from the 16 void natures of humans, so they cannot die." In the distance, the thunder tiger and fire leopard's faces darkened as they coldly said, "I originally planned to focus on killing Chen Fengyuan, but it seems that I was wrong. You are the one I should kill first." He formed a few hand seals and slapped them on the vitra in front of him. Lightning flowed on it. Bang! Bang! 2 arcs of lightning shot out and formed 2 space beasts tens of feet away. They were the 2 space beasts that were killed earlier. Evil Spirit did not believe Li Yunxiao's words at first. Now, his eyes bulged out and he said in shock, How are we going to fight them?" Although the sky was covered in green and the interference of the lightning made it difficult for one's divine sense to accurately grasp the surroundings, Li Yunxiao was still able to see some clues about the 2 newly formed space beasts. They were weaker than the previous ones. Although they were still at the level of Emperor Jiuxing, they were indeed weaker. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "If you can't deal with 6, then you can have the 4 in front of you, and I'll take the other 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the thunder tiger and fire leopard without waiting for the other 2 to object. In order to destroy the entire thunder world, the only way was to destroy the thunder tiger and fire leopard, which were the eyes of the thunder world. Although Bin Sun and the evil spirit had just entered Emperor Jiuxing not long ago, with their natural advantages, they weren't a match for an ordinary 9-star Emperor Wu. Fighting 2 space beasts of the same level, even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't lose easily. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's faces turned cold as they shouted angrily, 2 of them are yours? Let's see how you're going to defeat them." With a thought, the two space beasts instantly teleported to Xianxia's side and attacked fiercely. One of the space beasts walked on two legs like an ape, and its two huge arms danced in the air, raising them high above its head. Boom! The sky trembled, and suddenly, a huge rock the size of a small mountain appeared out of nowhere and landed in the hands of the space beast. Xianxia was dumbfounded. How could the Thunder World condense Earth elemental energy and turn it into a mountain rock? However, it wasn't surprising that the entire Thunder World was under the control of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. He muttered to himself, "Not good." Just as the mountain rock appeared in the hands of the space beast, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Immediately, the power of the Thunder World pressed down, and Xianxia's body stiffened. It was as if he was carrying a huge burden on his back. Not only did he completely lose the ability to teleport, but even his movements were greatly hindered. Roar! The Thunder Beast roared loudly and fiercely smashed the huge rock over. F***CKU. Xianxia cursed angrily. Just as the huge rock was about to fall, it was already too late for him to dodge. A burst of golden light erupted from his body, and he clenched his fist. A golden vortex condensed around his fist, and he unleashed a Vajra fist. "Humph, you're courting death." A cold glint flashed across the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes. Boom! The golden fist slammed into the huge rock, and Xianxia suddenly felt his arm go numb. A huge force pressed down on him, threatening to crush all the bones in his body. Bang, bang! That mountain rock also collapsed under the power of his fist, shattering into countless pieces and landing on his body, causing the shockwaves to scatter in all directions. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's mouths gaped open in shock. Its expression darkened again, and it gritted its teeth. "You actually cultivated a body refinement technique." Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the space beast roared loudly and bent its body. Then, it leaped over and swung its two fists down. Circles of lightning rippled out from its fists, like countless raindrops falling into a calm lake. They were all bursts of lightning. The other space beast also joined the battle. It had a single horn on its head, and it was constantly using its horn to strike forward. With each strike, a bolt of lightning rippled out like countless mirrors. After being struck by the huge rock, Xianxia had managed to withstand it with his powerful body. However, the blood in his body was still churning, and the taste of blood was constantly gushing out of his throat. At this moment, he was being pincered by the two space beasts, and his pupils abruptly contracted. He abruptly clenched his hands in front of him, and a fiery light revolved before transforming into a great wind fire wheel that slashed through the air. Boom! The power of wind and fire erupted, striking the countless mirrors and shattering them amid a string of thumping sounds. Meanwhile, he conjured up his three-headed, six-armed Dharma idol, which unleashed 6 punches at the same time. Each and every one of those punches sent golden ripples crashing into the space beast. Boom! 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 2 colored veined patterns rippled through the air, and the space around them trembled and became blurry. The speed of their punches became faster and faster, but the space beast was unable to defend against so many attacks with just 2 fists. Bursts of lightning burst forth from its body, and it was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. After the great wind fire wheel sliced through the layers of lightning mirrors, it suddenly pounced toward the one-horned lightning beast. It transformed into a giant crocodile head that opened its mouth to bite down. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked. The power of wind and fire gave him a sense of palpitation, and his eyes widened in shock. Divine Flame! Divine Phoenix Flame! A look of disbelief appeared on his face. This divine phoenix flame gave him a feeling that it was far superior to Fei's. Roar! The crocodile bit down on the one-horned lightning beast's head, but it was unable to break it no matter how hard it tried. However, it refused to let go and continued to clamp down on the head. The lightning beast struggled with all its might, and a vast expanse of lightning burst forth from the crocodile's mouth. Many of the lightning bolts even pierced through its body, but they only managed to create a bowl-sized hole. The crocodile refused to let go. The two of them tumbled through the air, and wind, fire, and lightning elements shot forth in all directions, creating a magnificent spectacle. The thunder tiger and fire leopard were completely dumbfounded. What? What is this crocodile? Boom. 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 A series of explosions caused him to come to his senses, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao's body had transformed into a world of golden light. Not only that, but there was also a faint white light that sprinkled in all directions like moonlight. He had already gained the upper hand, and the space beast had almost lost its form. However, he seemed to have gone berserk, and his 6 arms continued to unleash golden shockwaves, shattering the space around him. Suddenly, a white light lit up like a rainbow piercing through the sun, and the projection of a bridge slowly descended. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's hearts thumped, and they exclaimed, "Divine body phenomenon." 2 different colored rays of light flashed between Li Yunxiao's brows. Following that, a vortex of light also appeared under his shoulder armor, slowly materializing. Boom. In the final instant, he unleashed several hundred more punches, and a terrifying storm of fist force swept forth, finally shattering the space beast. It transformed into a cloud of lightning that dissipated into the lightning realm. All 4 gates are open. He actually opened all 4 gates so quickly. Bin Sun also sensed the situation, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. He was currently fighting between 2 space beasts, and he didn't fight them head-on. The thunder tiger and fire leopard seemed to be completely focused on Li Yunxiao, so the other space beasts weren't very intelligent. As long as they didn't fight them head-on, they would be able to deal with them with ease. PFFF. Li Yunxiao could no longer suppress the blood essence within his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that contained a faint golden color. Only then did the 24 moonlit bridge's divine body phenomenon behind him gradually disappear, as if it had never appeared. The thunder tiger, fire leopard, and Bin Sun were both dumbfounded, and they found it hard to think. He actually destroyed Emperor Jiuxing's space beast with his bare hands? Even though Bin Sun had opened all 4 gates and possessed the paramount divine body, he could only reach the level of a peak 8-star Emperor Wu at most. Although the space beast didn't have a physical body, the power it displayed within the lightning realm wasn't much weaker than a normal 9-star beast. Yet, it was actually destroyed. Li Yunxiao grabbed a handful of natural treasures and swallowed them. Only then did his pale complexion recover slightly. In the previous exchange, he was forcefully suppressed to the limit of his physical body, and in the end, he broke through to the 4th gate in one go. The 4 gates of the physical body, the bright moon divine body, the indestructible golden body, and the 6 arms law idol had surpassed the limits of the 4 gates and completely destroyed the other party. Monster! Monster! The thunder tiger and fire leopard felt an inexplicable sense of panic in their hearts. Originally, everything was in their control, but now, variables kept appearing. It was as if the trajectory of fate in their hands was starting to deviate. "Let's see how you kill it again." He let out a roar of shock and anger as he slapped the Vajra again. A ray of lightning shot out and turned into the long-armed space beast that was instantly teleported over. Li Yunxiao's face sank. Although he had suffered quite a bit of internal injuries, he had opened all 4 gates and was full of fighting spirit. Adding on the fact that he still had a lot of trump cards that he hadn't used yet, he could kill the space beast 2 or 3 more times without a problem. However, if he continued like this, when would he reach the end? He suddenly said, "Look at me." The space beast was originally filled with rage and was roaring non-stop, but when it heard this, it looked up and its body stiffened. "Eye technique, mirror flow," Li Yunxiao said softly. Light flickered in his right eye, emitting a strange force. Strange symbols appeared around his pupil. The space beast's body trembled and suddenly disappeared from the lightning realm. What? This time, the thunder tiger and fire leopard really did jump up and grab onto the Vajra in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Li Yunxiao's face paled, and he covered his right eye with his hand as he spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body became much more listless, as if that one glance had expended all of his energy. How could this be? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were completely flustered. "I don't believe this." They furiously slapped out another hand seal onto the Vajra. A bolt of lightning flashed past before dimming down. Nothing else happened. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were startled. They abruptly looked toward the Vajra and saw that the long-armed void beast's eyes had opened, and spiritual energy was flashing incessantly. "You hid my void beast?" the thunder tiger and fire leopard roared. A second void beast could only be born after the death of its first, and its strength would decrease significantly. "So that's how it is?" A hint of joy flashed through Xianxia's eyes. He had only trapped that void beast in his eye technique space and not killed it. Only one type of void beast can exist. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's expressions became extremely ugly. Not far away, the crocodile and the other void beast were engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of elemental vortexes were exploding, and they were locked in a fierce battle. He felt like there were more and more variables, and his heart was filled with irritation. In the distance, Chen Fengyuan and the others were being forced into a disadvantageous position by the void beasts, but it would be difficult for them to win in a short period of time. The evil spirit was being forced into a sorry state by the two void beasts. Seeing that Li Yunxiao had nothing to do, it immediately ran over and yelled, "Li Yunxiao, I can't hold on anymore. Come and help me." The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes narrowed, and they immediately unleashed a wave of world power, directly restraining the evil spirit. Not only that, but lightning clouds were also slowly condensing in the sky. An azure bolt of lightning fell from the sky, crashing toward the evil spirit like a bolt of lightning. The only thing they could do now was to quickly end the other battles and send more void beasts to deal with Li Yunxiao. He also noticed that Li Yunxiao's spirit had weakened significantly. He must have used up a lot of energy to cast the spell, so it was impossible for him to cast it repeatedly. Although the space beasts surrounding the Chen Feng couple and Fei Yan'ai had the upper hand, they only had the power of the 8-star Emperor Wu. Even if he sent them over, it would be useless. He could only think of a solution from Evil Spirit, Bin Sun, and Chen Fengyuan. Chen Fengyuan was still their number one enemy, so they could not underestimate him. They had to kill him. Therefore, the evil spirit that was crying for help immediately became the first target. Ah! The evil spirit was suddenly startled. He raised his axe to block the lightning in the sky. Pung! Lightning splashed in all directions. The two space beasts chasing him were also teleported over, and they unleashed their divine abilities in a frenzy, wanting to kill him as quickly as possible. Li Yunxiao remained unmoved as he walked toward the thunder tiger and fire leopard. Step by step, he said coldly, "Does Lord Thunder Fire not care about me anymore?" His gaze was cold, but there was lightning jumping in his right eye. A space beast could be vaguely seen roaring and struggling in his eye, but it could not break free. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's expressions were gloomy. They seemed to be completely ignoring him and focused on attacking evil spirit. "In that case, I won't be polite anymore." Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and appeared above the thunder tiger and fire leopard. He suddenly transformed into his transcendent's golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. He held several Xian weapons in his hands and waved them all. Immediately, all kinds of Xian weapons showed their power. The great sorrow dusk cloud mirror let out a wing sound, and a faint yellow mirror light shone down. The formation around the thunder tiger and fire leopard immediately reacted. A green lightning surged and formed a transparent semicircle defense in the sky. As the mirror light sprinkled down, it flowed around the defensive barrier like a stream of water, dyeing the entire barrier a light blue. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's body suddenly trembled. They seemed to be extremely shocked and looked up at the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror. Li Yunxiao also frowned. He seemed to have seen some clues from the thunder tiger and fire leopard's shock. It was as if something extremely shocking had happened. He had only casually used the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror, but it seemed to have some unexpected effects. At this moment, the mirror was emitting a faint light like moonlight. Moreover, there was a faint buzzing sound coming from the mirror. Looking at the mirror, there was actually a vague phenomenon. A white light appeared like fog. It was as if thousands of miles of mountains were shrouded in fog. It was a paradise on earth. What kind of mirror is this? The thunder tiger and fire leopard gritted their teeth and roared. They were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and their bodies were trembling. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm a person who loves to look beautiful. I always carry a mirror with me." After saying that, he took out a comb from somewhere and started combing his hair in front of the mirror. Wah! Wah! Damn it! The thunder tiger and fire leopard flew into a rage. Flames spewed out of the pores on their bodies. They understood that Xianxia was purely trying to piss them off. As such, they sealed off their 5 senses and 6 senses and sat down in the air. Afterward, they spun the vitra in front of them and formed a series of hand seals with their left hand. When the hand seals landed on the barrier, they instantly transformed into countless bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning spread across the barrier and cleansed the moonlight from the mirror. Ever since the mirror light descended and completely covered the barrier, he was shocked to find that his connection with the space beast had been cut off. This made him almost lose control of his mind, and he was given quite a fright. Fortunately, the light from the mirror wasn't too powerful. After releasing a few lightning seals, the light was cleansed and he was able to reconnect with the lightning realm. Xianxia's expression changed. He grabbed the mirror and shook it a few times in the air. The light from the mirror seemed to become stronger, but it was still repelled by a layer of lightning. He had obtained the Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud Mirror for a long time. However, he hadn't properly studied it. There seemed to be many powerful abilities hidden within it. It seemed that he had to find some time to study it. At this moment, he was still in the air and continuously sprinkling down light from the mirror. At the very least, he could keep the thunder tiger and fire leopard busy and consume some of his lightning energy. Afterward, the sword case spun and the 24 northern sky-chilling stars formed a formation in the air. A sword diagram about half an acre in size appeared in the air. It flickered with cold intent and condensed into the shape of a huge sword that directly slashed down. Boom! The sword formation crashed into the barrier and was directly shattered. The entire space trembled. The thunder tiger and fire leopard raised their heads with shock. Every time Xianxia made a move, he was greatly shocked. Moreover, this kid seemed to have an endless number of trump cards. After the sword shape was shattered, the 24 northern sky-chilling stars didn't collapse. Instead, the positions of the swords changed. The sword diagram also changed. A huge sword talisman appeared and slowly pressed into the barrier. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked. They knew the strength of this defensive barrier. Even a casual attack from the 9 stars peak Emperor Wu wouldn't be able to break it. A ball of azure light suddenly surged over the barrier, transforming into the upper body of a void beast. It was in the shape of an adorable egg, and it raised its 2 small hands to push against the barrier. The sword talisman immediately bounced off the barrier. Cold sweat began to drip from the forehead of the thunder tiger and fire leopard. They quickly calmed down and focused on commanding the evil spirits to attack. They hoped that they could free up their hands to suppress Xianxia as soon as possible. Xianxia frowned and a cold smile flashed across his face. He raised one arm and the world deity monument slowly appeared. In an instant, it turned into a mountain and suddenly fell down. Rumble! There was a huge tremor and the entire barrier trembled. Countless black-colored prints appeared around the universe god monument and spread out in all directions, creating a gap in the thunder world. Although the defensive barrier trembled violently, it didn't shatter. Instead, it caved in. The egg-shaped space beast appeared again and used its head and hands to push against the world deity monument. Although it couldn't bounce the world deity monument away, it stopped the downward momentum and couldn't advance any further. Xianxia's face darkened. In a flash, he stepped on the top of the monument and quickly formed seals with both hands. A large number of ancient Maha words turned into many golden rings and floated around the monument. Not only were there flowing lights, but there were also many words that seemed to be conveying some kind of ancient meaning. Those words only appeared for a moment and disappeared in a flash. Then, the white power of the world spread out. Suddenly, the barrier was covered with a white light. It was as if the world was born and everything was evolving. Rumble! Under the suppression of the power of the world, the green barrier started to dissipate. Even the upper half of the egg-shaped space beast's body was swallowed by the white light and slowly disappeared. Ah! The thunder tiger and fire leopard broke out in cold sweat. Now that he was controlling the power of the thunder world, his power was reduced by 70 to 80%. If he let Xianxia rush in, he would be killed instantly. He couldn't wait to kill the evil spirit. He teleported the 4 medium level 9-star space beasts that were attacking Chen Fengyuan over. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning instantly blasted towards the world deity monument and Li Yunxiao let out a cold humph. His entire body flashed on the universe god monument and he disappeared from his original spot. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked again. He had already used the power of the thunder world to restrain Li Yunxiao. It was impossible for him to teleport away, moreover, he could sense any changes in the thunder world. There was no trace of Li Yunxiao at all. Rumble. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning hit the world deity monument and countless electric arcs were created. The power of the world on the world deity monument was instantly suppressed and started to shrink. Finally, with a bang, the world deity monument lost control of Li Yunxiao. In addition to the restraints of the power of the thunder world and the continuous attacks of the 4 space beasts, it was finally sent flying. Li Yunxiao, well done! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. There was a flash of white sword chi in the sky, and Chen Feng appeared in the sky above the barrier. Although he looked battered, countless sword talismans surged out from his body, and he had a determined expression. Using my body to control the sword, using my heart to control the sword, I am a sword. Chen Fengyuan said softly and waved the sword in his hand. His entire body surged with endless rules of sword intent and surrounded him. Body and sword as one, heart and sword as one, man and sword as one. The thunder tiger and fire leopard roared, "Old man! What are you doing?" At this moment, Chen Fengyuan's body surged with boundless light. His entire body was like a peerless sword as he coldly said, "Old dog, take my sword." The 4 void beasts were blocked by the sword intent and were unable to enter. You're burning your life force. So what? I'll use up all my power to take your life. Chen Fengyuan's face was resolute. Without hesitation, he turned into a giant sword and slashed down. Not far away, there was a flash of light on the universe god's steel that had been sent flying. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared and he grabbed the universe god's steel with one hand. When he saw Chen Fengyuan unleashing the ultimate sword, he revealed an astonished expression. However, he quickly calmed down. Both he and Chen Fengyuan knew that this was their only way to win. Even if this sword couldn't kill the thunder tiger and fire leopard, it would definitely break the thunder world and severely injure them. Old man! Damn it! The thunder tiger and fire leopard roared in fear. A sense of extreme danger surged in their hearts, causing their hair to stand on end. Thunder world, condense! The thunder tiger and fire leopard turned around and grabbed the Vajra in front of them. Instantly, all the void beasts disappeared. The beasts carved on the Vajra closed their eyes. Only the one that Li Yunxiao took away was still glaring angrily. The green thunder world trembled and shrank at the speed of teleportation. Countless lightning bolts gathered in the sky and struck at the man and sword. The thunder tiger and fire leopard held the Vajra in their hands. Countless lightning runes surged on the Vajra and they raised it into the sky, controlling all the lightning. Bang bang! The speed of the thunder world's collapse also increased. In the endless sea of lightning, the sword slashed through all obstacles and finally landed on the Vajra. Boom! An unimaginable thunderstorm formed and turned into a whirlpool, sucking in both of them. The entire thunder world suddenly collapsed. Countless lightning bolts flew in all directions, shooting into the void, into the sea, and into Seawood Town. Lei Lin, who was below, was also greatly affected. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a large number of lightning runes began to surge out. Everyone in Lei Lin's group was aghast as they looked around in fear. Go! Mu Yuyun shouted. Immediately, all the human martial artists flew up and fled into the distance. Not only was there a terrifying explosion in the sky, but there was also Lei Lin's abnormality. It made them feel extreme danger, and they did not dare to stay any longer. Somewhere in Lei Lin, Morong Hingyu had already returned to his normal appearance, but his face was extremely pale. Lying beside him was the flesh-faced merfolk's corpse, which had been dismembered into a horrible sight. Looking at the thunder world exploding in the sky, a look of shock appeared on his face. He suddenly turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. Third granduncle! Chen Feng roared. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Not to mention charging into the thunderstorm to save people, he could not even get within a radius of 300 meters. Fei Ni, Liang Yui, the evil spirit, Bin Sun, and the others all had pale faces. Thick traces of blood could be seen at the corners of their mouths. They were seriously injured, and would not be able to recover without a few months of rest. Especially the evil spirit. In the last stage, he was attacked by the thunder tiger and fire leopard. His entire dragon body was smashed, and he was almost at his last gasp. At this moment, Li Yunxiao also noticed the scene in Leylin below. He could not help but reveal a look of shock and said, "That peerless Wood is about to be born." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked down. They saw countless thunder runes surging in Leylin. All the power of thunder and lightning in Leylin gathered in one place, turning into a huge ball of lightning that flickered endlessly. Above the ball of lightning, there was a constant flow of electricity like water. Countless thunder runes surged out and did not dissipate. They condensed around the ball of lightning, forming a shell that kept expanding outwards. And the 10,000 mu of Leylin below, in an instant, used up all the thunder and became dim. Not only that, all the rootless greenwood looked withered, as if they had completely withered. More than 1,000,000 spirit thunder fruits had disappeared, not a single one was left. It's over, Mu Yuyun looked from afar, and his entire person felt uncomfortable. His expression became extremely ugly. Although Leylin's true controller was the Saber and Sword sect, the Divine Wood family clan earned a lot of profits from this place every year. Now that Leylin was destroyed, they immediately lost an important source of profit. The family would probably weaken as a result. Rumble. As the ball of lightning below changed, there were sounds of thunder coming from the sky. Every sound was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking everyone's heart. It caused their blood and chi to surge, and they almost could not stand steadily. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked around. Bin Sun looked at the thunderstorm that had yet to dissipate and said seriously, "Could it be that the peerless Wood had a reaction with the thunderstorm?" Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said, "It's not that simple. Every time the power of thunder and lightning strikes, it is of a higher level than the thunderstorm. This so-called peerless Wood seems to be strange." Strange? Bin Sun was shocked and said hurriedly, "Let me and the strange dragon enter the world god monument. He is about to die." Li Yunxiao looked at the evil spirit in the distance. It was indeed on the verge of death. A light flashed from between his brows, and Bin Sun, the evil spirit, and the crocodile were all absorbed into it. When the few people in the sky saw this scene, their bodies trembled. They seemed to have thought of something and revealed astonished expressions. However, everyone pursed their lips and did not dare to make a sound. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept past them. The faint coldness caused everyone to feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Earlier, they had been busy dealing with the space beasts in the Thunder World, so the three of them hadn't seen Li Yunxiao make a move. They had only vaguely glanced at him a few times. However, they knew that apart from Chen Fengyuan, Li Yunxiao had played a major role in destroying the Thunder World. Even when the three of them were at their peak, they might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, they were all heavily injured now. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "It's best to forget about things that you shouldn't see after seeing them." Chen Fengyuan's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yunxiao, you worry too much. My wife and I did not see anything." Fei Ni said hurriedly, "See what? I have been paying attention to the thunderstorm. Did I do something wrong?" She looked innocent and blinked her eyes. Li Yunxiao nodded and looked at Morong Hingyu. He said, "Where is brother Hingyu?" Morong Hingyu's body trembled. Li Yunxiao's gaze towards him was not as cold as when he looked at the other three. It was a kind of faint inquiry with a kind of friendly and gentle attitude. Morong Hingyu's expression changed slightly. He was frightened and thought, "This person is only so gentle to me. Is it because I am handsome? Does he have the same yang preference?" Thinking of this, Morong Hingyu shivered in fear. He hurriedly said, "I did not see anything." After saying that, he took a few steps back and pulled away from Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said with satisfaction, "I hope you remember what you just said. Otherwise, I don't need to say more about the consequences." Chen Feng said, "Brother Yunxiao, don't worry. If it wasn't for brother Yunxiao's divine might, we would have died in the thunder world. He looked at the thunderstorm in the distance with a trace of worry in his eyes. He said, I wonder how third granduncle and that old dog are doing. Fei and I asked, young Master Yunxiao, what do you think is going on with this exceptionally wood? What was that thunderous roar just now? After the battle just now, Li Yunxiao's position in her heart had greatly increased. Among the few of them, he was undoubtedly the leader. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, my divine sense can't penetrate the ball of lightning and the thunderstorm. Even if Mr. Fengyuan survives, I'm afraid his cultivation is. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. His face revealed a mournful expression. Rumble. Another tremor came from the sky. This time, the sound was even more powerful than before. It made everyone's faces pale and their eardrums almost burst. Not only that, but the thunderstorm in the distance started to crumble under the tremor. Two silhouettes flew out. Third granduncle. Chen Feng shouted. He flew up and hugged one of them. Chen Fengyuan was on the verge of death. He looked extremely old and his skin was like dried tree bark, wrinkled beyond recognition. Chen Feng felt that he was still breathing. He quickly took out a large amount of medicinal pellets and fed them to him. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He stared at another ray of light in the distance. Under the flashes of countless lightning rings, the thunder tiger and fire leopard appeared. At this moment, his body had completely turned into an elemental body. Half of it was lightning, the other half was fire. His eyes were pitch black and he looked extremely terrifying. What? Even such a powerful explosion couldn't hurt him? Fei and I screamed in shock. His face turned pale. After the thunder tiger and fire leopard appeared, they did not attack Li Yunxiao's group. Instead, their pitch black eyes looked down with shock. What a powerful Yiwood Qi. Is this the peerless Yiwood? The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes were filled with ecstasy. They were so excited that their entire bodies trembled. Just as they were about to fly down to snatch it, another rumble came from the sky. Rumble. This time, the rumble was even more intense. Everyone's faces turned white. Fei and I could not hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted abruptly as he looked towards the sky in shock. Above the dark clouds and rumbling thunder, a thundercloud had unknowingly appeared out of nowhere. Within it, purple lightning rumbled endlessly, as though a flood dragon was overturning the seas and rivers. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone present was an extremely knowledgeable person, and they had a certain level of understanding of lightning. The thunder tiger and fire leopard trembled as well. The lightning and fire elements on their bodies surged even more violently. They shouted, World Extinguishing Thunder! Void Jade Azure Purple Palace Heavenly Extinguishing Thunder! Their voices were filled with fear. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and looked down at the thundercloud. He finally understood what the lightning talismans were for. What is this peerless Yiwood? How could it attract the world extinguishing thunder? The entire sky instantly became silent. Only light and shadows flashed in front of everyone's eyes. A purple dragon descended from the sky. As if passing through endless time and space, it bombarded the peerless Yiwood. The purple dragon's eyes were as deep as the sea. It seemed to have a strong spirituality and pressure. It sank into the peerless Yiwood's shell of green light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom! An earth-shattering noise sounded as if the world was collapsing. Everyone only saw the incomparably sturdy shell of the thunder rune being destroyed. Then, a blinding light bloomed. Everyone was instantly blinded, even Li Yunxiao felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He hurriedly closed his eyes. Terrifying lightning energy shot out in all directions. Everyone felt a power that could destroy the heavens and earth rushing towards them. They hurriedly circulated their qi to resist. Many of the weaker martial artists in the distance let out blood-curdling screams as they were directly turned into ashes. Everyone felt as if the world had fallen into a state of chaos. Berserk energy filled every inch of space. Everyone circulated their defensive power to the extreme, afraid of being accidentally drawn into the terrifying field energy. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. Everyone opened their eyes one by one. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. they were surrounded by a vast sea. They were more than 10,000 meters away from land. The ball of green thunder light was still floating above the sea. However, the shell of thunder around it had disappeared. It had completely turned into a ball of energy. Moreover, its aura was clearly much weaker than before. Although he was injured by that peerless attack, he was able to survive it. What's going on? Mu Yuyun looked at everything in front of him. His face was full of confusion. Mu Yaofeng's body trembled. He said in shock, This. Seawood Town is gone? Ah? Mu Yuyun cried out. His face was still lifeless. He seemed to be unable to believe what he had seen. The people in the sky were also shocked as they looked down in horror. The purple lightning just now actually had such a terrifying power. It would transform into purple thunder? Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. It was filled with extreme excitement and joy. With a flash of light in the sky, the thunder tiger and fire leopard appeared above the ball of azure lightning, their faces filled with excitement. After experiencing the baptism of the purple thunder, the green chi of Yiwood had mostly dissipated, but it had become purer. There was a lot of purple thunder in it, and it seemed to be gradually fusing together. Its power was even more terrifying. Haha! The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed heartily as the two types of elemental powers surged around their bodies. In a flash, they flew downward. Chen Feng exclaimed, "Oh no!" He raised his head to look at Li Yunxiao, his face filled with anxiety. If the thunder tiger and fire leopard were to obtain the peerless wood, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Now that Chen Fengyuan had completely lost his ability to fight, Li Yunxiao had become the undisputed leader of the group. There's no rush. It doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, revealing a suspicious expression as he slowly said. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook again. Boom! A boundless light descended, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as they raised their heads to look. The rolling thunderclouds did not dissipate. Instead, they once again condensed into purple lightning, causing a wave of heavenly might to descend. Everyone's faces paled as they hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Gulp. Li Yunxiao's throat moved, and he swallowed with difficulty. Is there more? Could it be that the origin of wood is not tolerated by heaven and earth? Must it be destroyed? He remembered the ancient Maha scripture that Bronan had mentioned. It was something that was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Thus, the heavenly lightning struck down for several months, forcefully destroying the 3,000 characters of the Grand Tao. The thunder fire tiger and fire leopard's body also froze as they looked up at the sky in horror. There's more? His face was extremely solemn. Although the peerless wood chi in front of him had become pure, its aura was much weaker than before. It would be difficult for it to withstand a second round of lightning. The purplish-green peerless would continue to roll, seizing every second to melt the purple lightning and nourish itself. The thunder fire tiger and fire leopard gritted their teeth and turned into a bolt of lightning. If the peerless wood was destroyed, then the chances of him taking another step forward would be even slimmer. He had not made any progress in the Nine Stars realm for more than a decade. With the chance right in front of him, he would not let it go even if he had to risk his life. The thunder fire tiger and fire leopard's pitch-black eyes flashed with determination. He planned to take the peerless wood and escape before the purple lightning struck. In a breath's time, he appeared in front of the purplish-green light. Feeling the elemental origin energy rushing towards him, he could not help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha! This was the purest origin of wood. Just a trace of it could benefit him immeasurably, let alone such a large ball in front of him. He laughed heartily and manifested a giant claw. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of the purplish-green ball of light towards the giant claw without any warning. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked. They immediately retracted their claw, their faces filled with shock. He was not the only one. Everyone in the sky was shocked as well. Did this peerless wood have its own consciousness? That is, Li Yunxiao's body shook violently. He stared at the purplish-green origin energy, his eyes filled with shock. He was not the only one. Everyone else seemed to have sensed something. They opened their eyes and stared at the purplish-green origin energy with fear. The wood is transforming. It's the Ewood that's going to materialize. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked as well. However, their eyes flashed with excitement as they licked their dry lips. Their bodies trembled with excitement. The transformed Ewood was extremely spiritual. If they could absorb and refine it, their chances of stepping into the divine transcendence realm would increase by several folds. The Ewood's origin energy began to change. Slowly, a human silhouette emerged. The face became clearer and clearer. I drink the dew of the magnolia in the morning, I feast on the fallen petals of the chrysanthemum in the evening. I gather the roots of the wood tree to form a jishi. I penetrate the fallen pistil of the cherry tree. A poem slowly came from the green light. As the green light flickered, the Ewood's manifestation gradually became clearer. It was a handsome man with a cold expression and eyes like lightning. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. The person who transformed was an old acquaintance, the spirit of the eternal evergreen tree, Xianxia. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. After half a day of torment, the entire Seawood town was buried, and countless people were killed by the purple lightning. He was the one who did it. All of a sudden, Xianxia seemed to understand everything as his thoughts raced. There was no Ewood here, nor was it the birth of the origin energy of wood. Xianxia must have hidden here to cultivate. He must have broken through a crucial barrier. Not only did he accelerate the ripening of the spiritual thunder fruits, he even attracted the prime clear purple mansion's apocalyptic thunder tribulation. Xiaoqing's true form, the eternal evergreen tree, was the origin of all wood, the place where the essence of the Ewood gathered. Speaking of which, these so-called rootless evergreen trees were merely his children and grandchildren. When his old friend saw this scene, Xianxia was somewhat stunned. It was as if a lifetime had passed since he last saw this. Xiaoqing's expression was unusually cold. He looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard coldly, then looked at the purple lightning in the sky worriedly. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hurry up and come with me. I can save your life. Otherwise, you'll die for sure when the purple lightning falls. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said urgently. They were also very anxious. Xiaoqing glanced at Xianxia, completely ignoring the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's words. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard panicked. You can't understand me? Xiaoqing looked at the purple lightning with an unusually serious expression. He spat out one word, scram. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression darkened, revealing a hint of anger. He said, You really are very intelligent. You should understand that the power of this purple lightning is not something you can resist. Come with me. Xiaoqing glanced at him with undisguised disdain. His expression was enough to explain everything. Damn it. Whether you leave or not is not up to you. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were enraged. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. He opened his palm and turned it into a huge prison of flames that fell on Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's pupils shrank and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, Since you want to help me, then stay and help me take the lightning. His figure flashed and instantly moved behind the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. His hands quickly formed seals and his body turned into a dense net of lightning that shot out and trapped the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. What? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were startled. He roared and clenched his fist. The fire prison immediately turned into a fist and smashed against the net of lightning. Boom! The fiery fist smashed down and the entire net of lightning began to burn, but it couldn't break. Damn it! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression changed. What made his heart go cold was that a faint purple dragon head appeared from the thunderclouds in the sky. A boundless sense of danger surged in his heart. Break for me! He roared. He couldn't care less about retrieving Xiaoqing anymore. Escaping became his #1 priority. His two fists turned into elemental forms, one of lightning and one of fire. He simultaneously circulated his origin power and smashed down on the net of lightning. Boom! The two elemental powers collided with the net of lightning and immediately burst apart. The net of lightning was forced to stretch outwards like a taut string. It was tight but not broken. At the same time, a large number of electric arcs carrying traces of purple light shot out. A strange electric rune suddenly appeared on the tightened side of the net of lightning and a terrifying power of lightning emerged. Ah! The thunder tiger and fire leopard instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain from his hands. A burst of lightning blossomed and shook him away with a bang. Countless arcs of lightning surged from his arms, cutting apart his body inch by inch. He almost lost all feeling in his arms. After repelling the thunder tiger and fire leopard, the net of lightning suddenly changed its surroundings. Xiaoqing appeared behind the thunder tiger and fire leopard. The lower half of its body turned into an octopus with countless electric tentacles. The tentacles tightly bound the thunder tiger and fire leopard's limbs and waist and forcefully pulled. The thunder tiger and fire leopard immediately spread their arms wide, their chests facing the sky as a purple shadow enveloped them. Ah? Ah. No, no. The eyes of the thunder tiger and fire leopard abruptly widened as they went completely berserk. Tentacles of lightning tugged at their limbs, and a powerful force pressed against their waist as they braced themselves against the purple dragon lightning with their chest. Ah! His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with despair. He opened his mouth, inhaled, and exhaled. Like a volcano, he spewed out boundless lightning and flames toward the purple lightning. They knew it was useless, but this was the survival instinct of a 9-stars elite. They used all their strength and potential. The light of thunder and fire surged up like a crazed tiger and leopard, leaping up and rushing towards the thunderbolt. Boom! The purple dragon lightning descended and struck the tiger leopard, dispersing the transformation in an instant and continuing to descend. However, the purple lightning shrank by a few inches and the power of the heavens was greatly reduced. Rumble! The purple lightning finally hit the chest of the thunder tiger and fire leopard, filling the sky with lightning. Countless lightning patterns surged in all directions, causing huge waves in the sea to shoot up into the sky. Everyone's expression changed again. The pressure in the sky seemed to be much weaker than the first purple lightning. The thunder tiger and fire leopard played a big role. The entire sea was sparkling and filled with purple light. Even the power of the sea seemed insignificant and helpless under the power of the heavens. Crackle! The thunder tiger and fire leopard's body emitted lightning continuously. They were completely charred, but smoke was still coming out of their mouths as if their internal organs were cooked. A low voice came from his throat, and he directly fell from the sky, directly into the sea, splashing a little. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock in their hearts. A peak 9-star martial emperor was actually so terrifying. After being struck by the purple lightning, he actually did not turn into ashes. Instead, he was still on the verge of death. Moreover, the thunder tiger and fire leopard were already injured in the previous battle. If they were at their peak, they might have been able to withstand the attack. After the thunder tiger and fire leopard fell, a large area of lightning appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, little Qing's figure gradually became visible. Her face was pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. 2 consecutive bolts of purple lightning had already overwhelmed him, and the lightning on his body flickered incessantly. What was even worse was that the thunderclouds in the sky had yet to disperse, and they rumbled again. Li Yunxia's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Little Qing, what's going on?" Chen Feng and the others were stunned. They all looked at each other. He knows the emu spirit that just took a human form. Little Qing wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and chuckled. All things in the world have waxing and waning, waxing and waning, waxing and waning, waxing and waning. The spirits of the 5 elements have their own duties. Once they deviate from their course, it is a violation of the heavenly rules, and the force of the world will not tolerate it. Li Yunxiao shuddered and exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean he's dead for sure?" "That's not entirely true." Little Qing shook her head. "Though I broke through my shackles and am infinitely close to the origin of wood, the heavenly rules I broke are not strong, so there are only 3 bolts of heaven's wrath. As long as I make it through, I will be fine. Also, the purple lightning dragon you saw was merely a clone of the apocalyptic thunder. Otherwise, if the complete apocalyptic thunder descended, I would have been turned into ashes." Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was just a clone? Little Qing looked up at the purple lightning in the sky, and it continued to condense. Finally, she said, "Li Yunxiao, help me get through this, and I will owe you one." Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Even if it's a pleasure to help, you have to act within your means." Little Qing said, as long as you are willing, I believe you can help me. Li Yunxiao snorted, you think too highly of me. Little Qing frowned, this is the first time I've asked for help since I transformed. Back in the Fey Plains, though there was a small misunderstanding between us, it wasn't much of a grudge. If I can get through this, I will have the chance to become the only wood true spirit in this world. You should understand the value of the favor I owe you then. Li Yunxiao was still unmoved. Back in the Fey Plains, when Shang wanted to refine you, it was me who saved you. Then, you colluded with Shang to deal with my people. I cannot accept such a favor. Little Qing's expression changed slightly, revealing an anxious expression. She said, I indeed didn't handle things properly that time, but you only saved me because you were forced by the situation, and it was done in passing. Now, I am only one step away from returning to my origin. If I do not repay this favor, it will become an inner demon, and I will never be able to step into the omnidirectional true spirit realm. Everyone in the sky was shocked. The omnidirectional divine realm had long become a legend, but this person before them said he could become a true spirit. It was too hard to accept. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then looked up at the purple dragon in the clouds. Its might was even greater than the previous two. He said coldly, the conditions are very tempting, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid I won't have the life to enjoy it. Little Qing said anxiously, the profound weapon you use to crush the axis of the armillary sphere should be a divine weapon, right? With the divine weapon protecting us, the chances of us surviving this heavenly tribulation are very high under our joint efforts. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a struggle. If Little Qing could become a 5 elements true spirit and owe him a favor, this condition was very tempting. He gritted his teeth and said, only 3 favors. Little Qing's expression darkened, and she trembled in anger, don't push your luck. You want a true spirit to owe you 3 favors? Isn't your appetite a little too big? There's no limit. Li Yunxiao said coldly, I'm risking my life. I've already stated the conditions, it's up to you whether you agree or not. Little Qing gritted her teeth, and her body trembled with anger, and she said angrily, 2 favors at most. Otherwise, I might be able to go through the heavenly tribulation myself. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said in a low voice, deal. He immediately teleported to Little Qing's side in a flash, and transformed into the Transcendent's golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. The bodies of everyone in the sky trembled as they stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. Although the conditions were indeed worth risking one's life for, anyone with a shred of rationality would know that the chances of survival were slim. Even a 9-star powerhouse at the peak of the omnidirectional divine realm would lose their lives if they were hit, let alone this last thunderbolt, which was even more powerful than the previous 2. Little Qing was overjoyed, and she said, don't worry, I will never forget today's kindness. Her body turned into a thunderbolt, and she formed a large formation with a circumference of 1,000 feet, which floated around Li Yunxiao. That large formation was Little Qing's body, and it was surrounded by thunder and countless runes. The violent energy made people tremble with fear, even from a distance. After Li Yunxiao transformed into the Transcendent's golden body, his 6 arms started to weave hand signs, and a huge black phantom appeared behind him, which also had 3 heads and 6 arms. Around the true demon giant spirit, a ring of demonic ether slowly revolved around it. Inside the demonic ether ring, some weapon phantoms could be vaguely seen moving slowly, and they were faintly discernible. Above the large formation, Little Qing's horrified voice suddenly came out, as if she couldn't believe it, and she cried out involuntarily, true demon image. 6 paths demonic weapon. Li Yunxiao was moved. Little Qing could be said to be the existence that had lived for the longest time in this realm, and she more or less knew about all kinds of things in the realm of heaven martial arts. After this, he could inquire about some information from her. What a pity, what a pity. Little Qing suddenly sighed repeatedly. It was unknown whether it was because Li Yunxiao's strength was not enough, or because of other reasons. Li Yunxiao didn't have time to think, and his 6 arms didn't stop for even a moment. All kinds of complicated hand signs flew up one after another, and there were many ancient Maha characters among them. When each ancient character appeared, it triggered a rule, and the world trembled. That dazzling move caused everyone in the sky and the sea to be shocked. Fei and I was even more afraid. This time, she followed the odd ghost out of the mountain because she heard that Li Yunxiao had the Phoenix Divine Fire, and she planned to search for him in the whole world and seize his divine fire. Now, her face was extremely pale, and just thinking about it made her tremble. As Li Yunxiao waved his 6 arms, 3 dazzling golden barriers appeared out of thin air, and they slowly revolved in the air like mirrors, reflecting the sparkling waves of the sea. After that, the sword case on one of his arms spun, and 24 northern sky-cold star swords flew out and instantly unfolded in the air. The cold light was dazzling, and it was blinding. With the hand signs on his arms, the 24 swords instantly separated with a clanging sound, forming a huge sword formation. A soaring sword aura spread out, and it directly condensed into a sword talisman with silver light, flowing slowly. Li Yunxiao opened his immemorial heaven eye again, and a pitch-black demonic light flew out, turning into a huge demonic sky armor in the sky, and fell down, directly covering the body of the true demonic giant spirit. Suddenly, a vast demonic power surged continuously, and the strange barrier on the demonic sky armor suddenly opened up. The 2 arms of the main body once again formed a strange seal, and the world deity monument slowly flew out, landing directly in the palms of his hands, and he held it in front of him. On the monument, a ray of light from the bottom to the top instantly activated the ancient Maha characters, which instantly turned into golden rings, hanging in the surroundings. At the same time, a golden nebula appeared, circulating continuously in front of him. The 4 arms behind him grabbed the Thousand Autumn Overlord Saber, the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, the Imperial Bell, and the Cold Sword Frost respectively. Even an attack from a peak 9 stars expert might not be able to break such a vast aura. Everyone in the sky and sea was completely dumbfounded, especially Chen Feng and a few other young talents, who instantly understood the difference between them and Li Yunxiao. It was no longer a chasm, but the distance between them was almost like the Milky Way. Little Qing, who had turned into the formation, was also shocked. She looked at Li Yunxiao's current state in a daze, and her emotions were completely unable to calm down, although the 5 elemental spirits were shackled by the rules of heaven and earth, and it was difficult for them to break through their fixed realms. Their cultivation speed within the same realm was almost at a tremendous pace. Back in the demon origin, he had just become Emperor Wu, and now he had the power equivalent to the peak Emperor Wu. This kind of abnormal speed that only the 5 elemental spirits could have, compared to Li Yunxiao, it was almost like a tortoise and a rabbit race. Little Qing was very clear about Li Yunxiao's capabilities when he was in the demon plane. The reason why he was willing to make a promise and agree to 2 favors was that the other party had a sacred tool with him. He was only counting on the sacred tool to help him resist the power of the tribulation. After that, he would have to rely on himself. However, from the looks of it, Li Yunxiao's strength was not inferior to his own at all when he was at his peak. While her mood was complicated, she was also pleasantly surprised. Just as Li Yunxiao finished his last move, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace with a boom, directly revealing the purple dragon's shape. The billowing power of the heavens suddenly rippled, and everyone's expression changed greatly. Everyone's skin began to conduct electricity, constantly emerging with electric arcs. Whoosh! Everyone made a prompt decision, directly turned into a conveyance light, and fled into the distance. This last heavenly power was already unimaginably powerful, and the current distance they maintained was not enough to make them feel safe. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. Thinking that Li Yunxiao actually had to resist such a move, their faces were pale, and their hearts beat violently. Li Yunxiao's face also turned pale. The power of the purple lightning was far beyond what he had expected. Little Qing was also shocked, and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. We can definitely resist it." Boom! The sky shook, and the purple dragon circled for a while, then its eyes shot out a cold light, and suddenly flew down. The people in the distance only saw the purple dragon's shadow fall, and everywhere it passed, the sky completely collapsed. Ha! Li Yunxiao roared, and the true fiend giant spirit raised its gigantic hand and grabbed at the demonic rings in front of it. Boom! The true demon grabbed an iron alchemy scroll in its hand and suddenly turned it over. The head of the true demon suddenly opened its eyes, looked down at the iron alchemy scroll, and looked like it was reading. As the shadow of the scroll unfolded, an indescribably vast power spread out. Boom! The purple dragon swooped down, and with a flash of lightning, it destroyed the mighty force without any hindrance. The shadow of the iron scroll directly turned into specks of fluorescent light in the hands of the true fiend giant spirit and dissipated. The true demonic giant spirit revealed an enraged expression and waved its hands. Immediately, the demonic essence rings in front of it disappeared and 3 of its 6 arms grabbed a demonic weapon phantom, a shield, a bottle, and a saber. The 6 arms waved at the same time, and 3 ammo weapon phantoms and 3 fists shot out. Bang! 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 He was still too weak. As the thunder fell, the 3 ammo weapon phantoms and the 6 arms exploded at the same time. They turned into countless strands of muon power that dissipated under the flashes of lightning. The purple dragon directly broke through the true demon giant spirit's attack and was immediately affected by the demonic sky armor's abnormal barrier power. However, it was instantly broken and directly crashed onto the demonic sky armor. Boom! The thunder pierced through the demonic sky armor, and the true demon giant spirit's body started to break down and turned into a sky full of muon. However, it was also destroyed by the thunder. Xianxia's expression changed, and with a loud bellow, he raised both of his hands and the world god monument flew up. The golden light on the monument spread out in circles and layers, as if it was a golden world. The monument was immortal. Boom! The purple thunder rushed into the world god monument's golden light and crashed onto the monument. Instantly, all the light dimmed. The world god monument trembled violently, and its majestic posture collapsed layer by layer. Countless golden lights shot out. Xianxia changed his hand seal, and the million sword diagram suddenly soared into the sky. A silver sword light spread out, and the sword talisman bobbed up and down in the silver sword sea. Boom! The world god monument's golden light collapsed completely, and the purple dragon phantom also became dimmer as it rushed into the sword sea. Boom! The sword talisman in the million sword diagram released tens of thousands of silver lights, but they all collapsed in an instant. The 24 northern cold star swords were all dyed with purple electric light, and their spiritual energy was continuously dispersing. Xianxia was shocked. All 3 of his defenses had been destroyed. Although he had used up a lot of the purple thunder power, the billowing heavens might still appeared above him, and an unparalleled mighty force was transmitted. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the 4 profound level weapons on his 4 arms were smashed into the golden whirlpool in front of him. Countless hand seals were inserted into it. The golden whirlpool suddenly seemed to be boiling, and the 4 profound level weapons were faintly visible, bobbing up and down. Star Jade, explode! Xianxia's expression turned solemn, and the golden whirlpool suddenly turned into a shadow of a few hundred feet, as though the entire space was contained within the whirlpool. The 4 profound level weapons were surrounded by a golden light, and all of them started to spin. The entire whirlpool was like a boiling boiler, and it exploded toward the purple dragon thunder. Boom! The entire sky was blasted into smithereens, and the heavens and earth collapsed. However, Xianxia did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his heart sank, and the vast heaven's might was close at hand. His 6 arms quickly formed hand seals, and the 3 defensive boundaries rotated in front of him like mirrors. The glabella of the 3 heads split open at the same time, and a vertical eye opened. Each of them shot out a beam of elemental power, which was wind, fire, and thunder. In an instant, the 3 barriers turned into 3 elemental boundaries, the 3 faces all roared, and the 4 gates on their bodies opened. The Permitha bridge descended, and the 24 moonlit bridge's divine body vision appeared. His strongest defense was the strength of his physical body. At this moment, the huge array formed by Little Blue also flew up, and turned into countless thunder talismans, which gathered on Xianxia's body. The countless thunder talismans stuck around Xianxia, and continued to stack up, turning into a tall armor of thunder, which also looked like a thunder giant. All the thunder talismans lit up at the same time, and connected with each other, as though they were one. Ho! After going through layers upon layers of obstacles, the purple thunder dragon seemed to be a little annoyed. It roared again, and its eyes shot out a sharp light. Boom! The dragon landed on the armor of thunder, and the countless thunder talismans collapsed one by one. However, the speed was not fast, and at the same time, the power of the purple thunder was constantly being consumed. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. His 6 arms clenched into fists, and he roared as he punched towards the purple dragon. Ah 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 ah. Countless golden fist shadows appeared in the sky, layer upon layer. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple, green, and gold tricolored light. Boom. 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 A huge explosion shook the surrounding space, and the people in the distance were all frightened. Their hearts were constantly being attacked, and they only felt that the tricolored light was becoming more and more blurry, and everything was falling into chaos. Boom. Finally, a huge tremor shook the heavens, and all the water in the sea evaporated, the sky completely collapsed, plunging into boundless darkness like a huge black hole. No more light shone out. Gulp. Everyone's throats trembled, and they found it hard to speak. Finally, it was Chen Feng who pursed his lips and said with difficulty, "What's the result? Did you make it through?" Silence. No one was able to answer. Everyone stood motionlessly. The earth-shattering scene had been firmly engraved into their bones. It kept replaying in their minds, and they couldn't snap out of it for a long time. The darkness in the distance gradually dissipated, and a bit of light appeared. A bolt of lightning jumped and made a sizzling sound. More and more lightning gathered, and slowly, it formed into a ball. Within the ball, there was a mixture of purple and green, and it was extremely pure. Although the lightning was dazzling, its aura was extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. It was obvious that it had been severely injured. Suddenly, a crimson-red hand appeared above the ball of lightning, and grabbed downwards. Clang, clang. Bolts of lightning shot out, and the ball of lightning struggled a few times, but could not break free. Haha. In the end, it's still mine. Peerlessy would. A cluster of flames jumped away, and a burly figure appeared from the darkness. A ferocious and excited face appeared, and it was the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Hey! What happened? Impossible. He's not dead yet? Everyone's expression changed greatly, and an uncontrollable fear spread through their bodies. Just now, he was clearly charred black, and basically stopped breathing. Even if he was not dead, he could not possibly appear alive and well. After a short moment of shock, Chen Feng, Moronghingyu, and the others' expressions turned gloomy. The Peerlessy Wood could not be taken away by him, but the power displayed by the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had already shocked everyone. Everyone stared at it, and no one dared to approach it. Bang! Just as everyone was thinking about it, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's body suddenly trembled, and with a bang, its heart exploded. An armful of sharp claws shot out from its back. Ah? This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The sharp claws reeked of blood, and countless pieces of flesh were stuck on them. It was the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's broken heart. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's faces were also filled with anger and fear, and an expression of extreme despair. It roared unwillingly, "Leap sect! You bastard, you dare to kill me?" The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard went completely crazy, as if they could not believe the scene before them. They had actually died in the hands of Leap sect. A faint figure appeared behind them. Leap sect's face twitched, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. As if afraid of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's final struggle, he appeared to be unusually cautious, and said coldly, "In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. Lord Thunder Fire, with a wave like me pushing you, you can die in peace." He suddenly kicked out, and his movement was as fast as lightning. Bang! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's head exploded like a watermelon, and all kinds of juices flowed everywhere. Everyone trembled, and looked at this scene in disbelief. An overlord of a generation, a peak 9 stars expert, Emperor Wu, had died in such a cowardly manner under the sneak attack of a junior. Although they were mortal enemies, the death of a person was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Watching a peerless expert die in such a lowly and insignificant manner, everyone felt a pang of guilt. Leap sect retracted his bloody claws, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. Then, he grabbed at the ball of lightning. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and an incomparably cold sword was silently pressed against his neck. Then, a cold voice said, "Good kill. You saved me a lot of trouble. Li Yunxiao." Chen Feng suddenly cried out with joy in his eyes. The others were also overjoyed, but at the same time, they were shocked. Although they didn't want Li Yunxiao to die, when they saw that Li Yunxiao was still alive and well, they felt an indescribable pressure in their hearts. How can you still be alive? Ruizong's whole body trembled in disbelief. He didn't dare to turn around because he could clearly feel the coldness on his neck. The sharp aura of the sword made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was in a sorry state with blood all over his body, but his eyes were bursting with light as he taunted, "TSK, is this how you greet me? How unpleasant. Do you believe that I won't chop you to death right now? Don't, let's talk." Ruizong swallowed his saliva as cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. "What is there to talk about with you? You even took away one of my puppets. I'll kill you to vent my hatred." Li Yunxiao's voice became colder. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a dragon scale on Ruizong's neck cracked open with a bang. "Don't. Stop." Ruizong trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "Do you still want that puppet of yours? If you kill me, you won't be able to find it for the rest of your life." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Don't tell me that you know where my puppet was teleported to. The pink crystal dust's teleportation is random, I know this better than anyone else." Ruizong didn't know the importance of that puppet in Li Yunxiao's heart and was just casually mentioning it. At this moment, he found a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "It is indeed random, but I know the approximate location." Li Yunxiao said in disbelief, "Flowery words are only good for deceiving children." The cold sword trembled slightly, and hot dragon blood immediately flowed out. No, it's true. I'm not lying to you." Ruizong hurriedly said, "I'll show you. But you must swear not to kill me." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "If it's true, I don't mind sparing your life." The calabash was very important to him, and he faintly sensed that Ruizong didn't seem to be lying. If he could get it back, it would be very lucky indeed. Otherwise, he might not be able to find it in his whole life. Ruizong was overjoyed. He took out a jade pendant and shot several runes in the air. The runes flew around the jade pendant and gathered in it. Then he threw it back. Li Yunxiao took the jade pendant and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately frowned. Seeing that there was no sound behind him, Ruizong hurriedly shouted, "The location recorded on it is absolutely real." Li Yunxiao fell silent. He held the jade token and looked at it for a while. Then, he withdrew his sword and said slowly, "You may leave." When Ruizong sensed that the sword chi was gone, he instantly retreated 10 steps and retreated hundreds of meters before turning around vigilantly. His face was full of anger. Li Yunxiao glanced at him coldly. He waved his hand and grabbed the purple lightning. Then he slowly put it between his eyebrows. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Seeing him take the peerless wood, they didn't feel good. But no matter what, it was better for Li Yunxiao to take it than for the Sea clan. Besides, Li Yunxiao and the Yiwood spirit had known each other for a long time. No one else here was qualified and powerful enough to take the Yiwood spirit. Ruizong's expression changed slightly. Then he calmed down and said coldly, "It's over. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Yunxiao, I'll remember you." Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He said coldly, "What? Do you want to be beaten?" Ruizong's expression changed slightly. He snorted and waved his sleeves, shouting, "Let's go." Not far away, a ray of light flashed. It was Runwu. He also didn't look good. He glanced at everyone coldly, but he didn't dare to look at Li Yunxiao. The two brothers turned into a ray of light and fled toward the distant sea. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know whether to stop them or not. If they tried to stop them, they might not be able to since they were all heavily injured. Moreover, the other party was the North Sea Crown Prince. It would be troublesome to stop them. It was better to turn a blind eye and let them go. Everyone looked down at the vast ocean. The entire Seawood town, which was tens of thousands of meters wide, had disappeared, and they all felt depressed. The three Mu brothers' expressions were even more gloomy. They felt pain in their hearts. Chen Feng sighed, "Everyone has worked hard. Now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Fortunately, we're all still alive. Let's return to Sky City." The jade bracelet on his wrist flickered. A ray of light shot out and turned into a rank 8 netherworld warship. Everyone boarded the warship. Li Yunxiao also went in a flash. Those who had luckily escaped from the city and were watching in fear from the distant land were also brought away. A few days later, a rank 8 warship suddenly appeared above Sky City, attracting the attention of countless people. Ever since Di Jia had caused a ruckus in the city, the defensive capabilities of the entire city had increased greatly. Seeing the huge warship approaching, the people on the city walls immediately panicked. "Don't panic, don't panic. This is the rank 8 warship of the Blade Sect," a captain-like figure shouted. He looked over and saw a huge symbol on the warship. It was the Blade Sect's. Is it the Lord of the Blade Sect? But why did he drive a warship over? All sorts of gossip came from the top of the city walls as people speculated. The captain shouted, "All of you, shut up. Open the city's defenses and welcome the Lord of the Blade Sect." Immediately, more than 10 martial artists soared into the sky and performed all kinds of hand seals in the sky, dancing in the air. Layers of mirror light appeared on the city walls and opened them one by one. "Is the Lord of the Blade Sect? Please report your name." Seeing that the warship was right in front of him, the captain hurriedly asked loudly. A handsome man appeared on the deck of the warship and said in a clear voice, "I am Chen Feng of the Blade Sect. I want to enter the city now. Thank you for your accommodations." With a flip of his right hand, a golden token flew over. The captain's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew of Chen Feng's name. After checking the token, he immediately said respectfully, "So it's the young master of the Blade Sect. I'll inform the city lord now." Chen Feng said, "There's no need. There's no need to alarm too many people. We can just stay in the Divine Wood family." The captain was alarmed. He seemed to have realized something and hurriedly said, "Yes. Yes." Mu Yuyun also appeared on the deck and stood behind Chen Feng. When everyone saw this scene, many thoughts arose in their minds. After the city lord's mansion was annihilated, his strength had plummeted and he was no longer able to govern Sky Setting City. The few major factions in the city were secretly stirring. They were constantly recruiting talents and moving towards the various powerful factions to increase their foundation. There had long been rumors that the faction backing the Divine Wood family was the Blade Sect. There were even rumors that the Seawood Spirit Suppression Lightning Fruit was under the protection of the Blade Sect. Now that the young master of the Blade Sect had personally come to Sky Setting City to support the Divine Wood family, it seemed like the rumors were not far from the truth. The city's defenses were originally under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. However, ever since the incident, all the warriors had sought refuge with the other major factions. At this moment, the city's defenses were jointly controlled by the few major factions in the city. This news immediately spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the entire Sky Setting City. In the city, in the Divine Wood family's territory, in the largest guest hall, a few beautiful maidservants came and quickly filled the table with all sorts of spirit fruits and spirit wine. Every banquet table was filled with fragrance and spiritual qi. There were also quite a number of supreme-grade lightning spirit fruits. There were more than 10 people seated in the hall. Looking at the sumptuous feast before them, they could not help but smile. Chen Fengyuan and Mu Yuyun sat at the head of the hall. To their left were Li Yunxiao, Chen Feng and his wife, Fei Anaichi Gue, and Morong Hingyu. To their right were Jiang Xiuzhen, Mu Yufeng, Mu Yulang, and a few core members of the Divine Wood family. Chen Feng grabbed the wine flask in front of him and took a sniff. He said with a light smile, "Even with my cultivation, a sip of superior spirit wine is equivalent to several days of cultivation. The Divine Wood family is indeed rich and overbearing." Mu Yuyun immediately smiled bitterly, "Young master, please don't mock me. It's rare for Mr. Fengyuan, young master, and all the other young heroes to come to my humble abode. It is truly an honor for me. I have brought out all the treasures of the family. I hope everyone will not find it lacking." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Lord Yuyun is too polite. I have not seen many of these rare fruits before. My horizons have been broadened today." Mu Yuyun said, "As long as young master likes them, it's fine. There are some species that the family still has in their collection. I'll get someone to pick some good ones for young master to taste later." Chen Feng hurriedly said, "You're too polite." Mu Yuyun sighed and said, "Sigh, the Divine Wood family has accumulated some savings under the care of Mr. Feng Yuan, young master, and young master Hingyu for many years. It can temporarily maintain the family's operations. But now that Seawood Town has been destroyed, all the rootless trees have disappeared. The Divine Wood family has lost an important source of profit. The family's legacy is truly worrying," he said with tears streaming down his face. He could not help but wipe his tears with his sleeve. Morong Hingyu drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Lord Yuyun is worrying too much. With young master Chen Feng around, their saber sword sect is rich and overbearing. Even if they pluck a leg hair for you, it will be enough for your Divine Wood family to continue for hundreds or even thousands of years." Mu Yuyun hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists at Chen Feng. "If that's the case, then everyone in the Divine Wood family will be deeply grateful to young master." Chen Feng was holding a fruit in his hand and was about to eat it. Now that his mouth was wide open, he could not put it in no matter what. He could only put the fruit back on the plate and said to Morong Hingyu, "Young master Hingyu must be joking. The expenditure of the saber sword sect is unimaginable. On the other hand, the Morong family has been in seclusion for many years. All sorts of spirit stones and treasures are only coming in and not coming out. They have probably piled up into a mountain and are as rich as a country, right? Why don't the Morong family come out and occupy a wondrous land of a spiritual mountain, becoming the 10th superpower? Our two families will form an alliance and advance and retreat together." Mu Yuyun saw the opportunity and hurriedly said, "If the Morong family is willing to come out, then I'll have to ask young master Hingyu to take care of the Divine Wood family. We will also be extremely grateful." Morong Hingyu snorted coldly, "Humph, all these years, more than half of Seawood Town's income has gone to your saber and sword sect. The Morong family and the Divine Wood family are just drinking some soup. Now that Seawood Town is gone, not to mention the Divine Wood family, even my Morong family is in trouble. We might have to borrow some money from your saber and sword sect." Fei Ni's eyes flickered as he muttered, "I finally understand how the spirit lightning fruit is sold." "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Strange Ghost frowned, "Brilliant? What do you mean?" Fei Ni's gaze shifted as he smiled without saying a word. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, "Now that Seawood Town is gone, there's nothing to hide." Strange Ghost said unhappily, "Fei Ni, what exactly do you mean by brilliant?" Fei Ni chuckled, "I can only guess a little. Let Lord Yuyun explain." Mu Yuyun sighed and said with a pitiful expression, "The benefits of the Seawood Town Thunder Spirit Fruit are too great. Although we have the support of the Saber and Sword sect, there are still some powerful forces or powerful warriors that we can't afford to offend. Thus, the smuggling of the Spirit Lightning Fruit has appeared. The Morong family secretly sends the fruits to the forces that need them." Strange Ghost was shocked as he widened his eyes, "So you're saying that the so-called smuggling is actually in cahoots with you?" Mu Yuyun nodded and said, "The benefits are obvious. Firstly, it satisfies the needs of the various forces, and secondly," Fei Ni chuckled and said, "the price of the smuggled Spirit Lightning Fruit has almost doubled, and the benefits are unimaginable. There must be other forces that have guessed the crux of the matter, but with the Saber and Sword sect and the Morong family overseeing it, they can only turn a blind eye." Chen Feng said, "The biggest piece of the pie in the entire Seawood Town is the Morong family smuggling." Bullsh *T. Morong Hingyu shouted, "The number of fruits and the flow of the fruits are all under your Saber and Sword sect's control. We're just eating a little bit." Mu Yuyun hurriedly said, "Young masters, stop arguing. Now that the fruit forest is gone, what should we do next? I hope that the lords here can give the Divine Wood family a way out." Morong Hingyu and Chen Feng immediately pretended to be dead and looked outside. Mu Yuyun looked pitifully at Chen Feng Yuan beside him. Chen Feng Yuan had been silent the entire time. He looked abnormally old, but he was wearing a gorgeous embroidered robe, which made him look rather noble. In the previous battle, he had exhausted all his strength. Although he was lucky enough to not die, his cultivation had been crippled, and he had become an ordinary old man. To an expert who had once stood at the peak of the continent, this was a cruel thing. Fortunately, Chen Feng Yuan was optimistic. After a few days of change, he seemed to have accepted this reality. Chen Feng Yuan looked at Mu Yuyun's pleading eyes and smiled, "I have already become a cripple. I plan to find a place to spend my remaining years peacefully. I will no longer interfere with the matters of the sect. The entire hall quietened down, and only the sound of people eating fruits could be heard. It seemed to be a little discordant. Fei and I blinked and looked at Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yunxiao is sitting there without saying a word and only cares about eating. Could it be that these fruits are really that delicious? Li Yunxiao's 2 hands did not stop, and he continuously swallowed a few fruits. More than half of the things on the table had been eaten, and his mouth was full of food. He could not speak clearly, and he mumbled, "Such good things, it would be a waste not to eat them. Eating all of these is equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. I am not like you guys who want to suffer for your face. Actually, all of you want to eat half to death because you want your face." As he spoke, he ate a few more, and as if he was choking, he directly opened the lid of the wine flask and drank large mouthfuls of the wine. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly, feeling a little dizzy. However, what Li Yunxiao said was the truth. Eating this table full of fruits would probably be equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. It was just that no one could eat so crudely. What you say makes sense. When Odd Ghost heard that, he thought for a moment and also began to eat the fruits with both hands. In the Battle of Seawood Town, he had been unconscious and protected by the Divinewood family, so he did not see Li Yunxiao show his might. But on the way here, he had heard Fei and I explain the matter in detail. Although he did not believe it, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and Li Yunxiao. In this world, it was not frightening to be stronger than you. What was frightening was those who were stronger than you and worked even harder than you. Odd Ghost had also thought this through. What about face? It was not worth mentioning when it came to something as important as raising one's cultivation. If you had strength, you would have face no matter what. Without strength, no matter how much you pretended, others would not think that you had face. They would only think that you were an idiot. Chen Feng, Morong Hingyu, and the rest were silent for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly grabbed the fruits in front of them and began eating. Even the 2 women, Fei and I, and Liang Yui, gave a faint smile. Although they were not as crude as the men, they still quickly took the fruits and ate them. This made Mu Yuyun suffer. He felt a heart-wrenching pain as he said with a trembling voice, "Eat slowly. Everyone, eat slowly. Let's first talk about the future development of our clan." But no one paid attention to him. They all ate faster and faster. Not only Mu Yuyun, but the other members of the Divinewood family also felt their hearts ache, beating their chests and stamping their feet. "Wow, I'm full. So comfortable." After a while, Li Yunxiao patted his belly and laughed happily. The small mountain of fruits in front of him was completely empty. Mu Yoyun's heart was bleeding, but he still smiled apologetically. "It's good that young Master Yunxiao is comfortable. Li Yunxiao smiled, "I just heard from Lord Yuyun that there are still some left in the residence. Why don't you take some out to eat?" "I'm not full yet." He rubbed his belly. Mu Yoyun's face turned green in an instant. His eyes bulged as he said with a trembling voice, "The remaining bit is all the treasures of the Divinewood family. Young masters, let's eat slowly. Let's first talk about the situation and development of our clan. As long as we have a good chat, I'll bring out all the treasures and let everyone eat to their heart's content." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Good idea. Let's wait for them to finish eating before we talk." Chen Feng and company ate faster and faster, with no intention of stopping. Mu Yuyun patted his head, feeling that he had met a malefic star. The reason why he took out so many treasures to entertain everyone was to express his sincerity. More importantly, considering that everyone was someone with status, even if they wanted to eat, they would only have a small taste. Most of the bejeweled nectar fruits had to be brought back to the residence's treasury. Who knew that they would meet a shameless malefic star like Li Yunxiao, who even led everyone to eat together? Even the core members of the Mu family could not help but secretly eat. Once the meeting was over, they would not be able to enjoy these supreme-grade spirit fruits. Mu Yuyun was infuriated. He glared fiercely at those few people, and they restrained themselves a little. Only Jiang Shozhen remained calm and collected. He did not lower his face and only took a small taste. He had the demeanor of a senior as he chuckled. "Eh? Why aren't you eating such delicious fruits? Li Yunxiao looked at Jiang Shozhen in surprise. His figure flashed, and everyone only saw a green light flash by. The bejeweled nectar fruits in front of Jiang Shozhen were all moved to Li Yunxiao, who continued to eat. If you're not eating, I'll help you eat. Jiang Shozhen was stunned for a moment before he awkwardly smiled apologetically. Li Yunxiao did not even look at him as he continued to eat and drink to his heart's content. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Yunxiao finally swept away all the food in front of him and let out a loud burp. That burp made Mu Yuyun feel like a knife was being twisted in his heart. However, the person before him was the #1 rising star of the younger generation. He would definitely be the overlord of the world in the future and was someone he had to curry favor with. Mu Yuyun could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Yunxiao, are you happy eating?" Yes, very happy." Li Yunxiao laughed loudly. Everyone looked at each other. Li Yunxiao rubbed his belly and said, "Since you are eating so happily, I will give Lord Yuyun an idea. You will definitely be able to get out of your current predicament." "Oh? Quick, tell me." Mu Yoyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately became overjoyed. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Yuyun, you only need to send people to spread the word that the Saber sect and the Murong family are your backers. You will have to hand over more than half of your profits to them. Who in the entire Fixed Sky City will compete with you for business? You can just wave your hand and take a bite out of all the businesses in Fixed Sky City, holding them all in your hands." Pfft. Chen Feng and Murong Hingyu immediately choked. One of them choked until his neck turned red, and he desperately patted his chest. The other continuously coughed, spitting out the remains of the fruit in his mouth. Mu Yuyun also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "Does Lord Yuyun think that this method is inappropriate?" Mu Yuyun sighed and said, "It's not just inappropriate, it won't work at all. It's a completely wild idea. Not to mention the fact that the other powers in the city also have backers. This kind of brazen snatching of profits will incur the wrath of the masses. The Saber sect and the Murong family will definitely stand on the side of righteousness. How can they help me? Inappropriate. This won't do at all." Mu Yuyun shook his head, thinking to himself that although this Li Yunxiao was strong, his thinking was too childish and simple. Exactly. A gentleman loves wealth, and he takes it in a proper way. How can he do such a forceful thing? My Saber sect will definitely not allow it. Chen Feng also said with a serious expression. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "The two of you have been eating from behind for so many years. Now that you have nothing to eat, you don't care when others are in trouble. Haha, as expected, a gentleman loves wealth, and he takes it in a proper way." Chen Feng's face turned red, and he said, "Isn't this what everyone is discussing?" Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said, "There's no need to discuss. Just use my method. When the Divine Wood family is attacked, if the two of you do not stand up, I will announce to the world that Seawood Town has been eating for so many years. Let's see where the two of you can put your faces." This absolutely cannot be done. Chen Feng immediately panicked. If it was anyone else, he would not believe that they would dare to do such a thing. However, since it was Li Yunxiao, he would definitely dare to do such a thing. Murong Hingyu was also a little apprehensive. The Murong family really didn't earn much. "Brother Yunxiao, you can't cheat me like this." Li Yunxiao snorted, "I don't care about that. I only know that if you benefit from others, you have to do things for them. I was very happy eating this fruit, so I have to speak up for the Divine Wood family. Aside from exploiting others with the Spirit Lightning fruit, your two families have also given quite a lot of offerings, right? Now that things have come to a head and others are in trouble, you're playing dumb?" Chen Feng hurriedly said, "Brother Yunxiao, you misunderstand. We definitely can't ignore the matter of the Divine Wood family. It's just that with Seawood Town destroyed, the decline of the Divine Wood family is unavoidable. If they want to rise again, there must be a process." Li Yunxiao's face sank, and he said coldly, "Chen Feng, you're still playing dumb with me. If you really want to support a mere Divine Wood family, even without the Spirit Lightning fruit, they will only be stronger." Seeing that Chen Feng still wanted to argue, he interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't try to reason with me. I don't understand." In short, a year later, the Divine Wood family declined. Not only did I reveal the matter of Seawood Town, I also revealed some of the Saber Sword sect's secrets. He smiled coldly and said, for example, Duan Tian's 9th aunt's maiden family, the Situ clan of Qingyuan City. He slaughtered 1,000 people in one night and swept away all the other forces in the city, unifying Qingyuan City. I think it was done by a fat winter melon martial emperor from your Saber Sword sect who was slightly plump and had a double chin. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Even Chen Fengyuan's pupils constricted, revealing a shocked expression. The others frowned slightly, and their expressions changed greatly as well. Chen Feng swallowed with difficulty and said sternly, Li Yunxiao, don't speak nonsense. The Qingyuan City case is still a mystery. What right do you have to say that we did it? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, when that happened, you weren't even born yet. Just ask your third granduncle. Back then, he had accidentally passed by Qingyuan City and stayed there for a night, witnessing this matter with his own eyes. Chen Fengyuan was also secretly shocked. Although everyone in the world could more or less guess that it was done by their Saber Sword sect, no one dared to say it out loud. Furthermore, they did not know what the culprit looked like. This Li Yunxiao seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. He said in a deep voice, the Saber Sword sect has always been upright, how could they do such a shameless thing? Let's not talk about these nonsensical rumors. Let's talk about proper matters. I also feel that the Divine Wood family has done their best for us all these years, so we should vigorously support them. When Chen Feng heard this, he, Feng, and Chen, Li, and Feng, and Li. Li Yunxiao Feng, and Li. Feng, the Feng said. He immediately understood that what Li Yunxiao said was true. Feng was afraid that the matter would blow up, and it would have a bad effect on the Saber Sword sect. Chen Fengyuan said, how about this, the position of City Lord of Dingtian City is about to change hands. Let Mu Yuyun inherit it. Chen Feng was shocked. The position of City Lord of Dingtian City involved many things. The other major powers had also sent people to offer offerings, and the Saber Sword sect had accepted it. It would be too unkind of him to interfere. Even if he wanted to support the Divine Wood family, there was no need to interfere in the matter of the City Lord. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Fengyuan waved his hand and interrupted him. Chen Fengyuan drank a cup of wine and looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. I wonder if young Master Yunxiao is satisfied with this kind of support. Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, I'm satisfied. Lord Yuyun, I did not eat this fruit for nothing. I have fought for the position of City Lord for you. Thank you, young Master Yunxiao. Thank you, Lord Fengyuan. Mu Yuyun was overjoyed. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He knew very well that Chen Fengyuan was giving face to Li Yunxiao. He hurriedly said, young Master Yunxiao likes to eat these spirit fruits. I will immediately get the servants to pack up all of them and send them over. A core member of the Mu family immediately understood and hurriedly left the hall to prepare all sorts of gifts. Jiang Shozhen also smiled, congratulations on having brother Yun. Mu Yuyun hurriedly said, thanks to Lord Shozhen, thanks to all the lords, I hope that Lord Shozhen can take care of me in the future. Jiang Shozhen patted his chest and said, I don't dare to say about other places, but in Dingtian City, more than half of the Myriad Treasure Tower's business will go to your Divine Wood family. Really? Mu Yuyun was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, thank you, Lord Shozhen. Good things came one after another. Happiness came so quickly that it made the three Mu brothers feel like they had suddenly fallen into the clouds. Jiang Shozhen was actually just following the wind. Previously, a third of the Myriad Treasure Tower's business in Dingtian City went to the City Lord Manor. The Divine Wood family also had a fifth of the business. Now, it was just adding them together. But to the Divine Wood family, it was undoubtedly great news. The three of them knew that this was all thanks to Li Yunxiao. They were all extremely grateful. Morong Hingyu, Fei and I, and the rest watched from the side. Their eyes flickered as they each had their own thoughts. Chen Fengyuan smiled and said, young Master Yunxiao is a person who values friendship and loyalty. You are truly a rare person. I wonder if you are interested in being a guest at the Saber Sword sect. Li Yunxiao said, could it be that I said some secrets just now, so Mr. Fengyuan wants to lure me over and kill me? Haha, young Master Yunxiao is really humorous. Chen Fengyuan laughed and said, you are the #1 person in the younger generation. In the future, you will definitely be an overlord, a peerless figure. The Saber Sword sect really wants to get to know a friend like you. Li Yunxiao said, Mr. Fengyuan's words mean that we are no longer friends? Haha, this old man misspoke. Young Master Yunxiao is straightforward. Chen Fengyuan stroked his beard and laughed. His expression relaxed for the first time in a few days. Befriending Li Yunxiao could be considered the last thing he would do for the Saber Sword sect. Although there would be some twists and turns in helping the Divine Wood family ascend to the position of City Lord, it was nothing to the Saber Sword sect. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao was a person that he had to befriend. Ever since the matter with Songyang City, the proud and arrogant Chen Fengyuan had been reborn. It was as if he had become a different person. Not only did his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, even his character had become reserved and low-key. Therefore, not only him, even Chen Fengyuan, Duan Tian, and the rest were extremely curious about Li Yunxiao. When he saw him in Seawood Town, his strength was even more terrifying than the rumor said, causing Chen Fengyuan to feel uneasy. During this period of time, because his cultivation had been crippled, he was in low spirits. Since he had the chance to befriend this person, he naturally would not let it go. He immediately stood up to support the Divine Wood family, which could be considered as selling him a favor. Morong Hingyu also cupped his fists and said, the Morong family also welcomes Brother Yunxiao as a guest at any time. Fei Ni's gaze turned and he said with a smile, the Heavenly Ridge Long family is the same. After these people had seen Li Yunxiao's strength, they, who had always thought highly of themselves, had actually lost the will to compete with him. They were completely convinced and started to rope him in for their own benefits. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the Morong family is an elusive place, and the Heavenly Ridge is between dangerous cliffs. It is a rare scenery in the world. I will definitely go there when I have the time. This was also a response to the two of them. Chen Fengyuan also figured out his third granduncle's meaning. He immediately smiled and said, after we parted ways in Songyuyang City, Chen Fengyuan has been constantly thinking about Brother Yunxiao. Why don't you follow me to the Saber Sword sect now? There will definitely be better wine and delicacies there. I also have many things in the martial way that I would like to seek advice from Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned and his smile disappeared. He said slowly, I'm really sorry, but I have something to do. It's just that I haven't been on the continent for a long time, so I'm very uninformed about some news. I would like to ask everyone about something. What is it? Chen Fengyuan said in surprise, if we know, we will definitely tell you everything we know. Jiang Shoujin hurriedly said, even if it's some secret, with my myriad treasure tower's ability, we will be able to guess it very quickly. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Scarlet Moon City's Tang Xian wants to marry Jiang Ruobing. Does anyone know the inside story? Everyone was stunned and revealed strange expressions as they looked at each other. Fei Ni suddenly smiled and said, everyone in the world knows about this. Why does young Master Yunxiao ask this? She blinked her eyes and said, Tang Xian is also a rare young hero in the world. He is also the son of Scarlet Moon City's city lord. I heard that he is also the direct disciple of Throne Emperor Wu Tingguang. I also heard that Jiang Ruobing is also as beautiful as a fairy. Her beauty is renowned throughout the world. The two of them can be considered a match made in heaven. Oh, I understand now. Fei Ni saw that Li Yunxiao's expression was becoming uglier and immediately changed the topic. Back then, young Master Yunxiao displayed his prowess in Scarlet Moon City. Jiang Churan called him the #1 rising star of the younger generation. I believe you must have some relationship with Jiang Ruobing? Mu Yuyun said, this matter is already known to the world. There is still a month before the wedding. My Divine Wood family has also prepared a generous gift. What does young Master Yunxiao want to know? Li Yunxiao said seriously, is Jiang Ruobing really willing to marry Tang Xian, or was she forced by others, or was she forced by the situation? He raised his head and stared at Chen Feng. The Blade Sword sect is also one of the 7 super forces. It's impossible that they don't have this kind of information, right? Chen Feng was startled by his stare and felt extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly said, I do know some inside information about this matter. He smiled bitterly and said, indeed, just like what Brother Yunxiao said, the seven super forces pay close attention to each other. He couldn't help but glance at Fei and I. Fei and I smiled and said, the Long family does indeed have spies in Scarlet Moon City, but I don't know about this matter. Chen Feng nodded and said, back then, after the opening of Earthly Age and Earthly Wasteland, Jiang Churen disappeared and Scarlet Moon City changed hands. The huge Jiang family suddenly declined rapidly. Even Jiang Churen's family was forced to flee Scarlet Moon City overnight and rely on the Jade Toad sect of the northern region. He looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and said, according to the information, when the Jiang family's wife and daughter fled Scarlet Moon City, they received the help of a mysterious youth. After that, Scarlet Moon City began to put out a wanted order for Brother Yunxiao. During this time, Li Yunxiao said, that was me. He added, unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, I could have killed Tang Qing and Ruobing and the others wouldn't have had to escape. Everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Qing was the lord of Crimson Moon City, one of the 7 great sections. Who dared to say such disgraceful words? Chen Feng was also speechless. He wiped his cold sweat and continued, no wonder. Red Moon City's bounty for Brother Yunxiao hasn't been withdrawn yet. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold and his face darkened. Chen Feng suddenly said, if Crimson Moon City dares to harm young Master Yunxiao, the Saber Sword sect welcomes young Master Yunxiao at any time. Everyone was shocked. This was obviously to recruit Li Yunxiao even at the cost of offending Crimson Moon City. Li Yunxiao said, thank you. Chen Feng was also shocked by Third Granduncle's decision. Although Li Yunxiao was worth recruiting, it was unwise to offend Crimson Moon City. He didn't have time to think and continued, after the Jiang mother and daughter escaped to the Jade Toad sect in the north, we continued to send people to follow them for a period of time. However, there wasn't much value in the information. Later, the change was within Crimson Moon City. Although Tang Qing chased the Jiang mother and daughter away, it wasn't easy for him to stabilize his position as the city lord. Using the war in the East Sea to stabilize his prestige and sending a large number of opposing forces to the front lines to die, Tang Qing further increased his control over Crimson Moon City. However, after the war ended, all kinds of counterattacks continued. The internal struggle in Crimson Moon City was extremely intense. After purging a large number of elders, Tang Qing finally controlled the overall situation. However, he seemed to realize that if the purge continued, Crimson Moon City would most likely fall from the 7 major forces. Therefore, he adopted a conciliatory attitude. By marrying Jiang Ruobing and forming a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, he gained the favor of those opposing forces and finally stabilized his position. As for the Jade Toad sect, Crimson Moon City sent a letter and the Jiang family was sent back to Crimson Moon City. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the entire hall was silent. Fei and I said, not only is Tang Qing powerful, but he is also cunning. According to our Long family's intelligence, the people behind him are not so simple. She also revealed the information she knew. Moreover, this information was no secret among the 7 superpowers. Chen Feng's face turned cold, and he said coldly, Songyang City's matter was settled by him, and he suddenly seized Crimson Moon City. How could such an ambitious person be simple? I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. Chen Fengyuan slowly said, none of the old foxes in the merchant union are simple people. Among the 7 major forces, the one who is most likely to fall is Hongyu City. They must have made a detailed plan and plotted for a long time. Jiang Shozhen laughed awkwardly. With his status, he didn't dare to talk about this, so he could only play dumb. Chen Feng asked in surprise, why does Third Granduncle say that? Crimson Moon City was far away in the east, dominating a region without any competition. It shouldn't be that easy to collapse, right? Our northern region, on the other hand, is filled with heroes. Chen Fengyuan said, Crimson Moon City is a place where many forces work together, each doing their own thing. If they meet a strong leader, they can become an iron plate, and their strength surpasses that of the other 6 sections. But if the leader is weak and incompetent, they are like a plate of loose sand. Apart from having a great reputation, they are not even as good as the northern region's 10 sects or the merchant union's 7 chiefs. Chen Feng said, I see. Then what about Jiang Churen? Chen Fengyuan frowned, and his eyes flashed. He said, Jiang Churan looks gentle and refined, but in reality, people can't see through him. He is extremely shrewd. After the previous city lord, Ning Kuei, disappeared mysteriously, Crimson Moon City began to fall into chaos. It's not easy for him to hold the situation until now. Actually, there are two key points in this situation of Crimson Moon City. One is how strong the force behind Tang Qing is, and the second is whether Jiang Churan is really dead. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, revealing endless sorrow. In this world, only he and Tianxi saw Jiang Churan's death with their own eyes. Even if the others guessed it, they couldn't confirm it. Chen Fengyuan nodded. According to the saber sword sect's powerhouse who entered the secret realm, Jiang Churan met a powerful enemy in the end and didn't have time to come out. He most likely died. But for such a peerless powerhouse, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have died. So there are many different opinions, and no one has a definite answer. Fei and I also said, that's right. Our Long family's Lord Yushua was also there. She looked at Li Yunxiao strangely, and said, when Lord Yushua described the scene, he said that young Master Yunxiao was also deeply involved, and he seemed to have left later than them. Everyone was shocked, and all eyes gathered on Li Yunxiao. Chen Fengyuan frowned, and said, I finally understand Crimson Moon City's intentions. Why would they chase after young Master Yunxiao all over the world? So only you know whether Jiang Churan is dead or alive. Everyone's heart thumped, and they all looked at Li Yunxiao. This mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time seemed to be about to be revealed. Li Yunxiao withdrew the sorrow in his eyes, and instantly hid his emotions. He said coldly, why are you all looking at me? Even if I know, it's a secret. Do you know what a secret is? A secret is something that can't be told. Thinking of the battle until the end of time, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. No matter what, he didn't want to personally say the news of Jiang Churan's death. Everyone smiled bitterly, and they all shook their heads. Fei and I muttered, young Master Yunxiao is too straightforward. Everyone is sharing information, but you're hiding it. Li Yunxiao said coldly, then you can also shut up. There's no need to share. Fei Ni's body trembled. Li Yunxiao's gaze was like 10,000 years of ice, and it made her tremble with fear. Her face instantly paled, and she bit her lips, not saying another word. Chen Fengyuan also frowned, and said, since young Master Yunxiao isn't willing to say, we won't force it. Jiang Churan's life and death is important, but it only affects the situation in the eastern region. To my saber sword sect, it's not a big deal. Whether Crimson Moon City's city lord is Jiang Churan, Tang Qing, or anyone else, it's all the same. However, this old man has a doubt, and I hope young Master Yunxiao can answer it. Li Yunxiao said, what doubt? Chen Fengyuan said seriously, who is the person who can injure Jiang Churan in the end of time? Everyone was shocked, and they all pricked up their ears. Li Yunxiao's expression was gloomy, and he said, a monster that has lived in the end of time for countless years, and has occupied someone else's body to live. Chen Fengyuan asked closely, where is that monster now? Can he come out from the end of time? Li Yunxiao saw from Yang Yuanshu's memories that Tianxi had come out, and Ning Qiue had also followed. He sighed, and said, he's already out. I'm not sure where he is now, but if the Saber Sword sect can find out where that thing is, don't forget to tell me. Everyone was greatly shocked. A monster that could injure the city lord of Crimson Moon City was roaming the continent like this. How dangerous was it, however, how many people in the world could subdue this kind of monster? Chen Fengyuan also looked ugly, and nodded, I will report this matter to the sect master, and may even pass it on to the sacred region. Young Master Yunxiao won't mind, right? Li Yunxiao frowned, and said hatefully, I don't mind. It's good to have the sacred region help me find out where this person is, but this person will die in my hands sooner or later. Oh? Where does young Master Yunxiao get his confidence from? Chen Fengyuan was stunned, and asked in confusion. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said word by word, because in this world, no one can kill him. With Tianxi's ability, even if she met an expert like the titled Emperor Wu, even if she couldn't beat him, she would still be able to escape. Furthermore, Tianxi had Tsutsumi's ancestor Guisu by her side, which was equivalent to two experts who had transcended mortality and entered holiness. Even if Ao Chongkong made a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Tianxi, Unless Ao Chongkong had improved to an unimaginable level in the past few years. After all, each of the 10 titled Emperor Wu had outstanding talent. After more than 20 years, it was inevitable that they would improve further. The appearance of Archaeosaurus suddenly appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind, and he could not help but tremble. In this world, perhaps only the living true spirit, the son of the true dragon, had the confidence to kill Tianxi. Chen Fengyuan did not know that he had thought so much in such a short time. He only pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Indeed, there are very few people in this world that can kill him. Chen Fengyuan continued the previous topic, and said, originally, our deduction was that it was very likely that the force behind Tang Qing had infiltrated the world to deal with Jiang Churan, which made it easier for them to take over Crimson Moon City. From the looks of it, Jiang Churan's disappearance was completely an accident, and it could be considered as a great help to Tang Qing. Fei Ni's expression had already recovered, and he nodded. Originally, if Jiang Churan was here, we could at least draw out the force behind Tang Qing. Now, we have no clue as to the terrifying force behind Tang Qing. Li Yunxiao lightly snorted, and said, this cocoon needs to be peeled off layer by layer. Once we beat the guard dog, the master will naturally come out. He stood up, and directly bid farewell. I have more or less understood the situation. Thank you, everyone, I will bid you farewell here. Chen Fengyuan's expression changed, and he said in shock, Brother Yunxiao, are you going to Crimson Moon City? Li Yunxiao said, why, Brother Chen Fengyuan wants to go with me. Chen Fengyuan's face was covered in cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, we cannot be reckless in this matter. If Brother Yunxiao wants to stop the wedding, it is no different from sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth. Moreover, have you ever thought that this might not be a bad thing for Miss Ruobing? At least the Jiang family can stay in Crimson Moon City and continue to exist. Li Yunxiao coldly said, what a joke. Killing Tang Qing will naturally allow the Jiang family to continue. Chen Fengyuan said, but if you go now, you are not killing Tang Qing, you are completely sending yourself to death. Li Yunxiao said, even if I die, I have to go. Chen Fengyuan frowned, and said, I don't understand. Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled, and said indifferently, because someone died for me before, so I have to go now. Chen Fengyuan said, everyone has their own obsession. There are things a man can do and cannot do. Since young Master Yunxiao has made up his mind, we will not stop him. Although the Saber sect cannot fight against Scarlet Moon City, if young Master Yunxiao has a request, we will definitely do our best. He had already spoken very seriously and expressed his support for Li Yunxiao. As one of the 7 super forces, these words might offend Scarlet Moon City, but he still said it. It was enough to show his determination to rope in Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao had a thought and said, since Mr. Fengyuan has said so, then I won't stand on ceremony. It just so happens that I have something to trouble the Saber sect with. Everyone's faces darkened. This Li Yunxiao was really not polite. He had just finished speaking and now he was already making a request. Everyone had the same thought at this moment. In the future, when they spoke to him, they must not be polite. Chen Fengyuan also raised his brows slightly and said without changing his expression, what is it? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, I need a supplementary profound artifact called the spiritual compass. I wonder if the Saber sect has it. Spiritual compass? Chen Fengyuan thought for a moment and said, this item is not particularly precious, but it is indeed good to have it. It is usually used to find ore sources, and most of them are not high grade. I wonder what grade spiritual compass does young Master Yunxiao need? Li Yunxiao said, rank 9. Rank 9? Chen Fengyuan's pupils shrank and he immediately shook his head and said, rank 9 spiritual compass is most likely used to find heavenly treasures and top-grade spirit ores. As far as I know, the Saber sect does not have such an item. Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed disappointment. Suddenly, a voice said, rank 9 spiritual compass? What a coincidence. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was Jiang Shozhen. With a fawning look, he squinted his eyes and said with a smile, in New Yen City's myriad treasure towers auction this time, there is an item that is a rank 9 spiritual compass. Jiang Shozhen looked at Li Yunxiao's confused expression, as if he had never heard of New Yen City before. He hastily explained, New Yen City is a huge city developed by the Merchant Union. As the new merchant union city, the auction will be held in 7 days. After the auction, there's still more than a month before the wedding in Red Moon City. That's more than enough time for young Master Yunxiao to prepare. Li Yunxiao said happily, that's great. I'll head to Nuyan City right away. Jiang Shouzhen hurriedly said, how about I accompany young Master Yunxiao? Something happened in Seawood Town, and I'm on my way back to Nuyan City to report the situation. Li Yunxiao said, no need, I'm used to being alone. Jiang Shouzhen took out a golden token and handed it over with both hands. He said respectfully, since that's the case, young Master Yunxiao can take this token from the Myriad Treasure Tower. You will be able to move freely in the city. Li Yunxiao received it and said, in that case, many thanks. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed in and whispered a few words in Mu Yoyun's ear. Mu Yoyun was stunned at first. Then, he looked at everyone and said, Ding Tian City's city lord has come to visit. He should have seen the saber sword sect's warship enter the city with me, so he personally came to ask for information. Mu Yoyun revealed a cold expression. The position of city lord was about to be his, so he did not care about the city lord anymore. He turned to look at Chen Fengyuan, seeking his opinion. Chen Fengyuan said, let's talk about such a small matter later. Let him wait. Mu Yoyun immediately gave the order. With Chen Fengyuan's status, it was normal for the city lord to wait. Li Yunxiao took his leave and said, everyone, go ahead. If you have time in the future, come to the saber sword sect to gather again. Take care, young Master Yunxiao. Everyone stood up to send him off with a reluctant and affectionate look on their faces. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. His body gradually faded and finally disappeared from the hall. The moment he left the Divinewood family, he turned into a bolt of lightning and headed towards the teleportation formation. There was indeed a luxurious chariot parked in front of the Divinewood family's gate. An old man stood in front of the gate with a worried expression. He should be the bitter city lord. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to go to Nuyan City and click on the spiritual compass. Half a day later, Li Yunxiao appeared in a bustling city. He was secretly shocked. The abundance of spiritual qi in this city was not inferior to that of the 7 super factions. Why had he never heard of it before? It had to be known that the northern region was full of heroes. The slightly better territory was already filled to the brim. Sir, you must be new here. Do you want to buy some jade slips? A plainly dressed youth carrying a basket asked as he chased after Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao glanced at the youth. He looked ordinary and had average talent. He was only a martial warrior. What jade slips? The youth lifted the silk cloth covering the basket. There were layers of green jade slips neatly arranged inside. Some information regarding Nuyan City, such as a map, the branches of the merchants, history of development, and future plans. You should know that although Nuyan City is a new city, it is changing with each passing day. These jade slips contain the latest news, and they will be very helpful to the lords who come to the city for business. They are definitely worth the price. How much is one? 100 mid-grade primal stones. The price was not cheap. However, the creation of the jade slips could only be completed by a refinement master. Adding in the information and organization, it was worth the price. Li Yunxiao immediately bought one and placed it between his eyebrows to read it carefully. Nuyan City was located in the eastern part of the northern region. It was originally a small isolated city with average spirit qi. Furthermore, it only had a mid-range teleportation formation. After it was chosen as a commercial city by the Merchant Union, they started to expand. They sent over a large amount of manpower, resources, and financial resources. In just a few years, it had grown 100 times in size, becoming one of the largest cities in the northern region. In order to make the city rich in spirit qi, the Merchant Union gathered over 10,000 ore masters to search for ore veins near the city. Within a radius of 500 miles, they found a total of 3 supreme-grade ore veins, 19 mid-grade ore veins, and 120 substandard ore veins. They also mobilized thousands of formation masters to directly change the direction of the earth veins, connecting all the ore veins and sending them into the city continuously. When Li Yunxiao saw this, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He naturally understood how much resources were needed to change the direction of such a large area of spirit veins. In the entire world, only the Merchant Union would be able to do so. There were too many veins outside the city. When they had chosen this place as a commercial city, it was most likely because they had discovered a large number of veins before choosing this location. It was no wonder that the city's spirit chi was so rich that it wasn't any lower than that of the 7 superpowers. According to the Jade Slip's description, New Yan City had been expanded 100 times and its spirit chi had increased by 10 times. This was just the first step. Next, they would expand the city's surface area by more than double. They would build a teleportation channel that could traverse the world. It would reach any city in the heavenly martial arts realm, or even the overseas islands. It would become the world's #1 teleportation center. Not only that, but they would also open a holy land for cultivation outside the city. They would guide more spirit veins here for the world's martial artists to use. Of course, they would have to pay to use them. It was estimated that these two businesses would become New Yan City's important sources of income in the future, and they would all be used to maintain and expand the city. New Yan City's goal was to become the world's #1 city. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but be shocked by this plan. If this was really the case, New Yan City wouldn't just become the world's #1 city, it would also become the 8th superpower that could rival the 7 superpowers. The reason why the Merchant Alliance couldn't rival the 7 superpowers was because it was just an alliance of many organizations. It didn't have a single strong leader. It didn't even have the most basic foundation. The 7 great merchant alliances' headquarters were all in different places, and they couldn't be mobilized apart from the annual Merchant Alliance conference. Moreover, the Merchant Alliance still had a major shortcoming, which was that it didn't have any super experts overseeing it. The 7 superpowers all had several 9 stars Apex Emperor Wu experts, but the Merchant Alliance had never heard of anyone with such a cultivation. According to the information recorded in the Jade Slip, the 7 great merchant alliances would move their headquarters to New Yan City one by one. This way, they would have the same situation as the Red Moon City, and they would have an even greater advantage than the Red Moon City. Even though they couldn't solve the shortcoming of the super experts in a short time, as New Yan City developed, they would surely give birth to some apex existences. It was all because they were rich. There was no organization in the world that was richer than the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance's ambition isn't small, it's obvious. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered. None of these crafty businessmen were simple. Even he couldn't see through Wan Qianni, the head of the 10,000 treasure pagoda. Tang Qing of the 4 Extremes sect was the overlord of the world, dominating the East region. Ding Shan of the Heaven Essence Chamber of Commerce wanted to keep a low profile and fade from the public sight. Unexpectedly, he was also an ambitious and scheming person. Although he didn't have much contact with the presidents of the other chambers of commerce, to be able to interact with these crafty old foxes and be known as the 7 associations of the Merchant Alliance, they shouldn't be simple. Li Yunxiao noticed the information in the Jade Slip. The 4 Extremes sect of the 7 associations of the Merchant Alliance was no longer in the list. Instead, there was a chamber of commerce called the Star Moon Temple. He didn't know where it came from. In order to attract the heroes of the world and maintain the flow of people in New Yan City, the 7 associations of the Merchant Alliance would hold a super auction every year. The 7 chambers of commerce would take turns to be the host by drawing lots. This year, it was the 10,000 treasure pagoda's turn. Li Yunxiao removed the Jade Slip from his forehead. He saw that the youth hadn't gone far and was looking at him with a smile. Li Yunxiao said, "Didn't they say that the latest information would be recorded? Why isn't there any information about the auction items of the 10,000 treasure pagoda this year?" Yes. The youth said hurriedly. He took out a slightly smaller Jade Slip from his basket and handed it over with a smile. 100 mid-grade primordial stones. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He shouted, "Is your organization crazy from poverty? You can even sell this separately?" The young man chuckled, "I can't do anything about it since it's decided by the higher-ups. Sir, you are a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. We still need you to maintain world peace in the future. Spend 100 mid-grade primordial stones to buy one." Li Yunxiao picked up a handful of primordial stones and threw them at him. The young man received them with a smile and handed them over with both hands. Li Yunxiao placed the jade slip on his forehead and examined it carefully. All of a sudden, his entire body shook. His eyes exploded with light and shot out two beams of light that were exceptionally sharp. Ah! The young man was startled and said, "Sir, what's wrong?" "This is the latest information we've collected. We just collected all the auction items this morning. It's definitely unique in the market." Li Yunxiao held the jade slip in his hand and said coldly, "Gu Feiyang's celestial sword, Star Destroyer, is also in the auction? Is this information accurate?" The young man heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "I was almost scared to death by your appearance just now. Of course, the reason why our jade slips can be sold at such a high price is because they are worth the money." Li Yunxiao said, "Then do you have any information about who auctioned this celestial sword, Star Destroyer?" The young man said, "I'm not sure about that. I'm only responsible for selling the jade slips." Li Yunxiao frowned. "What organization are you from? Do you have more valuable information for sale?" The young man proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. Information is an important trade item for our merchant association. If you need it, you can go to the Star Moon House directly. The price varies according to the confidentiality of the information and the difficulty of obtaining it." Star Moon House? The Star Moon Commerce, one of the 7 great merchant guilds? Li Yunxiao asked in surprise. Of course. How could there be another Star Moon House in the world? Even if there is, it would have to change its name quickly, the young man said proudly. After Li Yunxiao asked for directions, he called a car with directions and chose the direction of the Star Moon House. The whole of Nuyan City was forbidden to fly unless there was a special permission. There were martial artists flying in the sky from time to time, but all of them had a purple aura around them. This was the special mark given by the Merchant Union. There were very few records about the Star Moon House and the jade slip. It only mentioned that they were engaged in the trade of heavenly treasures, which was very general. On the contrary, the jade slip introduced the other 6 great merchant associations a lot, which made the Star Moon House mysterious. The car's speed was adjusted to the fastest, but it still traveled for more than an hour before stopping in front of a large and elegantly decorated shop. A golden jade signboard hung above the shop. The 3 large words, "Nebula House," were written in a flowing style. It was bold and forceful, yet it exuded a bit of beauty. Li Yunxiao looked for a while before walking into the shop. "Sir, what can I do for you?" A sweet-looking young girl came up to him with a radiant smile. Not only were these young ladies 1 in a million beauties, but they had also cultivated some bewitching techniques. With a single smile, they could make one feel refreshed, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. These welcoming girls were not only 1 in a million beauties, but they also cultivated some charming arts. Their smiles could make people feel refreshed, as if they were bathing in the spring wind. Li Yunxiao naturally would not be affected by such simple charming arts, but he still enjoyed it and said, "Can I buy information here?" She turned around and left. Soon, she returned with a jade token and handed it over with both hands. "Sir, you can attach the information you want to find onto this jade token. We will charge you according to the level of the information." She turned around and left. She quickly took out a jade tablet and handed it over, saying, "Sir, you can attach the information you want to find on this jade tablet. We will charge you according to the level of the information." He immediately grabbed the jade tablet and shot a divine sense into it, saying, "Done." The girl smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." She quickly disappeared and went backstage. Li Yunxiao looked around and spread out his divine sense. Immediately, he got a clear view of all the items in the shop and the conversations of the people. There was nothing that would attract attention. Then, he turned his divine sense and probed the backstage. Suddenly, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Under his divine sense, it was like an abyss, dark and bottomless. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and withdrew his divine sense. Very quickly, that young lady appeared from the backstage. In a flash, she arrived at Li Yunxiao's side. It seemed that everyone had learned a very elegant movement technique. "Sir, the shopkeeper invites you to the back for a chat." The girl's expression was very respectful. Although she was sweet and cute, Li Yunxiao glanced at her and saw that there was more respect and caution in her eyes. Li Yunxiao nodded and followed the girl to the backstage. This attracted a lot of attention, and he also caught some disgruntled conversations. What's going on? Who is this young man? Why can he go to the VIP room to talk? I want to buy hundreds of millions of gun jade, but I can't go to the VIP room. What right does he have? Damn, a pretty boy gets more preferential treatment, doesn't it? I'm a strong man with 8 abdominal muscles, a bodybuilding model. Why can't I? A lot of complaints sounded, and there was also a smiling receptionist lady who explained considerately. It seemed that she would not lose her temper and always had a smile on her face. Li Yunxiao followed the girl through a few corridors and was led into a luxurious private room. There was a strong smell of books in it. The 4 walls were full of longing paintings, in which a waterfall flew and swallowed the mountains and rivers. The girl said with a smile, "Sir, please wait a moment. Our shopkeeper will come soon." Li Yunxiao did not care. He stared at the paintings and frowned. After a while, a dry cough sounded. A skinny old man appeared in front of the door, and behind him stood a plump old woman. The old man's face was thin, his back was hunched, and his goatee was directly stuck to his chest. He coughed a few times, and his pair of shrewd eyes swept over Li Yunxiao, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The old woman behind him had a stern expression on her face. Her expression was ice cold, and she didn't seem friendly at all. The girl hurriedly lowered her head and bowed, then she left. The old man walked straight in and sat on the gold-threaded cedar chair. He laughed and said, "Little brother, you are very young." Li Yunxiao turned around and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "Old mister, you are also very young." The old man's body trembled slightly. He was stunned for a while, then he laughed and said, "Haha, I am more than 100 years old and still young." "Little brother, you are really good at joking." Li Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. Star Moon House has never heard of this name before. It is really surprising that it suddenly rose in the Merchant Union. I wonder what kind of business did your Chamber of Commerce do in the past? The old man smiled and said, "We do business. If the market is good, we will naturally make more money, and rise faster. As long as it is a profitable business, we, the Star Moon House, will do it." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Then can I buy the answers to the questions I asked before here?" The old man's smile did not diminish. He took a sip of the fragrant tea on the table and put it back. He said, "It depends on whether you are willing to pay the starting price." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao's body trembled and he said in a deep voice, "You really have the answers?" He looked at the old man's calm demeanor and his eyes flashed a few times. He slowly said, "Then give me a price." The old man smiled and said, "Little brother, there is no need to rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea. I am Gentleman Han, the shopkeeper of the Star Moon House. Do you still not know your name?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said, "I don't have time to drink tea with you. Don't try to be friends with me. I will leave after the deal is done." Hee hee. Gentleman Han smiled and said, "Young people are always impatient. This tea can." He saw that Li Yunxiao's face was getting colder and colder. He finally stopped and coughed awkwardly. He said, "All right, let's talk business. The questions you asked are all top secret. Although the Star Moon House has the answers, we will not sell them easily." Li Yunxiao said, "I have waited for so long, and this is what you want to tell me?" Gentleman Han smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "Why are young people so impatient nowadays? Listen to me, alright, you are addicted to acting, right? You are a young girl who is not even 20 years old. Is it fun to pretend to be an old man?" Li Yunxiao was really annoyed by his nagging. He directly cut him off and said, "If you want to play, I can play however I want when I have time." Gentleman Han's entire body trembled, and the eyes of the old woman behind him also shone brightly. Her ice-cold face suddenly became even more unsightly. Gentleman Han hurriedly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. He said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am an old man." He looked very embarrassed. No one had ever seen through his disguise. This was the first time in his life. He could not help but panic and did not know how to deal with it. In the end, the voice was still that of an old man, but the tone was that of a young girl. Li Yunxiao could not help but laugh. His impatient mood immediately calmed down. He said unhurriedly, all right, an old man is an old man. As long as you don't dawdle with me, I will admit that you are an old man. Gentleman Han was stunned for a moment. He finally came back to his senses. He knew that his disguise was completely seen through. However, he still had a look of disbelief. He said, I thought my disguise was perfect. How did you find out? As soon as Gentleman Han admitted it, the old woman's face immediately turned gloomy. A chill was emitted from her body and instantly locked the space around them. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This old woman with a cold face was actually a powerful Emperor Jiuxing. No wonder the Star Moon House could somehow squeeze into the 7 major chambers of commerce. Any random person from the Star Moon House had such a cultivation level. The background of this chamber of commerce was definitely not simple, Gentleman Han said coldly. If you don't tell me how you saw through my disguise, don't even think about leaving the Star Moon House. Her voice returned to a female voice. It was actually very pleasant to listen to. Li Yunxiao smiled. Your disguise was indeed flawless. Even your bone age changed. There was no flaw at all. Gentleman Han was stunned. Then how did you see through it? Li Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed at the old woman behind her. He said, she sold you out. Gentleman Han was shocked. Grandma Sunflower? The old woman's face turned gloomy. She said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, this Grandma Sunflower should be inseparable from you, right? Han Junzi frowned, indeed, but what's wrong with that? Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed and said, the Star Moon Temple is one of the 7 great chambers of commerce, so there must be something special about it. How can the shopkeeper of such a great chamber of commerce have a rigid-looking old woman following him? Grandma Sunflower's expression became even more rigid, and her aura fluctuated, causing the space around her to ripple. She was obviously very angry, but she still held it in. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked. What was the background of the Star Moon Temple to have such an expert serve them? Han Junzi still frowned and shook his head. I still don't understand, can you explain it more clearly? Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed again, and said, have you ever seen an overlord, a hero, or a powerful figure in the world? Which man would have an old woman following him around? Han Junzi was startled, and seemed to understand something. She fell into deep thought. After a while, she nodded, indeed, now that you mention it, there really isn't. Her eyes revealed a strange expression, and she said, this is indeed a big loophole, but why can't others see it, and only you see it? Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, everyone is different from others in some way. Miss Han, you should remove your disguise. Your appearance and voice are too incongruous, and my heart can't take it, so I can't adapt. Han Junzi's expression slightly changed, and she said in a deep voice, about my identity, only you know. You know what I mean. Li Yunxiao crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said with a smile, that depends on what benefits the Star Moon Temple can give me. Humph, benefits? Han Junzi said coldly, you should be honored that I showed you my true appearance, and you still dare to talk about benefits? She used her hand to wipe her face, and suddenly, a faint green light flashed. Her face became blurry, and slowly, a delicate and beautiful face appeared. His stooped body slowly straightened, and he suddenly became spirited and elegant. Li Yunxiao's body shuddered and his eyes were filled with shock. This woman was exceptionally beautiful. Among all the women he had seen, she could be ranked in the top 3. Only Chu Hongyan could surpass her. Being stared at by Li Yunxiao like this, Gentleman Han's face turned slightly red, revealing an angry expression. He coldly said, if you continue to be so rude, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Only then did Li Yunxiao shift his gaze in embarrassment. He smiled in embarrassment and said, you are obviously a great beauty, but why are you pretending to be an old man? Gentleman Han said coldly, this has nothing to do with you. She paused for a moment, then added, Ben Jun's name is Han Junting, and only you know it. You understand what I mean? Han Junting. Li Yunxiao muttered. It was a very unfamiliar name, and Grandma Sunflower had never heard of it before. Han Junting looked at him coldly and said, even if you don't tell me your identity, as long as you leave the Star Moon House for half an hour, your information will be in front of me. Li Yunxiao flicked his finger, and said with interest, I'm very interested to know what's written in that information. Han Zhenting sneered, you don't need to know that. Li Yunxiao smiled, I'll pay for it, right? Han Zhenting was startled, then snorted coldly and said, some information can't be bought with money. You have to prove that you have the qualifications. I have the answers to the 3 questions you asked, but do you have the qualifications to know? She focused her gaze and stared at Li Yunxiao. This was also the reason why she was extremely unhappy. Her perfect disguise was seen through by him, and he looked like a ball of fog. No matter what spell she used, she couldn't see through him. Li Yunxiao smiled, what qualifications do I need? Whether you have the qualifications or not, you have to pass my test. Grandma Sunflower's face darkened, and an unfriendly pressure came from the air. At the same time, she made a sign with one hand, and suddenly an invisible barrier opened up, and disappeared into the void. The whole room was under the protection of the barrier. Grandma Sunflower's face became even more gloomy, and her eyes were filled with mockery. It seemed that she could test him without fear. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. The pressure came from the air, and it was only at the level of the 7 stars Emperor Wu. It seemed that she didn't know his strength, and was afraid of frightening him, so she held back. Seeing that he was calm, Grandma Sunflower's face changed, and the pressure from her body instantly rose to the level of the 8 stars Emperor Wu, and came pressing down from the air. Li Yunxiao grabbed the air, and directly took the tea on the table into his hand. He drank it in one gulp, and laughed, singing and dancing to my heart's content, unrestrained and unhindered. This time, Han Zhenting and Grandma Sunflower's faces changed, and showed extreme shock. To be able to walk so leisurely and withstand the pressure from the 8 stars Emperor Wu, his strength was at least above the 8 stars Intermediate Emperor Wu. Grandma Sunflower shouted, you're courting death. Han Zhenting was shocked, and said, Grandma. The fact that Li Yunxiao was able to withstand the oppressive might of an 8-star martial emperor meant that he had already passed the test. It was just that his calm and indifferent appearance caused people to feel displeased. They were afraid that Granny Sunflower would be too heavy-handed and cause trouble. But it was too late. The pressure from Grandma Sunflower's body instantly reached its peak, and the power of Emperor Jiuxing spread out. The entire space began to distort, and Li Yunxiao's figure also became blurred. Even Han Zhenting, who was beside him, had a slight change in expression. She quickly calmed her mind, and a faint light circulated around her body, resisting the power of Emperor Jiuxing. Grandma Sunflower's heart suddenly shook, and her withered arm could not help but tremble, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Her Emperor Jiuxing power spread out, and like a mountain pressing down on the sea, it sank with a rumble, and disappeared without a trace. Ah! She suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and quickly retracted the power of pressure. Her eyes were filled with fear and shock, and she screamed, Who are you? The entire private room rippled, and the power of the barrier suddenly dissipated. Han Zhenting's face was also filled with shock, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. She looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, Wait for half an hour after I leave the Star Moon House, and you will know, right? Han Zhenting pursed her lips, and wanted to say something, but in the end she held back, and sighed, You have passed the test, and you are qualified to know the answers to those 3 questions. The total fee is 5 billion mid-grade primal stones. 5 billion? Li Yunxiao was so shocked that he jumped up, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. Han Zhenting's shocked expression disappeared, and was replaced with a calm smile, and said, You have to pay for the information you want. There are not many organizations in the world that can answer these questions, and their fees will not be lower than ours. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, and then threw out a storage bag, and said, Tell me, if you can't satisfy me, I will take these primal stones back. Han Zhenting chuckled, picked up the storage bag, and put it away, and said, The Star Moon House has never spat out the primal stones they took in. She stopped smiling, and said, Your first question, where did the celestial sword, Star Destroyer, come from in the treasure tower auction this time? The one who provided the celestial sword, Star Destroyer, in this auction is the treasure tower itself. They didn't have any special way to get this sword, and they just bought it by chance. Back then, the peerless Emperor Wu Gufeiyang died in the Tianshao mountain range. I don't know what strong enemy he encountered, but it actually collapsed the Star Destroyer sword, and turned into the Demon Destroyer sword, Star Destroyer sword, and Dawn Light sword, which shattered the void and disappeared. That Star Destroyer sword was obtained by a martial artist by chance, and he didn't know its value, so he sold it to the treasure tower at a low price. A trace of loneliness flashed across Xianxia's face, but he didn't say anything, as if he had accepted this answer. The strange look in Han Junting's eyes intensified. She really wanted to know who this young man in front of her was. Perhaps he was like her, and had gone through a perfect disguise, and his real identity might just be an old man. As for the second question, does the Merchant Union intend to dominate the world and become the 8th superpower? Han Junting's beautiful eyes wandered, and she said with a smile, there's nothing to hide. Although the Merchant Union didn't announce it to the public, with the establishment of New Yan City, it'll be hard for it not to become the 8th superpower. Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. He didn't seem to care too much either. Han Junting continued, as for the third question, where's Ding Ling from the Heavenly Essence Merchant Union? She smiled and said, do you know Sister Ling? She's been in New Yan City recently, but she's not here right now. Xianxia's expression finally changed, and he revealed a surprised look. Han Junting said with a smile, I'll give you another piece of information for free. Even if Sister Ling is in New Yan City, it'll be extremely difficult for you to meet her. She paused for a moment, then added, but with your strength, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? Han Junting pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when the time comes. What do you think of these 3 answers? Do you still want to take back your primal stones? Xianxia said, not bad. I'm very satisfied with the answers, even though they're very expensive. Han Junting's eyes wandered, and she said faintly, young master directly threw 5 billion mid-grade primal stones to ask 3 questions that actually aren't very useful. How generous. Xianxia's eyes also wandered, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, Miss Junting is indeed perceptive. I was only testing the waters with those 3 questions. If you can't even answer them, there's no need for me to ask the following questions. Han Junting said with a smile, I'm also very curious about the questions that young master really wants to know. Perhaps it's a price that you can't afford. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. He took out a jade tablet, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Finally, he placed it in front of his forehead, and a strand of divine scent shot into it. He said, Miss Junting, please give me an estimate. Han Junting curiously scanned the jade tablet with her divine sense, and her entire body shook. Her hand couldn't help but tremble, and she directly crushed the jade tablet. Granny Sunflower's expression changed slightly, and a look of curiosity appeared on her expressionless face. She wanted to know what Xianxia was asking about that could surprise Miss Junting so much. Xianxia asked, what? Even your sect doesn't know? Han Junting's face turned pale. You don't have the right to know these 3 questions. Xianxia's pupils shrank. How do you know I don't have the right to know? He said with contempt, why don't you let this grandma test me again? Han Junting shook her head. No need. If I say I don't have the right, then I don't have the right. Moreover, I don't know all the answers to these 3 questions. If I really want to find them, with Star Moon House's power, it shouldn't be a problem. However, I will have to pay a huge price. I can't accept this deal. Xianxia's expression turned cold. These 3 questions are enough to pry into my secrets. Now that you know all of them, do you think you can just say that you can't accept them? Do you know what I'm thinking? Han Junting looked at his unfriendly gaze and bit her lip. You must want to ruin Star Moon House's reputation. But don't worry. Keeping secrets for our customers is the most basic principle. He paused and said, I can answer one of these 3 questions for free as compensation. Xianxia just looked at her coldly and said nothing. Grandma Sunflower was on high alert. She activated her elemental energy. She had also sensed Xianxia's coldness and was afraid that he would do something to Miss Junting, so she was on her guard. Han Junting said, one of the questions is that Crazy Jia, the alchemist who was chased by a spirit-severing sea cultivator, is still alive. He is now hiding in Ganbo Mountain. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He nodded slowly. All right. I'll leave the other 2 questions with you. I'll come back again. You're the only one who knows about this. You know what I mean. Li Yunxiao directly used her words, causing Han Junting's face to turn red. She bit her lips and said, "Don't worry, the Star Moon House is not an ordinary chamber of commerce. Our reputation is not to be questioned." Li Yunxiao said, "That's good. If you bring me trouble because of this, don't blame me for not knowing how to be tender to the fairer sex." His expression turned cold. Under the gaze of the two, he turned around and left the Star Moon House. Han Junting's eyes flashed and she said, "Grandma Sunflower, I want to know everything about this person. Not a single thing can be omitted." Granny Sunflower nodded and said, "Yes, Mississippi. Should we send someone to follow him?" Han Junting shook her head and said, "No need, this person is extremely shrewd. Moreover, even your Emperor Jiuxing's coercion was completely ineffective against him. His cultivation level is still a mystery. Let's find out more about him first." Granny Sunflower's expression was unsightly. She said coldly, "I think this person has some kind of treasure that can withstand the pressure. There's no way his cultivation can match mine." Han Junting said, "There are countless extraordinary people in the world. We shouldn't underestimate them." After Li Yunxiao left the Star Moon House, he boarded the South Compass carriage and headed to the east of the city. According to the information on the Jade Scroll, although the training ground in Nuyan City was still expanding, it had already been in use since last year. Moreover, most of the training rooms were already full. Since Ding Ling was not in the city, he planned to find a training room and stay there for a few days while waiting for the auction to start. Moreover, it was also good that Ling was not here. It was hard to predict whether he would be able to go to the Red Moon City or not. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. He could not help but think of Luo Yunsheng and showed a worried expression. Even if Ding Ling was trapped by Ding Shan, she was still his daughter. At least her life would not be in danger. As for Luo Yunsheng, she was going to fuse with the Rainbow Stone, which was extremely risky. As a person who had lived two lives, he rarely had a match in the world. Yet, he could not protect the people he wanted to protect. He could only watch helplessly as his old friends, and relatives fell into danger one by one. A dispirited feeling spread in his heart. "Sigh, maybe I have always been a failure." Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly. Looking at the busy road on the compass carriage, the emotions in his heart slowly dissipated. What is the background of the Star Moon School? A follower of Emperor Jiuxing. Tisk tsk, even Baiming Lifeng did not receive such treatment. There are indeed many extraordinary people in the Merchant Union. It is too difficult for any of the 7 merchant unions to suppress the others. Han Junting, you still owe me 2 answers. When the matter in the Red Moon City is settled, it will be the day I come to ask for them." Several hours later, the compass carriage finally arrived at the east side of the city. The entire terrain turned downwards, as if thousands of acres of land had been dug out of the ground. A vast hinterland appeared in front of them, with countless houses of various sizes built within. Apart from the simple appearance of these houses, their positions were completely random. There were more than 10,000 of them. It was recorded in the Jade Scroll that this holy place for cultivation was built on top of 2 supreme spirit veins that were connected to each other. In the next 10 years, there would be another holy place for cultivation like this. All kinds of roads were also winding, extending in all directions. Among them, there were vaguely hidden formations. However, it was too complicated that one could not see any clues immediately. From time to time, there were warriors flying around in the sky, but there was no purple light surrounding them. This was not a space where flying was forbidden. At the entrance of the vast hinterland, there was a simple building with the words Xianxia Holy Land written on it. Warriors were coming in and out from time to time. Li Yunxiao put away the compass carriage and strode inside. There were 20 to 30 people lined up, waiting to do something. He scanned them with his divine sense. These people's strengths were very different. They should be warriors who came from all over the world. He patted the back without a change in expression. In the middle of the hall, there was a formation that was more than 100 feet in diameter rotating continuously. Energy was constantly supplied to maintain a huge water screen above it. The light and shadow in the water screen were blurry, but one could still see the contents clearly. It was the panoramic view of the Xianxia Holy Land. Every single house was marked with different colors. At a glance, a large area was red, which meant that someone had already moved in. There were also some scattered green, which meant that it was an empty secret cultivation room. There were even a few yellow and red mixed in, which meant that the cultivation room was of a higher level and had more abundant spirit qi. Very soon, it was Xianxia's turn. The person in charge was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a martial lord. His hands were endlessly making hand seals on the formation plate in front of him, recording all kinds of information. Next to the table were rows of neatly placed jade tablets, used for registration. What is it? The middle-aged man did not even raise his head and directly asked. I want to rent a place for cultivation, Xianxia said straightforwardly. The middle-aged man threw out a scroll, and said, there are 3 levels of secret rooms you can choose from. If there's no red mark, it means it's empty. Choose one yourself. Xianxia picked up the scroll and opened it. It was exactly the same light and shadow in the middle of the water screen. There were some small words around the scroll, introducing the conditions of the secret rooms and their prices. Normal cultivation room, 10 million mid-grade primal stones a year. Middle-grade cultivation room, 100 million mid-grade primal stones a year. High-grade cultivation room, 10 billion mid-grade primal stones a year. Xianxia's eyes froze. He pointed at a tiny place on the map and said, why is there a purple place? The middle-aged man was shocked. Only then did he take a closer look at Xianxia. He said, this scroll has a scale of 1 to 1. You actually managed to find the only purple room in it. You have amazing eyesight. Xianxia smiled and said, I have indeed trained in the spirit eye technique. The middle-aged man nodded and said, no wonder. The purple room is the best cultivation room, it's usually not open to the public. You should choose the yellow or red one. Not open to the public? Xianxia frowned and said, only people from the merchant union can use it? The middle-aged man nodded and said, you can say that. You have to have a certain rank in the merchant union to be able to use the purple room, and the conditions are very strict. Xianxia asked, what conditions? The middle-aged man frowned and seemed a little impatient, but he still held it in and explained, it's very expensive, and if the merchant union needs it, you have to give up the room at any time. Also, the rent is non-refundable. Xianxia was stunned and said, how is this strict? This is simply tyrannical and immoral behavior. There's no spirit of contract at all. A man behind him said, sigh, little brother, you're new here, right? The spirit qi in the best cultivation room is 10 times that of a high-grade one. Even the cultivation sacred grounds of the 7 super forces can't be better than this. Even if the conditions were 100 times harsher, as long as there's an opportunity and the conditions, many people would try their best to enter. The middle-aged man sneered coldly and said, did you hear that? So what if it's tyrannical? This is Nuyen City, the quiet elegance sacred ground. We have to abide by the merchant union's rules. You can choose not to rent it. Moreover, this isn't something you can rent casually. This purple room is already the last best cultivation room. Xianxia was also shocked. A difference of 10 times was directly reflected in cultivation, which was 10 times the speed. This was a little too heaven-defying. No wonder there were such unreasonable conditions. He took out a token and handed it over, saying, with this, can I rent the purple room? The middle-aged man was taken aback, and then he frowned as he looked at the token. He was suddenly taken aback, and his expression became respectful as he said, so you're a distinguished guest of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. I was disrespectful just now, please forgive me. Xianxia took out the token that Jiang Shozhen gave him. No worries. Can I rent the purple room? The middle-aged man nodded and said, with this token, of course you can. But, Xianxia said, but what? There's no harm in saying it. The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed as he said, then I'll say it directly. Your token can indeed rent the purple room, but this is the lowest grade among the VIP tokens that can rent the purple room. It's the 5th grade. If someone comes with a higher grade token, we will ask the 5th grade VIP to give up the purple room first. Xianxia frowned. You mean I have to give up the purple room if someone comes to rent it? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. Because you are the last one to move in and you are in the 5th tier. The man behind him looked envious. It's worth it even if you can only stay for a few days. If you don't want to, why don't you let me have the room? Li Yunxiao said, then let's rent this room. He wouldn't be staying for long anyway. The middle-aged man said, the rent for the purple room is at least 1 month and it will cost 5 billion mid-grade primal stones. Li Yunxiao frowned but didn't show much of an expression. He had the top-grade spirit vein of the East Sea Palace, so he didn't care about the primal stones. After the exchange, the middle-aged man made a grabbing motion in the air, and a purple jade landed in his hand. He cast several spells into the jade and passed it to Li Yunxiao. There's a pointer on this. Please keep it well. Li Yunxiao took it and looked at it. There was indeed a thin red needle and line on the jade, pointing somewhere in the Xianxia Holy Land. The man behind him stared at the purple jade and swallowed. Brother, can you take me with you? I will only meditate and won't disturb your cultivation. The man smiled eagerly and flatteringly. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, I'm used to being alone. Sorry. He didn't wait for the man to reply and disappeared from the hall in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Xianxia Holy Land, the red needle on the purple jade pointing straight ahead. He followed the needle for a while and saw a house protruding from a small slope. There was no sign on it and it looked exactly like the other buildings around it. Li Yunxiao flew down and threw the purple jade in his hand. The jade emitted a circle of purple light and flew directly to the house. The air trembled slightly, and a burst of barrier power flashed out before disappearing into the void. The purple jade's light dimmed and flew back into Li Yunxiao's hand. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and his figure blurred as he disappeared in front of the house in an instant. The house wasn't spacious. There was a stone table and several stone stools made of light green jade. In the corner, there was a jade bed made of the same material. Opposite the bed was another door with the words, Secret Cultivation Room. As soon as he walked in, the scenery immediately changed. He appeared in an environment with green mountains and clear waters. There were white clouds, lush greenery, and flowing water. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. He flipped his palm, and the purple jade token appeared in his hand. A layer of faint light rippled from it, and 9 balls of light appeared. Among them, there was a green ball of light that was the brightest. Li Yunxiao casually pointed at a yellow ball of light. Instantly, the surrounding scenery changed. The land was barren for thousands of miles, and there was nothing but yellow sand. The blazing sun was high in the sky, and the temperature suddenly rose. He immediately understood that these 9 balls of light were the control hubs for the 9 environments. He could not help but feel shocked. No wonder the price of this purple room was so high, it was indeed worth it. Regardless of the environment, the only thing that did not change was the density of the spiritual energy. It was gushing out endlessly from below, as if it was placed on the eye of the spiritual vein, and spiritual energy was constantly gushing out. Li Yunxiao pointed at a black ball of light. Instantly, he found himself in a pitch-black night sky, dotted with stars. Tsutsumi appeared in his eyes. He looked around, and immediately saw through the void. The entire illusion was a formation in the secret room. Furthermore, after carefully inspecting it and making sure there were no other problems, he put away Tsutsumi. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he revealed a shocked expression. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a green ball of light appeared in front of him, bobbing up and down. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Little Qing, are you completely recovered?" A leisurely voice sounded from the ball of light. Little Qing's blurry figure gradually appeared, and it became clearer. Drinking the dew of the magnolia in the morning, feasting on the fallen petals of the autumn chrysanthemum in the evening. Gathering the roots of the wood to form a knot, penetrating the fallen petals of the shueli, Little Qing's appearance was elegant and refined. She had a noble and heroic appearance. Not only was her aura completely different from before, but there was also a faint purple rune between her eyebrows that flashed and disappeared. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled, as if an electric current had passed through his entire body. All of his pores went numb, and he could not help but shiver. He was shocked to find that there was also a purple light flashing non-stop between his eyebrows. Then, it turned into a purple rune and slowly sank into his body. Finally, it suspended above his dantian and turned into a purple grain of rice. Its brilliance disappeared. Although the purple grain of rice became silent, it emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, making people shudder. Little Qing said, I saw that you cultivated a rather strong lightning divine ability, so I buried a purple lightning seed in your body. This is to return a favor. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He naturally understood the meaning of this purple lightning seed, and he was so shocked that he could not come back to his senses. Little Qing's eyebrows jumped and he said, What, you think this favor is not worth it? Li Yunxiao bitterly smiled and said, How is it not worth it? It far exceeds the value of the favor. It just makes me too shocked and bewildered. He looked at Little Qing and could not see through her cultivation. He said in shock, Little Qing, you have already reached the true spirit realm. Little Qing's eyebrows relaxed and she said, As long as it is worth it, then I only owe you a favor. As for my cultivation, it is not the 10-direction realm. Under the sky, it is already very difficult to break through to the 10-direction realm. Why? Li Yunxiao blurted out. This was what he had always wanted to understand. Because of the lack of laws. Little Qing said, The path of martial arts starts from the first origin realm, 2 parts, 3 talents, 4 symbols, all the way to the Jiutian Emperor Wu. Each step requires one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and condense one's own martial intent Dao fruit. The laws of heaven and earth of the 10-direction realm have already disappeared without a trace. Without being able to comprehend them, one naturally cannot become a god. The laws of heaven and earth of the 10-direction realm? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Since it is the power of the laws of heaven and earth, why did it suddenly disappear? Little Qing frowned and said, I do not know the details, but something big must have happened. Li Yunxiao asked again, Then under this sky, is there still a possibility of becoming a god? Little Qing thought for a while and said, Of course, as the spirit of Yi Wood, I have also absorbed the purple thunder tribulation. I can directly break through the shackles of martial arts and step into the god realm. The spirits of the 5 elements may be the easiest to step into the god realm. Because the 5 elements already contain all the power of laws, they only need to comprehend it on their own. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said, Are you attracting hatred? I am referring to me. Little Qing said slowly, If it is you, then it is really difficult. At least the probability of Shang stepping into the god realm is much higher than yours. That monster? Why? Li Yunxiao blurted out in disbelief, If you say it is difficult, then there must be a way. Little Qing said, I have said before that the reason why one cannot become a god is because there is a lack of laws between heaven and earth. As long as one can find the power of laws, and comprehend or refine it, then one can take that crucial step. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something. He seemed to understand why Yinantian said to search for the lost space in his notes. Could it be that in the lost space that is separated from heaven and earth, there is still the god realm's laws? Little Qing shook her head and said, I am not sure about this, but I know that there must be the power of laws of the 10-direction realm there. Where? Li Yunxiao's body shook, his eyes were bursting with light. He stared at Little Qing with an unusually nervous expression. Little Qing smiled faintly and said, It is in the holy weapon. Don't be surprised. You are an alchemist, so you should understand the weapon theory better than me. Every level of profound weapon must be integrated with the power of laws of the level, as well as the alchemist's own understanding of the weapon theory. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, I understand this, but it is impossible for a warrior to comprehend the laws from the profound weapon, right? Even for me, it is extremely difficult for me to comprehend the laws and weapon theory of the profound weapons refined by other rank 9 alchemists. Little Qing smiled and said, The word extremely difficult is the watershed that eliminates countless experts. The reason why I said that Shang has a better chance than you is because he understood this key tens of thousands of years ago, so he sealed himself and used a long time to comprehend the power of laws in the armillary sphere. Looking at Li Yunxiao's shocked expression, Little Qing continued, As to what level he has reached, I am not sure, but with tens of thousands of years of effort, no matter how stupid his talent is, he must be ahead of you. Also, Yinantian back then was indeed a rare talent, but unfortunately he was born at the wrong time. Little Qing said with some emotion, he gathered the world's resources to refine Noah's Ark, wanting to make a true holy weapon to help him comprehend the God realm's laws. Unfortunately, without the God realm's laws, how can he refine a holy weapon? In the end, he also understood this point, and could only fall short of success. Li Yunxiao was abnormally shocked, and he directly conveyed the information to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also shocked, and his expression kept changing. Little Qing said, other than the spirits of the 5 elements, the most likely to enter the 10 directions divine realm in this world are the experts who possess holy weapons like you. So cherish it, young man. Li Yunxiao's expression was abnormally complicated, and he asked again, have you heard of the Sky Saint weapon? Little Qing's body shook, that originally indifferent face suddenly became shocked, and she said in shock, Sky Saint weapon. Who did you hear that from? Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and said, I read about it from an ancient book. I heard that the Sky Saint weapon is an existence that surpasses the holy weapons? Little Qing's expression changed several times, as if she did not believe it. Her pupils slightly shrank, and she stared at Li Yunxiao for a while. However, she really could not see any clues, so she could only say, I don't know what ancient book you read, but this is indeed a secret. Forgive me for not being able to reveal too much. He paused for a moment, and then said, but if you use a favor that I owe you, I can tell you everything I know about the Sky Saint weapon without reservation. Li Yunxiao said, forget it. You are an expert who is about to enter the God realm, how can a favor be so cheap? The Taiyu Water Tribe's first activity ended with a victory. In general, this was an activity that carried the past and opened the future, an activity of unity, an activity of seeking truth, an activity of victory, and a successful activity. Little Qing smiled embarrassedly and said, since that's the case, keep it. Look for me whenever you need my help. The purple thunder seed has left a bit of my aura. You can find me anytime, but you can only use it once. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, you're leaving? Why don't you stay in the Universe God Monument to cultivate? The spiritual energy in there is no weaker than the outside world. Moreover, your good friend Xiao Wu is in there too. Humph. Little Qing humped coldly and said, Xiao Wu has been exploited badly by you. I don't want to be the second one. Although my comprehension of rules is above the peak of 9 stars, my comprehension of martial arts is very weak. I have to improve myself. Back then, I saved Shang and the demon origin just for this day. Li Yunxiao said in shock, Armillary Sphere? That's right. Little Qing nodded and said, the demon clan's sacred armillary sphere can deduce martial arts all the way to the end. To me, it's very suitable. Farewell. Before Li Yunxiao could reply, there was a flash of green light and Little Qing disappeared from the secret room. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He wanted to ask her to stay, but he couldn't sense her aura anymore. Little Qing's current cultivation had already exceeded his understanding. Perhaps she really could become the first expert to step into the God realm in countless years. Li Yunxiao sighed and started to think. The information he had received was too important. There hadn't been any godly state experts for countless years because the 10 directions rules had disappeared. He felt that it wasn't simple. However, he couldn't find out the cause and effect of such a long time ago. He could only think of a solution from the Universe God Monument. After sighing for a while, he sat down and focused on his cultivation. Ever since he became a 7-star Emperor Wu, the accumulation of origin power in his body was like a bottomless abyss. He couldn't replenish it no matter how hard he tried. Thankfully, they had obtained a large number of natural treasures in the Eastern Sea. They constantly consumed them every day, and finally, when the Divine Wood family clan finished eating the fruits, they felt a slight improvement. There were faint signs of them advancing towards the mid-stage of the 7-star realm. This allowed Li Yunxiao to heave a sigh of relief. It was also the reason why he was in a good mood in the Divine Wood family clan. Due to the fact that he had too many cultivation techniques, coupled with the fact that he had to cultivate both the Tao of technique and the Tao of body at the same time, the higher he went, the more difficult it became. He had always been afraid that something would go wrong with his cultivation. Fortunately, he had walked this path in his previous life. It was just that his physical skills consumed too much energy, causing the accumulation of origin energy required to advance to the next level to be 10 times, or even 100 times more than others. Cultivation was so difficult, but the benefits it brought were also obvious. It was invincible within the same level. At this moment, he was sitting directly on the East Sea mineral vein with his legs crossed. Countless spiritual qi almost condensed into solid powder particles, rushing toward his body like a vast expanse of white smoke, and his figure could not be seen at all. The amount of spiritual qi that he breathed in and out was also dozens of times more than that of his peers. Suddenly, 10,000 beams of golden light shot out from his body, and a divine body phenomenon appeared in the sky. Li Yunxiao's entire body transformed into the Transcendence golden body. All three of his faces were solemn, and his 6 arms were constantly forming hand seals. The Transcendence golden body on the front had a smile on it, looking peaceful and amiable. The left side had a mournful expression, and its face was drooping. The right side was cold, as if it was covered in a layer of frost. The golden light that filled the sky suddenly disappeared, and pitch-black demonic qi surged out. Strange demonic patterns appeared on his smooth, jade-like skin. All three of his faces were covered, but his expression did not change. Following that, a pitch-black demonic qi descended, and the true demon image appeared behind him. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its hands formed hand seals in front of it. Each of its 4 arms was holding onto a weapon phantom. The next moment, the 4 arms raised, and the weapon phantom disappeared. It also rapidly formed hand seals. A black demonic qi ring appeared around the true demon spirit, and it slowly revolved, bobbing up and down. Monstrous demonic qi surged from within the demonic qi ring, and there were also 6 weapon phantoms floating within it, exuding a terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao's 3-faced Transcendence golden body suddenly widened its eyes, and its expression became solemn and cold. The 3 faces of the true demon spirit behind him also slowly opened, and all of them turned into Li Yunxiao's appearance. The arm that was forming hand seals in front of the true demon spirit loosened, and its right hand suddenly raised and grabbed towards the demonic qi ring. Boom! The sky shook, and the space around the arm became extremely blurry, as if an unbearable pressure had appeared. Monstrous demonic qi surged out of the arm, and it continuously dissipated in the sky. The true demon spirit's 3 faces gradually distorted, and it shouted at the same time. Its arm finally reached into the demonic qi ring, and it grabbed towards one of the phantoms. Boom! That phantom's was a shield, and it trembled as if it had a life of its own. It suddenly jumped, and as if it was about to solidify, boom, suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the arm holding the shield shattered. The entire demonic qi ring also collapsed, and the sky was filled with demonic qi. Puff, Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his 6 arms hastily changed the hand seals, and the true demon spirit immediately dispersed. The black demonic marks on his body also retreated bit by bit, and he withdrew his Transcendence golden body, returning to its normal state. There was still a thick bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, and the horror in his eyes was even more indescribable. He had used the 6 paths demonic weapon phantoms several times, and although they were extremely powerful, it was still within the scope of his understanding. But just now, when he grabbed the shield phantom and tried to solidify it, he felt an indescribable fear, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. As that fear spread throughout his body, Li Yunxiao was completely suppressed. Not only was he unable to move, but he also couldn't even form a thought. He felt as if he was waiting to be swallowed alive. His face was abnormally pale, and he still trembled with fear. Fortunately, the true demon spirit collapsed on the spot. Otherwise, once the 6 paths demonic weapon phantoms were solidified, it was unknown whether he could live or not. I can't even comprehend a sage tool that has condensed the 10 directions rules. This is something above a sage tool. It is indeed not something I can come into contact with right now. Li Yunxiao calmed his mind and began to adjust his breathing to heal his injuries. The purple thunder seed in his dantian seemed to jump, causing his body to tremble. The originally dull surface of the seed seemed to have some luster. When he used his divine sense to scan it, he felt a chill in his heart, and his body trembled again. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He only felt that his body was full of danger, and he might be completely finished one day. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he was no longer in the mood to meditate. With a thought, the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar appeared in front of him. This demonic beast was golden in color, and it looked majestic. It roared at him softly as if it was showing off its great increase in strength. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "This little strength is not enough." The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's face was full of dissatisfaction. It roared in a low voice and continuously shot lightning at Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao smiled. The lightning naturally couldn't hurt him. He smiled lightly and said, "Why? Not satisfied?" His eyebrows flashed, and a lightning immediately shot over. Bang! The lightning directly exploded on the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. It was so scared that its body trembled, and it became extremely vigilant. Hee, you know your weakness. Do you want more power? Li Yunxiao's face was full of sarcasm. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar was stunned at first, then it shouted happily and jumped around him. Hee, it's good that you have this desire. As long as you have the heart of a strong warrior, you can survive the test. The corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth revealed a sinister smile. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's body suddenly shivered, as if it had a bad feeling. It suddenly roared and jumped up, turning into lightning and wanted to escape. Since I'm here, how can I let you leave so easily? Li Yunxiao smiled and raised his hand to grab the air. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar flew down, its face was full of fear, like a little cat. Don't be afraid. You are originally a thunder-type demonic beast. You can only reach where you are now by constantly breaking through. And I will grant you the greatest power. Li Yunxiao said slowly. His face suddenly became serious, and Tsutsumi suddenly appeared in his right eye. But if you can't resist, I can guarantee that you won't die. However, you will only be like this for the rest of your life. A streak of cyan lightning flashed in the moon pupil of the right eye. Suddenly, all kinds of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A struggling and roaring thunder beast was slowly teleported out of the space in the right eye. Pili pa la. The moment the thunder beast appeared, tens of thousands of lightning surged out of its body. Not far away, the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar was startled. The golden lightning on its body shrank, and its entire body trembled. Its face was full of fear as it trembled in the sky. Not only was this thunder beast's rank higher than it, but the power of the thunder was also far superior, completely suppressing it. In the thunder world of the thunder tiger and fire leopard, it had the power of Emperor Jiuxing. However, after it was sucked into the eye technique space by Li Yunxiao, its power kept decreasing. In just a few days, it directly degenerated to the peak of the 8-star Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao knew that this thunder beast was condensed and didn't have a real life. It couldn't return to the Vajra or the thunder world, so it could only gradually die. Therefore, he thought of the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. If this beast could completely absorb this thunder beast, it didn't know what it would evolve into. However, the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar was scared silly and couldn't stop trembling. Humph, coward. You were jumping around in front of me just now. Li Yunxiao scolded, I'm here, what are you afraid of? I can guarantee that you won't die. However, whether you will be forever stagnant or completely reborn, it's all up to you. With a thought, the thunder beast tried its best to resist, but it was useless. It was directly suppressed into a bolt of lightning and directly shot towards the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. Roar! The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's hair stood on end. Its entire body was surrounded by a blue light as it screamed in pain. Go, I will support you in spirit. Li Yunxiao encouraged it and then waved his hand, sending the tragic mystic thunder cloud shocking roar to who knows where. Suddenly, 2 beams of light appeared in the sky above Nuyan City. They flew past at an extremely fast speed, and the light emitted a sharp aura that cut through the clouds, leaving behind a long trail that attracted the attention of many below. There was a faint purple glow within the 2 beams of light. Clearly, they had the right to fly in the sky. However, even if they had the right to fly in the sky, very few people would fly in such an ostentatious manner. The 2's actions caused many people to be dissatisfied, and they were all trying to guess who they were. They really don't know what's good for them. They're so arrogant just because they have the right to fly in the sky. Humph, Nuyan City is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If they don't restrain themselves, they'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. I can vaguely see their faces. They're extremely young, probably newbies who have just debuted. However, their cultivation is rather shocking. They're heading east of the city. They should be heading for the Quiet Grace Sacred Land. After a while, the 2 beams of light arrived at the end of the city, above the Quiet Grace Sacred Land. The figures of two men appeared in the light, both of them had delicate features and an extraordinary bearing. One of them wore a light green robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. A faint fragrance emanated from his body. His name was Zhou Chu. He swept his gaze below and said, I heard that the spiritual chi density in these secret chambers is even higher than that of the 7 super factions. It's not much weaker than ours. This way, it will definitely attract the heroes of the world. The ambition of the Merchant Union is obvious. The other man wore a green robe and had a handsome face. As his gaze shifted, it inadvertently revealed rays of light. This person was called Qin Chuan. He smiled lightly and said, Who in the world doesn't know the intentions of the Merchant Union? However, this chess game is too big. Unless there's a peerless character who can suppress the masses, it will always be scattered like sand. I heard that the cultivators here must have the responsibility and obligation to defend Nuyen City if they encounter external enemies attacking it. This must be the intention of the Merchant Union in establishing a cultivation sacred land. Zhou Chu muttered, Yes, what you said makes sense. Songyang City is the #1 merchant city in the world, but it's extremely weak. It was destroyed by the 4 Extremes sect and a few demons. What a joke. Right now, heroes from all over the world are gathered here. Although they won't listen to the Merchant Alliance's orders, if outsiders want to attack Nuyen City, they're all responsible for stopping them. I'm afraid it'll be harder than attacking the 7 superpowers. Qin Chuan nodded and said, On one hand, it increases the income, but more importantly, it strengthens the defenses of the city. The person who thought of this method is definitely not an ordinary person. If we can build another 2 or 3 of these sacred cultivation grounds, Nuyen City will be impregnable, and I'm afraid it will be on par with the sacred region. Zhou Chu's expression changed, seeming to completely disagree as he said coldly, All a bunch of ants, what's the use no matter how many there are? Otherwise, Tang Qing wouldn't have abandoned the thriving 4 Extremes sect and seized the battered Crimson Moon City. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly and said, Tang Qing can be considered a formidable character of his generation. He dares to make choices and give up. Although the 4 Extremes sect has been excluded by the Merchant Union, they have directly moved into the shadows and engaged in various shady businesses as well as gathering intelligence. With Crimson Moon City's current strength, coupled with the 4 Extremes sect's intelligence network and profit transfer, it was only a matter of time before it returned to its former glory. Only Tang Qing himself knows the profits and losses involved. Zhou Chu said, Yes, this has nothing to do with us. Let's go take a look at the cultivation resources here first. Hearing Li Feiyu's words excited me. If it is really that good, I will move here to cultivate as well. Qin Chuan smiled and said, In that case, you will have a share of responsibility for Nuyen City's defense in the future. Zhou Chu laughed loudly, and the two of them flashed at the same time, descending and appearing in the Great Hall. The moment the two of them appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. Everyone else had walked in, but the two of them had flown in. Although there were no rules prohibiting flying in the Great Hall, no one dared to be so ostentatious and kept a low profile. This immediately caused the crowd to roll their eyes in dissatisfaction. Many people muttered and cursed. However, while some cultivators were unhappy, they endured and did not say anything. After all, the two of them gave off an extraordinary aura. With one look, they could tell that they were disciples of great clans. Those who could come here were either loose cultivators or disciples of small local factions. They did not dare to cause trouble in the world's #1 merchant city. They were all well-behaved and well-behaved. The two of them heard the crowd's disdainful looks and criticisms. Qin Chuan looked around and smiled in surprise. Zhou Chu, I think we have done something wrong. Why should those who want to achieve great things care about the feelings of these trash? Zhou Chu snorted in disdain. Under everyone's angry gazes, he walked to the front desk. Qin Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he followed. Immediately, he felt all sorts of cold gazes on him. Which village are they from? Don't they know how to queue up? I think these two people are quite capable. Their essence energy is restrained, and I cannot see through their cultivation. Humph. Nowadays, it is popular to wear some aura-suppressing treasures. In my opinion, these two people are high-level martial monarchs at best. If not for the fact that fighting is prohibited here, I will teach them how to behave. It is better to avoid trouble. The merchant union will naturally teach them how to behave. Let's just wait and watch a good show. The middle-aged man working at the counter raised his head, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He pointed at the line and said coldly, "Don't they know how to queue up?" "Humph." Zhou Chu snorted in disdain. Then, he slammed his palm on the counter. Suddenly, a dazzling gold medal appeared. It was engraved with countless patterns. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized the gold medal. In shock, he looked at the two people again. Although he was slightly unhappy, he still changed his expression. He said respectfully, "Second-class VIP token. You can enjoy the privilege of cutting the queue." Voila! The cultivators in the queue were in an uproar. They were all extremely dissatisfied and condemned. They all shouted, "Do you think you are so great just because you have a VIP token? You don't even need the most basic quality, your merchant union is too much." The middle-aged man raised his head and said expressionlessly, "This is the rule of the Xianxia Holy Land. Those who have the merchant union's VIP token can enjoy different privileges. Don't make a ruckus. Since you are in the Xianxia Holy Land, you naturally know about it. You also have to abide by the rules." After he said that, everyone quieted down. However, their eyes were still wide open. Looking at Zhou Chu's arrogant and cold expression, they wanted to punch him to death. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Chu and said respectfully, "What can I do for you?" Zhou Chu waved his hand and put away the token. He said, "I am very interested in your secret training room. Send someone to show us around, especially the top-class secret room." The middle-aged man was stunned. He shook his head and said, "Those who come here only rent the secret rooms. There has never been a tour. However, you have a second-class VIP token. Of course, you can have a tour. I will send someone to receive the two of you. However, the purple room has been fully rented. We can't visit it for now." Zhou Chu frowned and said, "Our main purpose is to see the top-class secret room. What is there to see about the other rooms? Just call someone out." This is not good." The middle-aged man was also angry. However, the other party's aura was overbearing and he had a second-class VIP token. He couldn't afford to offend him. Why not? Could it be that this token's grade is not high enough? Zhou Chu said coldly. The middle-aged man kept his composure and said in an even voice, "If the two of you want to rent the purple room, you can indeed do it with the second-class VIP token. But if it's just a tour, making me call them out is too unreasonable. You have to know that cultivation matters cannot be interrupted at a critical moment." Zhou Chu's face darkened and he shouted, "Do I need you to teach me cultivation matters? If you can't make the decision, call the person in charge here out." The middle-aged man's expression changed. Those martial artists in the queue also became agitated. To be able to hold a second-class VIP token and have such confidence to directly call the other party in charge, it looked like these two people did have some background. The few martial artists who were clamoring to teach them a lesson earlier also quietened down. Qin Chuan seemed to be somewhat unable to put up with it and urged, "Zhou Chu, forget it. Since it's inconvenient for them. We'll come again next time." Zhou Chu said coldly, "What inconvenient? Could it be that we still have to use our precious time to cooperate with their garbage time?" The middle-aged man saw the other party's overbearing attitude and said helplessly, "Your esteemed self's request indeed has no corresponding rules. I'll contact the Lord in charge of Quiet Grace Holy Land right away." He took out a token, drew a few runes, and inserted them into it. Then, he directly shattered it in his palm. The space around his palm rippled slightly. There were even several inconspicuous black cracks spreading out like strands of hair, but they disappeared in a flash. "Please wait a moment. The person in charge of this place, Lord Shui Hongtao, will be here shortly." The middle-aged man said politely, "Why don't the two of you go inside to the VIP lounge to rest for a while?" Zhou Chu said, "No need. We'll just wait here. If no one's here in 10 minutes, we'll go take a look ourselves." A trace of anger surged on the middle-aged man's face, but it was not convenient for him to flare up. He said, "All right then, the two of you, please do as you please." Please move aside a little. I have to continue with my business. Zhou Chu snorted coldly. This time, he did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he retreated to one side with Qin Chuan and looked at the massive water screen not far away. Qin Chuan exclaimed in admiration, "Is this the panoramic view of this place? There are actually 9,000 secret cultivation rooms. How extravagant. Just the cultivation Holy Land alone brings an unfathomable amount of profit to the Commerce Union every year. Hee, why don't you mention how much the Commerce Union has spent on the development of this Holy Land?" A loud voice rang out. A white light flashed, and everyone felt a strong wind pressing down on their bodies. Then, they suddenly relaxed, and a white-haired old man appeared in front of them. The old man's complexion was ruddy. He wore a long white robe and said in a clear voice, "The original intention of establishing the Cultivation Holy Land was to provide convenience to the world's cultivators. There was no thought of profit at all. It was fine as long as there were no losses." When the middle-aged man saw the old man, he hastily stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Hongtao." Shui Hongtao flicked his sleeves and an invisible force lifted him up. Then, his gaze turned and landed on Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. He slowly said, "I am the person in charge of this place, Shui Hongtao. Do the two of you wish to see me?" He was secretly shocked. He couldn't see through the cultivation of these two young men at all. Moreover, these two people were definitely not older than 30 years old. For them to have such achievements at such a young age, their origins must be extraordinary. Zhou Chu frowned and said, "What is it? Didn't he tell you?" Ahem. Shui Hongtao coughed twice and said, "Your request is indeed a little difficult. If the two of you want to rent it, you can let others come out without a second word. But if it's just for a tour, there really isn't such a rule." Zhou Chu said coldly, "Rules are made by people. You want me to pay billions of rentals just for a tour? Do you think I'm a fool?" When Li Feiyu gave me this token, he said that there would be no obstruction in the merchant union. So it was a lie. The surrounding people were all shocked. As one of the 4 prodigies of the North region, Li Feiyu had a great reputation. So these two were Li Feiyu's friends. No wonder they were so arrogant. Shui Hongtao was a little troubled. Feiyu's words are correct. The tokens of the 7 great merchant guilds can be used within the merchant union. A second-class token was the highest class token that Li Feiyu could give out. These two must be his close friends. I've already sent someone to inform Feiyu. He's currently receiving a few guests and will be here shortly. Zhou Chu's face darkened as if he was displeased. He snorted and said, "Honored guest? So the two of us are not honored guests, humph." Shui Hongtao was also a little dizzy. Although he was not from the Million Treasure Tower, Li Feiyu's position in the merchant union was not lower than his. The two people in front of him were probably existences that he could not afford to offend. "May I know your identities?" Hee. I've been trying to guess who the big shot Li Feiyu was talking about was. "So it's you too?" A clear and melodious voice rang out. The expressions of Qin Chuan, Zhou Chu and the other two changed slightly, as if they knew who the newcomer was. A beam of light flashed, and a vast energy appeared in the hall, spreading out. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed greatly. They knew that an expert had arrived, and they quickly scattered. The ray of light descended and turned into 5 figures. All of them had extremely handsome young faces. One of them was a woman in a bright red dress. Her dress was embroidered with 100 birds looking up to a phoenix. She had a smile on her face, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. "Fei and I, it's you?" Zhou Chu frowned and seemed to be extremely surprised. He said, "Strange ghost, Chen Feng, and Liang Yui, have all of you heard some news?" When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed greatly, revealing expressions of extreme shock. These 4 names were all well known, and their names resounded in the whole northern region. They were the future of the whole heavenly martial arts realm, and they were the future overlords of a region. At this moment, the surrounding people all held their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The 2 men from before were acquainted with these people, so they must have a great background. It was no wonder that they were so arrogant. One of the 5 people was Li Feiyu. He was valiant and formidable looking. He raised his brows and said, "Oh, news? Brother Zhou Chu, what do you mean?" Zhou Chu's expression changed slightly, but he said calmly, "It's nothing. I'm quite surprised to see so many of you at once." When Shui Hongtao saw Li Feiyu, he relaxed and nodded slightly to greet him. Li Feiyu said, "Brother Qin Chuan and Brother Zhou Chu are the disciples of Lord He Yuhu and Lord Kanwu Qiong of the Sacred Zone." When Shui Hongtao heard this, his whole body trembled. He looked at the two of them in surprise, and he quickly said to the middle-aged man, "Find me a top-quality training room." When the surrounding cultivators were surprised, they all looked puzzled. They didn't know who He Yuhu and Kanwu Qiong were, but since they were from the Sacred Zone, their identities were already frightening enough. Chen Feng said with a smile, "I'm also very curious about what Nuyan City's Sacred Zone looks like." The middle-aged man immediately understood the identity of these people and didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly sent a seal into the formation plate, and a message immediately popped up. He stared at it for a while, then said, "The last person to rent the purple room used a 5th-class VIP badge issued by Lord Jian Shoshan. He just checked in 4 days ago." Shui Hongtao said, "Good, inform this person to leave for a day. He can continue to stay tomorrow." He paused for a moment, then said, "Go and explain the reason to this person personally, and the rental fee will be waived for 1 day." "Yes." The middle-aged man immediately accepted the order and turned into a streak of light, flying towards the Sacred Zone. When Fei Yanai and the others heard the 3 words Jian Shoshan, they were inexplicably shocked. Moreover, he just checked in 4 days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Chen Feng and his wife, Fei Yanai, and Qigui looked at each other with strange expressions. It seemed that they were thinking the same thing. Li Feiyu noticed their expressions and asked in surprise, "Why? You guys seem to have some thoughts?" Fei Yanai smiled and said, "How could that be? We're about to see the Sacred Zone for Cultivation that Brother Feiyu has been praising. We're all very happy." Although Li Feiyu felt that these words were too fake, he still nodded and said, "That's good." Fei Ni's gaze turned and landed on Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. She giggled and said, "The two of you are rare guests. I'm really surprised to see you in Nuyan City. Can you tell us about the news that Brother Zhou Chu mentioned just now?" Zhou Chu's expression was slightly awkward as he said, "News? Isn't it just the Myriad Treasure Towers auction? It just so happens that there's an item that caught my eye in this auction, so I came down from the Sacred Zone." "Oh? Then what about Brother Qin Chuan? Did you also catch your eye?" Fei Yanai blinked, her beautiful eyes moving back and forth on Qin Chuan's body. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Maybe. Who knows?" Fei Yanai wore a smile on her face and didn't ask any more. However, an undetectable trace of fear flashed across her eyes. Qin Chuan's strength was unfathomable. Among the many youths, she had always viewed him as her #1 enemy. Meeting again this time, she discovered that she couldn't see through him even more. She couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression in her heart. Very soon, that middle-aged man flew back with an extremely ugly expression. Shui Hongtao frowned and said, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he said in a low voice, "That person refused to leave." Shui Hongtao snorted and said, "Did you persuade him nicely and say that you would waive a day's fee?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I did." "Also." He glanced at Zhou Chu and the rest and said somewhat awkwardly, "Also, I already hinted that the identities of the few sirs aren't simple." Shui Hongtao's expression turned cold as he said, "What reaction did that person have?" The middle-aged man's face turned red and he looked somewhat ashamed. He said in a low voice, he said to get lost, what?" Shui Hongtao's expression changed drastically as he said furiously, "So you came back?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Being stared at by so many people, he was extremely ashamed and resentful. Zhou Chu's expression also became extremely unsightly, and his expression darkened. Li Feiyu frowned and asked cautiously, "Do you know that person's identity?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "He has Sir Jiang Shoshan's 5th-class token. According to the rules, he doesn't need to register his identity." Li Feiyu muttered to himself, "Jiang Shoshan seems to have returned to Nuyan City as well. I'll send someone to ask." "No need." Shui Hongtao said coldly, "Who cares who he is? With this kind of attitude, he's no longer a distinguished guest of the merchant union. He said to the middle-aged man, bring a few guards over and chase him out. At the same time, take back the token. Jiang Shoujian's status was far inferior to his, so Shui Hongtao didn't care about him at all. Fei Yan'ai smiled faintly and said, it's better to confirm it first. What if we offend some big shot? Shui Hongtao laughed loudly and said, haha, don't worry, young master Fei Yan'ai. The merchant union follows the rules. He only has a 5th-class token, so he has to give up the purple room. Even the most important person in Nuyan City has to abide by the rules of the merchant union. The people in front of them were already big shots. How could Jiang Shoujian know any powerful people? No matter how noble his status was, could he be more powerful than these people, especially Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu? Who were their masters? He Yuhu and Kangwu Qiong were 2 of the 5 rulers of the sacred region. They were among the most powerful people in the world, even more powerful than the 7 sect masters. Moreover, Chen Feng and the 2 young masters of the Long family were also here. No one in the world could be more powerful than them. If this friend of Jiang Shoujian didn't know what was good for him, he would have to teach him a lesson. The middle-aged man immediately obeyed the order. The guards followed him and turned into a beam of light as they flew toward the sacred land. Shui Hongtao patted his chest and said, don't worry, it will be solved soon. This old man feels very sorry for wasting everyone's time. The Tianyi Pavilion will pay for all your expenses in Nuyan City during this period. After learning who they were, Shui Hongtao tried his best to curry favor with them. Li Feiyu said coldly, thank you, Lord Hongtao. You are all my friends. The plethora treasure tower will take care of everything. Shui Hongtao smiled awkwardly and said, haha, it's good that you have made arrangements. This old man is just a little apologetic for wasting everyone's time. Li Feiyu pointed at the martial artists in the distance and said with a cold smile, everyone is waiting to do something, so they have wasted more time. Lord Hongtao, why don't you take care of their expenses? Hee hee. Fei Yan'ai couldn't help but laugh. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in her smile. Shui Hongtao blushed. He laughed dryly and said no more. The people who were waiting in the distance also waited quietly. After knowing the identity of these people, who would dare to say a word of criticism, furthermore, to be able to see so many important people at once, they would have something to brag about in the future. All of them looked on excitedly, and at the same time, they thought to themselves, who is that unlucky guy in the purple room? Everyone had the same thought. If that unlucky guy knew that he had offended so many big shots, he would probably want to die. Many people were gloating and waiting to see a good show. Fei Yan'ai chuckled. Feiyu, why don't you show us the other secret chambers first? I'm afraid we can't get them in time. No problem. Li Feiyu said, Mr. Hongtao, please make the arrangements as soon as possible. He asked curiously, why do I feel that young Lord Ni is implying something? Fei Yan'ai smiled. Of course not. Yes. Shui Hongtao answered. No need. Zhou Chu said, there's no need to see the other trash secret chambers. We'll just wait for a while. If it's not enough, we'll just go. They talked for a while. 15 minutes had passed. Shui Hongtao couldn't sit still anymore. His face darkened as he said angrily, useless. You can't even get something done. He seemed to have been humiliated in front of everyone. His origin energy surged as he said, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. Liang Yui said, Master Hongtao, don't be reckless. Maybe that guest has a special identity. She had come from the Tianyi Pavilion before and had a good impression of the Tianyi Pavilion. Shui Hongtao said angrily, no matter how special his identity is, we've shown him enough respect. He turned around and left the hall, flying toward the purple room. Strange Ghost couldn't help but ask, is it really him? Hee hee, I'm not sure. If Master Hongtao hasn't returned yet, it might be him. Fei Yan'ai covered her mouth and giggled. Li Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. Do you know who that person is? Chen Feng smiled and said, we're just guessing. Maybe it's a friend that we haven't seen for a long time. Zhou Chu was surprised and said, oh? If you call him a friend, no wonder he dares to disrespect the Commerce League. It seems that he is quite confident. Li Feiyu's bad feeling grew stronger. His face turned pale as he asked, "What's the name of your friend that you haven't seen for a long time?" Haha. Chen Feng looked at Li Feiyu's almost green face and felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Feiyu must have heard about the news from Seawood Town. That was where Jiang Shouzhen had given that friend a 5th-tier token, and that friend had come to Nuyan City just a few days ago." Hee, we're just guessing. Maybe. It's not that coincidental. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on Li Feiyu's forehead. He immediately understood who was in the purple room and quickly flew out of the hall. Zhou Chu and Qin Chuan were both startled. Zhou Chu said suspiciously, "I'm also very curious." His figure also flashed, chasing after Li Feiyu. Fei and I giggled and said, "Chen Feng, you're so bad. Just say it out loud. Look at how scared Feiyu is." Chen Feng laughed, "Hee, you're the bad one, aren't you? If I don't say it now, if something big happens, it will be even more difficult for both sides to clean up." Qin Chuan said in surprise, "Hearing you say that, I am also very curious in my heart. Just which extraordinary person is here? Why don't we go take a look together?" Everyone flew out of the hall at the same time. As soon as they left the hall, they saw a ray of light shooting towards them. Boom! That ray of light directly smashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Everyone was alarmed by the noise and ran out to see. They were instantly shocked and rubbed their eyes. What they saw was a several zhang wide hole in the ground. Shui Hongtao was stuck upside down in it, his legs twitching. "Lord Hongtao!" Li Feiyu was startled. In a flash, he landed and tried to grab Shui Hongtao, wanting to pull him out. Pa! Suddenly, a ray of lightning shot out from Shui Hongtao's body, electrocuting him. He felt a sharp pain in his right hand and quickly pulled it back. Strange Ghost's pupils also shrank. Among everyone present, his perception and control over lightning was the strongest. But when that ray of lightning appeared, it made his heart beat violently. He was 100% sure that it was Li Yunxiao. Fei and I also looked at him, and he nodded solemnly. Fei Ni's beautiful eyes lit up, the corner of her mouth curled up, flashing a playful light. It seemed like Li Feiyu's touch had diverted the electric current away. Shui Hongtao's entire body stopped twitching, and with a paw sound, he jumped out of the deep hole. His face was swollen, blue and purple, and there was blood everywhere. "Madman, madman," his whole body trembled violently, his eyes were filled with fear, he screamed in a high-pitched voice, "Lord Li Feiyu, quickly call for experts, quickly call for experts." A few more. Qin Chuan raised his head and looked into the distance. A few rays of light also shot towards them, hitting the ground with a ping-ping-ping sound, creating a large hole in the ground. It was the middle-aged man and a few guards that were sent out earlier. Haha, interesting people, daring to be so arrogant in the Merchant Union's headquarters. I am very curious who it is. Zhou Chu's face was cold, he stared into the distance and said, "Since you are not willing to come out, let me kick you out." Just as he was about to move, he was pulled back by Qin Chuan, who shook his head and said, "This is the Merchant Union's headquarters, everything is decided by young Master Li Feiyu, let us not cause trouble." He even threw a smile at Li Feiyu, "Am I right, brother Feiyu?" Li Feiyu's face was about to drip water, he replied with a muffled voice, "Yes." His heart was filled with anxiety. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that the person in the purple room was Li Yunxiao. Only someone with his character and strength would dare to act in such an unbridled and arrogant manner. Moreover, he had just received the news about Seawood Town not too long ago. Regarding Li Yunxiao's miraculous strength, although he could not completely believe it, he was sure that he would be very difficult to deal with. He was thinking about whether or not to call for experts from the Merchant Union to completely suppress Li Yunxiao, so that the auction that was about to start would not be affected. "Quickly call for experts, Li Feiyu, quickly call for experts." Shui Hongtao's face was covered in filthy blood, and he howled like a pig being slaughtered. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded, their hearts trembling in fear. Who dared to seek death like this, beating up the people from the Merchant Union in Nuyan City? Moreover, it was the person in charge of the Xianxia sacred land, 100% core member of the Merchant Union. Call for experts? You didn't hear what I said just now. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang out. Shui Hongtao cried out in alarm. His face was drained of blood, as if someone had grabbed his neck. His entire body trembled like a sieve. Li Feiyu and the others' pupils shrank, and they looked towards the sky. A wave rippled out, and a man in white stood there calmly, his face as calm as water. Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yunxiao. Brother Yunxiao. All kinds of exclamations sounded. Although Fei Yanai and the others had guessed that it was Li Yunxiao, they were still a little surprised to see him appear in person. Why are you guys here too? Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the crowd, and his face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. Fei Yanai smiled sweetly. The New Yen City auction is around the corner, and Odd Ghost and I have nothing to do, so we came to take a look. Chen Feng also smiled indifferently. My wife and I are not in a hurry to go back, so we came along. I didn't expect to see Brother Yunxiao again, it's a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Li Feiyu's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. Li Yunxiao, this is the Merchant Union's headquarters, don't you think you're going too far? Li Yunxiao glanced at him, and said, so it's Brother Feiyu, I haven't seen you for many years, and you're still as elegant as ever. Do you think you can bully outsiders just because this is the Merchant Union's headquarters? If that's the case, tell me directly, and tell everyone here. Li Feiyu was a little angry, and he said, don't you dare slander the Merchant Union. Before you rented the Purple House, there should have been a clear rule that if you meet a guest of a higher rank, you must give it up. Without another word, Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a golden ray shot out. Li Feiyu reached out to grab it, and when he fixed his eyes on it, he was instantly dumbfounded, and said in shock, second-class VIP. This? Li Yunxiao said coldly, I already showed this token to that old man, and he still insisted that I move away. TSK, I've once again witnessed the Merchant Union's reputation. A big shop bullying a customer, I'm full of tears when I say it. Pfft. Fei and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone was also speechless. He beat up the people from the Merchant Union, and he's still full of tears. He's full of blood. Li Feiyu also turned around and asked, what's going on? Shui Hongtao's face flushed red. When he had found Li Yunxiao, the latter had indeed taken out the second-class token of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. However, Shui Hongtao had only wanted to show off in front of everyone. Furthermore, Li Yunxiao had knocked out a few guards at the entrance, so he had asked Shui Hongtao to scram without a second word. What happened next was, of course, a tragedy. Shui Hongtao still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He touched his nosebleed, and couldn't stop trembling. Li Feiyu saw his expression, and immediately understood most of it. He cursed inwardly. He was most clear about Li Yunxiao's eloquence. He could even make some sense out of unreasonable things, not to mention that the other party was in the right now, so he was completely passive now. So it's you. You're Li Yunxiao? Suddenly, Zhou Chu shouted. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he revealed some killing intent. Li Yunxiao looked down, and his gaze swept past the two of them. When he saw Qin Chuan, his pupils involuntarily contracted, as if he felt an unusual aura. He glanced at Zhou Chu, and said, who the hell are you? Do I know you? Humph, it's fine if you don't. Know me. You'll know me soon, and you'll never forget me. The aura on Zhou Chu's body dispersed, and the sharp killing intent made everyone around feel uncomfortable. Qin Chuan frowned, and said, Zhou Chu, you know him? Zhou Chu stared at Li Yunxiao, and said with a cold smile, you're walking right into the trap. Qin Chuan, before I came out, I just happened to see the news that came from Fixed Sky City. This person is in cahoots with that malefic star who massacred the city Lord Manor. What? He's an accomplice? Qin Chuan was also taken aback, and he looked at Li Yunxiao with a solemn expression. He was naturally familiar with Li Yunxiao's name. Moreover, with one look, there was a feeling of vastness and immeasurability, as if he was facing an abyss. Li Yunxiao, follow me back to the sanctuary to explain. Zhou Chu said coldly. His aura locked onto Li Yunxiao and his murderous intent surged. I was wondering why there were two unfamiliar faces. So they are from the sanctuary. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he explained, what happened in Dingtian City has nothing to do with me. Zhou Chu sneered, you think it has nothing to do with you? Follow me back to explain. Li Yunxiao frowned. Since I said it doesn't matter, why do you want me to go back with you? Zhou Chu was taken aback, then he scoffed, no matter how eloquent you are, it's useless. He leaped into the air and his aura suddenly roared. The entire sky shook and like a tidal wave, it pressed down layer by layer. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhou Chu to attack without saying a word. His overbearing aura descended from the sky, almost materializing into something tangible. However, he sneered and looked at Li Feiyu. Brother Feiyu, someone attacked me without any evidence. May I ask, according to the Merchant Union's rules, should we intervene in this matter or not? Li Feiyu cursed the old fox in his heart. He wanted to borrow Zhou Chu's strength to see how strong Li Yunxiao was. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to direct the disaster to him. Should we intervene or not? Li Feiyu was in a difficult position. Li Yunxiao saw through his thoughts. He sneered and said, if you don't care, I'll just attack without worries and kill him directly. Ah. Li Feiyu was startled and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, the Jingya sacred ground does not allow selfish fights to destroy the sacred ground. This is the Merchant Union's rule. He was truly shocked. Li Yunxiao never considered the consequences when he did things. If he said that he didn't intervene, the Merchant Union would lose the right to intervene. If he really killed Zhou Chu, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. Even the Merchant Union would be embroiled in great trouble. Haha, arrogant. Kill me? What a joke. Zhou Chu was so angry that he laughed. His aura surged, and the absolute pressure stacked on top of each other, becoming even more ferocious like the waves of the sea. Li Yunxiao did not move at all and allowed his body to fluctuate in the airwaves. He said coldly, Brother Feiyu, he has already made his move. If you don't use the Commerce Union's rules to restrain him, I will use my own rules to kill him. Li Feiyu was shocked and quickly said, Brother Zhou Chu, let me handle this. Zhou Chu suddenly turned around and stared at Li Feiyu with eyes as sharp as knives. Are you afraid that he will kill me? The anger in his eyes soared to the heavens. The humiliation of being looked down upon caused his killing intent to soar to the heavens. Chen Feng frowned and said, Zhou Chu, Brother Feiyu has good intentions. Moreover, this is the Merchant Union's territory. I hope you can abide by the Merchant Union's rules. Ever since Chen Fengyuan wanted to befriend Li Yunxiao, he naturally stood on Li Yunxiao's side. The four of them knew Li Yunxiao's strength the best. They knew that he definitely had the power to kill Zhou Chu. However, if he really did kill Zhou Chu, no one in the world would be able to protect him. Therefore, Chen Feng advised, Brother Yunxiao, Zhou Chu is Lord Kangu Qiong's favorite disciple. His strength is extraordinary. Let's talk things out so that we don't hurt each other's relationship. Li Yunxiao frowned and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed, so he is Kangu Qiong's disciple. Zhou Chu's face darkened and he said angrily, my master's name is not something you can casually call out. He had a proud and aloof personality. Apart from Qin Chuan, there were not many people in his generation who could catch his eye. He had long heard of Li Yunxiao's title as the #1 rising star of the younger generation. He was very disdainful. In addition, Li Feiyu and the others' attitude made it seem as if he would really be beaten to death. He was so angry that he almost exploded. In the end, Li Yunxiao directly called him Kangu Qiong. He did not even use any honorifics. He could not hold it in any longer and directly exploded. He immediately put his hands together and a golden light condensed in his palms. Then, he fiercely slashed out, a tearing sound rang out as the sky was sliced apart. The blade was surrounded by black light, constantly devouring spiritual qi and transforming it into golden light. The martial artists who were watching from afar were all shocked, but most of them were excited. When Zhou Chu slashed out, everyone felt a sharp qi rushing towards them. Those who were weaker in the distance all retreated to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Pung pung. The speed of the slash was extremely fast. In an instant, it passed through Li Yunxiao's body and sliced him into two. However, the two halves of Li Yunxiao's body became a little blurry. Then, they swayed in the air and actually merged together again. Gradually, they became clear and revealed Li Yunxiao's true body. Zhou Chu's heart trembled. He did not see any flaws in Li Yunxiao's movement technique when he dodged his slash. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he said, Li Feiyu, this is the last time I will speak. If the Commerce Union does not care, I will make my move. Li Feiyu's face changed. He was finally a little angry. He said coldly, Zhou Chu. The sanctuary has its own rules. The Commerce Union has its own rules. I hope that you will respect them. Zhou Chu's face was filled with anger and killing intent. His entire face was gloomy. Qin Chuan took a step forward and said, Zhou Chu, forget it. Don't make things difficult for Brother Feiyu. Moreover, young Master Yunxiao said that he had nothing to do with what happened in Fixed Sky City. With his status, he naturally would not lie to us. Zhou Chu snorted coldly and said, since you say so, I will forget it this time. However, I am not done with him. Shui Hongtao's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. He said, in the Jingya Sacred Grounds, there is an arena specially used for sparring. As long as both parties sign the life and death agreement, no one can interfere with life or death. His head was swollen like a pig's and his eyes were filled with hatred. When Li Yunxiao attacked him previously, he had also taken note of his limits. He only made Zhou Chu look a little miserable. He was not really seriously injured, so he basically recovered in an instant. Everyone's face changed. The atmosphere instantly became a little somber. Zhou Chu grinned. Hee, Brother Feiyu, is that true? Li Feiyu glared at Shui Hongtao and said, indeed. If the two of you want to fight, I naturally will not object. However, you must clearly sign the life and death agreement. Everything has nothing to do with the Commerce Union. Zhou Chu laughed and shouted word by word, haha. Li Yunxiao, do you dare? Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, since you want to die, then don't blame me. Suddenly, a dry cough was heard. Cough cough, everyone here is a martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years. You are all outstanding talents of the continent. Why do you want to fight to death so easily? Not far away, two people had appeared out of nowhere, but no one had noticed them. Zhou Chu was shocked. He shouted, who are you? The old man laughed and said, I am Gentleman Han, the head shopkeeper of the Lunar Star House. These two people were Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower. When Grandma Sunflower appeared, she only glanced at Li Yunxiao. Her face was cold and she did not say a word. Master Han. Li Feiyu hurriedly went forward and bowed. Master Han was not only the head shopkeeper of the Lunar Star House, but he also represented the president of the Lunar Star House. In other words, he was the acting president. His status was one level higher than Li Feiyu's. When Shui Hongtao saw them, he hurriedly went forward and cried, Master Han, Grandma Sunflower, you have to save the Merchant Union's face. He could not see through Han Junting's cultivation, but Grandma Sunflower was the well-known Emperor Jiuxing in the Merchant Union. From Shui Hongtao's point of view, as long as she was willing to fight, she could suppress Li Yunxiao on the spot and avenge him. Han Junting's face darkened. She shouted unceremoniously, it is because of a good-for-nothing like you that the Merchant Union has lost its face. Get lost. You, Shui Hongtao was dumbfounded. He could not believe his ears. He stood there in a daze. Grandma Sunflower's face also turned cold. She shouted, the shopkeeper asked you to get lost. Why are you still standing here? Do you want me to fight? Shui Hongtao's body trembled. He knew how powerful Grandma Sunflower was. He gritted his teeth in anger. Fine. Star Moon House, I, Shui Hongtao, will remember this. His face was originally green and purple, but now it was red. He felt that he could not stay any longer, so he turned around and flew away. Han Junting did not seem to notice this unimportant interlude. She continued with a smile, you are all young, so it is inevitable that you are a bit angry. Why don't you let me be the middleman? Give me some face, and let this matter rest. Zhou Chu's face flashed with displeasure. He was about to say, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? But Qin Chuan saw through his thoughts and spoke first, since the shopkeeper of the Star Moon House has come forward, we must give him face. Humph. Zhou Chu snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Han Junting then raised her head and looked at Li Yunxiao in the sky. She had a complicated look in her eyes. She laughed and said, Mr. Yunxiao, can you give me face? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, of course I will give you face. Chen Feng and the others were shocked. They felt that it was strange. From their understanding of Li Yunxiao, he was a person who would not give face to anyone. These people could not help but look at Han Zhenting. They were even more curious about this new member of the Merchant Union's 7 societies. Han Zhenting's disguise skill had reached the peak, so they could not see through him. They only felt that this old man was very mysterious. Hee, it seems that my face is still useful. Han Zhenting said, every year before the auction, there will be a small meeting for high-grade items. I'm the one who's going to host this small exchange meeting. I heard that there are so many young talents in Nuyan City, so I could not help but come. I sincerely invite everyone to participate. Li Feiyu was moved and said, Mr. Han, is the high-grade item meeting going to start? Han Zhenting smiled and said, tonight, in the Star Moon House's Ziyan Pavilion. I hope everyone can come. Grandma Sunflower raised her hand, and a few red lights flew toward the crowd. Everyone reached forward and grabbed it. It was a gilded invitation card. Li Feiyu smiled and said, this time, I must go and broaden my horizons. I missed the previous few years because I was busy. I wonder who the Star Moon House invited this year. Han Zhenting smiled, aren't all of you experts here? I'll be waiting for you at Purple Beauty Pavilion tonight. Qin Chuan saw that he was about to leave and hurriedly asked, wait. I heard that Star Moon Temple's intelligence business is even more valuable than Million Treasure Tower. I'd like to get in touch with Sir Han Zhenting. Han Zhenting looked at him meaningfully and smiled, that's just an outsider's praise. Star Moon Temple is more than happy to do business with Mr. Qin Chuan. She glanced at Li Yunxiao, intentionally or unintentionally, and coughed twice in a vivid manner. Then, she left with Grandma Sunflower. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed, he thought for a while, then said, Zhou Chu, let's go. Zhou Chu raised his head and stared at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with coldness, kid, consider yourself lucky today. I hope your luck will always be this good. Watching the two of them turn into rays of light and leave, Fei and I finally could not help but chuckle, I wonder whose luck is good. If Zhou Chu continues like this, he will definitely be in big trouble. Qi Gui also showed a rare smile, I have a feeling that he'll be in big trouble. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly, brother Zhou Chu's strength cannot be underestimated. If brother Yunxiao really meets him, you must not be careless. Chen Feng said, brother Feiyu said that because you didn't personally witness the battle at Seawood Town. Not to mention Zhou Chu, even if Qin Chuan met brother Yunxiao, he would only be defeated. Li Feiyu was shocked, did brother Chen Feng see Qin Chuan in action? Chen Feng shook his head, no. Li Feiyu furrowed his brows and said, Qin Chuan is the most mysterious person in the younger generation of the sanctuary. Outsiders have never seen him fight, but all the outstanding talents in the sanctuary praise him. Even Zhou Chu, who is arrogant and unruly and looks down on everyone, is completely convinced by him and follows his lead. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Li Yunxiao, although I haven't seen Qin Chuan in action, I've seen brother Yunxiao in action, so I believe that Qin Chuan is no match for Mr. Yunxiao. The number 1 rising star, fully deserving of the title. Li Feiyu was secretly shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but size up Li Yunxiao again. Li Yunxiao said seriously, that Qin Chuan is not simple, even I can't see through him. Fei and I smiled and said, I used to think so too, but now I find that young Master Yunxiao is even more unfathomable. She smiled, blinked her eyes and said, it's still early before dusk. I wonder if I, Fei and I, have the honor to invite young Master Yunxiao for a private gathering? Li Yunxiao said, forget it. I paid 5 billion to rent this purple room for cultivation. Time is precious. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Fei and I saw that he was about to turn and leave and hurriedly said, wait. I really have something important to discuss with you. Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart and said, if you have something to say, just say it in front of everyone. Fei and I stomped her feet and said angrily, you're the world's number 1, you don't even dare to talk to me alone? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, it's not that I don't dare, it's that there's no need. Fei and I said coldly, Li Yunxiao, if you leave today, I'll tell the world that you molested me. Everyone else was stunned. Their foreheads were full of sweat. Even Strange Ghost was shocked, as if he didn't know Fei and I at all. Li Yunxiao's body immediately froze. He was speechless as he said, "You are a girl, and furthermore, you are the young master of the Long family. Your identity is extraordinary. Don't you feel ashamed to speak nonsense in front of so many people?" Fei Ni's cheeks were already red. She bit her lips and said, "You forced me to do this." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, "I suddenly remembered that I have something important to take care of. I'll be leaving first. Everyone, farewell. See you tonight." Li Feiyu said, "Me too." Strange Ghost also nodded, "I also just remembered, let's go, let's go." Li Feiyu didn't wait for him to speak and grabbed him. The few of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. The awkward atmosphere was swept away. Fei Enai raised her head, her eyes cold, and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, are you still going to refuse me?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Follow me." In the next moment, the two appeared in the purple room. Li Yunxiao waved his hand at the stone table. Instantly, a table full of delicacies and wine appeared. Fei Ni's beautiful eyes turned and she smiled, "What a good way to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. These spiritual fruits and wine are all from the Shenmu clan, right?" Li Yunxiao sat on the stone bench and picked up a fruit to eat without hesitation. He didn't have the slightest elegance. "What's the matter? Just say it." Fei Enai casually picked up a red fruit and put it in her mouth. She said faintly, "Young Master Yunxiao should be clear about my purpose. Otherwise, why would you refuse to see me alone?" Li Yunxiao glanced at her and said, "True phoenix fire?" Fei Ni's expression turned solemn. She bit her red lips, "That is indeed the true phoenix fire. I didn't expect there to be a divine fire in this world." She was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. Li Yunxiao said, "Hee, we are both smart people, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Since you recognize that it is the true phoenix fire, you should know its value. What right do you have to take it away from me?" Fei Enai clenched her teeth and said, "Everything in this world has a price. I really can't take out anything that has the same value as the divine fire. But if I can obtain this divine fire, I will definitely become the unshakable #1 successor of the Long clan. I can promise that if I manage the Tianling Long clan in the future, I will do 3 things for you unconditionally." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "When you manage the Long clan, even if I am not invincible, there will be few who can rival me. What would I need you to do for me?" Fei Enai was startled. She thought for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said, "I don't need you to give me the divine fire. I just need you to let me cultivate in it." Li Yunxiao frowned, "What's the difference?" "I can't let you follow me every day." "Why not?" Fei Enai suddenly said, her face flushed red, and said bluntly, "With my strength, even if I can't help you, at least I won't drag you down. Furthermore. She clenched her teeth, her lips almost bleeding. "Furthermore, even if you want me, I'm willing." As she finished speaking, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, almost undetectable. Li Yunxiao was completely stunned. His mouth was wide open, and his mouth was full of fruit dregs. He stood there in a daze. Pfft. Fei Enai looked at his stunned expression, and even her ears turned red. She could not help but laugh, and said, "Idiot, what's wrong, are you moved?" She flipped her long hair, and her entire body was as red as fire. Her voluptuous figure was already enough to steal souls, and with her charming smile, a wave of fragrance assailed the nostrils. Coupled with her generosity, it made people's throats dry. Gulp. Li Yunxiao also swallowed his saliva, and hurriedly poured out a bottle of bejeweled nectar and gulped it down a few mouthfuls. "Haha." Fei Enai suddenly laughed loudly, and her shyness seemed to have been swept away. She looked at Li Yunxiao with interest, and said, "I heard that Ding Ling heir from the Heaven Yuan Merchant Guild is young Master Yun's confidant, and there's another girl with an unknown identity who always follows young Master Yun. How come it seems that young Master Yun, with his amazing cultivation and mind, is so immature in some aspects?" Li Yunxiao coughed twice, and Fei Ni's handsome face was almost touching him. He hurriedly turned his head to hide his embarrassment, and said, "So, young Master Fei Enai is very experienced." Pfft. Nonsense. Fei and I blushed and said angrily, "Don't try to ruin my reputation. This young master has never let any man touch me, because none of them are qualified. I'm not a saint. If young Lord Ni doesn't have a sense of propriety, I'll really eat you up." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "I'm not a saint, so if young Lord Ni doesn't know her limits, I'll really eat you up." Fei and I looked at Li Yunxiao lovingly and said softly, "Even if you really want to eat me, I will do it willingly." Li Yunxiao said, "For the divine phoenix fire, is this sacrifice worth it?" Fei Ni's body trembled, and her face almost turned pale. She angrily said, "You think I'm only doing this for the divine fire?" Her eyes revealed a trace of melancholy, and she murmured, "If it's only for the divine fire, I won't do this to myself. I'm willing to follow you because you're Li Yunxiao, the rising star of the younger generation, and an invincible existence among those of the same generation." Her cheeks blushed, and her eyes flickered. She said, "I like the strong, and I also like to fight with the strong. My man must be far stronger than me, so that he can tame me and the proud heavenly phoenix bloodline in my body, so that I will willingly give myself to him and be his woman. I left the Long clan with Odd Ghost to find you, because there are rumors that you have the divine phoenix fire. Back then, I wanted to kill you and take the divine fire, but after the battle in Seawood Town, I knew that was impossible. But I'm not disappointed, and I'm even more excited because you're the man who can tame me. I know you have Ding Ling and you will have other women, but I'm not disappointed. An outstanding man can attract a large number of outstanding women, and they will willingly follow him. The only thing I care about is your strength. One day, when I can defeat you, it will be the day I no longer like you, the day I will despise you, and the day I will abandon you." Fei Ni's eyes glowed, and her face was as red as jade, making her look even more charming. Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said in embarrassment, "Why is it getting more and more out of hand, as if you're already my woman?" Fei and I gently smiled, and she lifted her hand to pull the belt of her red dress. "You." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he stood up as if he was electrocuted, and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Fei and I giggled, and said, "Didn't you say that I'm not your woman yet? I can be now." Her butterfly red dress fell off, and her body, which could make one's blood boil, was revealed. Pfft! 2 streams of blood spurted out of Li Yunxiao's nostrils, and he hastily covered his mouth with his hands. His entire body flashed with a green light, and he disappeared from the secret chamber. "Haha, Li Yunxiao, are you still a man? Come back here." Fei and I laughed heartily and put on her long dress. She spun in the air and also disappeared. By the time she came out of the secret room, Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. "Humph. Idiot. Idiot. You don't know how to eat a beauty that's delivered to your doorstep." Fei and I angrily stomped her foot, but then she felt that her words were inappropriate. Her cheeks immediately turned red and she shyly turned into a ray of red light and fled. Li Yunxiao was truly frightened by Fei Ni's bold actions. He wandered around New Yen City for a long time, wondering if he should go to the Xian Pavilion. If he met Fei and I again, it would be a bit awkward. After thinking it over, he still went to the Xian Pavilion. After all, it was Han Junting's invitation, and he didn't want to miss it. The Xian Pavilion was a very exquisite building. It was elegantly decorated, but it exuded an air of grandeur. It was definitely not something an ordinary craftsman could build. By the time Li Yunxiao arrived, it was already dusk. The building was built in a relatively quiet part of the city, and there was almost no one to be seen. Occasionally, people would enter, but they were all hidden. As Li Yunxiao stood in front of the building, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He looked at the Xian Pavilion with a shocked expression. The pavilion was made of a mixture of cedar wood and unpolished jade, and it exuded a faint noble aura. Under the dusk, the shadows grew longer, and the inside of the building gradually lit up. The orange oil paper lanterns lit up, illuminating the entire building. The lanterns on both sides were lit, making the pavilion look even more exquisite and beautiful. "Hey, Li Yunxiao. Since you're here, why don't you enter?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Odd Ghost, who looked at him suspiciously. At the same time, he looked around. "Where's Fei and I?" At this moment, Li Yunxiao couldn't remain calm anymore. He stared at the Xian Pavilion in a daze. Although the Xian pavilion's architecture was exquisite, it couldn't be considered a masterpiece. There were many better buildings, but Li Yunxiao immediately recognized the style of the building. This kind of exquisite craftsmanship carried a strong poetic and picturesque feeling, yet it did not lose its vigor. Thinking back to the huge waterfall circle he saw in the Star Moon House that day, he finally knew the real owner of the Star Moon House. A beautiful face appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind, as well as that beautiful dance. For whom did the beauty dance? Who was the beauty that could topple the world? What happened to you? Strange Ghost noticed that something was wrong with him and asked in surprise. I'm fine. Li Yunxiao shook his head, but his white hair and messy eyes couldn't escape Odd Ghost's eyes. Strange Ghost was also shocked. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for anything to cause such a stir in their hearts, let alone the cold and arrogant Li Yunxiao. Where's Fei and I? Isn't she with you? Could it be that something that shouldn't have happened between you two? A strange expression appeared on Odd Ghost's face, and he looked at Li Yunxiao with a mysterious smile on his face. Ahem, what are you talking about? Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he recovered from his deep thoughts, but he still couldn't calm down. He had also learned from Luo Yunsheng that the Divine Cloud Palace had sealed the mountain, and he guessed that it was most likely because of his death that Chu Hongyan was provoked, and so she sealed the Divine Cloud Palace. Is it finally going to come out again? No wonder all the people in power in the Star Moon House were women. Judging from Han Zhenting's talent and the fact that Emperor Jiuxing Granny Sunflower was always by her side, she was most likely the new generation of the Divine Cloud Palace. Hong Yan, how are you? Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart, and his face was filled with endless loneliness. His eyes were as hazy as the moon under the evening lights. What's wrong? Provoked? Strange Ghost laughed strangely. I know Fei Ni's personality very well. She is a complete cultivation maniac, a martial arts maniac. The only thing that can make her excited is to fight with a strong opponent, and you fit her requirements very well. Exciting your ass. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and his face suddenly darkened, and he directly slapped at Strange Ghost. Strange Ghost was shocked, and his body suddenly turned into lightning and dodged. One of the common characteristics of Thunder Element martial artists was that they were extremely fast as lightning, but just as he moved, he retreated a few feet, as if he had teleported. What? Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find that Li Yunxiao's slap had followed him like a ghost, and he could not shake it off at all. Smack! That slap landed squarely on the back of his head, and he felt a sudden pain. During the battle in Seawood Town, he had fainted throughout the whole process. But after hearing what Fei Ni and the others said, he still had some doubts about Li Yunxiao's martial arts, which had been praised to be miraculous. He thought that even if the other party was stronger than him, it should not be by too much. After all, he was still a realm higher than him. But after this slap, he suddenly realized that under the other party's attack, he did not have the ability to dodge at all. He had always been known for his speed, but in front of the other party, he had no advantage at all. Let's go, the exchange has probably started. Li Yunxiao stood there for a long time and no one came. The others should have already gone in. Strange Ghost suppressed the shock in his heart, and suddenly laughed. I finally understand why Fei and I came to find you alone. Haha, there is finally someone in this world who can subdue her. I thought that person would be Qin Chuan, ha. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said coldly, you still want to be beaten? Strange Ghost immediately shut his mouth, and did not say anything. After all, he was the young master of the Long family, and had a high status. If he was slapped on the back of his head like this, where would the pressure go? But there was a smile in his eyes, and he still wore an expression that said, we all understand each other. Li Yunxiao did not want to pay attention to him anymore, and with a complicated mood, he walked into the pavilion. A pink figure flickered, and a young woman appeared in front of the door. She said, where are your invitations? The two of them took out their invitations and handed them over. The woman checked them one by one, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, 2 honorable guests, please come in. Lon, take them to the number 1 hall. A petite woman appeared in the hall, and she bowed slightly. She said, please come with me. Li Yunxiao nodded, and followed her. According to the time, the divine cloud palace had been in seclusion for almost 20 years. One day in seclusion was equivalent to 1,000 years in the world. They had first established a chamber of commerce, and then they had grasped the current situation of the realm of heaven martial arts, and then they had come out of seclusion. This was indeed the most appropriate method. Strange Ghost said, "The Star Moon House has an extraordinary background." It suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it quickly rose to become one of the 7 great chambers of commerce, and it attracted the attention of the whole world. Lan, who was leading the way, was slightly startled. She just smiled and said nothing. As for Li Yunxiao, he was expressionless, and he followed Lan. The 3 of them went through several winding corridors, and they quickly reached the inner floor of the small building. Strange Ghost couldn't help but ask, "Li Yunxiao, aren't you curious about the Star Moon House?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's quite strange, but there are many strange things in the world, and I don't have the time to get to the bottom of it." Haha. Lan couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at an ordinary room in front of them and said, "We are here. This is the number 1 hall. The shopkeeper and the lords are all here." Strange Ghost shouted, "Little girl, where did you come from?" Lan covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "We came from my parents' wombs. 2 honorable guests, please come in. Lan will take her leave." Strange Ghost snorted unhappily when he realized that he couldn't get any information from them. The 2 walked into the room. The room was brightly lit, and there were 4 metal floor lamps inlaid with jade. A fist-sized pearl was placed on top of the lamps, emitting a white light. On each of the 8 sides of the pearl, there was a diamond-shaped transparent crystal with a formation carved on it. The 8 crystals were not connected, but they were connected to each other, like a transparent lampshade. However, its actual function was to continuously refract and reflect the light from the pearl, illuminating every corner of the room. There were already 2 rows of seats in the room, and there were more than 30 people. When they saw the 2 of them, they all turned to look at them. "Ahem, you 2 are finally here. We were just waiting for you too." Han Junting stood up from the seat of honor, coughed a few times, and said with a smile, "A total of 33 people have been invited, and they are all here. Thank you for giving face to my Star Moon House. I, Han Junting, can't thank you enough." Li Yunxiao looked around and saw everyone's faces clearly. Other than Chen Feng and a few people he knew, the rest were all strangers. Fei and I also sat down and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Her eyes were full of charm and charm. However, Li Yunxiao ignored her and looked at the man sitting next to Han Junting. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Mo Huayuan." The man sitting on the right side of the seat was Mo Huayuan. He also saw Li Yunxiao and hurriedly stood up to greet him. He nodded and said, "Young Master Yun, we meet again." His eyes were filled with satisfaction, and he asked, "Is my big brother with you?" Han Junting was surprised and said with a smile, "I forgot that young Master Yunxiao and Grandmaster Huayuan are old friends. How rare." Among the people in the 2 rows, many revealed doubtful expressions, but there were also some who appeared to be very calm, especially those who unexpectedly paid attention to Li Yunxiao. They were so familiar with all the information about Li Yunxiao that they could recite it out. What happened between Li Yunxiao and Mo Huayuan in South Fire City naturally couldn't be hidden from their intelligence department. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Xiao Chuan was indeed with me, but he is cultivating in seclusion somewhere." Mo Huayuan let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. He said, "It's good that big brother is fine." Songyang City's incident made him uneasy. He didn't know if Mo Xiaochuan was alive or not, and he was only relieved after learning that Li Yunxiao was alive. Now that he heard Li Yunxiao's words, he was completely relieved. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, you brothers will meet again sooner or later, and it won't be too long." He asked meaningfully, "How is your teacher, Yuan Gaohan?" Mo Huayuan's heart skipped a beat. "My master is fine, many thanks for young Master Yun's concern." Li Yunxiao nodded with a smile, no longer speaking. A beautiful maid had already brought 2 chairs over, leaning on the left side. Li Yunxiao and Odd Ghost both sat down. The surrounding people were secretly shocked. They didn't understand why Mo Huayuan was so respectful towards Li Yunxiao. Everyone here was an expert. They could see that the respect in Mo Huayuan's eyes came from the bottom of his heart. Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu both frowned. Especially Zhou Chu, there seemed to be a lock hanging on his forehead, forming the character Chuan, looking at Mo Huayuan in confusion. Then, his face darkened, staring coldly at Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, had a pensive look, a faint smile on his face. Han Junting was also slightly surprised, but her expression flickered. Fei and I suddenly stood up, saying, "Odd Ghost, change seats, I have something to discuss with young Master Yun." Odd Ghost was stunned for a moment, then he stood up, understood. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. Fei and I walked over slowly and sat down beside Li Yunxiao without the slightest bit of hesitation. She whispered, "Hide, why don't you hide?" Her eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Li Yunxiao felt as if he was sitting on a bed of needles, his face stiff, replying, "Everyone is watching, behave yourself." Fei and I looked at his serious expression, couldn't help but laugh, replying, "If you behave yourself to me, I will naturally behave myself." Li Yunxiao frowned, replying, "I've always been honest, it's you who's not being honest with me, isn't it?" No matter how thick Fei Ni's skin was, she couldn't help but blush, replying, "Annoying." Her tone was filled with Nini's anger. Li Yunxiao was speechless, but seeing Fei Ni's white teeth, red lips, delicate features, and an otherworldly temperament, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, then immediately turned his head and ignored her. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two was a little strange. Han Junting was startled as well. She smiled faintly and said, "The people invited by the Star Moon House are all here. This time, we have specially invited Master Mo Huayuan to be the appraiser. Everyone can rest assured." Mo Huayuan said, "I am indebted to head shopkeeper Han Jun for thinking so highly of me." Han Junting smiled and said, "Master, you're too humble. We're all friends of the Star Moon House. I wanted to introduce you one by one, but some of you don't like to reveal your name. Forget it, let's begin." A blue-cloaked man with an extraordinary appearance glanced around and said, "I didn't have a share in this trade fair. I was the one who requested to come to the Star Moon House." Everyone became interested and looked at the blue-cloaked man. Although he had an excellent temperament, his face was stiff and dull, as if he had changed his appearance. Many people's divine sense sneaked over, and as expected, they encountered an obstruction on his face. Like a sponge, their divine sense was sucked in, and they couldn't see his true appearance. The blue-cloaked man didn't mind, and he seemed to be very confident in his disguising technique. He continued, "In this auction held by the treasure tower, there's an item that I'm determined to get. However, these few days, I've heard that a few wealthy forces are also interested in that item, so I'm a little worried. So, I want to sell 2 items before the auction and exchange them for some primordial stones." Han Junting said, "I don't know this person's identity, but he showed me an item, so I let him come." The blue-cloaked man nodded, and his eyes flashed with gratitude. Then, he waved his hand, and instantly, 2 golden lights shot out and landed on the stone jade table in the middle. The table was covered with a layer of red silk, and immediately, 2 square boxes that were half a foot tall appeared. "Master Mo Huayuan, please have a look," the blue-clothed man said generously, sitting on the chair, as if he was very confident in his treasures. Mo Huayuan nodded and came forward. After taking a look, he put his hand on the jade box on the left. Suddenly, a cold feeling entered his body, seeping into his skin. He opened the box, and suddenly, with a bang, a cluster of flames jumped out, burning directly above the box, and spitting out tongues of fire from time to time. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. There was a thick demonic aura in the flames. It should be the fire of some kind of high-level demonic beast. Looking closely, he saw that the flames flickered with hair-like golden light from time to time. Although it was very rare, it did appear from time to time. He seemed to have discovered something. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked and uncertain all of a sudden. TSK. The inner core fire of the rank 8 fire chi is also a good thing, but it doesn't seem to be enough to be placed here. Fei Ni fixed his eyes on it, and suddenly laughed, showing disdain on his face. It was unknown whether the blue-clothed man's face was completely stiff, or his expression was calm. There was no change in his expression, and he only asked, "Master Mo Huayuan, what do you think?" Mo Huayuan stared at the flames for a while, and his eyes also showed shock. He said with some uncertainty, "Metal spiritual energy?" The blue-clothed man nodded and said, yes. Whoosh. Immediately, the entire room exploded, and everyone had a look of disbelief. Fei and I was also stunned for a moment, and then his eyes focused. He found that this cluster of flames was indeed a bit strange, and there was an extremely sharp aura inside. Han Zhenting said, the 5 elemental spirits are born from the source power of the 5 elements, and are extremely precious. When I saw this yesterday, I was not too sure. I hope Master Mo Huayuan can carefully examine it. Chen Feng said, the 5 elemental spirits are almost existences with spiritual intelligence. They can cultivate a spiritual body and take the form of a human. How could you possibly sell such a precious item? Even if you lack primordial stones, you would not sell it, right? He had just come from Seawood Town, and after witnessing Little Qing's terror, he had an unforgettable impression of the 5 elemental spirits. The others were also suspicious. Although they could not determine whether it was real or fake, no one would sell such a peerless item. The blue-cloaked man chuckled and said, whether it is real or fake, Master Mo Huayuan will judge. What everyone needs to decide is whether to buy it or not. Mo Huayuan was a bit troubled. From the aura, it is indeed metal spiritual energy. But if it is real metal spiritual energy, how can an 8th-level demonic fire suppress it? He turned to look at Li Yunxiao and asked, young Master Yun, did you see anything? Everyone was slightly stunned. Mo Huayuan was a newly advanced 9th-level alchemist, and his unusual respect for Li Yunxiao had already made everyone suspicious. Now that he was directly asking for advice, everyone was even more shocked. However, Mo Huayuan did not look the least bit uncomfortable. His face was calm, as if he was humbly asking for advice. This made everyone even more confused, and they became extremely curious about Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao stood up and walked to the stone jade table, looking at the flame. This 8th-level chi fire was extremely special. The flame was surrounded by a circle of dark black, and it could directly burn divine sense, making it impossible to investigate the inside. A fire phoenix imprint appeared between his eyebrows. Immediately, the level 8 chi hood jumped with a ping and started to feel uneasy, as though it was hiding from something. Everyone was shocked, especially the blue-clothed man. He seemed to be unable to sit still, and he exclaimed, what are you doing? Li Yunxiao smiled, and the fire phoenix mark instantly disappeared. He said, nothing, just testing it. This flame is not metal spiritual energy at all, but a kind of insect that can emit metal spiritual energy. What, insect? Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at each other. Mo Huayuan also frowned, and he stared at the flame, deep in thought. He seemed to be searching for some information according to Li Yunxiao's hint. Fei Ni's eyes flashed, and she said, I also felt it. There is life in this flame. She looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. When the fire phoenix mark appeared, her body felt a strong reaction, and she was even more certain that she did not find the wrong person. To be able to survive in a flame and emit metal spiritual energy, this old man really can't think of anything. Han Zhenting said, I wonder if young Master Yunxiao can explain in detail. Li Yunxiao suddenly became the focus of everyone. He smiled bitterly, I also don't recognize this kind of insect. The mysteries of creation are indeed not something we can understand. Since you don't know, don't talk nonsense. The blue-clothed man was a little angry, and he shouted, metal spiritual energy? This is the real metal spiritual energy. The reason why I'm selling it is because the stock is too small, and this energy seems to have been damaged. Otherwise, with its great value, even if I go rob, I won't sell it. Everyone here was smart. Seeing his angry expression, they knew that what Li Yunxiao said was not far from the truth. The corner of their lips curled up, and they all sneered. He also seemed to have realized that he misspoke, and a haze flashed across his eyes. He humphed, since you don't believe me, then forget it. I am not selling this item. Master Mo Huayuan, please take a look at the second item. Li Yunxiao smiled, Your Excellency, don't be angry. Regardless of what this item is, I am very interested in it. Name a price. Since you say that this is a fake, then why should I sell it? The blue-clothed man's anger had not subsided, and he coldly stared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled, I am only stating my opinion, it may not be correct. Are you saying that you can't let others comment on a treasure? Everyone here is smart, and they have their own opinions. They won't be swayed by others' opinions. The blue-clothed man heavily snorted, and said, "Fine, I won't argue with you. If I wasn't in urgent need of primary stones, I would never sell this item. 10 million highest-grade primary stones, no bargaining." Tisk. Many people snorted in disdain, and it was obvious that they did not care. Everyone believed Li Yunxiao's words, and they were certain that this item was not metal spiritual energy, but this guy actually sold it as metal spiritual energy. The blue-clothed man ignored the crowd's mockery, and said coldly, "The metal spiritual energy in this flame has been damaged, which is why its aura is so impure. It is definitely not a similar aura." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. The man in blue didn't seem to be lying, but there was indeed a strange bug inside the flame. It was only the size of a grain of rice and appeared to be a ball of golden light. Was this bug transformed from the metal spiritual qi? Li Yunxiao couldn't be sure. After all, he just used the power of the divine fire to suppress the power of the qi was devouring divine sense. He said, 10 million supreme-grade primal stones is too much. Even if it's really the metal spiritual qi, it's only the size of a grain of rice. As you said, it's not worth that much. Humph, what a joke. The man in blue said unhappily, if it's a complete and undamaged metal spiritual qi, even if it's the size of a grain of rice, its value can't be measured with primal stones. Buy it or not? Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, 8 million supreme-grade primal stones, no bargaining. Except for me, I'm sure no one else is willing to pay this price. The man in blue hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal. If it weren't for the fact that I'm in urgent need of primal stones, I wouldn't sell it even if you beat me to death. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, head shopkeeper Han Jun. I don't have enough primal stones on me. Can I use something to exchange for some? Although he had emptied out the East Sea Palace, most of the treasures and a supreme-grade spiritual vein mai were rare. There were also a lot of primal crystals, but it wasn't suitable to show them. The exchange between primal crystals and primal stones was troublesome. Han Junting smiled and said, haha, of course you're welcome. But this is a trade fair. Since Child Yunxiao has such a valuable treasure, why don't you show it? Maybe some friends are willing to pay a higher price for it. Li Yunxiao said, then after Master Mo Huayuan appraises the other thing, I'll show a few more treasures. Mo Huayuan closed the square jade box, and the entire 8th rank demonic fire was suppressed. Not to mention other things, just this box alone was extremely precious. After the previous incident, everyone was filled with anticipation for the item in the second box. They all craned their necks to look. The second box was unusually ordinary. It felt like an ordinary metal when he held it in his hand. Mo Huayuan immediately opened it and couldn't help but be stunned. There was a fist-sized humanoid iron puppet lying quietly inside. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations coming from it, but it was made of a precious 9th-tier material. The blue-clothed man said, this item is a very rare alchemy product, but it is also damaged. It might not be of much use to others. I wonder if Grandmaster Mo Huayuan is interested in purchasing it. He added, if Grandmaster wasn't here, I wouldn't have taken this out. When everyone saw the black iron puppet and heard the blue-robed man's words, they immediately revealed disappointed expressions. Before Mo Huayuan could respond, Li Yunxiao asked in a deep voice, what's the price of this item? His eyes revealed a dignified look as he stared at the iron puppet without relaxing, and there seemed to be a flash of excitement in his eyes. The man in blue was taken aback. You want it again? Mo Huayuan took out the iron puppet and his pupils shrank. The puppet's design was very simple, even crude. Moreover, it had experienced the passage of time, and it was obviously an antique. However, it was densely engraved with all kinds of patterns and lines. Its complexity was dazzling. Even Mo Huayuan was shocked as he couldn't see through it at all. Mo Huayuan couldn't help but sigh. This item is already damaged to the point of formation patterns. Otherwise, its value would be extremely high. The blue-clothed man was silent for a moment. Although it's damaged and can't be used, it still has research value. It's worth at least 3 million supreme-grade primordial stones. Mo Huayuan frowned. I can't see through the formation patterns on this puppet. It should be something extremely profound. However, it's hard to judge how damaged it is and how high its research value is. 3 million supreme-grade primordial stones is too high. The blue-cloaked man looked at Li Yunxiao with a questioning look. Li Yunxiao said, 2 million. The blue-cloaked man asked, what about Grandmaster Mo Huayuan? Mo Huayuan pondered for a moment. This item isn't very useful to me. However, as a type of Formula Dao, I have the obligation to take it back to the sanctuary. 2 million. Li Yunxiao frowned and glared at him fiercely. He said coldly, 2,210,000. High-end transactions on the continent were all calculated in supreme-grade primordial stones. 10,000 supreme-grade primordial stones were equivalent to 100 million mid-grade primordial stones. Although Li Yunxiao was rich, he wasn't willing to raise the price at once. Moreover, it was Mo Huayuan who was raising the price with him. His expression immediately darkened. Your elder brother and master are still in my world deity's monument. If you piss me off, I'll take it out on them. Mo Huayuan didn't know what he was thinking, but he also felt Li Yunxiao's cold gaze. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since young Master Yun likes it, I'll back out. The blue-cloaked man glanced at Li Yunxiao unhappily and snorted. 2,400,000. Take it if you want it. Li Yunxiao agreed readily this time. Deal. He took the iron puppet in his hand and scanned it a few times. He was instantly delighted. This puppet was indeed quite old, and its luster had long been worn away. However, it was made of excellent material. Moreover, after taking a look at the formation patterns on it, he was certain that this item was from the hidden Mu family. This was because the shape of this puppet was almost the same as the magical beans for soldiers and the mountain splitter that the Mu brothers used in the East Sea. However, the appearance of the magical beans for soldiers and the mountain splitter was slightly better looking than the one in Li Yunxiao's hand. They must have noticed the aesthetics in the years that followed and made some improvements, although they were still ugly. Han Zhenting smiled. No wonder young Master Yunxiao is known as the #1 rising star of the younger generation. Just this wealth alone is worthy of it. Humph. Zhou Chu's face darkened as he snorted. He was obviously very dissatisfied with this praise. Li Yunxiao said, Head shopkeeper Han Jun, are you trying to make enemies with me? An innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. If I am robbed, I will blame it on your Star Moon house. Han Zhenting chuckled. Her voice was very old and coarse, making Li Yunxiao, who knew her true appearance, feel very uncomfortable. She said, Now, it is young Master Yunxiao's turn to show off his treasures. Let us broaden our horizons. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and waved his hand. Several rays of light shot out and appeared on the table one by one. There was a total of 7 items. These 7 items are all produced in the East Sea. They are very valuable. Everyone, take a look and see if there is anything that suits your taste. Fei and I saw a jade that looked like a butterfly on the table. She walked over and took it in her hand. She showed a look of admiration. What a beautiful stone. Young Master Yun, I really like this item, but I can't afford it. She blinked her eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao with a cute expression. Everyone was a little dizzy. This was too obvious. They began to secretly think about the relationship between the two. Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed awkwardly and said, If you can't afford it, then don't look at it. Put it back and don't break it. Pfft. Chen Feng couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Everyone else also had smiles on their faces. What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Fei Ni's expression turned cold. Her eyes were like knives as she stared at Chen Feng. Killing intent rolled around her body without concealing it. She said coldly, Don't think that I am easy to talk to. I am not familiar with you at all, young Master Chen Feng. Everyone was shocked. This girl was so cute just a moment ago. How did she turn into a devil in the blink of an eye? Chen Feng shut his mouth. Only now did he realize that a woman's charm and gentleness were not something every man could enjoy. Especially a proud woman like Fei and I. There were very few men in the world who could catch her eye. Don't expect her to show her feminine side. In the entire world, perhaps only Li Yunxiao had this kind of honor. Many people around couldn't help but feel jealous. To be able to subdue a woman like this, what a sense of accomplishment. They all stared at Li Yunxiao with jealousy. Fei Ni's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone who wanted to laugh shut their mouths. Although most of them weren't afraid of her, they didn't want to cause trouble for the Tianling Long clan. I just like it. Can you give it to me? Just as everyone was being stared at by her cold gaze, a coquettish voice was heard. Everyone was taken aback and fainted. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His lips moved slightly and he said telepathically, I can give it to you. But don't bother me anymore. The crowd didn't know what Li Yunxiao said, but Fei Ni's expression changed. She said angrily, then I don't want it. With that, she threw the butterfly-shaped jade back onto the table and sat back in her seat. Hee, young Master Yun is indeed generous. He can even take out a rare treasure like the East Sea butterfly jade. Among the people present, a middle-aged man suddenly smiled and stood up. He looked middle-aged, but his hair was white. His ears were slightly different from ordinary people's. They were sharper and covered with white fur. He wore a white robe with scattered flowers. Demon. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked at that person. Li Yunxiao said, oh, you actually recognize this item. You really surprised me. The middle-aged man smiled and said, this item is indeed very rare. I only saw information about it by chance. I didn't think I would be able to see it in my lifetime. Li Yunxiao said, this item contains extremely strong spiritual energy. I really don't know what it's used for. The middle-aged man seemed to be lost in his memories. He said, legend has it that in the East Sea, there are two races that can't live together. They are natural enemies and kill each other. If these two races develop feelings for each other and mate, they will lose their lives. But the strange thing is that creation has its own wonders. At the moment of their lives, as long as the two love each other and their hearts are connected, they can turn into butterflies the moment they die. They will merge together flawlessly. Han Junting couldn't help but ask, if they will die if they love each other, why do they still love each other? She was a little stunned. Her eyes fell on the butterfly jade. She seemed to have thought of something, and her heart trembled. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and looked at Han Junting in surprise. Head shopkeeper, you are a hero who has seen the vicissitudes of life. Why would you ask such an immature question? Love is like a poison that makes one unable to stop. It's like a moth flying into a flame. Even if you know you will be injured, you will still do it. Han Junting's body trembled slightly. She realized that everyone was looking at her strangely. Damn it, she accidentally gave herself away. No matter how smart or scheming she was still a girl who was still in love. How could she understand the word love? She immediately revealed an immaturity that didn't match her identity. Haha, this old man has been alone all his life. I only wish for my martial path to be immortal. I really don't understand how these men and women love each other. It's just a waste of time. Han Junting was smart enough to cover it up immediately. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed. It's hard to understand that feeling without being deeply immersed in it. This East Sea rainbow butterfly jade was formed from the bodies of experts from the two clans. Not only does it have a powerful calming effect, but it can also avoid injuries caused by the 5 elements. It's even more symbolic. It's a rare item. May I know how much young Master Yun is selling it for? What? Avoid injuries caused by the 5 elements? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with astonishment. There were even a few people who stood up from their seats. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the colorful butterfly jade like hungry wolves. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Everyone, don't be shocked. There's a limit to avoiding injuries caused by the 5 elements. If it can avoid injuries caused by the 5 elements, then wouldn't it be a divine item? I see. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their nervous moods instantly relaxed. Only then did the few men who had stood up realize that they had acted inappropriately, and they all awkwardly sat back down. If it could really avoid injuries caused by the 5 elements, then there would be a fierce battle. The Violet Beauty Pavilion would definitely not be able to keep it. Han Junting's eyes lit up. It was obvious that she was also tempted. Then how strong is the effect of calming the mind and avoiding injuries caused by the 5 elements? The middle-aged man replied, I'm not too sure either. If young Master Yun doesn't mind, you can test it out. I mind, of course I mind. Li Yunxiao said, if I break it, will you pay for it? Everyone was sweating profusely. They all secretly cursed Li Yunxiao for being a sly old fox. If the effects were not strong enough, they wouldn't be able to sell it for a good price. Such a gimmick of calming one's mind and avoiding the power of the 5 elements would definitely arouse everyone's curiosity. The middle-aged man smiled and said, in that case, young Master Yun, please state your price. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid this East Sea Rainbow Butterfly Jade is the only one in the world. I didn't want to sell it at first, but since this monster clan friend likes it so much, I'll reluctantly part with it. 100 million top-grade primordial stones, take it. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's desire to buy was instantly extinguished. Han Junting also snorted and said angrily, young Master Yunxiao, are you here to sell things or to cause trouble? Liking something is priceless. If you really like it, it's worth the money. Fei and I suddenly said leisurely. She glanced at Li Yunxiao and walked to the table with a smile. Fiddling with the East Sea Rainbow Butterfly Jade for a while, Nini said, 100 million top-grade primordial stones, it's not expensive. I'll buy it. Everyone was shocked, thinking that she was crazy. Strange Ghost was also shocked, Fei and I, this item is only worth 5 million at most. Even if you want to mess around, you shouldn't waste money like this. Fei and I rolled her eyes at him and said, I like it. Why do you care? She put away the rainbow butterfly jade and sat back in her seat. She looked at Li Yunxiao and said, I don't have that much money with me. I'll owe it to you first. What? Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead and they all fainted. Strange Ghost wanted to say something, but when he heard this, he almost choked and swallowed the words he was about to say. He looked at Li Yunxiao with pity. Li Yunxiao's forehead was full of sweat. He said embarrassedly, this, head shopkeeper Han Junting, can I owe it to you? Han Junting laughed a few times and said, as long as both of you agree, it's fine. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, I don't agree. Han Junting laughed even more happily and said, then both of you can discuss it privately. There's no need to bring this matter up to avoid wasting everyone's time. There are still 6 more treasures, are there any friends who are interested in them? Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Fei and I raised her head, her eyes full of affection and a what can you do to me look. Li Yunxiao was at his wit's end. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything about this girl's unreasonable willfulness. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and said, young Mistress Fei and I is very generous. You are quick and generous. Fei Ni's heart skipped a beat. Lifting her head, she saw the middle-aged man smiling at her. She couldn't help but frown. This man seemed to care about her. She had this feeling from the beginning. Her face darkened and her cold expression returned, her eyes sharp. Women were strange creatures. Before getting to know Li Yunxiao, although Fei and I could not be said to be a smooth talker, she was still able to deal with people appropriately. She had her own etiquette when dealing with people. After recognizing Li Yunxiao, her entire person seemed to have changed. It was as if all her smiles and good looks were reserved for him alone. The strange ghost felt this the most. He felt that Fei and I was like a completely different person. A strange expression appeared on his face, expressing his confusion. The man from the demonic race smiled bitterly. Shaking his head slightly, he looked away, no longer looking at her. At this time, a man in a red silk robe stared at the other 6 items. Among them was a pitch-black turtle shell. He slowly said, if I'm not wrong, this should be the shell of the dark turtle clan that lives in the deep sea. Moreover, it's a 9th-grade existence. However, as far as I know, the dark turtle clan has been extinct for a long time. I wonder where young Master Yun got this. Li Yunxiao replied indifferently, I picked it up on the road. Everyone was speechless. They knew that he didn't want to talk about it. This was human nature. Han Junting's eyes flickered and she smiled casually, I thought young Master Yun picked it up from the Eastern Sea's treasury. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes and he snorted. The man politely asked, so that's how it is. May I know the price? 10 million supreme-grade origin stones. Li Yunxiao slowly opened his mouth. The 6 items he brought out were all things that he couldn't use and were rare on the continent. Some of them had never appeared before, which immediately piqued everyone's interest. In particular, many of the people present were the upper echelons of the merchant union. They had the habit of hoarding all kinds of rare items, so there was a lot of haggling. After intense competition, all 6 items were sold at a high price. Not only did he get the 10 million supreme-grade origin stones from the man in blue, but he also got 10 million into his own account. As for the rainbow butterfly jade of the Eastern Sea that Fei and I took away, he just treated it as if it never existed. The following transactions were also very interesting. Everyone took out items that were rare, so there was a lot of competition. There were a few items that were extremely valuable. Li Yunxiao wanted to bid many times, but in the end, he held back. Everyone present was a hero. Not only were they powerful, but they also had powerful backers. He had already shown off the 7 treasures of the Eastern Sea. He didn't want to attract any more attention and cause more trouble. Fei and I also sat beside him obediently and didn't participate in any of the bidding. She always had a smile on her face, looking happy. After a few hours, the transactions gradually cooled down. Just as Han Zhenting was about to announce the end of the event, the demon race man from before suddenly stood up and said, "The main purpose of my participation in this trade fair is to purchase an item." Everyone was curious and quietly waited for him to continue. His eyes turned and landed on Fei and I. He nodded with a friendly smile and said, "But only young Master Fei and I can have this item." Han Zhenting thought for a while and said, "No wonder Mr. Quan didn't want to participate. He only came when he heard that young Master Fei and I was here." She smiled and said, "It seems like it was all thanks to young Master Fei and I that we could invite Mr. Quan." Fei and I was surprised. "What item?" The man from the demon clan, Mr. Quan, smiled and spoke to Fei and I through telepathy. A man next to him snorted and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "You want to trade but don't want to do it openly. Boring. Why don't you trade privately after the meeting?" Everyone else had the same expression. Suddenly, Fei Ni's face changed and a murderous aura gushed out from her body. She shouted, "Impossible." Mr. Quan's face froze and he said, "Young Master Fei and I, you don't have to reject me. I haven't even told you what I want." Fei Ni's face turned cold and she sneered, "What a joke. It's impossible no matter how big your bargaining chip is." Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity. They didn't know what this man from the monster race wanted. Mr. Quan's lips moved slightly and he continued his telepathy. "What?" Fei and I was shocked again. She was shocked. Mr. Quan said, "The item I want is no less valuable than young Master Fei Ni's item." Fei Ni's face turned paler and paler. Li Yunxiao was curious as well. Mr. Quan's telepathy was also in a secret language. Otherwise, with his divine sense and lip-reading skill, he would be able to find out the contents. "No, I don't want to trade." Fei and I gritted her teeth as if she had made up her mind. This decision made her feel weak and she slumped back into her seat. Mr. Quan was disappointed and he said, "Young Master Fei and I, please think about it. You can change your mind anytime." Fei and I looked tired and waved her hand, "I've made up my mind." "Mr. Quan, you don't have to think too much." Mr. Quan's face darkened. His eyes flickered and he returned to his seat without a word. Han Zhenting saw everything, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Then, she smiled and said, "Everyone, are you satisfied with today's meeting? If no one wants to trade, then the meeting is adjourned." Everyone stood up and said their goodbyes. In an instant, the place was empty. Once they were out of Xian Pavilion, they used their escape techniques and disappeared in an instant. Granny Sunflower looked at Han Zhenting, who was in a daze, and said, "Shopkeeper, didn't you want to keep Li Yunxiao to exchange for the Ewood spirit?" Over the past few days, they had thoroughly investigated Li Yunxiao's information. They had collected all the information that they could possibly obtain. Han Zhenting's face turned serious, and she said, "Just now, he showed 7 East Sea treasures, so the rumor is very likely to be true." Granny Sunflower sucked in a breath of cold air, and her wooden face turned pale. She shook her head and said, how is this possible? This is too absurd. If such a big thing had happened, it would have been spread all over the world. Han Junting said slowly, if it is true, then it will be the eternal shame of East Sea's royal family, and we will do our best to keep the news under wraps. But there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. For example, our Star Moon House has already gotten wind of it, so it's just a matter of whether we believe it or not. Granny Sunflower shook her head, and said, most likely not. I don't believe it either. Han Junting's face turned serious, and she said, I didn't believe it either. But the 7 East Sea treasures, although not ridiculously valuable, are very rare. Apart from East Sea Palace, only the S-class clans would have them. Granny Sunflower was stunned, and said, East Sea is where that lord almost died. Han Junting's face changed, and she showed a look of disgust. She snorted, and said, don't mention that dead man in front of me. Granny Sunflower's body moved slightly, and a strange expression flashed across her face. She said, I misspoke. I'm sorry, shopkeeper. The anger on Han Junting's face gradually dissipated, and she said, during the battle at Haima Town, Xianxia's strength was said to be miraculous. Some even said that he helped would spirit block the heavenly tribulation. If he really has such strength, it is not impossible for him to succeed in East Sea. Haha, block the heavenly tribulation? Granny Sunflower laughed and said, head shopkeeper is an expert of Emperor Joshing. You should know the power of the purple lightning heavenly tribulation. Even the palace master would not be able to withstand it. Han Junting said sternly, this matter indeed needs to be considered, and there must be something wrong with it. But the fact that the wood spirit transformation was taken away by him is beyond doubt. We must think of a way to get it. Granny Sunflower's face darkened. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she said, let me go. Han Junting glanced at her indifferently and said, if I wanted to send you, I would have let you go just now. This matter is exceptionally important. This monarch cannot tolerate even the slightest mistake. Therefore, this monarch must have absolute certainty. A hint of a smile appeared in her eyes as she said, and tonight is the best night to test it out. Granny Sunflower also showed a rare smile, which made her look even uglier. Let's go. The show is about to start. Han Junting gently smiled, and the two of them immediately disappeared from the room. After Li Yunxiao left the Xian pavilion, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Yunxiao, wait for me. Fei and I panicked. She immediately turned into a ball of fire and chased after him. But after a few breaths, she completely lost track of him. She angrily stomped her feet in the sky, you're hiding from me again. Let's see if you can hide from me forever. Suddenly, a green lightning flashed in the distance. It seemed that a familiar figure was flashing and shooting out of the city. Fei Ni's eyes brightened, and she said fiercely, let's see how you can hide. She immediately used her escape technique to its fastest speed and chased after it. After a while, the silent night sky suddenly rippled. 2 figures slowly appeared where Fei and I was. They were Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Qin Chuan stared into the distance thoughtfully and said, who disguised as Li Yunxiao to lure Fei and I over? Could it be that fiend Quan? Humph, who cares who he is? I only care where Li Yunxiao went. Zhou Chu's face was cold. His eyes flickered with a dim light as he searched around in the dark night sky. Qin Chuan said, there's no need to look. His escape technique is very powerful. He has completely shaken us off. But young Master Fei and I. What a headache. Should we do something about this? That Mr. Quan's strength is extraordinary. It is very likely that he is a troublesome person. Zhou Chu said coldly, Fei and I was blind and blinded by love. She deserved to die. On the other hand, that Li Yunxiao suddenly disappeared. That was out of my expectation. Qin Chuan's face turned serious. Now it seems that the rumor is very likely to be true. Haha, don't joke around. Zhou Chu sneered, those people from the intelligence department are all useless. How dare they spread any kind of rumor? If they say that he stole some Sea clan's treasure, I can believe it. But if they say that he robbed the East Sea Palace, hee, what a bunch of brainless people. Qin Chuan said seriously, the 7 East Sea treasures that Li Yunxiao revealed, the rumor about Seawood Town, and the escape technique that we just saw, are getting closer and closer to the rumor. Humph. Zhou Chu snorted. Don't be so paranoid. Next time we meet him, we can just capture him and bring him back to the Saint region. Won't everything be clear then? Qin Chuan's face was silent. He pondered for a while before saying slowly, don't be reckless. Before we confirm the information, it is best not to face this person. Nuyan City is a mix of crooks and honest people. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There will definitely be people targeting him. We just need to watch from the side. It won't be too late to make a move when we are fully confident. Zhou Chu didn't seem to care, but when he saw Qin Chuan's cold eyes, his heart trembled. He quickly said, all right, I'll leave it to you. The area around them suddenly turned pitch black, and they disappeared in an instant. After Li Yunxiao left Xian Pavilion, he locked onto a person's aura and followed him from afar. That person's escape technique was extremely fast. An hour later, they were already out of the city and hundreds of miles away. Hee, young Master Yunxiao has been chasing us for so long. What is the meaning of this? The person in front suddenly stopped and turned around with a malevolent expression. It was the blue-clothed man who had made the transaction earlier. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised that he was discovered. He said indifferently, I just want to have a chat with you. Oh, but I don't know what is there to talk about with young Master Yunxiao. The blue-clothed man's expression sank. His eyes flickered with a fierce glint. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and spread his fingers. A ball of golden energy was slowly rolling on his palm. The golden energy had an abnormally dazzling golden light. It was the size of a grain of rice, and it was squirming inside. The blue-clothed man laughed sinisterly. Why? Young Master Yunxiao feels that he has been tricked and wants to reason with me? He immediately became vigilant. Waves of elemental energy undulated from his body. Li Yunxiao shook his head. I already knew that there was a worm inside. I just want to ask you about the origin of this worm. The blue-clothed man pondered for a moment and said, I found this worm by accident. I don't know its origin. Oh. Li Yunxiao revealed a disappointed expression. Then where did you find this worm? It can't be just one, right? The blue-clothed man sneered. I do have a few, but I'm not selling them. I believe young Master Yunxiao has also discovered that the light around this worm is indeed metal spiritual energy. It's just that it isn't pure. If I wasn't in urgent need of primeval stones, I wouldn't sell it. He paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed. Young Master Yunxiao is indeed powerful. This metal spiritual energy can cut through anything in this world. It actually can't cut your palm? Li Yunxiao smiled. You said it yourself. This isn't pure metal spiritual energy. Plus, I specialize in the fire attribute. It has a suppressive effect on the metal of the 5 elements. I see. The blue-clothed man came to a realization. Even so, young Master Yunxiao's physique is much stronger than the average Jiutian Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao said, if you are willing to sell the rest of the worms and tell me where they are, I am willing to exchange this for them. He retracted his hand and opened it again. A piece of metal appeared in his hand. It was pure golden color but had no luster. This is, the blue-clothed man squinted his eyes and looked for a while. Suddenly, his body shook and he cried out, Amaterasu Imperial Gold. Such a big piece of Amaterasu Imperial Gold? Li Yunxiao nodded. Yes, it is. This piece weighs about 7 to 8 caddies. It should be enough to exchange for 10 of your worms, right? If you have more worms, I can provide more Amaterasu Imperial Gold. More Amaterasu Imperial Gold? The blue-clothed man's eyes bulged. You have more? Li Yunxiao chuckled. That depends on how many worms you have. The blue-clothed man swallowed and stared at the ingot of Amaterasu Imperial Gold without blinking. He licked his parched lips. Hee, I do have some worms, but I don't want to take them out. What should I do? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. He clenched his fist and retracted it. If you don't want to give it up, you won't get it. The blue-clothed man laughed sinisterly. I don't want to give it up, but I want to get it. There might be a way to get it both ways. Oh, a way to get it both ways? I really don't know. Tell me about it. Li Yunxiao blinked and looked like he was asking for advice. Humph. Stop pretending. The blue-clothed man said coldly. You sure have guts to come looking for me alone. If you know what's good for you, leave all your treasures behind and I can spare your life. Li Yunxiao said, Is this robbery? Hee, what do you think? The blue-clothed man laughed coldly. You should be very confident in your own abilities. Otherwise, why would you reveal your treasures in front of me? Perhaps you're here with the intention of robbing me? Li Yunxiao put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. Of course not. I'm serious about making a deal with you. Humph, naive. The blue-clothed man sneered. I hate people who talk big. A ball of golden light suddenly burst from his body. A shining sword appeared in his hand and he raised it. A golden ring formed under the sword's momentum. With a bang, the ground was split open and it slashed towards Li Yunxiao at lightning speed. Li Yunxiao's body froze as he soared into the sky, dodging that golden wheel. Bang! The golden wheel directly exploded on the ground, like a golden flower blooming. Countless rays of sword light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky with a brilliant radiance. Looking down from above, it was as though one was in a golden ocean. All sorts of sharp auras filled one's body, and the sky was filled with the power of laws. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The other party was indeed a martial artist that specialized in metal-type sacred arts. Under the law of sharpness that filled the sky, it was as though there were blades constantly slicing through his skin, causing his body to emit specks of golden light. As the countless sword rays shot out, Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, leaving behind a green afterimage as he escaped tens of feet away. Humph, is there any use in running? A cold voice sounded. No one could see the figure, only the sound of a long sword piercing through the air. A shining sword pierced out from the pitch-black night, like the moonlight in the water, slashing towards Li Yunxiao. Chila! Li Yunxiao was sliced in two, turning into a green lightning body. His upper body turned into a huge green lightning shadow as he reached out to grab the flying sword. This sword is not bad, I want it. That arm stretched across the sky, grabbing towards the sword body. Crackle! That huge hand flickered with lightning continuously as it grabbed the sword in its hand. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in the night. Its eyes shone like two gems. It was actually a 10 feet tall golden puppet. It punched towards Li Yunxiao's long arm, while its other hand formed a seal in the air. Bang! Lightning exploded under that fist, and that long sword spun in the air, becoming 7 or 8 times bigger, and was directly grabbed by the golden puppet. The long sword drew a golden arc in the air, fiercely slashing towards Li Yunxiao. Hula! The sky was directly split in half, and the rumbling darkness collapsed towards the crack in the middle, as though the world was collapsing. Boom! The space around Li Yunxiao collapsed, and he was instantly swallowed up by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The golden puppet stood in the air with its sword in hand, looking like a fortress as it coldly glanced around. Suddenly, his two jade-like eyes focused. He saw a small black dot appear in the dark night. 2, 3, 4, all of a sudden, they were densely packed together. The black dots began to turn bright red, with flames dancing on each particle. Soon after, a light breeze blew past, and the flames began to swirl around the particles, emitting whooshing sounds. Rumble! The countless black particles fell from the sky like raindrops, resembling millions of wasps flying through the air. What? The golden puppet was startled, and it suddenly placed its long sword horizontally in front of its body. A golden barrier immediately condensed and enveloped its entire body. Bang, 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 bang! Countless black particles landed on the barrier, creating rings of golden waves. The particles were directly embedded into the barrier, and the power of wind and fire suddenly exploded. Boom! The golden circular barrier suddenly collapsed, and the golden light exploded. Bang, bang, bang! The black particles surged down in a frenzy, landing on the golden puppet like a heavy punch. The golden puppet's metal body constantly surged with formation power, rippling like water. Its entire body seemed to become somewhat illusory, as if it were separated by a layer of water mirror. Bang! A large number of black particles condensed into a large hand, and it fiercely slammed into the water mirror. Under the effect of the astral winds, the power of the divine flame swept up the entire puppet with a whoosh, and it began to burn. Ah! Damn it! The blue-robed man's voice suddenly sounded, and the sword in his hand slashed through the air. Walala! The sword's momentum directly slashed through the black fist, and it once again split into countless black particles that revolved around his body like a ring of stars. The raging flames that filled the sky suddenly expanded several times in size, illuminating the entire sky in a crimson red. Ah! The blue-robed man's angry roar came from within the golden puppet. The sword danced wildly in the air, constantly slashing out all kinds of sword chi that shot out from the flames. It wanted to shake off the divine flames, but it was powerless. At this moment, in the sky above the flames, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared, a cold expression on his face. His hands quickly formed hand seals, and lightning talismans floated out from his body like butterflies dancing in the sky, forming rings of lightning that circled around his body. The power of the green lightning became stronger and stronger, and his entire body suddenly turned into lightning. His body suddenly expanded by several times, and he became a huge fatty. He grabbed the hammer and smashed it down. Boom! The entire sky shook, and as the hammer fell, a golden ancient Maha character appeared, instantly turning into green lightning. Xianxia's other hand seal changed, and the countless lightning around him suddenly surged, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, converging into the green lightning. The green lightning was like a seed that suddenly grew, condensing into a 5-clawed lightning dragon that soared above a thundercloud. It suddenly opened its eyes. Green lightning dragon, go! Xianxia's hand seal changed again, and his palms came together. The lightning dragon instantly turned the clouds and rain, suddenly leaping into the sky, falling from the 9 heavens towards the sea of flames. Boom! Everywhere the lightning dragon passed, heaven and earth collapsed, and the boundless sea of flames split apart. What? The golden puppet was shocked, and it suddenly spread out its arms, shattering the runes on the surface of the metal. The space around it trembled, and cracked like glass. Its huge body disappeared into the darkness, and it was about to disappear from the sky. But the lightning dragon roared, and its whole body flashed with a green light, as if it had passed through layers of space, and directly teleported down. What? The blue-robed man roared in anger, and then the lightning dragon directly entered the golden puppet's sky, violently crashing down. Boom! Countless green lightning exploded like a waterfall, flowing from the top of the golden puppet's head to the rest of its body. Large amounts of lightning shot out, illuminating the darkness like it was daytime. The golden puppet seemed to be frozen in an instant, quietly standing in the sky, motionless. The surrounding lightning lasted for half a cup of tea's time, then all disappeared from the sky, restoring the darkness of the night. Suddenly, there was a slight paw sound, as if a thin piece of wood had been broken. Then, like frying beans, paw sounds were heard non-stop. Cracks appeared on the golden puppet's body, and pieces of gold fell down, like a piece of crystal glass breaking in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire golden puppet collapsed, turning into countless fragments that fell down. The blue-robed man's figure also appeared in the fragments, falling down together with the puppet, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Xianxia grabbed the air, and the blue-robed man's body was immediately sucked up. His eyes turned, and his fingers flicked lightly. Bang, bang, bang! Several storage artifacts burst out from the blue-robed man's body, and flew into his hand. Then, his claw turned into a palm, and slapped down. Bang! The blue-robed man's body suffered a heavy blow, and he immediately exploded in the air, completely turning into ashes. Xianxia grabbed the storage rings, and scanned them with his divine sense. With a cold smile, he made a few seals, and erased the imprints on them. Then, his divine sense probed into them, and his face lit up with joy. He put away the storage artifacts, and disappeared into the sky. After a while, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in the pitch-black night, and both of them had extremely serious expressions. Granny Sunflower, what do you think of his strength? The skinny old man in front had a serious look in his eyes. It was Han Junting. Granny Sunflower's expression did not look too good, and she said in a low voice, strong, very strong. To be able to control thunder and fire so skillfully, I'm afraid he will become another thunder tiger and fire leopard in the future. Han Zhenting said, I'm more and more convinced of the rumors of the East Sea. Also, in Seawood Town, the deaths of the thunder tiger and fire leopard were more or less related to him. Granny Sunflower said, this person is ruthless, decisive, and extremely intelligent. I've changed my opinion of him, he is indeed an ambitious person. Han Zhenting pondered for a while, and said slowly, then, Granny, between me and him, who do you think is stronger? Granny Sunflower's body shook, and she began to think carefully, and said, just now, this person did not seem to have used his full strength, but at least he displayed more than half of it. It's hard to judge the difference in strength between him and the shopkeeper, but it's almost impossible for the two of you to kill each other. Han Zhenting said, Granny, are you saying that we are evenly matched? Granny Sunflower nodded, and said, should be about the same. Han Zhenting said, then if Granny and we work together, can we kill him? As she said the last two words, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and a murderous intent flashed. Granny Sunflower's expression turned cold, and she said coldly, he used a large amount of origin energy just now. If we catch up to him now, we can definitely kill him if we work together. The atmosphere around the two of them became murderous, and Han Zhenting's expression kept changing, as if she was struggling internally. Granny Sunflower, on the other hand, did not move, as if she was frozen in place, quietly waiting for orders. Phew. After a long time, Han Zhenting let out a long sigh, and said, forget it, let him live for a few more days. Why? Granny Sunflower did not understand, and said, the spirit of Ewood is most likely with this person, and when I saw his art of controlling thunder, it was simply superb, to an unimaginable level. If we let him refine the spirit of Ewood, when the time comes, even if we work together, we may not be able to win. Han Zhenting said, refining the spirit of Ewood is not an easy thing to do. Right now, there are too many people interested in him, if we make a move, we will definitely be in the eye of the storm. Also, she smiled, and said, the combination of Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu is not any weaker than you and me, isn't it better to let them act on our behalf? Granny Sunflower frowned, and said, how does the shopkeeper know that they will act? Moreover, if Li Yunxiao falls into their hands, then we will completely lose the spirit of Ewood. Han Zhenting smiled, and said, if they don't act, we can just enlighten them a little, and then deal with them a little, and finally, Li Yunxiao will fall into our hands. Granny, there are many things in this world that cannot be done with just strength, strategy is equally important. Granny Sunflower said, head shopkeeper's wisdom is unparalleled in the world. I have no doubt about it. Han Zhenting smiled, Granny is too kind. Our mission this time was to bid for the divine sword, Star Destroyer. I didn't expect to find the Ewood spirit transformation. This is our opportunity. Li Yunxiao's target should be the wheel and the Star Destroyer sword. He won't leave Nuyan City for now. Let's go back and make some arrangements. While Li Yunxiao killed the man in blue, in a wasteland 100 miles away. Fei Yanai stared at the person in front of her with a stern face and said coldly, Quan, I've already given you a clear answer about the deal. Stop dreaming. The person who had imitated Li Yunxiao's aura and tricked Fei Yanai was the demon race man, Quan. He said calmly, I hope young Master Fei and I can think it through. Your bloodline is not pure, and your celestial phoenix nirvana physique has reached its limit. Instead of slowly disappearing from the ranks of geniuses, why not gamble with your luck? Perhaps you can be reborn. Fei Ni's expression changed drastically. She said angrily, Quan, you are indeed scheming. You even know about my situation. Where did you get this information from? The shock in her heart was indescribable. Her cultivation reaching its limit was her biggest secret. No one else in the world knew about it. Even in the Long family master who valued her greatly didn't dare to say it out loud. If she couldn't break through the bottleneck, her status in the Long family would plummet. This was something she couldn't bear. Quan said, I can't tell you the source of the information. I must get the celestial phoenix blood. And from the change in young master's expression, it's most likely true. Fei Yanai said coldly, even if I use your method to break through to Emperor Jiuxing, once I lose my bloodline, my celestial phoenix nirvana physique will definitely collapse. I'll be stuck at 9 stars for the rest of my life. Quan said, not necessarily. There are countless divine abilities in the world. There will definitely be one that suits you. And that's a distant future, not something you should think about now. Young Master's top priority now is to break through the shackles of his body and step into the Nine Stars realm. The corner of Fei Ni's mouth curled up, and he sneered, I've already thought of a way to break through. You don't need to worry about it. If there's nothing else, please get lost, Quan. Quan frowned and said, I know that your method is to borrow the power of the rank 10 divine phoenix fire. This method is feasible and very suitable for you. But would Li Yunxiao give you such a precious item so easily? Even if you take the initiative to express goodwill, the other party doesn't seem to be interested. Get lost. Fei Ni's expression changed, and his anger rose to the heavens. Circles of flames gushed out from his body, like a red cloud covering the entire sky, burning brightly. A cold light finally flashed across Quan's eyes. Since we can't come to an agreement, I can only offend you. Because I must obtain the heavenly phoenix blood today. His aura turned cold as he faced the flame from afar. His face was calm and indifferent, as if the Fenian force was nothing in his eyes. You dare to look down on me? Fei Ni's expression turned cold, and his 10 fingers moved repeatedly. The shadow of a fire phoenix slowly formed behind him, bringing with it endless raging flames as it stood in the pitch-black night. Quan nodded with some appreciation, and said, Let me see how strong your heavenly phoenix nirvana physique is. Octatic flame butterfly. Fei Ni flicked his 10 fingers, and his hands spread out in front of him. The fire phoenix behind him exploded with a bang. In the next moment, 8 streams of fire gushed out from all directions around Quan. Quan's expression turned cold. He felt the temperature of the flames, and he didn't dare to be careless. His fingers closed together, and he formed a hand seal in front of him. A similarly scarlet light flickered on his fingertip, and it jumped around like lightning, letting out ear-piercing chirping sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The streams of fire exploded, and bits of starry flames shot out, turning into 8 fire butterflies that flapped their wings. Each butterfly's wings were imprinted with strange patterns, and they were all different. They were as fast as lightning, and they surged down in an instant. Suddenly, the wings of one of the fire butterflies caught on fire, and with a bang, it exploded, and a terrifying power surged out. Quan's pupils constricted, and he drew a line in front of him with 2 fingers. A scarlet circle appeared, as if it had cut a piece of space. Rumble. The terrifying flames directly rushed down, shaking the scarlet circle and bouncing off. The other 7 fire butterflies also flapped their wings. With every flap of their wings, the flames on their bodies increased, and their energy continued to rise. Quan's expression sank, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a furry hand appeared on his palm, and the sharp claws on his 2 fingers turned dark green. The furry hand pointed out repeatedly, and he quickly drew circles in front of him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strange circles appeared in front of him. They were big and small, and they were crooked and flashing. Every circle seemed to have cut a piece of space, and they were like a dozen circular patches, stacked layer upon layer, coiling in front of him. The 7 fire butterflies suddenly flew down, and their bodies suddenly exploded in the air. Pung, pung, pung. The terrifying power of flames rushed down, pouring into those circles. In an instant, all the circles were filled with flames, and it turned into a sea of fire, swallowing Quan. It's useless. No matter how heaven-defying the power of the 8-star Emperor Wu is, it can't defeat me. A calm voice sounded, and a circle with a radius of several zhongs suddenly appeared in the sea of fire, like a door being pushed open. The entire sea of fire suddenly revealed a pitch-black vacuum zone. Quan crossed his hands behind his back, and his face became somewhat demonic. The light in his eyes had turned dark green at some point. Fei Ni's expression changed. She bit her red lips, and her entire body disappeared into the night. Light flame vein break. With a light shout, the sky above the spring suddenly split open. A streak of light spread out in the shape of a fan and fiercely chopped down. Between Emperor Wu, 1 star is the difference between heaven and earth. Even the legendary heavenly phoenix nirvana physique can't make up for this 1-star difference? Quan raised his hand, and a scarlet light flashed on his dark green fingertips. With a swish, 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 the sky seemed to split open, and countless red lights scattered like earthworms. Pung! When the meridian-severing flame struck the fingertip, the sky trembled, and the cracks became even denser, but it did not shatter. Quan raised his head, and his dark green eyes turned cold. When Fei Ni's eyes met his, her delicate body trembled violently, and her mind was unknowingly lost. Not good. In an instant, Fei Ni regained her consciousness, but this little bit of time was enough for her to lose her life. She cursed in her heart, and a sense of death surged from the bottom of her heart. Her entire body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. Mysterious record finger. Quan's dark green fingertips and claws enlarged in her eyes, and a sharp light instantly broke through her defense and touched the life gate of her shoulder armor. Pung! A cloud of blood burst out. Fei Ni's entire body convulsed in pain, and she curled up into a ball in the air. Circles of flame spread out around her like a fireball. One of the 8 life gates was broken by a finger. For experts with special physiques like her, this was undoubtedly a fatal wound. At this moment, not only was the spirit energy in Fei Ni's body in disorder, but the heavenly phoenix physique also began to collapse. Her smooth skin suddenly became dry, and flames occasionally rushed out. She curled into a ball in pain, and groaned in a low voice. The heavenly phoenix nirvana physique is only SOSO. Is your strength not enough, or is this all you have? Quan retracted his demonized hands, and turned back into gentle skin. He walked towards Fei Ni step by step. To be honest, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Fei Ni's trembling became weaker, and her face became pale. The flames around her became smaller, and vaguely showed signs of extinguishing. Should I directly refine you into a pill, or bring you back and slowly cook you? Quan's face showed a difficult expression, and he hesitated. Your life force is disappearing too quickly. If you die, the medicinal effect will be greatly weakened. If I refine a pill now, I still have a few ingredients that I haven't found, so I can only refine a pill of a lower quality. TSK, I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. There aren't many in the demon race who are proficient in the formula path. A tisk-tisk sound of praise suddenly came from the void. However, that praise seemed to be filled with endless coldness. It sounded like there was no emotion, but it made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Quan's expression changed, and his eyes turned into dark green demon eyes again. He looked towards the void and sneered, there aren't many in the demon race who are proficient in the formula path. Did you forget that back then, our High Priest Lord Ai came to the God Transformation Sea and defeated your human race's rank 9 alchemists consecutively, causing no one to dare to accept the challenge in the end? The voice said mockingly, Ai? I have to say that he is a genius in the formula path, but why did he leave in the end with his tail between his legs? Quan said coldly, in that battle, your human race's Gu Feiyang secretly used a despicable method, and only then did he luckily win. That voice sneered, hee, despicable and despicable? The winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. Ai do understands this, don't you? Quan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, what's the use of talking about the past? Did you appear now to reason with me? Tisk. That voice spat disdainfully and said, there's a difference between humans and demons. Do you understand what I'm saying? Quan suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, then, you want to watch how I refine pills? That voice denied, no, I just want to teach you how to be a human. Oh? I really want to know how to be a human. The dark green light in Quan's eyes turned cold, and he said word by word, come out, Li Yunxiao. Not far from the fireball formed by Fei Ni, the space blurred, and Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared. His entire face was like water, and no emotions could be seen. With a glance, it was as if he had seen all the changes in the world. He was indifferent like the eternal stars, without a trace of life. Tisk. Quan suddenly sucked in a cold breath. For some reason, a chill surged up his spine, and he felt his entire body turn cold. Quan couldn't help but be shocked. Li Yunxiao was only at the level of 7-star Emperor Wu. How could he produce such a powerful aura? Just a gaze was enough to make Quan shudder. Quan was also an arcane master. His mental strength was abnormally strong. Even if he encountered an expert of the same level, he would win more than lose. He couldn't help but be alarmed. He knew that he had encountered a strong enemy that couldn't be underestimated. Li Yunxiao retracted his gaze and looked at Fei Yanai, who was not far away. She was already unconscious, her vitality dissipating. He took a step and appeared next to the fireball. He extended his hand and grabbed at the flame. Scram! Quan's eyes turned serious. A crimson finger light shot out. Pissed. Li Yunxiao's body was pierced by the finger light, creating a huge hole. The hole was surrounded by green lightning, flashing nonstop. There was no blood or flesh. However, in an instant, the hole healed itself under the flashing lightning. Throughout the entire process, Li Yunxiao didn't even turn to look at him. He grabbed Fei Yanai with his hand. With a flash between his brows, he put her into the Universe God Monument. Quan's pupil shrank. He said word by word, lightning transformation, supreme profound artifact. Li Yunxiao frowned. He turned around and said coldly, "Who are you? You actually know that I have a supreme profound artifact." Quan said, "Oh, you actually didn't deny it?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "Tisk, why should I deny it?" Quan's expression darkened. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "You are so confident that you can keep me here?" His expression turned ugly. He said, "I can feel that your strength is even more terrifying than the rumors say. I really don't want to fight you right now. As long as you hand over the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique, any conditions can be negotiated." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What if my condition is to skin you alive?" Quan was furious, but he still tried his best to suppress his emotions. "As far as I know, Fei Yanai also wants to steal your divine phoenix fire. Although she took the initiative to throw herself at you, her motives are not pure. Moreover, you don't seem to be interested in her, do you? Why make an enemy out of me for a hateful woman?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. "Even if I hate someone, if that person suddenly says that she likes me, then I won't hate her at all. I can't help it. I'm just that principled. I can't hate someone with good taste." Haha, how narcissistic. So today's battle is unavoidable? Quan was so angry that he laughed. The aura on his body continued to rise, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Li Yunxiao raised his head and stared at him coldly. "Tell me your identity, and I'll consider it. Maybe I'll let you go." "No need. I must obtain the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique. Let me see just how strong the #1 person of the younger generation in this continent is to be worthy of this title." Quan's eyes turned cold, and a surge of power burst out of his body. The space around him shook and became dazed. His body swelled to more than half its original size. His clothes were completely torn apart, revealing his furry arms and upper body. His face had also become extremely ugly, and his 2 ears were constantly protruding upwards and elongating. A powerful demonic power revolved around his body, and the faint dark green origin energy was almost tangible. It caused the space around him to become dazed and turn in a spiral direction. The moment Li Yunxiao appeared, he gave Quan a great pressure. He didn't dare to be careless, and he completely transformed into his demonic form. Bang! The space where Quan was suddenly split open. His entire person disappeared, leaving behind only a pitch-black void and specks of dark green origin energy. Boom! In the next moment, a huge tremor came from above Li Yunxiao. The pitch-black night started to spin like clouds, and a furry fist poked out. Wherever the fist landed, the entire space was twisted and shattered by the spinning force. An indescribable force was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. It was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he revealed a horrified expression. Quan's cultivation was only at the beginning stage of 9-star, but the power of this fist was far beyond that of an ordinary beginning stage 9-star expert. He didn't dare to be careless. His entire body turned golden, and the muscles on his arms bulged. He roared and punched out. Boom! A golden whirlpool surged out, and when the two forces collided, the dark night rolled and shook the surroundings. What? Quan was shocked. The body of the demonic race was far stronger than that of the human race, and he himself was an expert in this field. The fist that was originally filled with confidence actually came to a draw with his opponent. This set off a huge wave in his heart, and he couldn't accept the reality in front of him. the essence force in Li Yunxia's body surged, and every pore on his body opened up. A portion of the demonic energy that his opponent shook into his body was directly absorbed, and the rest was expelled from the surface of his skin. However, Quan's intelligence was extremely high. After a short moment of shock, he regained his senses. His dark green eyes focused, and his entire figure became blurry. Trying to leave? Li Yunxiao sneered, and his eyes focused. Tsutsumi's power appeared, and the entire space became demonic. Quan's originally blurry figure suddenly solidified. What? He was shocked again, but this time, he didn't have time to think. Because Li Yunxiao's hand bloomed with a sword light, and he slashed through the air. Mystic Record's finger. Quan clenched his teeth, and two of his fingers shot out. Bang! The finger light was broken by his opponent's sword chi. Li Yunxiao's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed in, and a cold sword swept out, slashing at Quan's head. Splendid staff. In his shock, Quan hurriedly grabbed the air, and a completely gray staff appeared in his hand. He violently smashed at the sword light. Countless patterns were carved on the staff, and when demonic energy was poured into it, the originally dusky staff suddenly lit up and emitted golden light. Bang! The two weapons clashed violently, and the sky was immediately split into two. Li Yunxiao only felt his arm go numb, and the cold sword frost was shaken back. He looked at the sword with some heartache. Apart from the spirit chi dissipating a little, the sword was undamaged, and only then did he feel relieved. Quan, on the other hand, was taken aback once again. A gap had been slashed through the seemingly unstoppable rod. TSK. What kind of mystic artifact is this? Quan took a deep breath of cold air. He knew how powerful this staff was, and only now did he understand the terror of the cold sword frost. No matter what kind of mystic artifact it is, you have already provoked my killing intent. Quan's face was gloomy, and he weighed the splendid staff in his hand, striking out a stretch of staff shadows. There was the roar of wind and thunder, and it fell from the sky. Li Yunxiao's figure turned into lightning and retreated. He put away the cold sword frost, took the hammer in his hand, and raised it high. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lightning rings condensed around him, and a large number of thunder talismans floated up from his body, as though a thunder god had descended. Green Thunder Dragon! With a loud shout, he grabbed the hammer and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! A thunder dragon appeared under the hammer smash. It raised its head and roared, rushing into the sky full of staff shadows with a boom. Every time the staff landed on that green thunder dragon, it would explode with the sound of wind and thunder, shooting out tens of thousands of lightning rays. The golden staff shadows and the thunder power interweaved and devoured each other. However, Quan's body was surrounded by the staff shadows, and the thunder dragon couldn't get close at all. Soon, it was suppressed by the splendid staff, and it was like a trapped beast. Humph! Li Yunxiao sneered and turned back into his physical state. He raised one hand and held the heavenly light sword case in his hand. The patterns on it became bright, and silver light circulated. Swish! 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 24 Northski cold star swords flew out and formed a formation around Quan. Immediately, a sea of sword aura spread out. Quan's pupil shrank. When the sea of swords rose, his heart trembled as he sensed the terror of this formation. He no longer bothered with the thunder dragon's heart. His staff swept out a patch of golden light and struck the thunder dragon's head, causing a monstrous thunder light. With a flash, he broke through the void and was about to escape from the heaven sword diagram. Come down! Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he immediately teleported above Quan. He suddenly formed a seal with his hands and smashed it down. Heaven and Earth Limitless, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The golden seal of heaven and earth gathered and crashed down. It fused the power of the 4 extremes of heaven and earth into one seal, enveloping the world. Quan was shocked and furious. He swung the long staff, grabbed it with both hands, and struck at the golden seal with a roar. Rumble! The seal was smashed into pieces by the splendid staff. Li Yunxiao's body also suffered a huge backlash, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He felt stifled in his heart, and there was a salty taste in his throat. Under the obstruction of the heaven and earth seal, Quan fell into the diagram again. In just a breath's time, the sharp sword intent had increased by several times. 24 Northsky cold star swords were like stars, inserted in the sky according to a fixed position. A golden sword talisman gradually appeared in the sky above the diagram. The surrounding space couldn't withstand the sword force and started to distort. Quan's pupils shrank, and a fierce glint burst out from his eyes. The splendid staff danced around his body. The densely packed staff shadows formed a golden barrier and separated the sea of swords. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he formed a seal with both hands in the air. 24 Northsky cold star swords suddenly buzzed, and all of them burst out with a ringing sound. All of a sudden, they all shook. The sea of sword aura surged with monstrous chi waves and surged towards the golden barrier. The sword talisman in the sky transformed into a giant sword shape and suddenly slashed down. Boom! The sword shape fiercely slashed on the golden barrier. The sky shook violently, and the surrounding space was completely shattered. There was only a sword shape left in the sky, and it was constantly inserted into the barrier. Want to kill me? Impossible. Quan's face was sinister as he roared repeatedly, and the long staff in his hand was brandishing faster and faster. The barrier, which was originally about to collapse, suddenly became solid. The golden radiance suddenly expanded, and it shook violently. Bang! The sword shape of the heaven sword diagram suddenly shattered and disintegrated like glass, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Quan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. However, in the blink of an eye, his pupils suddenly widened. He saw a stream of light descending rapidly, turning into an immortal monument, and suppressed down. The immortal monument released thousands of rays of light as golden rings of stars revolved around it. Countless ancient Maha characters surged out as a white blurry world power spread out. Quan's body shook. Under the suppression of the monument, the entire space-time was crushed, overturning the universe and shaking the universe. The splendid rod in his hand rose into the sky and pushed against the universe god monument. Bang! The universe god monument pressed against the rod, and a golden light shot out. The rod instantly cracked and shattered bit by bit, collapsing continuously. Quan's pupils shrank as he revealed an unconcealable shock. He cried out, "Saint Artifact!" His face turned ugly as 3 feathers suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw them into the sky. The 3 feathers were completely gray and didn't seem to be abnormal. However, the surrounding space fluctuated slightly. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as a cold glint burst out of his eyes. Trying to leave? Tsutsumi suddenly appeared as strange symbols condensed around his pupils. The space within a radius of several dozen feet where Quan was instantly frozen under his eye power, becoming as solid as an iron bucket. Quan's expression changed slightly. Although he was shocked, he didn't panic. The 3 feathers floated down like ink, causing the space to become somewhat illusory and unreal. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. Under the power of Tsutsumi, Quan's figure gradually became indistinct. Eye technique, mirror flow. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly executed the eye technique, wanting to mirror everything in front of him into his eyes. Tsutsumi's pupils rippled like water as a world that was exactly the same as the outside world was directly reflected in the mirror. However, his pupils suddenly shrank as he revealed a look of shock. In the entire mirror world, Quan's figure was the only thing missing. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique, I won't give up. Quan's figure became fainter and fainter in the pitch-black night. The splendid rod completely shattered into pieces as the Universe God monument pressed down and the white world power swept him in. However, it was just an afterimage that completely dissipated and disappeared into the sky. Bang! The 3 feathers spontaneously combusted. Li Yunxiao teleported and grabbed the 3 tail feathers, but they were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. What he held in his hand was only a smear of black ash and a few thin gray feathers. He placed the feathers in front of his eyes and carefully observed them. Suddenly, his entire body shook, revealing a look of shock and realization. It's actually this thing's feather. No wonder it has such powerful spacetime rules of order. Even my Tsutsumi and Universe Divine Monument are unable to suppress it. Li Yunxiao pondered deeply for a moment before he turned around and vanished into the pitch-black night. Although this place was far from Nuyen City, the sounds of their battle and their elemental energy undulations could still be heard. After a long time, various spies appeared from time to time, but they all returned empty-handed. After defeating Mr. Quan, Li Yunxiao returned to the Jingya Sacred Grounds Purple Room. He entered the World God Monument in an instant. Fei and I was still unconscious. His entire body was curled up like a baby sleeping sweetly. The flames around him had already shrunk to a few feet, and he was in danger of extinguishing at any time. A ray of white light appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. It was Yuan Gaohan. "What is it now?" he asked impatiently. But his gaze was immediately attracted by the fireball. After staring for a while, he asked doubtfully, "Celestial Phoenix Nirvana Physique?" Li Yunxiao said, "Looks like I found the right person. How much do you know about the Celestial Phoenix Nirvana Physique?" Yuan Gaohan's face darkened. Could this woman be from the Tianling Long family? I heard that the young master of the Long family has the bloodline of the ancient Celestial Phoenix. Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed with anger as he stared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao nodded. "Yes, the young master of the Long family, Fei and I." Yuan Gaohan slapped his head. A sense of helplessness spread in his heart. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. King caused trouble outside all day long. You've offended all 7 superpowers. You'll die sooner or later. How did I get to know someone like you? Li Yunxiao shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "We already know each other. What do you want to do?" Yuan Gaohan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wished he could rush up and tear him apart. After a while, he calmed down and said while gritting his teeth, "Speak, why did you call me out? It can't be that you want me to help you refine the Heavenly Phoenix Physique into a pill, right?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Can refining a pill and eating it increase one's power? If possible, I don't mind if you help me." Yuan Gaohan's gaze was ice cold as he said in a cold voice, "If you refine the young master of the Long family into a pill, there will be no place for you in the entire world." Li Yunxiao dug his ears and said curiously, why is this sentence so familiar? It seems like many people have said it to me." Yuan Gaohan was completely powerless. He really didn't want to talk to him anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Speak, what do you want me to do?" "The remaining Northern Sky Cold Star Swords have all been refined. The agreement between us will be completed soon. After that, we'll part ways and have nothing to do with each other anymore." Li Yunxiao said with a light smile, "We can still meet again in the heavenly martial realm after parting in the universe God Steel." Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "I don't want to see you again in this life. Hurry up and tell me what you want me to do. I'll leave once you're done." Haha. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a while, he said, "How much do you know about the Heavenly Phoenix Physique? Tell me everything. I've only heard of this physique." Yuan Gaohan muttered to himself for a while, then said, "I don't know much either. It's said that the ancient phoenix is immortal and can be reborn from fire. As for the Heavenly Phoenix Physique, it's a special physique stimulated by the phoenix's blood. It can be reborn from nirvana continuously, making the body gradually perfect." He paused for a while, then said with some uncertainty, "It's similar to a divine body. It can also be classified as a divine body, right?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Reborn from nirvana continuously? In that case, even if I don't care about Fanny's current state, she can still be reborn by herself?" Yuan Gaohan said, maybe not. Even if she can, it won't be in a short time. It might take a long time. But you have the Phoenix True Fire. If you're willing to help her, it'll be different. It's said that the Phoenix can be reborn from fire. The level of the flames around her is too low. If she wants to gather the power of nirvana, who knows how long she'll have to wait." Li Yunxiao hesitated and said, "If I use the divine fire to help her, what if I accidentally burn her to death?" Yuan Gaohan's eyeballs popped out, and he said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? She has the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Physique, impervious to all fire. Furthermore, this is your transcendent grade profound artifact space. Everything moves according to your heart. How can you possibly burn her to death, unless you did it on purpose?" Li Yunxiao laughed a few times, then pointed at the sky. A flame appeared out of thin air and fell down from above Jiutian. It enveloped the fireball that Fanny was in an instant and started burning fiercely. Fanny's curled body seemed to tremble slightly, then there was no movement again. Only that pale face seemed to become even more serene. Yuan Gaohan said in a deep voice, "You must not harm this woman." "I'm not joking." "Oh, the Long family's people all have the ancient true spirit bloodline. Could it be that she's even more special?" Li Yunxia's expression was calm. He was just a little curious. Yuan Gaohan said, "Indeed. The Heavenly Phoenix bloodline is one of the most difficult bloodlines to inherit. It only appears once every several tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the most important thing is that, according to legend, if the two bloodlines of a true dragon and a heavenly phoenix are combined, unimaginable power will be produced." Li Yunxiao said, "I see. The bloodline of a true dragon is not rare. It's just that the density of the blood varies. As for the blood of a heavenly phoenix, it's really rare to hear about it." Yuan Gaohan said, "Yes, the master of the Long family will definitely arrange a spouse with a very dense dragon bloodline for her. If the two of them get together, not only will their strength increase, but the potential of their offspring will be even more immeasurable." Li Yunxia's expression became strange. He said, "The spouse has already been chosen? Then, if this woman marries another man—" Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and said, "Then this man will be the Long family's mortal enemy." He said with a strange expression, "The man you are talking about is not you, right?" "Ha, ha, what a joke." Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, "How could it be me? I was just asking casually." Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, "It's good that you are not. Although you are extremely strong and have boundless potential, there are many terrifying existences in the realm of heaven martial arts. Even in the sacred zone, there are still many existences that people don't dare to offend, nor are they willing to offend. The Long family's master, Long Qianmiao, is definitely one of them." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Long Qianmiao has always been the most mysterious person among the 7 great masters. Even I have never seen him. What kind of person is he? What kind of bloodline flows in his body?" Yuan Gaohan's pupil shrank. He said, "Besides the Long family's people, I'm afraid no one knows about this. As far as I can remember, I have never seen this person fight. But his strength is definitely at the top among the 7 great masters. So, you should never provoke their people, especially this woman." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I understand. The Long family's people rarely move around the continent. If they don't provoke me, I won't be interested in provoking them." Yuan Gaohan said, "I hope so. The last batch of Northern Cold Star swords will be completed in a few days. I hope I can meet you with my true body." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "No problem. I will keep my promise. You can choose the time and place." Yuan Gaohan said gravely, "I want to fuse my 2 souls into one and break through to the peak of Formula Path. I hope you can protect me." Li Yunxiao's body trembled slightly. He said in surprise, "What? You think the sacred zone is not safe?" Yuan Gaohan said, "I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but I feel that the atmosphere in the sacred zone is a bit strange. Although you are unreliable, you are still trustworthy." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Then you can let your true body break through to the peak in the divine steel." Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, "The world inside the sacred artifact is still in the initial stage of evolution. The power of rules is still shallow. It won't be a problem to break through to the peak. But you should know how difficult it is to break through to the peak." Li Yunxiao said, "If you succeed in breaking through this time, your achievement in Formula Path will be enough to make you top 5 in the entire human race. Only Lu Congzi and Tian Zhaozi will be slightly better than you." Yuan Gaohan sighed, "The world is vast, and there are countless people with extraordinary abilities. The higher you go, the more you realize how insignificant you are." Li Yunxiao laughed, "You're right, but those who are as reclusive as phoenixes and water chestnuts that you and I are afraid of are almost negligible. As long as you succeed this time, you will definitely be top 5 in our race." Yuan Gaohan said, "We'll see. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." His figure slowly faded in the air until he disappeared. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and observed Fanny's condition. He discovered that inside the divine fire, her pale face was slowly regaining some color. Moreover, the self-protecting fire of vitality around her body had long been retracted. At this moment, she was completely immersed in the divine fire, as if she had returned to the embrace of her mother. An indescribable comfort was written on her serene face. Looks like this woman will be fine for the time being. Li Yunxiao sighed in relief and no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he flipped his hand and a few storage artifacts hovered above his palm. There were 3 rings, a bracelet, and a few pouches. They were the items left behind by the man in blue after his death. Li Yunxiao took out a purple jade scroll from the bracelet and placed it on his forehead to read it. Soon, he fell into deep thought. The jade scroll recorded a general outline of the art of puppetry. It was all-encompassing and breathtaking, and it recorded a total of 108 types of puppets. Puppets were originally a special type of mystical artifact derived from mystical artifacts, so Li Yunxiao had a certain understanding of puppets. However, after reading this jade scroll, he was shocked beyond belief. The jade scroll explained and categorized the different types of puppets in detail, as well as some unimaginable concepts. For example, the armored puppets that appeared many times in the Mu family had more than 10 different forms. Among them, the most advanced form had appeared in the East Sea, and it was the mountain splitter. There were also some conceptions of puppets that could appear in a set like a profound artifact. As long as one cultivated a type of divine thought thread divine ability, one could control many puppets at once. Furthermore, each puppet could be imprinted with a sufficiently powerful array formation. Many simple martial techniques could be embedded in it, and each puppet could become unique. Li Yunxiao's heart was abnormally shocked. This jade slip was definitely recorded by the ancestors of the Mu family. This was because the method of controlling a complete set of puppets had already evolved to the acme of perfection in the current Mu family. The magical power of casting beings into soldiers was based on this theory. The man in blue was already dead, and his identity had become a mystery. Perhaps the Star Moon Temple would know about it, but it was no longer important. Li Yunxiao unconsciously regretted killing this person. Otherwise, he would have been a great help to him. Moreover, at the back of this purple jade slip, there was some content recorded that made his heart beat wildly, and the name of the owner of this jade slip, Mu Chen. At the end of the jade slip, Mu Chen recorded a paragraph of words. The ultimate concept of the puppet was to stimulate the development of spiritual intelligence. Just like the transformation of plants, a new race would appear, and it would have its own thoughts and be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao on its own. At that time, the puppet would be able to evolve on its own, and progress forward through its own cultivation. Moreover, for this concept, Mu Chen also listed the process of more than 10 attempts, as well as the problems and reasons for failure, and so on. Everything in the world could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and all of them could transform into spiritual intelligence. But the process was extremely slow and complicated. Mutated existences like Everlasting Evergreen and Kunwa Divine Tree had their own unique advantages, which made it even more difficult for them to transform into spiritual intelligence. The simplest transformation was the spirit of the profound artifact. With the understanding of the rules of heaven and earth and the structure of everything in the world, the alchemist could decompose and reassemble all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. The profound artifact that was born was the crystallization of wisdom, and it was the easiest for it to produce a profound artifact. But this kind of profound artifact was only a kind of spiritual existence with hazy emotions, and would not have true wisdom. Unless it was the kind that forcefully poured the external soul into the profound artifact, forcing and refining it, turning it into a profound artifact. Just like how Yu parasitized in the sword beheading the stars. And Mu Chen's analysis of the profound artifact believed that the reason why it could not develop into a complete body of wisdom was due to the limitations of the profound artifact's own structure, and the short time. He believed that there must be a perfect profound artifact structure and method that could mature the profound artifact in an extremely short time, turning it into an intelligent life like a human. For this, he gathered the world's rare treasures, and after countless experiments, he refined what he thought was the most perfect puppet, Yutiani. Although Yutiani did not achieve independent wisdom in the end, its spiritual intelligence had a qualitative leap from the foundation of the profound artifact, reaching an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, the jade slip did not explain too much about this Yutiani, nor did it describe in detail what the qualitative leap was. F***ck. Why are you so secretive when writing a biography? Li Yunxiao was extremely dissatisfied. As a great alchemist, he only felt an itch in his heart, and was very curious about the method of maturing the profound artifact. Although the small vajra that he randomly refined was different from the perfect puppet in Mu Chen's records, and the refining process was also different, it seemed to be heading in the same direction. If he could obtain Yu Tiany's refining method and the various key points, he might be able to directly upgrade the small vajra in the gourd to an unimaginable level. Since the owner of this jade slip is surnamed Mu, he must be a member of the Mu family. Why don't I go to the Mu family to inquire about it? He thought of that group of arrogant families with their noses in the sky, and did not find it funny. But the image of the Mu family in his heart slowly changed. From various contacts, it was indeed an unusually powerful family. If it came into the world, it might not be inferior to the 7 super forces. Li Yunxiao checked the other storage profound artifacts. Apart from some heaven and earth treasures, most of them were all kinds of strange-shaped puppets, as well as the puppet refining method. In one of the storage bags, he unexpectedly found a set of puppet profound artifacts, which were exactly that kind of set. There were a total of 12 puppets, all of which looked like human warriors, and they looked very powerful. Every puppet wore a battle suit, and held various profound artifacts in their hands. They had different expressions on their faces, some were cursing, some were laughing, some were in deep thought, and some were doing funny things. Li Yunxiao grabbed one and held it in his hand. It was only 3 inches in size, but it was extremely heavy when he held it in his hand. He revealed a surprised expression, and his divine senses swept over the puppet, analyzing the material structure within it. Amethyst pearl, blood flame stone, celestial dragon ganoderma. He listed out the materials one by one, and muttered to himself, so it's mixed with the celestial pole soil, no wonder it's so heavy. There are also a few materials that I can't sense the rhythm of, and I don't know what treasures they are. Mao, Jia. There were 2 small ancient characters carved on the chest and back of the 3-inch small person, and Li Yunxiao read them out immediately. He grabbed another small person, and there were also characters carved on the chest and back, Hai, Ding, Chou, Lu Ding, Liujia. Li Yunxiao was shocked. When the jade slip explained the puppet set technique, Mu Chen mentioned that he had refined a set of puppets called Lu Ding, Liujia. It seemed that it was these 12 small people. From the jade slip, these Lu Ding, Liujia were all 9th rank puppets, and each of them had different martial skills and cultivation methods. They could fight alone, and their power was inestimable. But why didn't the blue-clothed man use this set before he died? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but be suspicious. If the blue-clothed man could display the power of this set of profound artifacts, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily, although the possibility of him escaping was not high. Controlling a puppet requires a lot of soul power, but that person used a giant spirit puppet, so maybe he didn't have time to care about other things? Or maybe this set of puppets requires the spiritual sense silk technique, and he didn't master it? Li Yunxiao thought of many reasons at once, but he quickly overthrew his own view and found the real reason. This set of Lu Ding, Liujia was actually damaged. He looked at each of the puppets carefully, and the degree of damage was different. They should have been crippled during the battle. Luckily, the information recorded the repair method of this type of puppet. It's not difficult to repair them, but I'm just lacking some materials. He was a great refiner himself, and after reading the information on these puppets, he had almost 100% confidence in repairing them. I can repair these Lu Ding, Liujia, and through studying their power, I can deduce Yu Tiany's situation. Li Yunxiao's heart was still thinking about Yu Tiany's refining method. With a flash, he left the World God Monument, and at the same time, came out of the Purple House, and headed for Nuyan City. This was the Commerce Alliance's headquarters, the world's #1 shopping center, where he could find almost all the materials. After visiting a few big Commerce Alliance's trading areas, he had almost collected all the materials. However, because he had shown too much of his wealth, he attracted the attention of many people. In the end, he came to a huge trading area, and there were a few big words written on it, Tianyuan Commerce Alliance. The so-called trading area was a commercial street built by the members of the 7 big Commerce Alliance in their own territories. Only the Star Moon House, because it had just risen, did not have any affiliated forces. Instead, it was surrounded by all kinds of strong enemies, and it seemed very lonely. Apart from the main shop in the trading area, the rest of the shops were small shops that were affiliated with the Commerce Alliance. There were also many smaller Commerce Alliance that had no one to rely on, and they would rent a shop in the trading area at an extremely high price, and use it as a place to trade and handle affairs. Li Yunxiao passed through the trading area, and headed straight for the main shop of the Tianyuan Commerce Alliance. In front of the wide door, a few familiar figures suddenly appeared, and they were talking and laughing. They were Han Zhenting, Grandma Sunflower, Qin Chuan, and Zhou Chu. There were also some people with extraordinary auras, who seemed to be from the Tianyuan Commerce Alliance, and they were chatting with the four of them. The few of them were stunned when they saw Li Yunxiao. Han Zhenting's eyes lit up, and she immediately smiled. "Young Master Yunxiao, are you here to look for Ding Ling-er? Didn't I say that Ding Ling-er isn't in the trade association? Does young Master Yunxiao not believe me?" Li Yunxiao said, "Manager Han Jun, you're overthinking. I'm only here to purchase some materials. I've already visited the other trading zones, and I'm still short of over 10 types." "Your young Master Yunxiao?" A man from the Heavenly Essence Trade Association asked in surprise, his eyes shining. Li Yunxiao looked over and saw an unfamiliar face. The man hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Su Hong of the Heavenly Essence Trade Association, the manager in charge of Nuyan City's trading zone. Young Master Yunxiao is a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Essence Trade Association. It's my honor to be able to meet you today. What materials do you need, young Master Yunxiao? If they're too precious, I'll get someone to collect them immediately." Su Hong did not have much confidence when he heard that Li Yunxiao had already visited the other trading zones. The surprise on his face was not feigned, but it came from the bottom of his heart. Everyone in the world knew about Li Yunxiao and Ding Ling-er. This young man before him might be a big boss in the future. Even the manager of the headquarters trading zone had to suck up to him. Han Zhenting said, "I'm curious too. What materials do you need that you can't find them even after visiting the major trading zones?" Li Yunxiao said, "They're not very precious, just a little unorthodox." He listed over 10 types of materials. Han Zhenting and Su Hong listened attentively and fell silent. Su Hong said, "Young Master Yunxiao, the Heavenly Essence Trade Association has all the materials you need, apart from the Kongshuan Sand and Earth Essence Iron. It's just that they're too rare and can't be sold at a high price. Therefore, the trade association usually keeps them as a collection and doesn't sell them. I'll get someone to get them now. As for the Kongshuan Sand and Earth Essence Iron, I'll get someone to buy them all over the world." He waved his hand and immediately gave a few instructions to the people around him. Han Zhenting said, "My Star Moon House has the Kongshuan Sand. I'll send someone to fetch it for young Master Yunxiao later. As for Earth Essence Iron, it just so happens that there's a treasure in this auction. Young Master Yunxiao, don't miss it." Li Yunxiao said happily, "Thank you very much then." Su Hong hurriedly patted his chest and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, you're too kind. If you have any problems in Nuyan City, just look for me. During the auction, if young Master doesn't have enough primordial stones, there's no need to worry. The Heavenly Essence Commerce Association will guarantee all of young Master's bids." As soon as he made this promise, the people around him were greatly shocked. Zhou Chu was especially unhappy and his face darkened. He did not even treat Su Hong well. Qin Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "Head shopkeeper Su Hong is really generous. I am also lacking some yuan stones and have a few treasures that I wish to bid for." Cold sweat seeped out of Su Hong's forehead and he said embarrassedly, "Young Master Qin Chuan is also Miss Ding's close friend. A few primordial stones are nothing. The Heavenly Essence Commerce Association will guarantee for you." Han Zhenting smiled and said, "Ding Ling-er and Shui Luoyan are the beauties of the Merchant Alliance. All the heroes in the world will bow down to them. Young Master Qin Chuan, I heard that you adore Ding Ling-er. Do you feel a lot of pressure now?" "Haha, a fair lady is a gentleman's dream." Qin Chuan looked up and smiled faintly. "I accept all challenges." Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He could not help but take a few more glances at Qin Chuan and revealed a strange expression. Among the experts of the same generation that appeared this time, only Han Zhenting and Qin Chuan gave him a feeling that he could not see through them. This feeling was even stronger on Qin Chuan. He seemed to be even more troublesome than Han Zhenting. "So you also know Ling-er?" Li Yunxiao said faintly without any expression. Humph, what do you mean by no? Zhou Chu said sarcastically, Qin Chuan and Miss Ding are childhood friends, a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match, a perfect match. However, there is a toad standing in front of them. How disgusting. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He murmured, childhood friends? Qin Chuan smiled faintly and said, childhood friends. My family and the Ding family are old friends. I often played with Ling Er when I was young. After that, I joined my master and have not seen Ling Er for 8 years. I did not expect that I would not be able to fulfill my wish on this trip to Nuyan City. Su Hong smiled and said, this is indeed unfortunate. Both of you are considerate. When Miss Ding returns, I will immediately report the visit of both of you and head shopkeeper Han Jun. Han Junting smiled and said, just report their visit. Xiaomu's people, will come again next time. Oh yes, I am a little curious. The materials that young Master Yunxiao mentioned seem to be used to refine puppets, right? Han Junting's eyes were smiling as she spoke with an unfathomable look. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He seemed to snort softly and said, head shopkeeper Han Jun also knows the art of puppets? Haha, people from Xiaomu don't have such abilities. It's just that I'm a businessman. I have to have some understanding of the world's rare treasures. Moreover, the man in blue that I invited to the trade fair the other day was an expert in this art. Han Junting seemed to be implying something. She chuckled and said, that's strange. After the gathering that day, he disappeared. Did young Master Yunxiao see him? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They seemed to have understood something and focused their attention on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was slightly angry. He knew that she already knew that he had killed the man in blue. Now that she mentioned it, she seemed to be threatening him. He sneered in his heart. There's no evidence of what happened that night. I won't admit it no matter what. What can you do to me? He said with a lazy expression. Oh, is that so? That's a pity. I wonder what that person's name is and where he lives. If I have time, I would like to pay a visit and learn from him. Han Junting snorted coldly in her heart. Pretend. I'll see how. You continue pretending, she said in surprise. At that time, young Master Yunxiao was very interested in the metal spiritual qi and puppets he traded. I thought you would have a private exchange. What a pity. She shook her head and sighed. As for the identity of that gentleman, he is from a hidden family. I cannot reveal it. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He could basically confirm that the man in blue was from the Mu clan. Moreover, Han Junting said that she could not reveal it, but she directly revealed that he was from a hidden family. Anyone who had a deeper understanding of the continent's power distribution would know the identity of the man in blue. This was a naked threat to him. Who knows if they had a private exchange or not? Maybe they did. That's why that gentleman disappeared. That's why there are people collecting puppet materials. Zhou Chu sneered. Shopkeeper Han, you'd better inform that gentleman's family quickly. Tell them that he will never be able to return. Han Junting revealed a shocked expression. She blinked her eyes and said, I don't think so. That gentleman is very powerful. Zhou Chu sneered. Of course not. But if there's a sneak attack, it's hard to say. Otherwise, why would there be people who didn't collect the materials earlier or later, but waited for that mister to go missing and then started collecting the materials? Su Hong frowned. Everyone knows that young Master Yunxiao is a 9th-level alchemy master. It's normal for him to collect materials at any time. There was a flash of coldness in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He sneered in his heart. Since you guys are playing along and having fun, I'll put on a show and play with you. He looked at Zhou Chu coldly and said, do you know why I'm not willing to talk to you? Zhou Chu's pupils constricted. His expression darkened. Li Yunxiao sneered. Simple. Because you're not qualified. What? You deserve to die. Zhou Chu was instantly infuriated. The essence energy in his body exploded. He moved slightly and was about to kill. Suddenly, a wave of pressure pressed down from the side of his body, suppressing him. It was Qin Chuan. His face turned cold. He shook his head slightly. He seemed to be extremely displeased with his actions. Humph. Zhou Chu snorted unwillingly. He flicked his sleeves and dispersed all the essence energy in his body. His face was livid. Although he was hot-tempered, he was extremely respectful to Qin Chuan. This made the surrounding people even more fearful of Qin Chuan and made speculations. Li Yunxiao looked at Qin Chuan and continued coldly. I didn't teach you a lesson because of your master. But no matter how much face a person has, there will be a time when it's used up. I'm officially reminding you now that you've used up your master's face. If you offend me again, I might have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Kanwu Qiong. Li Yunxiao. I'm officially challenging you. Let's sign a life and death agreement. We won't stop until one of us dies. Zhou Chu's neck swelled and his entire face was flushed red with anger. He looked like he was about to explode. Li Yunxiao glanced at him in disdain. He opened his thin lips and spat out 3 words. You're not qualified. Ah. Zhou Chu could not take it anymore. The aura in his body exploded and there was a faint roar coming from his fists. The air around his fists rotated spontaneously, condensing into wind blades that shot out. Just the activation of his essence energy had the power to break through the void. The surrounding shopkeepers of the Tianyuan Trade Union were shocked and quickly dispersed. Su Hong said angrily, Young Master Zhou Chu, this is the trading zone of the Tianyuan Trade Union. Please behave yourself. Zhou Chu. Qin Chuan did not intend to interfere initially. Once he heard what Su Hong said, he frowned and shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. He's too much. Zhou Chu was burning with anger. When he turned to look at Qin Chuan's eyes, he could not help but tremble. The anger in him seemed to have been mostly extinguished. Humph, all right. I'll bear with it one more time. Zhou Chu pointed at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, stay in Nuyan City for the rest of your life if you have the guts. Li Yunxiao sneered. Wait for me outside Nuyan City for the rest of your life if you have the guts. You. Zhou Chu suddenly felt suffocated as if he had been hit by a huge rock. Even his head felt a little dizzy. He quickly adjusted his essence energy and calmed his mind. If he continued to be agitated like this, he might go berserk on the spot. Zhou Chu was a prideful person. In addition to the fact that his master was one of the 5 great governors of the sanctuary, he had a natural sense of superiority, so he did not even take the powerhouses from the 7 superpowers seriously. The northern region's 4 prodigies, the western region's 3 heroes, and the eastern region's 7 stars were nothing to him at all. The only people that he was interested in were the few cultivators in the sanctuary. Thus, when Li Yunxiao appeared, his title as number 1 in the world, the cautious and fearful looks on everyone's faces, as well as Li Yunxiao's arrogance and the cold arrogance that showed disregard for the common people, made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The cold arrogance that emanated from his bones was not an act, but a genuine arrogance. This kind of temperament was present in every genius, but none of them could compare to him. What was even more unbearable for him was that even people other than Enai Chenfeng and the others, whom he looked up to, agreed that he was not Li Yunxiao's match. The feeling of being looked down upon caused his resentment toward Li Yunxiao to grow day by day, and it became harder for him to suppress it. Han Zhenting could not help but smile when she saw that. Just when she smiled, she trembled all of a sudden as she sensed a chill. She saw Li Yunxiao staring at her coldly. Han Zhenting composed herself and chuckled. Young Master Yunxiao, aren't you being too arrogant? Even if young Master Zhou Chu isn't invincible among his peers, he's still an outstanding talent. You're going overboard. She added fuel to the fire by speaking fiercely towards the end of her sentence, feeling extremely indignant on Zhou Chu's behalf. Haha. Li Yunxiao smiled. Head shopkeeper Han, keep pretending, keep pretending. Han Zhenting's face changed, and she said unhappily, pretending? What do you mean, young Master Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao sneered. Head shopkeeper Han, do you think we're all fools? You've said so much for 2 purposes. First, you're threatening me so that I'll be under your control. Second, you're trying to sow discord between me and Zhou Chu, and you're trying to kill me with a borrowed knife. Hee, except for the idiot Zhou Chu, who else could not understand? Acting dumb in front of so many smart people, aren't you thinking too much like a little girl? Zhou Chu's expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists so hard that they dug into his palms. He wished he could tear Li Yunxiao apart right there and then. Although he could tell that Han Zhenting was trying to sow discord, even without Han Zhenting, Li Yunxiao was someone he had to kill. Han Zhenting's complexion slightly changed. Smart people always speak with hidden meanings, and they would stop at the right point. She didn't expect that Li Yunxiao would actually lay it all out. This made her feel exceptionally embarrassed, and she couldn't help but feel very angry. Especially the last sentence, saying that she had the mindset of a little girl. It was obvious that he was threatening her instead. She immediately said angrily, "I don't understand what young master is saying." What threat? Could it be that the man in blue was really killed by young master Yunxiao? Hee, you're still threatening me. Li Yunxiao said mockingly, "I killed him. This young master killed him. So what? Shopkeeper Han, are you going to take revenge for that man?" Han Zhenting stared blankly. Li Yunxiao had directly and openly admitted it, which caught her a little unprepared. Then, she was shocked. She saw Li Yunxiao's gaze gradually turning cold. It was like two sharp blades staring at her, and there was a faint overbearing pressure in it. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but want to step back. Grandma Sunflower, who had been standing behind her, also felt it. She was shocked and took a step forward. Han Zhenting instantly felt the pressure in front of her. She then said coldly, "That man is a friend I invited. Young Master Yunxiao actually killed him. Aren't you looking down on the Star Moon House?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "I don't look down on him. What can you do to me? You." Han Zhenting was also angry, and she was even a little speechless. He actually didn't care about anything else, and just acted like a hooligan. Su Hong's forehead was full of cold sweat. He naturally knew a lot about Li Yunxiao, but seeing him in person was better than hearing about him. He wanted to mediate the conflict between both parties, but his power and identity were too limited. He could only do what he wanted. Good. Since young Master Yunxiao has said this, then you're no longer a friend of the Star Moon House. Han Zhenting said coldly, "I will also inform the Mu family about the man's death. I will also immediately spread the news that young Master Yunxiao is in Nuyan City. Young Master is young and aggressive, and you seem to have offended many people." Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed and said disdainfully, "Whatever. The shopkeeper's mouth is on his face, and I can't control what he wants to say. Similarly, I have some speculations about the power behind the shopkeeper and the Star Moon House. Soon, the whole world will know about it." Han Zhenting's body trembled, and she said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by this?" Qin Chuan and the people from Tianyuan Trade Association were shocked. The Star Moon House and shopkeeper Han were forces that suddenly appeared, and they really wanted to know the background of the Star Moon House. Who exactly had such powerful strength to nurture such a powerful force in such a short period of time? Li Yunxiao said slowly, "The Star Moon House's intelligence-gathering ability is the best in the world. You should know that I'm a coward, and once I'm scared, I might spill everything." Han Zhenting was extremely furious, and there was unconcealable murderous intent in her eyes. Her old face was filled with anger, and she said, "Young Master Yunxiao, what do you mean by this? Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I don't understand." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "You don't understand? Then, I'll say something that everyone can understand. Shopkeeper Han's real identity is—" "Shut up!" Han Zhenting suddenly shouted, and her white hair stood up in anger, and she said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, aren't you afraid that I'll tell others about you?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "What a joke. Shopkeeper Han is already planning to find people to kill me, so what's there for me to be afraid of? A man can only die with his head on the ground. To be able to stir up a storm and do something interesting before I die, that's not necessarily a bad thing." Han Zhenting was furious, but there was nothing she could do about his shameless behavior. She suddenly realized that the sense of control that she had all along, the sense of being able to see through everything, had suddenly disappeared. Han Zhenting only felt that everyone here was a proud son of heaven, a genius that would stand at the peak of this continent in the future. Even if they were to face an enemy, they should be hiding their sharp points, and have unfathomable foresight. Ever since she made up her mind to obtain the Ewood spirit and listed Li Yunxiao as her enemy, she had been constantly thinking about the scene when the two of them fought. After all, he was the #1 rookie in the world, so he should have that kind of fresh, refined, and elegant attitude. But she didn't expect it to turn into a street brawl. Hee, you want to fight me? I'll fight you to the death. Li Yunxiao threatened fiercely. Han Junting felt dizzy, but she tried her best to maintain her composure, and tried her best to suppress her emotions, and maintain her elegance. Mr. Yunxiao promised me to keep this a secret for me. Li Yunxiao frowned, and scolded, you want to kill me, and I still want to keep this a secret for you? Are you out of your mind? You, vulgar. Han Junting finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and felt her chest was stuffy, and her body started to tremble. How can a man go back on his words? Hee. Li Yunxiao grinned, anyway, I don't care. If I find out that the Star Moon Temple wants to harm me, I won't be able to control my big mouth anymore. Han Junting almost vomited blood. She realized that arguing with such a shameless person had dropped a lot. She said angrily, Grandma Sunflower, let's go. She didn't want to stay here any longer. More importantly, she realized that her heart was in a mess, and she had completely lost her mind. This was something that had never happened before, so she needed to calm herself down, so that she could come up with a better plan for the next step. Especially for Li Yunxiao, she couldn't panic now, and if he really revealed his identity, then the power behind him would be exposed, and that was something that she couldn't let happen. Thousands of murderous thoughts flashed through her mind, but the scene of Li Yunxiao killing the man in blue kept appearing in her mind. She kept calculating her chances of winning, but she couldn't be sure. Oh right, shopkeeper Han promised to give me the Kongshuan sand, I hope you can deliver it soon. If head shopkeeper goes back on his word, then I will also go back on my word. Li Yunxiao's words came from afar, and Han Junting staggered, and almost fell. Shameless! She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Then, she and Grandma Sunflower turned into light, and disappeared in front of everyone. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned slightly cold. A glint and solemnness flashed across his unruly expression. Han Junting was indeed a terrifying enemy, and she was very intelligent. What he didn't understand was why the Star Moon Temple was targeting him. Mr. Yunxiao, hearing about you is not as good as seeing you in person. Qin Chuan smiled and said sarcastically, I've also heard about you and Ling Er. Thank you, Mr. Yunxiao, for helping Ling Er so many times. From now on, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and Ling Er's matters have nothing to do with Mr. Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said leisurely, oh? Do you really think that you're a nobody? Qin Chuan smiled, since Mr. Yunxiao doesn't want to give up, I don't mind. It's normal for a gentleman to want a fair lady. However, you have to be prepared for failure. He still had a smile on his face, and he was very calm. He smiled, let's part ways today. See you at the auction. Zhou Chu's face was gloomy, and the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. The two of them also flew away in a flash. Su Hong finally couldn't help but say, Mr. Yunxiao, you're all heroes of the world, and rare geniuses. Why can't you live in harmony? Why do you have to fight all the time? Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise, Shopkeeper Su, can't you see that they're targeting me for no reason? Don't tell me that when someone slaps you, you still have to receive it with your face? This. Su Hong was speechless. He shook his head, and said, I'm too weak to meddle in these matters. Mr. Yunxiao, please come in. The materials are all prepared. Li Yunxiao was quickly invited in. After passing through a few courtyards, he arrived at a luxurious wing. The dozen or so materials were quickly delivered to him. Thank you, head shopkeeper Su Hong. Li Yunxiao kept them and asked, how much do these cost? Su Hong smiled. How can I accept, young master? Yunxiao's primordial stones? That's too much for me. Li Yunxiao knew that he would not accept them, so he did not put on an act. Then I won't stand on ceremony. May I know where Ling Er is now? Su Hong said, young master Yun, you're too polite. I don't know where Miss Ding is either. Li Yunxiao frowned. Oh? Who's in charge of the Tianyuan Trade Association now? Su Hong answered honestly, it's young master Ding Peng. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He recalled that foppish young master's appearance and was surprised. He asked, is Ding Peng here now? Su Hong said, young master is at the headquarters, taking care of all sorts of matters. He looked slightly awkward. I've already informed young master, but he said he has something to attend to, so he won't be coming. Li Yunxiao knew that Ding Peng was avoiding him. Back in Xianxia City, he taught him a lesson. Ding Peng was probably still embarrassed. However, he was Ding Ling Er's younger brother after all. It was fine as long as he could improve. He said, all right then. Shopkeeper Su, I have something else that I need your help with. Su Hong hurriedly said, young Master Yun, you're too polite. I'll do as you say. Li Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand to grab something. He opened his fingers, and something that looked like a grain of rice lay in his palm. It was orange-yellow in color and emitted a faint yellow light. Head shopkeeper, do you recognize this? This is. Su Hong squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while. He asked suspiciously, this is a living thing? Li Yunxiao said, yes. His eyes flashed, and a strange force seemed to shoot out. The orange-yellow rice grain seemed to tremble, and the space above the private room became hazy. Then, the shape of a giant worm slowly condensed. The giant worm was formed from the convergence of light and shadow. Its body was divided into 9 segments, and it was covered in thin, pale yellow transparent fur. There were also 9 black dots on each segment. That giant worm was the one Li Yunxiao had projected. It was 100,000 times bigger. There were small pits on the giant worm's head, and white tentacles slowly emerged from them. There were hundreds of them. Su Hong was shocked. He stared at the giant worm for a while and said, this thing looks like an ant or a silkworm, but there's still a huge difference. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, and the projection of the giant worm instantly disappeared. He also put away the rice-sized worm and said, I need head shopkeeper to help me investigate the origin of this thing. The more detailed, the better, and the faster, the better. Su Hong was stunned. He asked, what are the characteristics of this worm? Li Yunxiao said, I only know that it has extremely strong metal elemental power. I don't know anything else, so I need head shopkeeper Su's help. Su Hong hurriedly said, I dare not. I've already memorized the image of this thing, and I'll immediately send it out as the highest order. Once there's any news, I'll report it to young Master Yun immediately. Li Yunxiao nodded. Thank you. After that, Li Yunxiao asked a few more questions about the Chamber of Commerce, intentionally or unintentionally revealing that he wanted to probe Ding Shan's situation. However, Su Hong answered all of them fluently, and did not reveal any more information. He only said that the old president was no longer involved in the affairs of the world. Seeing that he could not get more information, Li Yunxiao stood up and bade farewell. After sending Li Yunxiao off, Su Hong pondered for a while, then hurriedly returned to the backyard. He passed through a few corridors and walked into a side hall. A handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothes was pacing back and forth in the hall, thinking about something. Su Hong hurriedly walked forward and said, young Master Yunxiao has left. This man was Ding Peng. His aura and demeanor were very different from when he was in Xianxia City. His eyes shone brightly. I got it. I've already seen the effects of your conversation. That worm is indeed a little strange. I don't know what use it has for him to be so cautious. Ding Peng thought for a while before saying, perhaps we need to find some people with special abilities to be able to identify it. Make this the highest priority. Complete it for him at all costs. Yes. Su Hong's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly accepted the order and left. Ding Peng's expression became a little strange. He muttered to himself, Li Yunxiao, oh, Li Yunxiao. You're already starting to suspect Lord Father? Humph, how much value can you bring to Lord Father? Hurry up and become stronger. After Li Yunxiao left the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce, he returned to the Purple Room again. The next day, the Myriad Treasure Towers auction began. The auction venue in the center of Nuyan City opened. There were flashes of light in the sky from time to time, heading towards the auction venue. The auction venue was actually a magnificent building. It was not big and floated in the center of Nuyan City, emitting a 9-colored glow. Below the auction venue, the ground was covered with densely packed arrays. They seemed to spread out in all directions, covering an area of a few acres. One of the vacuum passageways led directly to the golden building in the sky. Looking from afar, it felt like it was surreal. Li Yunxiao only took a glance and knew that there was definitely something special about this golden building. At the front of the passageway, there was a huge oval-shaped piece of unpolished jade. The jade was smooth and warm, shining brightly. Every martial artist that flew past left a shadow in it. This was the Merchant Alliance's imaging stone. This way, all the people participating in the auction would be under the surveillance of this stone. Li Yunxiao's shadow also flashed in the unpolished jade. He followed the vacuum passageway and flew directly into the building. The moment he entered, there was a spatial force fluctuation. His eyes lit up immediately. A huge ring-shaped venue appeared in front of him. It was crowded with tens of thousands of people. On the upper level of the ring-shaped venue, there were isolated VIP rooms. There were tens of hundreds of them, and they were only for the Merchant Alliance's VIP guests. They were never open to the public. No matter how many primordial stones one had, it was impossible to reserve a room. Moreover, there were all kinds of arrays carved on the rooms that could block all divine senses. Li Yunxiao swept his gaze around and casually found an inconspicuous spot to sit down. In one of the rooms in the sky, there was a crystal ball in front of Han Junting, which showed Li Yunxiao's face. Humph, this kid really came. Granny Sunflower's eyes turned cold as she said coldly. There were only the two of them in the huge room. Han Junting looked at the image of Li Yunxiao and said indifferently, "He is Li Yunxiao, of course he will come." The spiritual finger plate, earth essence iron, and divine sword star destroyer are the items he is bidding on this time. Granny Sunflower laughed coldly. There are many people who want to bid for that divine sword star destroyer. He is completely delusional. As for the other two items, why don't we snatch them and let him have nothing? Han Junting smiled slightly and said, "There is no need to snatch them. If it is boring, we can raise the price for him." Granny Sunflower said gloomily, "This kid actually dares to threaten the manager. He is really looking for death. Why don't we just kill him later?" Han Junting's face was expressionless as she said indifferently, "These few days, I have been looking at information about him. I have been thinking about what kind of person he is. I can conclude that this person is very arrogant. An arrogant genius will easily court death. But what is surprising is that his luck is very good. He has actually survived until now." Granny Sunflower laughed coldly. Of all the things he should not have done, he should not have offended the manager. He has used up all his luck. Han Junting shook her head and said, "Luck is also a person's strength. It can't protect you forever." So Li Yunxiao must have some other factors besides luck that allowed him to survive numerous dangerous situations. Even when facing strong enemies, he can still live well. Granny Sunflower said, "So the manager means, not to kill him?" Han Junting said, "Killing him or not isn't the main point. The main point is to obtain the Divine Sword Star Destroyer and the Ewood Spirit Transformation. If we can kill him along the way, we can just do it." She saw that Granny Sunflower seemed to be a little dissatisfied and immediately laughed. "There are many people who want to kill him. Red Moon City, Sea Clan, Demon Clan, Death God Palace, and so on. Their strength is not inferior to ours. So it doesn't matter if we have more or less of them. If he deserves to die, these forces are enough. If he doesn't deserve to die, even if we add in our forces, we may not be able to kill him." Granny Sunflower frowned and said, "The manager's words are a little profound. I only know that with your wisdom, there's almost nothing you can't do." Han Junting smiled and said, "Medicine can't cure an illness. That's because what I've done can be done. Send someone to send him Kong Sun Sand. Let's stabilize him first. After we get the Star Destroyer sword, we'll ask him for the Ewood Spirit Transformation." Yes. Although Granny Sunflower was dissatisfied, she didn't dare to disobey Han Junting. She immediately went to pass on the order. Han Junting looked at the crystal ball and saw Li Yunxiao resting with his eyes closed. She said to herself, "The world is boring. It's rare for such an interesting person to appear. It'll be a pity if we set up a trap and kill him." Not far from the Star Moon House's room, in another VIP room, Li Feiyu and the other young experts were gathered together, looking at the auction catalogue. There was a fist-sized unpolished jade in front of them. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a projection was shot out. It was projected onto the side wall. It's Li Yunxiao. Zhou Chu suddenly shouted harshly. He threw the catalogue aside and stared at the projection. Li Feiyu muttered to himself, strange. Not only can this imaging stone leave behind a person's aura and influence, it can also see through all disguises, including one's appearance and cultivation level. According to the test results, Li Yunxiao really only has the strength of 7 stars Emperor Wu. Qi Gui frowned slightly and said, 7 stars Emperor Wu, could it be a mistake? That guy's battle strength is definitely on par with Emperor Jiuxing. Everyone here knows that it's almost impossible for someone above Emperor Wu to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Haha, this proves that everything this kid did before was all an act. Zhou Chu laughed sinisterly and said, actually, his strength is too weak. You've all been deceived by him. Chen Feng laughed, all conjectures are just conjectures. If you're not convinced, you can try for yourselves. Liang Yui lightly combed her hair with a smile on her face. Their attitudes infuriated Zhou Chu even more. He said coldly, you don't have to say it. I'll fight him sooner or later. Li Feiyu frowned, Li Yunxiao is indeed a prodigy, and his combat ability is even more formidable. However, I still don't believe that 7-star Emperor Wu can fight against Emperor Jiuxing. Strange Ghost was also silent. He knew that Li Yunxiao was far better than him, but he didn't see it with his own eyes at Seawood Town, so he was somewhat doubtful. His gaze suddenly focused, look, Grandmaster Mo Huayuan is also sitting next to him. They looked out through the one-way mirror in the box and saw Mo Huayuan appear next to Li Yunxiao, and his expression seemed to be asking if he could sit with him. Li Feiyu's expression darkened. I invited Grandmaster Huayuan before, but he declined. I didn't think it was to wait for Li Yunxiao. Chen Feng said curiously, Grandmaster Huayuan is Grandmaster Yuan Gaohan's direct disciple. His reputation is extremely high, so why is he so polite to young Master Yun? Could it be that Li Yunxiao is related to the Holy Region? Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu's expression changed, and he said decisively, absolutely not. At least in the Holy Region, I've never heard of Li Yunxiao. I've only heard of him recently. Li Feiyu said, Brother Chen Feng, you're wrong this time. Speaking of their relationship, I do know. He pondered for a moment, then recounted what happened at Rain Peak City. At the time, Mo Huayuan's attitude toward Li Yunxiao was extremely respectful. At that time, he was also extremely shocked and immediately sent people to investigate. Only then did he find out what happened in Southern Fire City. However, he did not know much about the details. He only knew that in Southern Fire City, Mo Huayuan had completely lost to Li Yunxiao in formula. Li Yunxiao's formula path can suppress Master Mo Huayuan? Odd Ghost was shocked. Could it be that he is also a 9th-grade alchemist? Chen Feng nodded. Even if he isn't, he's not far from it. Back then, in Songyuyang City, in both technique and martial arts, this person's technique Dao was number 1 amongst his peers, suppressing everyone else. Zhou Chu's face became even more gloomy, and his fingers cracked one after another. The status of a Tier 9 alchemist was extremely respected, let alone at such a young age. It was simply outrageous. Based on this alone, Li Yunxiao's status was not lower than his. Qin Chuan leaned back on his chair and gently lifted his teacup to take a sip of fragrant tea. He said unhurriedly, everyone, don't be anxious. Sooner or later, the whole world will know how strong he is. As long as everyone is still on the path of martial arts and never stops moving forward, we will meet one day. Everyone's hearts shook, and they became slightly solemn. At this moment, in the middle of the auction hall, beams of light suddenly rose from the center of the circular area. They were like pillars, and they were as thick as 2 people hugging together. The entire hall immediately quieted down, and the previously noisy scene became completely silent. A low rumble came from under the beam of light, as if the earth was about to split open. Many people in the hall panicked, and they stood up one after another, unable to sit still. More people had calm expressions, and some even wore mocking expressions as they looked at those who were making a fuss over nothing. Boom! An extremely heavy sound of the earth quaking resounded, and the several acres of land in the center directly rose up. The beam of light emitted a colorful illusory light. The entire circular platform was like a lone island, quietly floating dozens of feet in the air. The circular platform flashed, and several people appeared on it. Xianxia was stunned. Among those people, there were a few familiar faces. On the right stood 3 graceful women, and in front of them was a graceful person with a platinum veil covering her face. It was the Mei family's patriarch, Aunt Jiu. It's her? Mo Huayuan was astonished. He smiled, and his eyes flickered. Among the 2 women behind Aunt Jiu, one was Mei Dong'er. After not seeing her for a few years, Mei Dong'er looked even more elegant. She wore a pleated skirt the color of green grass, and her lips were like a scarlet pill. Her fair skin contrasted even more clearly, and she always wore a smile on her face. Her dimple sank into her cheeks, and she looked as cute as a fairy. Her eyes were filled with a refreshing smile, and she looked completely at ease. It was clear that she was already used to this kind of scene. Xianxia thought to himself. This Aunt Jiu did not lie to him. She really took good care of Mei Dong'er. When he scanned her with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this girl was already a peak martial saint. Compared to the geniuses of the various large factions, she was not inferior. Mo Huayuan smiled gently and said, "Young Master Yun, back then, you had quite a deep friendship with the Mei family." Xianxia nodded and said, "Now, she is slender and elegant, and she can take charge of things on her own." He could not help but sigh. Mo Huayuan smiled and said, "Over the past few years, everyone has improved greatly. However, compared to young Master Yun, it's like a fluorescent light competing with the bright moon." Xianxia looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'm curious. Is Master Huayuan familiar with the Star Moon House? Why would you come all the way from the sanctuary just for a small exchange meeting?" Mo Huayuan smiled bitterly and said, "I've only heard of the Star Moon House. I'm not familiar with them at all. It was my master who sent me here." "Oh? Your master is familiar with the Star Moon House?" Xianxia was slightly surprised. Mo Huayuan shook his head and said, "The Star Moon House sent an invitation to my master. My master only said that the Star Moon House is not simple, and that unless it's absolutely necessary, we shouldn't ruin our relationship with them. Hence, he sent me here as a response." Xianxia fell into deep thought. Yuan Gaohan lived in the sanctuary, and he was much more well-informed than ordinary people. It was unknown whether he knew the background of the Star Moon House. However, from what Yuan Gaohan said to him, as well as his current actions, he seemed to have discovered something unusual in the sanctuary. It seemed like he was planning something. In the sky above the center, on the left side of the circular island, there was an old man with a short and stiff mustache. His brown eyes were deeply sunken in his eye sockets, yet they flickered with a wise and far-sighted light. Xianxia also knew this person. In the past, he was just a deacon, and his name was Kutong Guang. Looking at him now, he already had the cultivation of the 7 stars Emperor Wu, and it seemed like his position was not low. Kutong Guang laughed and said, "The passage of the auction venue has been closed, and the auction has officially begun. This auction will be hosted by me. Most of the people here know me, so I don't need to introduce myself. There are also some who I don't know, so I don't intend to introduce myself. However, I have to introduce the beauty beside me. Isn't this the Mei clan's Aunt Jiu? Everyone knows her, so there's no need for introductions. Let's begin." Somewhere below, someone roared, and it immediately caused everyone to roar with laughter. Everyone on the lone island could not help but laugh out loud. Kutong Guang laughed and said, "Hee, I didn't expect Aunt Jiu's fame to be so much greater than mine. Then let's not waste time and get started. The first item is the dreamless pillow." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful maidservant walked forward with a golden plate. She lifted the red silk covering the plate, and an octagonal white jade porcelain pillow was revealed. The pillow was about 8 inches long, and it was painted with colorful ink. In the distance, there were green mountains and clear waters, and in the near distance, there was a green lake with a black lotus blooming in it. It looked like a dark green jade plate, and it was alluring. What? This item is actually the first item to be auctioned. Many people exclaimed, and all sorts of discussions ensued. Most of the people knew the items to be auctioned. Other than the 3 most important items, the order of the rest was uncertain. This dreamless pillow was also a rare item, and being placed first exceeded many people's expectations. Most of the tens of thousands of people in the venue came prepared, but only an extremely small portion of people could leave satisfied. Therefore, everyone concentrated their financial resources to bid for one or two items. Those who had strong opinions about this pillow immediately became nervous. After the beautiful maidservant on the round platform displayed the jade pillow, she immediately walked in front of Aunt Gio and gently placed it on the platform. Aunt Gio's gaze focused slightly, and she looked at the jade pillow for a while. She smiled lightly and said, "That's right, this is the dreamless pillow left behind by the Sacred Region's Spirit Division's Master Huang Liang over 1,000 years ago. This pillow is also known as a golden millet dream. There are many legends about this pillow, but without exception, they all allow one to enter the unity of heaven and man state at will. It is one of the most effective auxiliary profound artifacts in the world today. Entering the unity of heaven and man state at will, isn't this too exaggerated? If it really has such an effect, even if one's aptitude is stupid, one can cultivate to the end of martial arts sooner or later. Aren't the rumors too exaggerated? Indeed, if it really has such a miraculous effect, I don't believe the Myriad Treasure Pagoda would be willing to auction it." Ku Tongguang laughed loudly, immediately suppressing all the voices of discussion. Haha, entering the unity of heaven and man state at will is naturally exaggerated. To be honest, this old man is also very eager to obtain this item, but unfortunately, it isn't owned by the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Instead, a friend entrusted it to be auctioned. According to the results of our many experiments, when using this pillow to sleep and cultivate, the probability of entering the unity of heaven and man state is related to one's aptitude and cultivation method, but it can at least increase the probability by 20%. So that's how it is. Everyone's doubts were immediately dispelled, and their gazes became somewhat fanatical. One had to know that a 20% success rate was already very high. The realm of the oneness of heaven and man could only be entered by a great opportunity. Only some auxiliary profound artifacts that could calm the mind and communicate with the rules would be able to help a little, and the effect would be minimal. Mo Huayuan said, "Could it be that young Master Yun isn't moved at all by such a rare item?" He looked at Li Yunxiao's calm expression, and there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. It was as if he completely ignored the dreamless pillow. This item is completely useless. What's the point of buying it?" Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, "If it really has a miraculous effect, it's impossible for such a treasure to be sold." He glanced at Mo Huayuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "This item, don't tell me you brought it out to auction?" Mo Huayuan's face reddened, and he said, "Such a miraculous item, and young Master Yun actually says it's useless. I'd like to hear more about it." The two of them did not deliberately conceal their conversation, and it immediately attracted the attention of some of the martial artists beside them. Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, "So you really took it for the auction? Has the sacred region become so poor?" The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They stared at Li Yunxiao and Mo Huayuan with vigilance, immediately forming a barrier between them. Although many people had expressions of disbelief, most of their attention was still focused on them. Mo Huayuan said awkwardly, "I just casually took an item. After all, it's not easy to come to Nuyan City." Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and smiled. "Casually took an item. Just from your words, it's obvious that this dreamless pillow isn't very valuable in your eyes. A 20% increase is indeed very attractive, but let me ask you, what are your chances of stepping into the one with heaven realm under normal circumstances?" Mo Huayuan immediately smiled. He understood the meaning behind Li Yunxiao's words. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They revealed expressions of realization and began to ponder. The probability of stepping into the one with heaven realm through ordinary meditation cultivation was definitely not more than 1%. Even if it increased by 20% on this basis, it would only be 1.2%, which was almost equivalent to 0%. It was indeed of little value. The surrounding people immediately lost interest in this item. Mo Huayuan smiled. The probability of ordinary people stepping into the one with heaven realm is indeed not high, but it doesn't mean that everyone is like this. The world is vast and full of extraordinary things. This dreamless pillow will definitely be able to find someone suitable for it. According to what I know, Grandmaster Huang Liang's chances of entering the one with Heaven Realm were stable at over 30%. Indeed, there is no trash in any 9th grade profound artifact. They are all fused with the power of laws. It's only suitable or not. Li Yunxiao nodded in agreement. The surrounding martial artists all revealed contemplative expressions, seemingly attracted by the two's conversation. But after Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he kept his mouth shut. 20 million. The starting price of the Dreamless Pillow was 10 million. All the primordial stones here were of supreme grade, and someone immediately doubled the bid. Haha, such a rare item. It was Grandmaster Huang Liang's personal treasure back then. You want to buy it for 20 million supreme grade primordial stones? You're too naive. A voice rang out in the auction hall. This person had used a voice concealment technique. Every word came from a different location, making it impossible for others to trace the source. 50 million. This price silenced all the arguments, and no one raised the price for a while. Kutongguang smiled and said, 50 million is indeed not a low price. Are there any higher bids? He shouted it 3 times in a row. This price seemed to exceed the bottom line of many people. There was silence. Hee, deal. The friend who just made a bid, please go to the backstage to complete the transaction. We will keep your identity absolutely confidential. The white porcelain jade pillow was sent away. Kutongguang smiled and said, the following treasure was also provided by a friend, and was auctioned by the Plethora Treasures Tower. With a wave of his hand, a white beam shot out from his hand. The white light transformed into a halo in the air. Then, a 5-colored light sprinkled down like a top-grade luminous night pearl. Inside the halo was a flag the size of a palm. Silver runes were constantly flashing on it, and elemental energy was surging out of it, causing people's hearts to palpitate. TSK. It's actually this thing. Many martial artists below began to yell. It was as if the crowd had exploded into an uproar. Li Yunxiao also exclaimed in surprise, and said, what a powerful 5-elemental energy. Who refined this thing? Mo Huayuan said, looking at the formation patterns on it, it's not the technique of the current trade. It should be an item from ancient times. Kutongguang waved his hand proudly, and the small silver flag instantly flew down. He caught it in his hand and presented it to Aunt Jiao. He clicked his tongue and praised, all the items up for auction this time are stunning items. I want every single one of them. What should I do? He sighed. Although there was a smile on his face, it was clear that he liked it from the bottom of his heart. Aunt Jiao took the silver flag and lightly stroked it. She revealed a shocked expression and said, it's actually a perfectly intact elemental barrier formation flag? Everyone was shocked, and they began to become nervous. This meant that this item was definitely not cheap. Kutongguang smiled and said, isn't that so? This is a 5-elemental barrier formation flag. It can be used as a sect protecting array. What's even rarer is that this flag isn't damaged at all. Its value is immeasurable. When it was being arranged, this item was almost going to be one of the final 3 treasures, but it was still taken down in the end. Li Yunxiao said in shock, a complete 5-elemental barrier formation flag? Who's the idiot to take out such a divine item to sell? Mo Huayuan said, I've heard that Monarch Stage Lord Tingguang can fuse the 9 elements into a formation flag and form a realm of his own. Its power is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, that requires an extremely exquisite setup. This array flag, on the other hand, only needs to be slightly activated to be able to use the 5-elemental energy for defense. It's truly a bit heaven-defying. In the current world, there are very few people who can refine such a divine item. Although the surrounding martial artists didn't know who the 2 of them were, they could already tell that they were not ordinary people. Moreover, they had sharp eyes, so they all listened carefully. At this moment, they were all extremely interested in this small silver flag, and all of them began to become restless. It wasn't just their small group. The tens of thousands of people present were also a bit restless. Kutongguang chuckled, and said, with Aunt Jiao's verification of this flag, everyone can rest assured. The second item to be auctioned today is this 5-elemental flag. The starting price is still 10 million, 20 million. Suddenly, a sweet-sounding female voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Because the person who had directly raised the price was Aunt Gio. She was currently staring at the small silver flag with a look of longing in her eyes. She smiled bitterly, and said, "I also want it very much. Although it's an appraisal, there's no rule that says I can't participate in the auction, right?" Although the Mei clan was extremely famous in the business world, they weren't very powerful. Thus, this kind of item that could greatly increase one's defense was extremely attractive to them. Most importantly, the Mei clan didn't lack origin stones, so they were more than willing to exchange origin stones for strength. Hehe, of course you can participate in the auction. Kutong Guang stroked his mustache and said with a smile, "This old man is also very fond of it." 30 million. Crash. Everyone nearly fainted. A master teacher in charge of the ranking system and an appraiser had actually taken the initiative to bid first. However, since the rules didn't say that they couldn't participate in the auction, no one cared. 50 million. Their restless emotions instantly erupted, and all sorts of bids were shouted out. The price instantly rose up. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. 85 million, 90 million. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from one of the ring-shaped private rooms above. 100 million. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was absolutely silent. They were all shocked by the price. Many people smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Although they had been very ambitious to participate in the auction, they had completely wilted at this moment. A price of over 100 million exceeded their psychological endurance, and it directly exceeded their ability to bear it. This time, the atmosphere actually became much more relaxed. Most of the excited cultivators calmed down and were ready to watch a good show. Hehe, although 100 million top-grade origin stones to buy this 5 elemental flag isn't a loss, there's basically no profit to be made. This old man bids 110 million. An old man in the ring-shaped area said slowly. He didn't hide his whereabouts at all. This immediately attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. The old man was dressed in a red robe. His face was ruddy, and he looked extremely stout. He was resting with his eyes half closed, waiting for the reaction of the others. Kutong Guang squinted his eyes and smiled, "Hehe, 110 million. Bai Haodong, you're really going all out." "Huh? Bai Haodong? He's the martial madman Bai Haodong?" The entire place was shocked, and everyone was in an uproar. The people around Bai Haodong all stood up with a schwa sound and quickly retreated to the side, leaving him to sit alone on the stone bench. No wonder he doesn't hide his identity and whereabouts. Of course, it's lucky that he doesn't find trouble with others. Who would dare to find trouble with him? Many people discussed carefully, and their tone was full of fear. Li Yunxiao asked in a low voice, "Is this person famous? Why haven't I heard of him?" Mo Huayuan also said in a low voice, "This person became famous relatively late, but he's extremely powerful. He's called the martial madman. That's because what he likes to do the most is to constantly challenge the leaders of the major sects. But so far, all the leaders that he has challenged have been defeated and killed." All defeated and killed? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes flashed. Such an arrogant and evil person, won't he be surrounded and killed by others? Mo Huayuan said in a low voice, "Of course, but without exception, all those who surrounded him were killed. This includes the powerful sects like the Pegasus Tower and the Frosty Valley." Although the Pegasus Tower and the Frosty Valley were not among the top 10 sects of the North region, they were not far behind. If the North region was ranked 20th or 15th, these two sects would definitely be selected. His last battle was to kill the leader of the Pegasus Tower, Ma Feifei, which shocked the entire North region. After that, the Pegasus Tower turned out in full force to surround and kill him, and in exchange, they were annihilated. The wealth that he has now to bid for is probably the savings of the Pegasus Tower, Mo Huayuan said in a low voice. The two of them were a certain distance away from Bai Haodong. There were at least 6,000 to 7,000 people between them, but Bai Haodong opened his eyes slightly and glanced in their direction. Ah! Mo Huayuan's entire body quivered, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face became deathly pale. Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't be afraid. He's just a malefic star. There are many malefic stars in this world. Mo Huayuan's expression improved a little, and he nodded lightly. Humph, you really don't feel bad about snatching Yuan stones. A cold snort came from the private room upstairs. Then, a bid was made. 120 million. Bai Haodong's eyes were still closed, and he said lazily, 130 million. Ah. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Aunt Gio shook her head and smiled bitterly. She knew that she had no fate with the 5 elemental flags, and the winner would definitely be one of these 2 people. Bai Haodong, how dare you? How dare you show your face here in public? Do you really think no one in this world can stop you? A loud shout came from the private room, causing the whole place to tremble a few times. Bai Haodong's half-closed eyes slowly opened, and he sneered, in the auction, the highest bidder wins. If you can't outbid me, you threaten me. Hee hee. I'm so scared. I need to eat a few chili strips to calm myself down. On the round platform, Kutong Guang's face turned cold, and he said coldly, everyone in the VIP room upstairs, please take note. This is the Million Treasure Towers auction. I don't care who you are, but I'm warning you once. If you threaten me again, get lost. Although he didn't release his essence force, his expression was stern, and he exuded authority without being angry. He seemed to have intimidated everyone in the private room, and no one made a sound. 130 million going once, 130,000,000 going twice, 130,000,000 going thrice. Kutong Guan shouted thrice, and the entire place was silent. No one answered. He then said, congratulations, Mr. Bai. Please proceed to the backstage for the transaction. After the transaction, there will be a secret transportation formation to send you away. You don't have to worry about anyone spying on you. Haha. Bai Haodong laughed, and stood up. He cupped his fists at Kutong Guan from afar, and then swaggered to the backstage. Seeing this maleficent star leave, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Kutong Guan smiled, the 2 intense auctions seemed to have made the atmosphere a little oppressive. Next, we will be auctioning 20 rare crafting materials. Although they can't be compared to finished profound artifacts, their value is high. Some of them are even comparable to 9th-grade profound artifacts. He clapped his hands, and instantly, rays of light shot from all directions in the sky. On the island, they transformed into beautiful women, like 100 flowers blooming, which made everyone's eyes light up. The 20 women were in a myriad of poses, and each was different. Some were as white as snow, some were as red as fire. The only thing they had in common was that each of them had a charming smile, and each of them had a jade plate in their hands. Each of them was graceful, and more beautiful than flowers. What a living painting of 1,000 beauties. I'm no longer interested in these materials. I wonder if these 20 beauties are for sale. A pink-faced young master in white waved a paper fan in his hand, and his eyes lit up. Haha. Everyone immediately roared with laughter. However, most people also had the same thoughts. How enjoyable it would be to have 20 beautiful women at home. The 20 women blushed, making them look even more charming. Kutong Guang smiled, this young master's suggestion is very good, we will consider it. However, these 20 people are not only beautiful, but they are also high-level martial monarchs. With the nurturing of the 10,000 treasure tower, they will become martial saints sooner or later. It would be a pity to sell them. Everyone was startled, and their divine senses swept over those women, and they all revealed shocked expressions. At first, he only felt his eyes light up. Now, he realized that these girls were only in their 20s, and some were even younger. However, their cultivations were frighteningly high. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although the merchant union was also an extremely powerful force, they had always presented themselves as merchants in front of the world. Only now did they realize that their ability to nurture experts was even stronger than any other sect. Kutong Guang walked over to the first woman and pulled aside the red silk, revealing a yellow rock. It looked no different from an ordinary rock. Mo Huayuan was startled, and he said, although black-yellow rock is not a peak material, such a large piece has already surpassed the limits of ordinary black-yellow rock. This should be the king of rocks. Indeed, Kutong Guang introduced, one piece of black-yellow royal rock weighs 1,500 kilograms. The starting price is 2 million peak-grade origin stones. Many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. It was just a rock the size of a watermelon, yet it weighed 1,500 kilograms. Furthermore, the woman holding the jade plate had an elegant expression, as if she couldn't feel the weight at all. Li Yunxiao wasn't interested in this item at all. His gaze swept across the 20 jade plates, and his gaze stopped in front of the seventh woman. Under the red silk was the earth essence iron that he needed. No one seemed to be interested in the auction of the materials. Only a few alchemists kept calling out bids. However, alchemists were all rich people, and they were generous. This piece of black-yellow royal rock was finally sold for 6 million peak-grade origin stones. The next few materials that appeared were all rare items. Among them, there was a thumb-long spirit-gathering bamboo, which caused quite a stir. Even Mo Huayuan made several bids for it, but in the end, it was bought by a man in a private room upstairs for 20 million. The next material is the metal of the 5 elements, the earth essence meteoric iron. It weighs 2,500 kilograms, and the starting price is still 2 million peak-grade origin stones. Kutong Guang lifted the red silk in front of the seventh woman, and a piece of black charcoal appeared on the jade plate. However, this piece of iron was embellished with countless gold and silver colors, shining brightly. 3 million. Someone quickly called out a bid. 9 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they all looked towards the source of the voice. Ah? On the island, Mei Dong'er's body suddenly trembled, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. She had already clearly seen the person who made the bid, and her face was filled with joy. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker. The woman from the Mei family beside her sensed her abnormality, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Aunt Jiaoer's eyes also flashed, and she instantly regained her composure. This young master has bid 9 million. Is there a higher bid? Kutong Guang looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. He knew that Li Yunxiao had used a bidding technique to increase the difference by a huge margin, breaking the bottom line of everyone's hearts. As expected, no one responded for a while. Humph, you want to bid 9 million for such a big piece of earth essence meteoric iron? You're too naive. A disdainful sneer came from a private room above, and a proud voice said, 10 million. Li Yunxiao frowned, and his face immediately darkened. Judging from that person's tone, he didn't want to bid at all. He just wanted to bicker with him. However, the private room's structure was very strange. Not only could it isolate divine sense, but even the sound coming from it had been specially processed. Apart from being able to distinguish between men and women, it was impossible to tell who was speaking. 15 million. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Everyone was shocked, and Mo Huayuan also frowned. It was already very unusual for a 9th-grade material to be auctioned for more than 10 million. 15 million was definitely a sky-high price. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Then, the voice from the private room said coldly, 18 million. 20 million. 22 million. Everyone was instantly shocked, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing expressions of disbelief. Many people carefully observed the earth essence meteoric iron again, afraid that they might have missed out on some treasure because of their poor eyesight. Even more people could hear the smell of gunpowder in this bid, and they all smiled knowingly, waiting to watch a good show. Kutong Guang chuckled and said, heroic, heroic. Mr. Upstairs, you can be willful when you have money. I wonder if there's a higher bid. How could he not hear the smell of gunpowder in his words? He cleverly added fuel to the fire. Aunt Jiao's eyes flickered, and she also said with a smile, heroic is heroic, but it's not worth it. 20 million is enough to buy 3 or 4 pieces of this earth essence meteoric iron. She kindly reminded Li Yunxiao. Hee, Aunt Jiao, you're wrong. It's not expensive to buy an item that you love and need, Kutong Guang said leisurely. Aunt Jiao smiled indifferently. She knew that her words just now had made Kutong Guang unhappy, so she did not say anything else. With her status, she could be considered to be enjoying herself. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he looked toward the private room. Everyone was shocked. They saw that his handsome face suddenly became blurry, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. Inside the private room, Li Feiyu suddenly shouted, "Not good." His 10 fingers quickly formed seals, and 3 golden seals instantly condensed in front of him. With a slap, they all flew into the one-way mirror in front of him. Buzz! The mirror trembled, and a few halos popped up. The surface of the mirror blurred a few times, and dense gray characters appeared, flashing and disappearing. Qin Chuan frowned and said, "Brother Feiyu, what's wrong?" Li Feiyu's eyes were filled with shock, and his voice trembled a little. "How is this possible?" With a glance, Li Yunxiao actually broke the isolation power of this mirror wall. "If I didn't activate the mirror wall's power to the extreme in time, I'm afraid we would have been seen by him." "Humph, if he saw it, then he saw it." "What are you afraid of?" Zhou Chu said disdainfully, not taking it seriously at all. Qin Chuan said, "Since he's a 9th stage alchemist, it's normal for his divine sense to far surpass that of an ordinary person." Li Feiyu shook his head, and his expression was extremely ugly. Even a 9th stage alchemist can't see through the mirror wall of this private room. The Merchant Union once invited a 9th stage alchemist to experiment. Ever since it was built, no one has ever seen through it. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Thinking of all the things that happened in Songyang City, and Li Yunxia's astonishing talent gradually came to mind, and actually gave birth to a trace of fear. Zhou Chu sneered disdainfully and said, "That must be a divine sense attack." Although this art is extremely powerful, there are many people who have mastered it. On the auction stage, the mist on Li Yunxia's face dispersed, and his eyes revealed a gloomy expression. Just now, when he used his ocular technique, he hurriedly caught a glimpse of a few figures in the private room. Before he could clearly see their faces, his divine sense was shattered by a force from the mirror wall, and he couldn't take another step forward. Although he had a guess in his heart, he didn't dare to confirm it. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and actually delusions of probing behind the private room. These 36 private rooms are smelted using dustless sand and traceless glass, and all divine senses are isolated. It's absolutely impossible to see through it. A red-robed old man said leisurely, and his face revealed a cold smile. "Ah." Everyone was startled, especially the people around the old man, who scattered with a hua sound. It was Bai Hadan who had returned. Kutong Guang also had a slightly mocking expression, and looked like he was allowing the enemy to probe as he laughed and said, 22 million going once. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, 24 million. Inside the box, Qin Chuan muttered, "Looks like he's determined to get this item, but I don't know what price he's willing to pay." "Stop, Zhou Chu. If the price goes up again, it might exceed the price he's willing to pay. By then, you'll have spent more than 20 million on this stone." Zhou Chu's face twitched. The price was so high that it made his hair stand on end. He only wanted to raise the price on purpose to make Li Yunxiao bleed. He didn't really want to buy it. He thought for a moment, then said, "Since this kid is a level 9 alchemist, not only is he rich, but he also has the stubborn temper of an alchemist. Let me raise the price a few more times." He shouted, 25 million. On the round platform, Kutong Guang was already smiling widely, thinking how great it would be if he could meet someone like this at every auction. He said with a smile, 25 million going once. He even glanced at Li Yunxiao disdainfully, intentionally provoking the youth. Li Yunxiao raised his eyes, not hiding his disdain as he looked at Kutong Guang's childish methods. Kutong Guang laughed awkwardly, 25 million going twice. If there's no higher bid, this rare goblin iron will choose its owner. Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao, only to see the youth closing his eyes, as if he had given up. Zhou Chu's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. Kutong Guang laughed, "A treasured sword for a hero, and a beauty for a beauty. This goblin meteoric iron is sold for 25 million primal stones, and belongs to the lucky gentleman in the second floor box." "Yes." Zhou Chu suddenly groaned, feeling a surge of blood rush up to his chest, and he almost spat it out. Although he tried his best to hold it in, his neck and face turned red. The others looked at him speechlessly. Chen Feng and his wife looked at each other and smiled, while Li Feiyu coughed heavily. "Zhou Chu is really a pig." In another box not far away, Han Junting laughed coldly, her face full of disdain. Granny Sunflower said, although the price is extremely high, it might not be a bad thing to stop Li Yunxiao from obtaining the Earth Essence Iron. Han Junting sneered and said, with Zhou Chu's brain, how could he think so much? He was merely raising the price for Li Yunxiao, but now he is suffering the consequences of his own actions. Not only did he lose more than 20 million best-grade primordial stones, but he also got himself into trouble. Getting into trouble? Granny Sunflower said in disbelief, although the two of them have conflicts, Zhou Chu is still Lord Kangwu Qiong's direct disciple. How would Li Yunxiao dare to kill him? Moreover, he has no evidence. As long as Zhou Chu denies it, what can he do? Han Junting smiled and said, Granny underestimated Li Yunxiao's intelligence and overestimated Zhou Chu's. Granny Sunflower looked puzzled. Why? However, Han Junting only chuckled and didn't say anything. On her aged face, her eyes flashed with a beautiful light that only a young girl could have. After the commotion caused by Zhou Chu and Li Yunxiao, the auction went back on track. The next dozen or so materials were only sold for 6 million. Mo Huayuan made a few bids, but all of them were in vain. After that, several profound weapons were auctioned off, causing quite a commotion. Li Yunxiao also participated in the bidding a few times, but the price of the items soon exceeded his bottom line, so he had to give up. Although there was almost no one present who was richer than him, it would be too ostentatious. Moreover, there was a person in the private room on the second floor who specialized in raising the price. Every time a bid was made, he would come out and help. After the auction continued for several hours, the bidding gradually weakened. Kutong Guang smiled and said, half of the items have been auctioned off, and everyone has earned a lot. Considering everyone's financial resources, many of our friends have already used up all their money, and it will be difficult for them to participate in the later auctions. Therefore, the auction will be suspended for 12 hours. Friends who need primordial stones can go to the counter outside to exchange their items. As long as it's valuable, Myriad Gem Pagoda will buy it all. F***CK. Many people below cursed inwardly. Myriad Gem Pagoda was extorting the bone and sucking the marrow. Seeing that everyone was about to run out of money and couldn't afford to bid any more, they did this. But many people were still overjoyed. They were just worried that they didn't have enough primordial stones. Once they heard that there was such a good thing, they immediately rushed out the door. The rest of the people were afraid that they would fall behind, so they all went out to exchange for more primordial stones, taking out all kinds of treasures that they couldn't use. Li Yunxiao had the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association as a guarantor, so he naturally didn't need to exchange. Moreover, he also understood Myriad Gem Pagoda's habits. The items that were exchanged here could at most be sold for 2/3 of the original price of the item. 12 hours was exactly half a day's time. Many people were also afraid of being slaughtered by Myriad Gem Pagoda, so they directly rushed out of the auction venue and went to various major trading areas to exchange for primordial stones. Li Yunxiao watched as Kutong Guang, Aunt Jiao, and the others retreated behind the scenes to rest. That Mei Dong'er turned back to look at him every 3 steps, constantly blinking her eyes in greeting. Mo Huayuan smiled and said, Young Master Yun, that lass is hinting at you. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he disappeared from his seat, heading to the backstage of the auction venue. The entire auction venue was a mustard seed space. Apart from this large ring-shaped venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, the backstage was also very wide. Furthermore, there were martial artists guarding everywhere. Li Yunxiao passed through a long winding corridor, and behind him was actually a group of large courtyards that were hidden by the banks of green water. Just as he wanted to walk into the courtyard, an extremely powerful aura immediately pressed down on him. The air shook slightly, and a man's figure appeared. He stared at him coldly and said, Go back. Li Yunxiao flipped his hand, and a token was thrown over. He said, I have this. Can I go over? That man grabbed at the air, and after taking a look, he frowned and threw it back. He said, This is the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's VIP token. It is ranked 2nd in the Merchant Union. You can have many special privileges, but you still can't enter. This is because the organizer of this auction is Myriad Gem Pagoda. Unless you have Myriad Gem Pagoda's guidance. Li Yunxiao was put in a difficult position. He could not forcefully barge in, and he could not retreat either. He is my friend. Can you make an exception? Suddenly, Aunt Gio's voice sounded. A figure flashed in the courtyard, and Aunt Gio and Mei Dong'er walked over together. That man pondered for a moment, and he said, since he is Aunt Gio's friend, he can naturally enter. However, if he causes any trouble, Aunt Gio, you have to bear all the consequences. Aunt Gio smiled and said, all right. If he causes any trouble, just put it all on my Mei family. Only then did that man nod and disappear into the air. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Aunt Gio, aren't you afraid that I will burn down this auction venue and make your Mei family pay for it until they go bankrupt? Aunt Gio was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled faintly and said, young Master Yun is still so careless with his words. If it were someone else, they really wouldn't dare to vouch for you. Mei Dong'er also stuck out her tongue mischievously. Her joyful mood was revealed in her large eyes. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked into a side courtyard in the courtyard. Aside from the 3 bedrooms in the side courtyard, there was also a room for guests. Soon, maidservants served all sorts of fragrant tea and spirit fruits. Aunt Gio smiled and said, after our parting in the past, young Master Yun is even more elegant than before. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Aunt Gio, you flatter me. Dong'er's Cultivation became a high-ranked martial saint in a few short years. The Mei family must have put in a lot of effort. We are very grateful. Aunt Gio revealed a strange expression. She said, Dong'er is a member of my Mei family. She is extremely talented. It is only right that the Mei family does its best to nurture her. Why is young Master Yun thanking us? This, Li Yunxiao was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Mei Dong'er suddenly blushed and fiddled with her hair bashfully. Her heart was beating very fast. In other words, Li Yunxiao seemed to treat her as one of his. Mei Dong'er blushed, but she felt very sweet in her heart. Aunt Gio smiled faintly and said, it is really a coincidence that I can meet young Master Yun this time. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise. What a coincidence. I also have something to ask Aunt Gio. May I know what it is? Please speak first. Aunt Gio nodded, and her expression turned grave. She said, my strength is low. Young Master Yun, please set up a restriction here. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. This mustard seed space belonged to the merchant union. It was only right to be on guard. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a layer of golden light appeared on his body. He casually formed an ancient Maha character and slammed it into the void. The ancient Maha character instantly enlarged and disappeared into the void. At the same time, a fluctuation appeared in the surroundings before it stabilized. Aunt Gio exclaimed, the ancient Maha character? Young Master Yun actually controls the ancient Maha character? Li Yunxiao smiled. It's just a few words. Under this restriction, unless the other party is a 10 Directions God Realm expert, it is impossible for them to eavesdrop on our conversation. Aunt Gio nodded. Then I am relieved. I am not suspicious of the Merchant Union. It is just that the less people know about what I want to discuss with young Master Yun, the better. Mei Dong'er hurriedly said, in that case, Dong'er will leave for now. Aunt Gio said, it is fine. You are a core member of the Mei family, and your relationship with young Master Yun is not ordinary. There is no harm in eavesdropping. Yes. Mei Dong'er replied softly. She carefully waited on the side and listened quietly. At this moment, in the mustard seed space of the building, there was a magnificent hall with dozens of mirrors standing side by side. There were all kinds of figures flashing in those mirrors. If one looked closely, they would see that the entire mustard seed space was being projected. Everyone's every movement and even their voices were being monitored by the dozens of towering mirrors. Suddenly, a few rays of light flashed in front of the hall, and 3 figures flew down from the sky. Greetings to Lord Tong Guang, Lord Mingri, and Lord Feiyu. When the 2 guards in front of the hall saw the 3 of them, they immediately saluted respectfully. The 3 of them ignored him and disappeared in front of the hall with a flash, entering it. Hu Mingri swept his gaze around and said, the 7th room of the east courtyard. It should be here. He walked directly in front of a mirror, and his expression changed to one of shock. The other two hurriedly came over and were stunned at the same time. The surface of the mirror was blurry, rippling like raindrops falling on a calm lake. It covered up all the scenery at the bottom of the lake, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Ninth Aunt really cares about our myriad treasure tower. She even laid down a restriction. Do you think we'll spy on them? Kutong Guang's expression darkened. Extreme displeasure flashed across his face as he spoke angrily. Cough, cough. Li Feiyu said awkwardly, aren't we spying on them? Kutong Guang blushed and snorted, if she wasn't with Li Yunxiao, why would we spy on them? Hu Mingri said that Li Yunxiao is indeed not simple. All the movements in this tower will be reflected in these 36 Earth Fiend mirrors. He can actually cast an art to isolate them. He's quite remarkable. Looks like it's true that his divine sense can penetrate the mirror walls. Kutong Guang's face was full of shock. Hu Mingri said, what's important now isn't whether it's true or not. Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu brought the Saint Domain's Iron Order, asking us to help investigate Li Yunxiao. The problem now is how to explain to them. Li Feiyu said with a headache, investigating Li Yunxiao is their private matter. It shouldn't have anything to do with the Saint Domain. Don't forget that Li Yunxiao's Yanwu city is still under the Saint Domain's protection. I'm afraid they'll clash. More accurately, I'm afraid they'll clash in Nuyan City. Hu Mingri nodded and said, indeed, Li Yunxiao's identity isn't simple. We don't dare to provoke Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. We must suppress them from clashing in Nuyan City. As long as they leave Nuyan City, even if they die together, it's none of our business. Li Feiyu said, I think these three will fight sooner or later. We can only stall them. I'll do my best to deal with Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Lord Hu will have to spend more effort on Li Yunxiao's side. Hu Mingri said, I'll send someone to keep an eye on him. If we have no choice, even if we use force to suppress them, we can't let them clash in our sphere of influence. This is just the worst outcome. Right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower is extremely short of manpower. Apart from Bai Haodong in the auction venue, there are still many unknown factors that make me feel uneasy. He looked worried. Kutong Guang smiled and said, Master Hu is too nervous. It's normal to be on high alert, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Hu Mingri nodded, and the three of them quickly disappeared from the main hall. At this moment, backstage of the auction venue, in a middle hall of the east courtyard, Aunt Jiao said with a grave expression, did young Master Yun notice anything strange in the Mei family's Wooding River? Or did it trigger something? Li Yunxiao was shocked and asked, why does Ninth Aunt ask this? Aunt Jiao looked at him and said, young Master Yun's expression is flickering, so you must be pregnant? Li Yunxiao said, did something happen to the Mei family or the Wooding River? Both of them were asking each other for advice, and neither of them were willing to reveal anything. Aunt Jiao smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm really at a disadvantage talking to young Master Yun. The Wooding River is the origin of the Mei family's strange power, so it's extremely important. I don't dare to hide anything from you. Ever since the Wooding River reopened, the spiritual energy in it has become stronger and stronger, and the toxicity has also become stronger. In the beginning, the Mei family's disciples benefited greatly, and I was secretly happy. Dong was able to break through to high-level martial venerable so quickly because of this blessing, but later. Her face suddenly revealed a look of deep worry, and she said, Dong you tell him. Mei Dong responded with a grave expression and said, I should be the one who feels this the most. The strange toxicity in the Wooding River allows the Mei family's people to have an extremely powerful appraisal ability, and the strength of this ability is completely proportional to the toxicity in the body. She raised her hand and circulated her origin power, and a dark green aura seeped out of her palm. Then, she formed a hand seal with her right hand and pressed two fingers together, pointing at the green aura. A golden ray of light circled around her fingertip, forming a golden ring the size of a ring. The dark green aura seemed to be restrained by this golden ring, and it slowly surged before finally condensing into a green crystal that looked like fine sand. Mei Donger's face was already pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Even with her 9-star martial venerable strength, she was almost exhausted after completing this action. Big brother Yunxiao, this is the toxin. In the past, the toxicity in the Wooding River was too concentrated, and even if the body absorbed it, it would definitely not be able to condense into a crystalline state. But now, not only has the quantity changed, but the quality seems to have changed as well. As Mei Dong'er spoke, cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She continuously channeled origin power into the ring-like golden ring to maintain the crystalline state of the toxin. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the green crystal in shock. It was only a tenth the size of a grain of rice. Aunt Jiao said, "The effects of this toxin on the Mei family's people are temporarily unknown, but the yin poison that Dong'er forced out is extremely powerful." She threw out a piece of silver metal, and it flashed in the air. Mei Dong'er's hand seal changed, and the golden ring suddenly dispersed. The green crystal immediately turned into smoke again. She clenched her fist and fiercely slapped the silver metal. There was a flash of light, and a green light instantly pierced through the silver metal, burning a thumb-sized hole. Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed in shock, "Northern Sky Cold Star Iron." The metal that was pierced through was none other than the Northern Sky Cold Star Iron that he used to refine the myriad sword illustration. He suddenly grabbed the air, and the Northern Sky Cold Star Iron instantly entered his hand. His expression was extremely grave as he examined it. Aunt Jiao had a helpless expression on her face. She bitterly smiled and said, "Although the effects of this toxin on the body are still unknown, young Master Yun has already seen its might. As the head of the Mei family, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if I can't figure out the situation with this thing." The surroundings of the hole that was pierced through were extremely smooth, as if it was naturally formed. It did not seem like it was caused by an external force. It means that not only can this thing give the Mei family supernatural abilities, but it also has such a powerful corrosive power. Li Yunxiao's forehead wrinkled into a crease, and he solemnly said, "Dong'er, if you feel any discomfort, immediately stop. You must not enter the river to cultivate." Mei Dong'er's heart warmed when she saw that he was so concerned about her. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and smiled sweetly. "If the situation is not right, I will definitely stop cultivating. However, this matter concerns the future of the Mei family, so I must figure it out before I can be at ease." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I have never seen this thing before, but it is indeed extremely terrifying. Dong'er, can you make another one for me to investigate?" Mei Dong'er was troubled. "This thing can only form a crystal under the suppression of a powerful force. We have tried all kinds of methods to preserve it, but to no avail. As soon as it leaves the suppression, it will immediately return to its gaseous state and corrode everything." Li Yunxiao said, "You just need to force it out of your body. I have my own ways." Mei Dong'er was stunned for a moment before she replied, "All right." She began to circulate her origin energy again and gritted her teeth to condense a tiny green crystal. Her entire body couldn't help but tremble, as if she couldn't hold on for much longer. Li Yunxiao casually waved his hand and grabbed the crystal. Following which, a green light flashed, and it disappeared into his palm. Aunt Jiao and Mei Dong'er's eyes lit up in disbelief. Aunt Jiao was shocked. "How did young Master Yun store this thing?" Li Yunxiao said, "I'm sorry, but I can't teach this method to anyone else. Also, only I can use it." His method was actually very simple. He just needed to store it in the divine monument and use the power of laws to suppress it. Aunt Jiao said in disappointment, "Since that's the case, I can't force it." "Young Master Yun, can you tell me what happened in the Wooding River?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Actually, nothing much happened. I only found a jade tablet at the bottom of the Wooding River, and the words 'Winding River leads to serenity' were written on it. The material of that jade tablet was very special. I wanted to take it away, but a terrifying force came from below, forcing me to give up." "Jade tablet? Winding River leads to serenity?" Aunt Jiao was shocked. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Li Yunxiao was surprised. "Aunt Jiao, you know about this tablet?" Aunt Jiao said with a serious expression, "I seem to have seen similar records in the ancient books of the Mei family. After this auction, I will go back and look through it. Maybe I can find the key to this." Li Yunxiao saw that her expression was flickering, and he knew that she was hiding something. However, this was her family's matter. Although he was very curious, it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. He only said, "I will do my best to find out about that green crystal. If there is any news, I will inform Aunt Gio immediately. Aunt Gio bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Yun." Her gratitude was genuine. Although she did not obtain much useful information, at least Li Yunxiao had provided her with a clue, which gave her a starting point. Young Master Yun previously said that he wanted to find me for something. May I know what it is? Aunt Gio asked curiously. Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly and said, I am also unclear about this object. I want to find Aunt Gio, who can appraise all things, to help me see what this object is. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and opened them in front of Aunt Gio. A light yellow insect the size of a grain of rice appeared in his palm. A living object? Aunt Gio's pupils shrank slightly. She said in shock, what a strong metal elemental power. If I did not feel its vitality, I would have thought that it was a mutated metal elemental itself. Mei Donger also had a curious expression. She moved closer and was also shocked. Aunt Gio placed her hand on top of Li Yunxiao's palm. There was a slight ripple between their palms, like the rippling of water. The golden insect's body also trembled slightly. Ah! Aunt Gio suddenly screamed and retracted her hand reflexively. She was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. Aunt Gio! Mei Donger was shocked. She hurriedly went forward to support Aunt Gio. Her face was full of shock. She had never seen Aunt Gio lose her composure like this. Li Yunxiao was also baffled. He said, what ability does this object have? How could it make Aunt Gio so afraid? Aunt Gio's face was full of fear. Her breathing also became rough and heavy. She stared at the insect in Li Yunxiao's hand in disbelief. After a while, she said with lingering fear, I have never felt such a strong reaction from this object in my life. Although I do not know its origin, this object is definitely a descendant of a true spirit. It might even be a true spirit itself. True spirit itself? Li Yunxiao smiled. How is that possible? Even if it's a descendant of a true spirit, I wouldn't believe it. In the true spirit atlases that have been passed down, have there been any records of such a small thing? Aunt Gio said, most of the true spirit atlases that have been passed down are incomplete. Moreover, most of the records are of famous true spirits, so it's not surprising that some were missed. I can't determine the true identity of this thing, but the feeling it gives me is very terrifying. It makes me shudder. May I ask where young Master Yun came from? The original owner of this thing was killed by me. Now that I heard Aunt Gio say this, I regret taking his life. I should have captured him and searched his soul. Li Yunxiao's face was full of regret. The fact that he had killed someone and searched their soul so casually made Aunt Gio and Mei Donger's scalps tingle. Aunt Gio said, since this thing has appeared, we can definitely find its origin. What are the characteristics of this thing? Perhaps we can make some guesses? Li Yunxiao said, this insect can emit something similar to metal spiritual energy, but it seems to be getting weaker. A golden light flashed in his hand, and more than 10 of these insects appeared. They were all orange in color, but some were dark, and some were light. They emitted a weak golden light. Li Yunxiao's palm also turned golden. It seemed that the sharp aura of the insect had forced him to use his indestructible golden body to protect himself. Back then, the blue-cloaked man from the Mu family used demonic fire to suppress the metal spiritual energy and didn't dare to use his body to grab it. This, Aunt Gio was shocked. She stretched out her hand to carefully touch the faint golden light. The moment she touched it, her jade-like fingers trembled slightly, and she pulled back. Her jade-like hand was covered in wounds and blood flowed continuously. Li Yunxiao said, be careful, Aunt Gio. It's fine. Aunt Gio replied softly. With the circulation of her origin energy, these superficial wounds were instantly healed. She revealed a strange expression and said, this golden light is indeed like metal spiritual energy, but it is much weaker. If these insects have the ability to fight, then they should be very powerful. Li Yunxiao's expression became a little strange. He stared at the insect in his palm without moving, and his brows furrowed. Mei Donger's heart jolted, and she said, Big brother Yunxiao, did you discover something? Li Yunxiao pointed at his palm, and a yellow insect the size of a grain of rice bounced up and was caught by his other hand. He presented it to the two and said, when I first saw this insect, the golden light was much brighter than it is now. Could it be that it has been consumed, so it has become weaker? Aunt Geo exclaimed in surprise, Young Master Yun, are you saying that this light, which is similar to metal spiritual energy, can be strengthened and weakened in a short period of time? Mei Dong'er said embarrassedly, could it be that I'm hungry, so I used up all my energy? Aunt Geo said, it's very possible, but I don't know what this thing relies on to devour to replenish itself. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, then placed the piece of northern heaven cold star iron that had been pierced by the green poisonous gas in his palm, and gently touched the tiny worm. The light on the insect's body flickered imperceptibly, then it slowly moved towards the cold star iron. TSK. As expected. Aunt Geo cried out in surprise. Although the insect was extremely small, the three of them had sharp eyesight, so they could clearly see what was going on. The insect was indeed devouring the northern heaven cold star iron, but it was eating very slowly. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, then threw the other dozen or so insects over. As expected, all of them began to gnaw on the northern heaven cold star iron. Hee, it's quite fun. I wonder if they will grow after eating the northern heaven cold star iron? Mei Dong'er giggled, then tilted her head and began to think. Just this piece of northern heaven cold star iron alone will take a few days to finish. I'll keep it and observe it for a while. Li Yunxiao pondered deeply. With a flip of his hand, he instantly stored all the bugs away. Aunt Geo said, I'll also go back and look for some information. The Mei family left behind many ancient books and records regarding ancient true spirits. Perhaps I can find some clues. Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Geo, Li Yunxiao thanked her. The few of them chatted for a while, then Li Yunxiao stood up and took his leave. Mei Dong'er's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said, there's still some time before the next auction. Why don't I accompany Big Brother Yunxiao for a stroll around? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's fine too. The two of them quickly left the auction venue and began to stroll around Nuyen City. Mei Dong'er said softly, I've been following Aunt Geo around the world all these years, and I've often heard news about Big Brother Yunxiao. I've always been on tenterhooks. Now that I see that Big Brother Yunxiao is fine, Dong'er can rest assured. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly. Although what he had done in the past few years wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually heard. Mei Dong'er had most likely asked around. He smiled and said, I've indeed experienced some things, but most of them were daunting, but not dangerous. Mei Dong'er said, Big Brother Yunxiao's experiences must be much more dangerous than what Dong'er has heard. Dong'er really wants to hear more from Big Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled and told Mei Dong'er about what had happened after they parted ways in Sapphire City. He picked out some of the less important things, and Mei Dong'er was in a daze as she listened. Mei Dong'er said faintly, it's a pity that Dong'er's abilities are too low, and I can't help Big Brother Yunxiao solve his problems. Li Yunxiao said seriously, Dong'er is already very strong, but you must remember that you can't be too hasty when you're cultivating. You must stop immediately if you discover anything amiss. After all, that unknown poison was too potent, and Li Yunxiao was very worried. Mei Dong'er nodded vigorously and said, I will. I won't let Big Brother Yunxiao worry. Li Yunxiao nodded gently. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he saw a figure flash across the street corner from the corner of his eye. Big Brother Yunxiao, what's wrong? Mei Dong'er couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Yunxiao's dazed expression. Li Yunxiao thought of something and said, I have something to do, and I have to leave for a while. You can return to the auction first. Mei Dong'er was shocked and said, Big Brother Yunxiao isn't going to participate in the next auction? Li Yunxiao replied, yes, I will. I'll rush back in time. After he finished speaking, he stepped in the direction of that figure, and he shrunk the ground to an inch. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the street corner. Mei Dong'er stood rooted to the ground. After a while, she sighed and revealed a faint look of disappointment. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he locked onto the person in front of him. However, there was a mocking look in his eyes. His body swayed, and he gradually faded until he disappeared from the spot. A moment later, 3 figures appeared at the spot where Li Yunxiao had disappeared. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. What's going on? We can't find any trace of him at all. Did he really disappear? His aura is lingering here, and it hasn't spread out at all. Could it be that his escape technique is so strong that he can escape our pursuit? He seems to have caught up with someone, and that person seems to be heading towards the southern city gate. Should we chase after him? You two go take a look first. I'll go back and report to Lord Humingri. The three of them discussed and immediately split up into two groups. In the southern part of Nuyan City, a hunchbacked old man with a bamboo hat quickly left the city. The old man was wearing a patched brown farmer's robe, and he staggered as he walked. However, the moment he left the city, he disappeared outside the city gate in a few steps. There was a slight fluctuation in the sky, and Li Yunxiao hid in the void and followed closely. The old man in front of him was none other than one of the 8 symbols of Death God Palace, the tyrannical sky tiger. After 15 minutes, the tyrannical sky tiger crossed a hill, and 3 figures appeared on a piece of flat land in front of him. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked, and his eyes turned cold. Among the 3 figures, there were 2 unfamiliar faces. One of them was tall, slim, and had long purple hair draped over his shoulders. His strength was that of the 8 stars Emperor Wu. The other person had a cold expression, and was wearing a blue brocade robe. His strength was that of the 7 stars Emperor Wu. The last person was the demon race's Mr. Quan, who had just fought with Li Yunxiao. Old 5, why did you come out? Is the plan going to change? Mr. Quan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if he had suffered some light injuries from the battle with Li Yunxiao. The other 2 also frowned as they looked at the tyrannical sky tiger. The tyrannical sky tiger said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's not that simple. There are many strong opponents in this auction, and I'm afraid we don't have enough primeval stones. I didn't agree to buy it with primeval stones from the start. We can just rob it. With the 4 of us working together, although we can't beat the merchant union, it won't be a problem for us to escape. The man in the blue brocade robe said in disdain. His face was cold and murderous. The tyrannical sky tiger shook his head, no. There are too many strong martial artists here, and the Wanbao Tower's arrangements are very tight. It's too difficult to get it. Mr. Quan's face flashed with hatred, and he said angrily, if not for Li Yunxiao, who not only snatched the heavenly phoenix Nirvana physique, but also forced me to use up 3 feathers of the void, this auction won't be able to stop me. The man with purple hair said coldly, third brother, it's not that I'm scolding you. The 3 feathers of the void that our boss worked so hard to exchange for were wasted on a junior. That's why we've been delayed. If we can't bring it back successfully, let's see how you're going to answer to our boss. Mr. Quan's face turned cold, and he said angrily, I don't need you to lecture me. I know what I'm doing. The man with purple hair laughed coldly, it's good that you know what you're doing. I'll just wait and see what you're going to do. Mr. Quan's face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth, prepare the second plan. The 4 of them stood up and headed towards the east, south, west, and north respectively. Mr. Quan took out an array board that looked like a metal box and threw it in the middle. His hands formed a series of hand signs, and all sorts of talismans were inserted into the array board. The other 3 were calm as well. They cooperated with each other, and all sorts of formation lights flashed continuously. Li Yunxiao hid in the void and observed for a while. He then found out that they were setting up a mid-sized teleportation portal. For a normal teleportation portal, unless it was set up in a small area, it would take some time to set it up. But they used the array board as the foundation, so it was easy for them to set up a simple, single-use, mid-range teleportation portal. After a while, a huge formation was formed around the 4 of them. It flickered and dimmed until it disappeared into the ground. The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces turned pale. Setting up such a huge formation at once was too much for them to handle. Mr. Quan said, take some recovery pills and recover your strength to your peak. 6th brother, you will bid for that item. If you fail, prepare to fight for it under my command. The man in the blue robe frowned, why me and not 5th brother? Tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled bitterly, someone here recognized me. That Li Yunxiao is here too. With his strong divine sense, no matter how I disguise myself, I won't be able to fool him. Humph, all of you make Li Yunxiao sound like a god. Don't you think you're embarrassing the Death Palace? The purple-haired man's face darkened. His eyes flashed with anger. Mr. Quan's face darkened. Before the mission is completed, no one is allowed to provoke that devil. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The purple-haired man and the man in the blue robe were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to go against Mr. Kwan's order. They just snorted to show their dissatisfaction. Tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled bitterly, "You two are still young. Young people are always impetuous. I regret it now. That day in Red Moon City, I should have killed him even if I had to risk my life. This guy is a huge threat now. Even you, third brother, are no match for him. I'm afraid only big brother can kill him." The purple-haired man said disdainfully, "I don't believe in superstitions. After this is over, I'll send him to hell." Mr. Kwan laughed coldly, "As long as this is done, I'll be happy to see you die." The four of them began to discuss their strategy for snatching the item. They also came up with various plans to deal with unexpected situations. Then, the four of them turned into rays of light and flew towards New Yan City. Li Yunxiao appeared out of thin air. He had a strange look on his face. "Is Ling Bai interested in my sword?" He appeared above the teleportation array. Mr. Kwan had used a special technique to hide the medium-sized teleportation portal under the ground. There was no way to find it. This array disk that can be used to set up a medium-sized teleportation formation is priceless. It would be a waste to leave it here. Let me take it back. A sinister smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face as he grabbed the air. Suddenly, the power of the array appeared under his feet and an iron box shot out from the eye of the array. He grabbed it and put it away. Several hours later, the auction opened again, and all the martial artists streamed in. Li Yunxiao also appeared at the auction on time and sat down beside Mo Huayuan. Mo Huayuan smiled and said, "After chatting for so long? Every place in this hidden space is under the surveillance of the Merchant Union. You didn't say anything embarrassing, did you?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "How loyal of you to only remind me now." "Ahem, I forgot." Mo Huayuan had a strange look on his face as he asked, "Did you really say it?" "Yes." Li Yunxiao responded softly, looking a little awkward. "Huh, what did you say?" Mo Huayuan perked up and immediately pricked up his ears. Li Yunxiao was a little embarrassed and looked hesitant. "I said I have always been very what?" Mo Huayuan asked. "I like what?" Li Yunxiao's face turned cold and slapped him. He said coldly, "I like to hit idiots." Slap, the back of Mo Huayuan's head was hit hard. He didn't know what spell Li Yunxiao had used, but a piercing pain pierced his brain and he almost screamed. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "This slap has killed the sperm in your brain. Please call me Lei Feng, no thanks." Mo Huayuan smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. He cursed himself for asking for trouble. He deserved to be hit. The two's actions were clearly shown in the Earth Fiend mirror. Hu Mingri had a serious expression on his face. Li Feiyu and the others in the private room also felt their hearts skip a beat. To dare to hit Mo Huayuan so casually, and the other party didn't even dare to make a sound after being hit. What kind of background did he have to be able to do this? Thank you, everyone, for coming back to the auction. Have you exchanged enough origin stones? Let's move on to the second half of the auction. Kutong Guang, Aunt Jiao, and the others appeared on the round platform in the center of the island once again. They were all smiles. The entire venue was filled with cursing and all sorts of urging. "Hee, the next item is a rank 9 auxiliary tool." Kutong Guang clapped his hands, and a beautiful female servant walked forward with a smile. She lifted the tray and lifted the red silk. A gray circular iron tool was placed inside. The beautiful servant displayed the iron tool and walked in front of Aunt Jiao, asking her to appraise it. Aunt Jiao gently stroked the iron tool and said with a smile, "I don't need to explain the effects of the spiritual compass. It can precisely find the universe's treasures in a certain range. The rank 9 spiritual compass is even more precious. It can find the universe's treasures and the range it can search for are extremely large. This spiritual compass is intact, and its quality is excellent. It's definitely a top-grade item." Kutong Guang said, "The starting price is 3 million. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, 3,500,000. Although the spiritual compass could precisely find universe's treasures, its range was insignificant in the vast realm of heaven martial arts. Every faction had people who specialized in finding ores. Each of them wore a spiritual compass of a different rank. They flew all over the realm of heaven martial arts to search for origin stones. Most of these people didn't have a bright future in the faction, and they didn't have any talent. That was why they were sent to do such things. If they could find a mine or a universe's treasure, they could enjoy it for the rest of their lives. The higher-ups of the faction might even give them all kinds of elixirs and cultivation techniques, which might help them break through their current realm. That was why there were many people looking for ores. But since the realm of heaven martial arts was so vast, there weren't many people who could find a mine. That was why people weren't interested in things like the spiritual compass. 4 million. Another person shouted loudly. Then, the auction quieted down. When Kutong Guang was about to speak, Li Yunxiao shouted, 5 million. 5,500,000. The previous person pondered for a while, then raised the price again. Li Yunxiao said calmly, 6 million. Their voices weren't loud, but the auction hall was still very quiet. Everyone heard them clearly, but no one wanted to fight for it. When that person heard the price of 6 million, it seemed like it exceeded his expectations, so he didn't speak anymore. 7 million. An ice-cold voice echoed out. Everyone's heart jumped, and different expressions appeared on their faces. Some were surprised, some were curious, and some were mocking. They all looked at a private room on the second floor. Most of them had the attitude of watching a good show, and they were all smiling. Because they recognized that this private room belonged to the one that had fought with Li Yunxiao over the Earth Essence Iron, and now it was starting again. Kutong Guang's heart tightened, but he kept a professional smile on his face. He naturally knew that it was Zhou Chu who was causing trouble. He wasn't as happy as before, and only hoped that nothing bad would happen. 8 million. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly. 9 million. In the private room, Zhou Chu followed closely, as if she was going to bite him to death. Hee hee. All sorts of laughter came from all around. It was full of mockery and sarcasm. Looking at other people's ashen faces, it was very satisfying. 15 million. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he directly jumped up the price. Zhou Chu thought for a while, then continued coldly, 16 million. Li Yunxiao said coldly, you've been going against me time and time again. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? In the private room, Zhou Chu laughed coldly. What a joke. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Li Yunxiao nodded and didn't say anything else. The coldness in his eyes disappeared, and he became calm again. Not good. In the private room, Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed. Yes, what's wrong? What's the fuss? Zhou Chu was a little dissatisfied and snorted. The others also looked at Chen Feng, who said with a serious expression, young Master Yun's words were completely to test Brother Zhou Chu. Although he definitely guessed that Brother Zhou Chu was going against him, he didn't have full confidence, nor did he have any evidence. However, after the test just now, he definitely has full confidence that it's true, so he didn't continue to raise the price. Zhou Chu's expression turned cold, and he snorted. So what if he confirmed it? Are you saying that he will come to snatch it? Chen Feng nodded. Yes. Li Feiyu's expression changed drastically. A conflict in Nuyan City was the last thing he wanted to see. Even if Li Yunxiao can confirm it, he doesn't have any evidence. As long as Brother Zhou Chu denies it, there's nothing he can do, right? Chen Feng looked at Li Feiyu with some pity, as if worried about his intelligence. Putting aside the fact that Brother Zhou Chu definitely won't deny it, with young Master Yun's personality, as long as he's certain of something, he won't need any evidence. Hee hee, I can't wait for that. Zhou Chu's expression became somewhat sinister, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Li Yunxiao's identity isn't simple. Brother Zhou Chu, don't be rash. Li Feiyu hurriedly tried to mediate, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. His identity isn't simple. This might be a good opportunity to test his identity. Li Feiyu was stunned. Qin Chuan also wants to give it a try? Qin Chuan smiled. Let's wait and see. I won't provoke him, but if we meet, and it's unavoidable, I'll just go with the flow and fight. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, as well as the raging flames of war. In another private room not far away, Han Zhenting's eyes were similarly cold. She said coldly, that idiot Zhou Chu will definitely be dealt with by Li Yunxiao. Granny Sunflower's expression was still rigid. She said disdainfully, the two of them aren't even on the same level. Can Zhou Chu withstand 10 moves from Li Yunxiao? The key is still to rely on Qin Chuan. Han Zhenting said, Qin Chuan's shrewdness is so deep that even I can't see through him. I can't be sure if he'll make a move, but we just have to wait in the dark for the situation to develop. Celestial Sword Star Destroyer, with spirit transformation, none of them can be missing. The Spirit Compass auction didn't cause much of a commotion. It was just a bit of entertainment, and everyone continued to focus on the intense auction. Mo Huayuan looked at Li Yunxiao's calm expression and felt inexplicably uneasy. He angrily snorted and said, I wonder who it is. Their brains must have been kicked by a donkey to actually go against young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, that's fine too. It saved me a lot of sore stones. Mo Huayuan's heart skipped a beat. Does young Master Yun know who it is? Li Yunxiao smiled. We'll know soon enough. Let's continue watching the auction. There are indeed many amazing items in the 10,000 Treasure Towers auction. Mo Huayuan knew that he didn't want to talk about it, so he became even more uneasy. In fact, he had already guessed that it was Zhou Chu without a doubt. He couldn't let them get into a conflict. He didn't want to see either of them getting hurt. The auction continued to heat up. Many items were sold for extremely high prices, causing everyone to clamor. Bai Hadong made a few more moves, but it was all to no avail. It seemed like he was only interested in the 5 elemental flags and didn't have much desire for anything else. There were tens of thousands of people in the auction. The 4 people from Death God Palace were scattered in different directions after disguising themselves, but they didn't know that they were already locked on to Bai Li Yunxiao's divine sense. These 4 people didn't make a single bid. They had already made up their minds to deal with the star-extinguishing sword. The auction continued for several hours. Suddenly, the entire auction hall quieted down. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that the finale item of this auction was about to appear. The atmosphere in the auction hall suddenly became tense, and an oppressive aura began to spread. It was especially so for those experts who had been indifferent to the previous auction. Many of them had their eyes glowing brightly. On the contrary, the martial artists who were competing fiercely were starting to feel restless. The entire auction has lasted for more than a day. I'm sure many people are getting impatient, right? Kutong Guang smiled. If this old man suddenly announces the end of the auction, will everyone beat me to death? The audience roared with laughter, and the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated. Many people shouted, not only will he be beaten to death, he'll probably be smashed to ashes. Stop babbling, hurry up and start, you're not only an auctioneer, you're also a clown. Kutong Guang chuckled and said, let's cut to the chase. I'm sure everyone knows what the next 3 items are. Go straight to the first item, the 10th grade spirit herb, beautiful star orchid. The entire hall fell silent, and everyone held their breaths. Even Li Yunxiao's heart trembled violently, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. A beautiful maid slowly walked out from the round island, holding a flat jade box that was half a foot wide in her hand. She slowly walked to the front of the stage. What's going on with this 10th grade spiritual herb? A powerful voice came from a private room on the 2nd floor. Although it had been modified by the mirror, it still carried an extremely solemn tone. Everyone also held their breaths, not daring to make a loud noise. Li Yunxiao's expression was also extremely grave. Ever since little Qing told him the reason why he couldn't step into the 10th level immortal state, he finally understood that not only were martial artists blocked from reaching the immortal state, but even heavenly treasures could only stop at the peak of the 9th level, unable to advance any further. This was because there were no 10th grade rules in this world, and all things could not advance any further. This 10th grade spiritual herb is naturally the real deal. Aunt Jiao, please examine it. Kutong Guang smiled confidently. Aunt Jiao's expression was solemn as she nodded and said, I've examined countless treasures on a daily basis, but I've never seen a 10th grade spiritual herb before, and I'm not too confident in being able to appraise it. Let me give it a try. Her words were neither servile nor overbearing, and they were honest without a shred of falsehood. She did not hide her inadequacies in the slightest, and everyone had a whole new level of respect for her. The voice from the private room on the second floor sounded again, and said, "With Aunt Gio's appraisal, we can rest assured." Everyone else had the same thoughts. Aunt Gio was already the most powerful appraiser of the current generation. If even she could not discern anything, then who would be able to appraise it? Aunt Gio nodded and walked forward. That jade box was engraved with all kinds of strange symbols and formation patterns. She lightly placed her hand on top of the jade box, and a warm jade-colored light immediately shone from the box. The formation patterns on it suddenly became brighter, and countless silver patterns flew out. Those silver patterns floated up in a spiral shape, and they condensed 2 feet above Aunt Gio's palm, forming a vast silver formation pattern. Aunt Gio's body trembled slightly, and she was forced back a few steps. Shock appeared on her face. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they stared with wide eyes, not daring to even blink. The voice from the private room sounded again, and said, "Aunt Gio, how is it?" Aunt Gio's expression was solemn as she said, "There's no doubt that it's a 10th grade divine herb inside, but I can't sense the specific situation very clearly. I hope that a friend can lend me a helping hand." The voice from the private room said, "How do you need help? Please speak frankly." Aunt Gio said, "This 10th grade divine herb is sealed inside the jade box. It can guarantee that the medicinal potency inside won't leak, but it also blocks my senses. I need a powerful friend to help me open up the sealing power. But doing so will cause a minute loss of the divine herb's medicinal potency." Kutongguang's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Absolutely not. A 10th grade divine herb is a peerless item in the world. Any bit of loss of medicinal potency can't be made up for." Aunt Gio said, "Then this servant is powerless to help. I can only guarantee that it's indeed a 10th grade divine herb inside. As for the specific situation, I'm not sure." Everyone in the venue immediately burst into an uproar. All kinds of discussions sounded out, lingering on incessantly. The voice from the private room sounded out again, saying, "The information inside isn't detailed and can't be used as a reference at all. This item is really hard to auction. Could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower doesn't have any information at all?" Kutongguang said, "This item was found in an ancient site. The Myriad Treasure Tower can only conclude that it's a 10th grade divine herb, the damask star orchid, inside too. No more information is available." Humph. That voice seemed very displeased, and he said, "If it's auctioned for a sky-high price, but it's a useless item inside, how should we account for it?" "That's right. Can the Myriad Treasure Tower be responsible for refunds?" There were voices of dissatisfaction all around. Kutongguang was a little troubled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since everyone has a request, the Myriad Treasure Tower can't be unreasonable. Then, please give it a try, Aunt Gio. I wonder how to open the seal." Aunt Gio said, "I don't know much about the art of sealing. Are there any experts in this field here?" The audience immediately quietened down, and they all secretly pondered. Heroes from all walks of life were gathered here, and there were also many experts who were proficient in the art of sealing. However, this matter was, after all, of great importance, and no one dared to be careless. "If Aunt Gio and the Myriad Treasure Tower are at ease, then let me do it." A voice slowly sounded out. Everyone immediately focused their gazes over, and they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Aunt Gio smiled faintly, and said, "If young Master Yun is willing to do it, that naturally couldn't be better." The person who spoke was precisely Li Yunxiao. Under everyone's gaze, he flew up into the air and slowly landed on the Lone Island's round stage. "Wait!" Suddenly, a soft shout sounded out from the crowd. A man in a silver robe revealed a dissatisfied look, and said, "Who is this person? If we randomly find someone to try, who can bear the responsibility if the seal or the spirit herb is damaged?" Everyone looked at the man in the silver robe, and many people exclaimed in surprise. "So it's Mr. Kai of the White Feather Manor." "Mr. Kai? The younger brother of the White Feather Manor's manor lord, Mr. Kai, a 9th-tier Great Array Master?" "That's right. I didn't expect Mr. Kai to be here too. This matter of suppressing the seal naturally belongs to Mr. Kai." Mr. Kai's face was full of pride, and he said leisurely, "Young man, I can see that your strength isn't bad. However, suppressing the seal requires not only strength, but also a strong mental strength, enough to be able to identify every rune in the seal. Ask yourself, can you do it? Li Yunxiao said, this jade box should have been left behind a long time ago. Just now, when Aunt Jio was testing, I already understood the runes that appeared in my heart. If there are any more tricks, I can only blindly follow and deal with them as they come. Humph, how arrogant. Mr. Kai's face darkened, and he shouted, I am a 9th-tier Great Array Master, but I don't dare to recommend myself. You have to know that there is always someone stronger than you out there, and I hope that an expert stronger than me will take action. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, I will do my best. Mr. Kai almost choked to death, and he angrily shouted, what a joke. What's the use of your best? Hurry up and leave. Aunt Jio's eyes wandered, and she slowly said, Mr. Kai, please calm down. With my understanding of young Master Yun, he can take on this great responsibility. Kotong Guang thought about how the mirror wall in the private room was almost penetrated by this person's divine sense, and he immediately said, with young Master Yunxiao's divine sense, he should be able to do it. Young Master Yunxiao? He's Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. What? Li Yunxiao? This was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and the crowd was instantly shocked, and all kinds of discussions broke out. That's the so-called #1 rising star, the one that even the 4 prodigies of the northern region weren't his match, Li Yunxiao? Wasn't this person wanted by the entire Crimson Moon City and executed a long time ago? This brat is so young, does he really have such great strength? I can't believe it. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He didn't expect his reputation to be so great, and it seemed like everyone knew about him. Mr. Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect this young man to be so famous, but he was still stubborn, and he coldly snorted, I've heard of young Master Yunxia's strength, but the Tao of sealing is not that simple. How about this, I'll just casually use a sealing technique, and if young Master Yunxiao can break it, then I have nothing to say. The voice in the private room sounded again, Mr. Kai's method is very clever, if young Master Yunxiao can pass the test, then it will naturally dispel everyone's doubts. Without hesitation, Li Yunxiao said, all right, you can use the technique. Mr. Kai's expression froze, and he leaped up, flying to the round platform on the isolated island. He coldly snorted in his heart, and he had already made up his mind to use all his knowledge to trap this Li Yunxiao, and make him lose face. Mr. Yunxiao, are you ready? Mr. Kai's face turned cold, and his aura surged. The space around the round island rippled. It was the warriors that the Merchant Union had arranged to maintain order. They were all on high alert, afraid that something might happen. Li Yunxiao said calmly, I'm ready. He didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change at all. When Mr. Kai saw this, he was even more enraged. He shouted in a low voice, excuse me. He pushed his palms in front of him and a mighty force rippled out. The space seemed to be split into 2. The space in front of him twisted and turned into 2 rays of light. A gold and silver Tai Chi diagram appeared. Then, he moved his fingers. Seals flew out of his hands in a dazzling display. The Tai Chi diagram only appeared for 2 breaths before it disappeared. The next moment, it shrunk to the size of 2 fists and pressed down on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao didn't dodge or retreat. He let the gold and silver light imprint on his chest. It was like a hot iron burning his skin, making a sizzling sound. Mei Donger's body trembled. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of shock and anxiety. Hee, Mr. Yunxiao is really skilled and bold. He didn't resist at all. Mr. Kai was a little surprised, but he was more disdainful. He said, my gold and silver Tai Chi diagram can seal one's dantian. As long as Mr. Yunxiao can undo it, I will be convinced. Hee, if you can't, just let me know and I will undo it for you. Li Yunxiao looked at his chest and looked inside his dantian. Indeed, there was an additional 2-colored Tai Chi diagram. It was rotating above the dantian's Qi. He tried to use his origin energy to attack it, but it was as solid as a boulder. He couldn't move it at all. This Mr. Kai from Bayou Manor is really something. He thought for a moment. Mr. Kai looked at Li Yunxiao's smug expression. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He trembled for a moment and was completely stunned. His eyes bulged like pomegranates. All of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning on Xianxia's body, and the gold and silver colors were directly shattered and completely disappeared. Ah! Many of the experts below the stage were also sharp-eyed people. They immediately discovered that the seal had been broken, and all of them revealed looks of disbelief. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Mr. Kai's previous seal had been a gamble of his life. Most of them didn't think Xianxia would win, thinking that he would admit defeat in the end. Even those who were optimistic about Xianxia's existence were considering how long it would take for him to be unsealed. In the end, instantly unsealed. How is this possible? Everyone broke into an uproar and revealed looks of shock. This was especially so for Mr. Kai. In addition to being extremely shocked, he also felt uneasy. Many of the experts looked at him, thinking that he was deliberately going easy and that the two of them were working together to put on a show. Even Xianxia himself was stunned for a moment, revealing a strange expression. Just now, he didn't do anything. All he did was circulate his essence force to attack the seal. After failing, the purple thunder seed floating above his dantian suddenly jumped. A hair-thin purple thunder struck the gold and silver Tai Chi diagram, instantly destroying the seal. After thinking for a moment, Xianxia understood. This purple thunder seed had always been nurtured by his energy. The Tai Chi seal cut off the connection between the two, angering the purple thunder seed and causing it to release a bolt of lightning to destroy it. Xianxia was also a little shocked. It was just a tiny bit of purple thunder, but it completely destroyed the seal that he couldn't even shake with his full strength. The seal has been broken. Does anyone still have any objections? Aunt Gio laughed lightly, her eyes roaming. All sorts of discussions suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that not even a ghost could be heard. The voice from the private room upstairs sounded again. Mr. Yunxiao's strength is unimaginable. He is even more powerful than the rumors say. Xianxia glanced at the private room, not knowing who was inside. In the other private rooms, Zhou Chu, Han Zhenting, and the others were all extremely shocked, unable to recover for a long time. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that Mr. Kai did not hold back. Han Zhenting's expression was abnormally serious. Granny, I'm afraid that our estimation of his strength was wrong. Granny Sunflower's face twitched. With a cold tone, she said, even if there was a mistake, the error wouldn't be too big. With the shopkeeper and this old lady working together, we can definitely take him down. Han Zhenting said faintly, if not for the fact that I have to obtain the Ewood spirit transformation, I would really like to exchange blows with such a genius. On the round platform on the isolated island, Mr. Kai's face alternated between red and white. He said timidly, Xianxia, can you tell me how you broke my seal? He was the clearest about how strong his own seal was. It couldn't have been broken by the young man in front of him using elemental energy. There had to be something fishy about it. Xianxia said indifferently, it's all thanks to Mr. Kai's mercy that I had the opportunity to break the seal. Mr. Kai's old face instantly turned red. He knew that the other party was unwilling to say, but this kind of consummate skill was most likely a trump card. It was normal for him not to say it. He cupped his fists and said, the new generation excels the old. The new generation replaces the old. This old man is convinced. With that, he flew down in a flash. This time, no one objected. Xianxia naturally became Aunt Zhou's helper. The two of them communicated in secret for a while, as if discussing how to deal with the seal on the jade box. Soon, they began to carry it out. Aunt Zhou formed several hand seals and slapped them on the jade box in a certain order and position. The golden light in her palms suddenly dispersed and turned into countless specks of golden powder. They floated down and turned the entire jade box into a dazzling golden light. The jade box let out a buzzing sound, and a layer of light appeared. It became several meters wide and spun in the air above the isolated island. Xianxia put his palms together, and the power of thunder and lightning condensed in his palms. He directly reached into the light and clenched his 10 fingers in the air. Roar! A tiger's roar came from his palms and resounded throughout the entire venue. Everyone's expression changed. Then, a crazy green thunder and lightning surged out and turned into the shape of a fierce tiger. Its claws overlapped with Li Yunxiao's arms and directly tore apart the seal. Ku Tongguang's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he watched nervously. If something went wrong, he would have to bear the main responsibility. Aunt Jio's expression was also very serious. She formed a hand seal with one hand and pressed it down on the jade box. A white light shone from the top of the box. Suddenly, a monstrous wave of spiritual qi surged out. It took the form of a white mist and gathered in the air above the isolated island. Within the mist, a faint blue light appeared. An ordinary-looking spirit herb was faintly discernible in the mist. Everyone held their breath and looked at the spirit herb in shock. They knew that this was the projection of the beautiful star orchid's main body. Ku Tongguang's hands were covered in cold sweat. He shouted, "Aunt Jio, quickly stop. The spiritual qi is about to be used up." Seeing more and more spiritual qi surging out of the jade box, he anxiously stamped his feet. Aunt Jio's face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, her gaze focused and she raised her hand to form a hand seal. The strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the beautiful star orchid's projection also disappeared. Li Yunxiao released his hands. The fierce tiger's thunder and lightning form turned into a bolt of lightning and returned to his palms. The several-meter-wide seal power returned to normal and flew back into the jade box. The entire jade box became ordinary again. "How is it?" Ku Tongguang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked impatiently. The light in Aunt Jio's eyes gradually dimmed. She said, "There is no doubt that this is a 10th grade spirit herb. Everyone has seen it. However, most of the spirit herb's meridians have already been petrified. Although the seal is extremely good, and a lot of its medicinal power still remains, it is not very valuable." Wow! This judgment immediately caused an uproar on the ground. All sorts of sighs rose from all directions and lingered on without end. Ku Tongguang was even more dumbfounded. He argued, everyone saw the spiritual qi and the strange phenomenon just now. If it was as Aunt Jio said, why would there be such a big reaction? Aunt Jio said somewhat apologetically, although this 10th grade spirit herb does not have much medicinal power left, its value is still above that of a 9th grade spirit herb. It is not surprising that a strange phenomenon appeared. Of course, this is only my side of the story. It is also because my appraisal technique is simple and crude that I cannot see too much. Everyone knew that she was speaking humbly. It could be considered as giving an explanation to the myriad treasure tower. If even the Mei clan's Aunt Jio said this, then this spirit herb was most likely going to be scrapped. Ku Tongguang's expression changed slightly. He knew that this spirit herb could no longer be sold at the expected price. He could only sigh and say, actually, our myriad treasure tower was already prepared for this kind of situation. After all, it is unknown how many years ago it is. It is already extremely rare to be able to leave behind some medicinal power. However, as Aunt Jio said, the value of this item is still above a 9th grade spirit herb. Apart from its medicinal value, its research value is even more immeasurable. The voice from the private room upstairs sounded again. What is the starting bid for this herb? Ku Tongguang thought for a moment and said, 30 million supreme grade primal stones. The voice from the private room upstairs said, I will bid 40 million supreme grade primal stones. If there are friends who are willing to bid higher than this, I will give up. After all, this beautiful star orchid could only be sold as a supreme grade 9th grade spirit herb. Its value would be greatly reduced. Everyone fell silent. The martial cultivators had basically given up. Only the refiners were still hesitating. Just as Ku Tongguang said, this thing's research value was greater than its practical value. 40,100,000. Suddenly, a voice called out. Everyone could not help but laugh out loud. This fellow was too mean. He actually only increased the bid by 100,000. 100,000 was the lowest bid increase in this auction. Everyone looked over. The one who called out the bid was Mo Huayuan. The voice from the private room upstairs sounded again. Since the great master likes it, then I will not participate in the fight. The owner of the voice clearly recognized Mo Huayuan. However, there were too many people present, so it was not convenient to expose him. 41 million, going once. 41 million, going twice. Is there no one else to raise the bid? Kutong Guang was unwilling to give up. He looked around and purposely dragged out the time. Li Yunxiao broke the silence. 42 million. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Many of them looked at a private room on the second floor with strange expressions on their faces. Zhou Chu's expression was dark. He was just about to raise the bid when Qin Chuan stopped him. Qin Chuan shook his head gravely, indicating for Zhou Chu not to raise the bid. Zhou Chu snorted unhappily and sulked. However, the killing intent in his eyes grew colder and colder. Li Feiyu was worried when he saw this. Zhou Chu had clearly developed a mental demon. His battle with Li Yunxiao was unavoidable. Even if he forcefully suppressed it, he would definitely have a mental demon. It would be difficult for him to improve his martial arts cultivation in the future. Mo Huayuan was taken aback. Young Master Yun also wants this wasted spirit herb? Ahem. Kutong Guang coughed heavily and said seriously, watch your words. This spirit herb is only partially petrified. It's not wasted. Li Yunxiao nodded. I really want to play with it. Mo Huayuan said, since that's the case, I won't compete for it. After he withdrew from the bidding, no one else made a bid. Kutong Guang shouted 3 times in a row. Finally, he said helplessly, 42 million, sold. Congratulations, young Master Yunxiao. You can go backstage and exchange for it after the finale items have been auctioned off. Li Yunxiao nodded and flew back to his seat. Kutong Guang said resentfully, although the first item was damaged, its 10th grade quality determined that it could be the finale item. As for the second item, this old man can guarantee that it is a complete item. A beautiful maid walked up to them with a smile. She was dragging a jade tray with a light green scroll on it. Specks of golden light densely covered the scroll, indicating that it was made of an extraordinary material. Hee hee. Kutong Guang licked his lips, revealing a look of extreme desire. Since ancient times, soul attacks have been exclusive to arcane masters. They are extremely cruel. If he was not careful, he would fall into a daze and lose his life in an instant. However, several tens of thousands of years ago, there was a peerless genius who created a world-shocking martial skill. He didn't even need soul power to carry out a soul attack. It's the soul attack technique left behind by the peerless expert Tan Dikuan who was invincible in the past, the critical strike. Everyone already knew about this item, but when they heard Kutong Guang say it out loud, they couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes shone brightly, and they gulped nervously. One of the cultivators couldn't help but shout, such a peerless cultivation technique, can't you cultivate it yourself? It's hard to believe that he sold it. Could it be that he left a rubbing? Kutong Guang smiled and said, friend, you must be joking. The imprint of a peerless cultivation technique can only be passed down through special materials, and there's only one chance to obtain it. This is basic knowledge. This scroll could only be practiced by one person. As for why Myriad Treasure Tower did not practice it himself, it was naturally because he did not need it. Everyone has their own unique consummate skill. Although the critical strike is powerful, it's still a question whether the time and effort expended to forcefully cultivate it is worth it. Everyone fell silent. Such a powerful divine ability, even if one obtained the inheritance, whether or not it could be cultivated was still a question. Even if one could cultivate it to the peak, the resources expended would surely be considerable too. Kutong Guang continued smiling and said, but this doesn't affect the value of this divine ability either. Especially for those friends whose martial arts cultivation has already reached the peak, and it's hard to advance a step further. If they cultivate this cultivation technique, their combat strength will probably double directly. And for friends whose cultivation prospects are bright, it's not recommended to expend energy to cultivate it. He said it very honestly. Everyone could not help nodding their heads. Kutong Guang said, the starting price is 50 million. The entire venue became extremely quiet all at once. Not because they felt that it was too expensive, but because they were all waiting quietly, like the pressure before a storm. This kind of peerless ultimate skill, even if one did not cultivate it themselves, buying it back would absolutely be a treasure to guard their sect. Heh, since none of you speak, then I'll increase the price first. Bai Haodong snorted coldly and said, 70 million. Ah! Everyone gasped in shock. Raising the price by 20 million in one go instantly broke a large number of people's financial and psychological limits. Many people were dumbfounded, and were eliminated before the bidding even started. Kutong Guang's eyes brightened. He laughed and said, "Generous, generous. Mr. Bai is indeed capricious. But I like it. 70 million supreme primary stones for this peerless divine ability is not a low price. However, I'm also interested in this divine ability. 75 million. In a corner, a short and average-looking old man spoke slowly. Throughout the entire auction, he did not make a single bid, as if he was specifically waiting for this item. 80 million. A voice came from the private room on the second floor. Kutong Guang's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the private room. Naturally, he knew that the person inside was the head shopkeeper of the Star Moon House. 85 million. The old man's face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to appear on his wrinkled forehead. 90 million. In the private room, Han Junting did not seem to feel any pressure. She gently raised the price. Most of the people in the auction were dumbfounded and completely speechless. They were also eager to participate in the bidding, but the price was already out of their reach. The old man's face became a little twisted, and a sharp killing intent burst out of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, 100 million. The number shocked the entire audience. Kutong Guang's eyes were also shining with excitement. It was rare to see a treasure that could be sold for 100 million supreme primary stones in the history of auctions. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked calm. As long as he recovered his peak strength, no one in the world could beat him except for Tianxia. Therefore, he did not have any interest in this item. Han Junting hesitated for a while and finally gave up. She only wanted to buy this divine ability and observe it. If it suited her, she would practice it. If not, she would give up. After all, there were many cultivation techniques passed down in the Divine Firmament Palace, and many of them were above this critical strike. There was no need to spend more than 100 million to buy it. Kutong Guang called out the price 3 times, but finally, no one responded. The old man finally heaved a sigh of relief. Almost everyone could hear him exhale. Kutong Guang smiled. As this is the last 3 treasures to be auctioned, you can go backstage to cash in. Then, there will be a special teleportation array to send the auctioneer away, so there is no need to worry too much. Now, please bring out the last item, Divine Sword, Star Destroyer. The third beautiful maid slowly walked up, dragging a wide sword case in her hands. She slowly opened it in front of everyone. Everyone stretched their necks and widened their eyes, wanting to see what this legendary object looked like. But in an instant, everyone felt greatly disappointed. A white iron sword lay quietly in the sword case. It looked ordinary, and it did not even have the luster of a sword. Only Li Yunxiao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, and the fingers on his right hand could not help but tremble. Mo Huayuan sensed his excitement and said softly, "Young Master Yun also wants this item?" "Haha, I'm afraid the price will be astronomical. Many of the most famous old monsters in the spectator stands have yet to bid. It seems like they're all here for this Star Destroyer sword." Li Yunxiao knew that he had lost his composure. His excited expression immediately faded, and he returned to his previous tranquil state of mind. "Heh, does everyone feel a little disappointed when they see this item?" Kutong Guang took in everyone's expressions and laughed softly. "This item itself is incomplete, so it doesn't have the luster of a sword. It has been some time since Wan Baolu obtained this sword. Other than using a special method to stimulate it, the rest of the time, it has been this ordinary and unremarkable." Clang, a sword cry suddenly sounded from within the sword case, soaring into the sky. The sound was so sharp that it not only reverberated in the air above the venue, but it also pierced into everyone's hearts. "What's going on?" Kutong Guang was shocked, and he looked over in shock. The originally ordinary white iron sword had suddenly become flowing with light, and the water-like sword light was slowly glowing like a star. The servant girl who was dragging the sword case was also so scared that her face turned pale. She seemed to have sensed the sword intent within, and her entire body began to tremble in fear. "What did you do to this sword?" Kutong Guang shouted angrily. His aura surged and pressed down on the servant girl. His face was extremely gloomy. Replying head shopkeeper, I didn't do anything. The servant girl was so scared that she knelt down on both knees, but she still held the sword case firmly. Her body trembled violently, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Humph, you didn't do anything? Kutong Guang's face became somewhat twisted. He walked forward step by step and said coldly, we've studied this sword for 1.5 years, and it has never produced such a strange phenomenon. How dare you quibble? The servant girl's body began to tremble like a sieve. She was so scared that she could not speak. She could only continuously shake her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Kutong Guang said coldly, do you know the value of this sword? Even if I killed 10,000 people like you, it would not be able to withstand a single bit of this sword. His face was filled with killing intent. Wait. Aunt Gio immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the servant girl. She said, Lord Ku, the strange phenomenon produced by this sword has nothing to do with this girl. Oh? Kutong Guang frowned and revealed a look of inquiry. He still believed Aunt Gio's words. Aunt Gio looked at the sword light and said solemnly, this sword's aura is the sound of understanding. It is also the intent of a divine weapon seeking its master. Kutong Guang was shocked. He said, Aunt Gio means that this sword knows that it is going to be sold, so it is displaying its sword intent in the hope that it will meet someone with insight? Aunt Gio's eyebrows twitched slightly. She said thoughtfully, the sword intent sounds very cheerful, as if it has met its master. That should be what you mean. Haha, as expected of a divine sword. Kutong Guang laughed loudly. He was clearly in a good mood. He said to the servant girl, stand up. I have wronged you. The servant girl was already scared out of her wits. She only knew how to cry. With Kutong Guang's support, she stood up shakily. After all, she was well trained. The servant girl wiped her tears and smiled at everyone while dragging the sword case. At this moment, the sword case emitted a sword light that was like moonlight, illuminating the sky full of stars and flowing like water. Aunt Gio looked at the sword and could not help but frown. Although it was a resonance, wasn't the sword's reaction a little too big? There's something strange about this sword. Mo Huayuan also muttered, such a powerful weapon's power, towering like a mountain, gurgling like flowing water, like the resonance of a reunion after a long time. Li Yunxiao smiled knowingly and said, maybe there's an old friend here. Mo Huayuan was stunned, then he frowned. Li Yunxiao's words seemed to be hinting at something intentionally or unintentionally. A voice came from the private room where Han Zhenting was, as far as I know, this sword has been damaged for a long time. It's already very rare for it to be able to preserve its spirituality. This old man does not believe that there's nothing to stimulate it. Kutong Guang's face darkened. He naturally knew who was speaking and said coldly, friend, do you mean that the Plethora Gem Pagoda deliberately used a trick to let this sword perform on the spot in order to raise the price? This old man does not know whether it's true or not. I'm just voicing my doubts, Han Zhenting said indifferently. Kutong Guang laughed coldly and said, friend, if you have doubts, just don't buy it. What are you blabbering about? Anger surged on his face, and he was clearly very unhappy. Han Zhenting did not say anything else. After all, she was determined to get this sword. If the Plethora Gem Pagoda really did not let her buy it, then she would really be dumbfounded. Kutong Guang snorted heavily and said, back then, Gu Feiyang combined 3 swords into one and forged a supreme-grade profound artifact, cutting stars. Speaking of which, this sword is not a mere 9th-grade profound artifact, but a third of a supreme-grade profound artifact. It can be said to be a supreme-grade profound artifact fragment. Isn't it normal for it to have some anomalies? Speaking of which, that friend is right. This sword is indeed damaged, but what's the point of everyone buying it? Kutong Guang's gaze turned to the tens of thousands of people below and said slowly, the sword may be damaged, but the sword intent is still there. That's right. This sword's spirituality far exceeds my expectations. That sword intent is most likely in it. A deep and solemn voice came from a private room on the 2nd floor. Everyone immediately tensed up, and their eyes lit up. Under the sword's splendor that filled the sky like water, it seemed somewhat demonic. They all licked their cracked lips and felt a thirst in their throat. Kutong Guang's eyes lit up as well as he shouted, not only is this sword a peak grade 9 sword, it is also a fragment of a supreme-grade profound artifact. At the same time, it is not only the divine sword Star Annihilation, it is also one of the three sword techniques of Gu Fei Yang. The critical strike in the last round was sold for 100 million, and it was not an exaggeration to bid 100 million for Gu Fei Yang's sword intent and the sword itself. The critical strike in the previous match had already been sold for a sky-high price of 100 million. Gu Fei Yang's sword force and the godly sword itself were worth a base price of 100 million. 110 million. 130 million. 140 million. The price shot up by 40% in an instant. Most of the people's faces turned pale, and they pursed their lips in shock. In the private room on the second floor, Qin Chuan and the others looked at Chen Feng in shock. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. Brother Chen Feng is indeed generous. You called out 140 million, yet you are calm and composed. You can even drink tea with a smile on your face. Chen Feng smiled. Once the price reaches a certain point, it becomes just a number. In a private room not far away, Han Junting frowned. That private room is at 140 million. It's most likely Chen Feng from the Saber Sword sect. Granny Sunflower said, isn't that a little too fast? It won't exceed our budget, right? Han Junting smiled faintly. Budget? We don't have a budget. Her eyes narrowed, and she said loudly, 200 million. Ah. Everyone in the hall burst into an uproar. They looked at the private room above them in shock. Many people's faces turned pale and they let out a deep sigh. Chen Feng's expression also changed, and the teacup in his hand shook. Qin Chuan smiled. Hee hee, 200 million is really just a number. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he said, 250 million. Everyone in the hall felt powerless. They suddenly realized that the amount of primeval stones they had prepared was not even enough to fill the gap between Chen Feng's teeth. Han Junting smiled faintly, and said, 300 million. Chen Feng's body trembled again, and he finally revealed a shocked expression. After being stunned for a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, completely giving up. Li Feiyu blinked and smiled. With the Saber Sword Sex Foundation, what's 300 million? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. You must know that this 300 million is just a bargaining chip, and it is very likely that we will lose everything. After all, Gu Fei Yang's sword intent is very strong, and not just anyone can comprehend it. No one can tell how much sword intent is left in the sword. If we were to use a wicker basket to draw water, and lose 300 million, even I would be beaten to death by the sect. Haha. Li Feiyu laughed loudly. The Saber Sword Sect's sword technique may not be unparalleled in the world, but it is still outstanding. In my opinion, if there is anyone in the world who can comprehend that sword intent, it is your father. Chen Feng glanced at him, and said, my father has not used the sword for many years, and he has his own way of the sword. No matter how amazing Gu Fei Yang's sword technique is, my father will definitely not learn it. After Han Junting called out the price of 300 million, the entire place fell into dead silence. No one made a sound, and it was so quiet that not even a ghost could be seen. Kutong Guang was already overjoyed. This price had already exceeded their expectations. After calling out twice, no one else made a bid. Just as they were about to finalize the price, Li Yunxiao's voice was suddenly heard, 400 million. What? What? This time, there was an uproar, and everyone was abnormally shocked. How could this kid be so rich? In the private room on the second floor, a person could not help but tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was Su Hong from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He felt that it was extremely difficult for him to breathe, and he opened his mouth wide to take a deep breath. He kept grabbing his chest, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Han Junting was also abnormally furious. She slammed the table in front of her, and it instantly turned into powder. Kutong Guang already knew that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was acting as a guarantor for Li Yunxiao, and he was grinning from ear to ear. He gave a thumbs up and praised, young Master Yunxiao is not only the best in martial arts, but also the wealthiest in the world. You deserve to be called the best in the world. He started to flatter without restraint, but no one felt uncomfortable. If it were them, they would probably be even more flattering. 450 million. Han Junting said coldly. The cold murderous intent in her voice penetrated the mirror wall, and it sent shivers down everyone's spine. Li Yunxiao said slowly, 500 million. Damn it. Han Zhenting was finally angered, and he shouted sternly, Li Yunxiao, are you really going against me? Kutong Guang's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, how dare you? If anyone dares to threaten me in the auction, get lost. I don't care who you are. Han Zhenting was infuriated, and he gritted his teeth. 600 million. Hee, since this friend likes it so much, I'll let you have it. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. Damn it. Damn it. Han Zhenting's face turned ferocious, and his disguise was about to fall off. Killing intent surged out of his body, and he shouted in a low voice, Li Yunxiao, you're asking for it. Don't blame me. Granny Sunflower was shocked. She had never seen Han Zhenting so angry before, and she hurriedly said, Head shopkeeper, calm down. She opened her mouth and shouted, and a musical note spread out, causing Han Zhenting's body to tremble, and then she gradually calmed down. Granny Sunflower said in shock, Head shopkeeper, you were almost invaded by a demon just now. Han Zhenting was also frightened, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She had never been so agitated before, and she hurriedly calmed down. But when she thought of the extra 200 million primal stones, she trembled, and her heart ached. Haha, 600 million primal stones. Are there any friends who are willing to pay a higher price? Kutong Guang was also excited, and he was so happy that he almost went crazy. He could imagine Han Zhenting's current state, and he felt even more carefree. Lord Ku, I have a presumptuous request. Can you let me take a closer look at this sword? If I am satisfied, I am willing to pay 700 million. A voice slowly sounded, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and the corner of his mouth rose. The person who spoke was one of the 8 elephants, the purple-haired man, and he knew that a good show was about to begin. But he was also very curious. If the purple-haired man dared to snatch it, without the feather of the true spirit, how could he escape from so many experts? Even he did not have the confidence to do so. Oh? Kutong Guang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately calmed down. Friend, you look very unfamiliar. Is there something you don't understand about this sword? The purple-haired man said coldly, No, it's just that I have cultivated a sensory divine power, and I have a special sense of martial skills. If I can sense the sword intent within, then 700 million primal stones is worth it. If I can't sense it, then even 70 million is too much. Kutong Guang said coldly, You can't sense it, but that doesn't mean others can't. If the sword is damaged, how can you bear the consequences? The purple-haired man said, I came to participate in the auction, so I should have the right to observe clearly, right? Moreover, my senses only need to be within 3 feet of the sword. If there is any damage, it will be on me. Kutong Guang hesitated for a moment, then said, Fine, come up. This purple-haired man in front of him had the cultivation of 8-star Emperor Wu, which made Kutong Guang quite wary. But when he thought about the restrictions and the experts here, he was not too worried. The purple-haired man smiled lightly, and flew up into the air, slowly landing on the lone island. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on him, trying to guess this person's background. The purple-haired man's eyes were cold, and as he looked at the star's annihilation in the sword case, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he walked toward the maid. The servant girl could not help but tremble, as if she had been intimidated by the purple-haired man's aura. Her heart was filled with panic. When the purple-haired man was 3 feet away from her, he stopped, smiled evilly, and stretched out his hand to grab at the air in front of him. As his 5 fingers closed in, a strange force spread out, and the surrounding space began to twist and spin. Stop. Kutong Guang suddenly felt a sense of unease, and felt that something was wrong. With a loud shout, the aura on his body suddenly condensed, and he shouted, What are you trying to do? Hee. The purple-haired man's eyebrows twitched, and the corners of his mouth curled up. His entire body suddenly became unreal. Kutong Guang's domineering aura pressed down, and with a pung, the purple-haired man's body shattered like a mirror. At the same time, a purple sword chi appeared, and shot out of the auction house. Ah? Sword. The servant girl who was dragging the sword box suddenly cried out. She did not know how the sword with the flowing light had completely disappeared. The sky full of sword light suddenly disappeared, and everyone in the auction house fell into an uproar. What? The entire auction house was in an uproar, and everyone stood up, shocked to the extreme. Someone actually dared to steal in public, and in front of everyone's eyes, he had actually succeeded. Humph, you don't want to live. A cold snort came from the void, and the space in front of the purple light began to twist, turning into a large transparent hand that grabbed at the person. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out above the auction house, and a blinding silver light appeared. More than 10 martial artists with powerful auras appeared, each of them wearing silver armor. Their powerful auras suppressed everyone, and the auction house immediately became silent. The transparent hand in the void grabbed at the air, and the entire space was compressed, forming a 1,000-barrier wall. Pung! The purple light was instantly blocked, and after being compressed by the force of the hand, it suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of thin threads that shot out in all directions. Not good. Flowing light escape technique. Hu Mingri's figure suddenly appeared, and his face was full of shock. However, he did not panic. His hands formed a seal, and a colorful butterfly flapped its wings, and shot out fiercely. When the multicolored butterfly was shot into the dome, it immediately emitted golden light, looking like a butterfly spreading its wings, gorgeous and dazzling. The entire venue shook, and tall golden walls of light suddenly rose from all directions, flashing with a metallic luster, covering the entire venue like an iron wall. When the golden barrier appeared, Hu Mingri immediately heaved a sigh of relief. A cold expression appeared on his face as he looked up at the dome, and his expression instantly turned cold. The purple shadows that filled the sky suddenly lost their direction and flew around in the sky, seemingly trapped. Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked towards a corner. In that inconspicuous place, a masked man stretched out 2 fingers and drew a line in the air. A sharp light flashed at the tip of his finger, cutting the space apart. An ear-piercing sound came from the golden light wall. It was as if metal was being cut, and it made one's teeth ache. Xianxia could tell that this person was Master Quan from his silhouette and skill. However, the situation was too chaotic. Other than a few people beside him, no one else noticed him until the ear-piercing sound was heard. How dare you? What are you doing? Hu Mingri's face darkened. With a roar, his long robe fluttered, and a ray of red light shot out. The red light flashed in the sky, as if the sun was setting. However, it was too late. Master Quan had already drawn a circular mark on the golden light wall. He raised his fist and punched it, his 5 fingers held onto the silver helmet, and a silvery light burst forth. The silhouette of a beast appeared, and it roared as it used the horn on its head to hit the golden light wall. Kaboom! A black hole appeared on the golden light wall where the scratches had been. The entire golden light wall flickered, and after a moment, it completely shattered into pieces of golden light. Hu Mingri's red light landed on Master Quan's body. Boom! An explosion was heard. Master Quan's body was blasted into smithereens, but there was no blood. Instead, he turned into pieces of light and disappeared. The entire venue was pierced through by the force of the attack, and a large number of martial artists were sent flying away from the impact. After a piece of the golden light wall was destroyed, the countless purple lights surged forward. Over 10 silver-armored martial artists lined up in a straight line, drawing their swords and slashing in the air. Many of the purple lights were destroyed, but many of them still managed to escape. Oh no, that person has escaped! Someone shouted. There was indeed a flash of purple light outside the building. After a few flashes, the person disappeared. Chase! At the same time, seal the city! Hu Mingri was furious. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it was a great humiliation to be able to snatch the treasure from the Wanbao Pagoda's top-secret defense. If he managed to escape from Nuyan City, he would really become a laughingstock. Many martial artists joined in the chase, and all of them rushed out. Oh no! There's a teleportation formation here. Suddenly, a skinny old man exclaimed. In a corner not far from the building, there was indeed a small distance teleportation formation. Furthermore, the top-grade spirit stones on it were still shining. It was obvious that it had just been activated. Everyone gathered around, and Hu Mingri's face contorted. He shouted, "Investigate! Investigate immediately! Silver-armored guards, follow me!" He waved his hand, and a row of top-grade spirit stones fell and embedded themselves in the formation. The teleportation light lit up again. Hu Mingri and the silver-armored guards flew into the formation and were quickly teleported out. The incident happened suddenly. Nuyen City has already activated the city's lockdown. I hope that everyone can stay in the city for a period of time. Please forgive us for the inconvenience. Kutongguang's expression was extremely ugly as he spoke to everyone in a clear voice. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they also knew that they must not bicker with the Wanbao Pagoda at this time. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would become the punching bag. Hence, everyone became reasonable and said, "This is what we should do. If the Wanbao Pagoda has any use for us, just say the word, it's fine. At most, we'll stay in Jingya Holy Land for a year and a half." Only then did Kutongguang's expression improve slightly. He said, "Thank you for your understanding. Anyone who helps the Wanbao Pagoda capture the murderer will be rewarded with 300 million top-grade spirit stones. Those who provide valuable clues will be rewarded according to the value." An uproar broke out below, and everyone's eyes lit up. 300 million top-grade spirit stones was enough to tempt them to sell their lives. Even if the other party was powerful, they would be rewarded as long as they provided clues. If they searched diligently, they might really discover something. Kutongguang continued, "Friends who bought the beautiful star grass and the knowing strike, please come backstage to exchange for the items. Everyone else, please disperse in an orderly manner. Don't mess up the venue." He was a little dejected. It was the complete opposite of his excited appearance when the Divine Sword Star's annihilation was sold for the astronomical price of 600 million spirit stones. Mo Huayuan said, "Young Master Yun, I'll go with you." Li Yunxiao smiled calmly. "No need. Let's part ways here. I'll leave Nuyen City after obtaining the items." "Leave?" Mo Huayuan was shocked. "Isn't Nuyen City sealed?" He thought for a moment and said, "If young Master Yun really has something urgent to attend to, I can vouch for him. I'm sure the Commerce Alliance will give me some face." Li Yunxiao smiled. "There's no need. The so-called sealing of the city is just a joke. It's just for show. Even the auction venue in this mustard seed space can't stop that person. A city as big as Nuyen City can't stop him." Mo Huayuan couldn't help but nod. "That's true. I don't know who would be so daring. Moreover, that escape technique of myriad lights is even more unimaginable. It's not a fluke that he escaped." Li Yunxiao smiled. "What you see may not be the truth." Mo Huayuan was stunned for a moment, and he began to think. Li Yunxiao smiled and walked backstage. Although he had lost the divine sword, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he was sure that the purple-haired man was still in the venue and hadn't escaped at all. After the golden barrier was broken, the person who screamed and escaped was the blue-robed man from Death God Palace. The one who found the teleportation formation and tricked Hu Mingri away was the tyrannical Sky Tiger. From their actions, it could be seen that the purple-haired man was definitely still in the venue. It was just that he had used some kind of secret technique to hide. Li Yunxiao secretly admired these four people. Each of them had their own strengths, and their cooperation was flawless. They had tricked everyone in an instant. Therefore, he wasn't anxious at all. The people from Death God Palace definitely wouldn't come out in a short period of time. They would definitely take advantage of the chaos to leave. The temporary medium-sized teleportation formation outside the city was their method of leaving. Therefore, he went to retrieve the 10th-level divine herb without worry. He had more than enough time. "Mr. Yunxiao, this way, please." Li Yunxiao arrived backstage. A beautiful servant girl was already waiting there to receive him. He nodded and followed her. The transaction took place in an exquisite house. Four silver-armored cultivators stood outside, and their auras were extraordinary. The elder who had struck the critical strike was among them. He took out his primordial stone with a pained expression. After exchanging it for a scroll, he revealed a joyful expression and put it away after taking a quick look. Li Yunxiao verified the jade box and completed the transaction. The man who was in charge of the transaction said, "There's a medium-sized teleportation formation here. The two of you can leave directly from here to avoid any inconveniences." The elder glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "But where is the teleportation destination?" The man smiled and said, "You can get to any of the nearby small cities. The two of you can choose." The elder was a little hesitant. He looked at Li Yunxiao as if he wanted to hear his opinion. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I appreciate your sect's good intentions. Unfortunately, I have something important to attend to in Nuyan City. I won't disturb your sect." The elder revealed a strange expression. He was clearly shocked by Li Yunxiao's boldness. The man said, "Since that's the case, then Mr. Yunxiao, please be careful." Li Yunxiao bade farewell to the few people. When he came out backstage, the entire venue had already been emptied. He also came out of his mustard seed space. After sensing for a while, a cold smile appeared on his face. He could clearly sense the location of the divine sword. As expected, it was still within this city. The Commerce Union wasn't a pushover. The Death God 8 elephants were still fearful and didn't dare to leave the city for now. Li Yunxiao was not in a hurry to find them. After all, he was in Nuyan City. If he fought, the divine sword would probably be taken back by the Myriad Treasure Tower. He only had to wait for the 8 symbols people to leave the city and then follow them out. "Young Master Yunxiao." As he was thinking, someone called out to him from behind. Li Yunxiao turned around and saw a white-clothed old man with a ruddy complexion. Even though that old man had concealed his aura, Li Yunxiao was able to determine that old man's cultivation with a single glance. He was an 8-star martial emperor. "I'm Yang Mu, the head butler of the Heavenly Eagle Temple. Our sect's old master would like to invite young Master Yunxiao for a while," the old man said humbly and politely. "One of the 10 major sects in the North region, Heavenly Eagle Temple?" Li Yunxiao's gaze darkened, and he said, "Is your sect master still Yang Tianhao?" Yang Mu's expression was calm as he replied, "Yes, young Master Yunxiao, please deign to make a trip." Li Yunxiao stretched and laughed as he said, "I'm very busy. If there's anything, just say it. There's no need to deign to make a trip." A trace of anger flashed past Yang Mu's eyes imperceptibly, but he still said patiently, "I don't know what it is, but since the sect master personally invited me, it must be something important." Li Yunxiao said, "Then let Yang Tianhao say it himself." Yang Mu was finally enraged. He scolded, "Li Yunxiao, are you so arrogant that you think you're on equal footing with the sect master?" Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "This isn't a matter of being on equal footing. This is a matter of attitude. He's the one looking for me, not the other way around." After saying that, he turned into a beam of light and fled, ignoring the stunned Yang Mu. A moment later, he arrived near the South City Gate and found a random inn to stay in. He was in no hurry to leave the city. After leaving the auction house's mustard seed space, he discovered that many martial artists had locked onto him. To avoid trouble and expose the Death God's 8 symbols plan, he chose to stay temporarily and wait for an opportunity. "Humph, young Master Yunxiao is so arrogant." As soon as he stepped into the shop, a cold snort came from the sky. An invisible pressure gathered in the sky, and dark clouds came from all directions. The expressions of the nearby cultivators all changed greatly. They knew that an important person had arrived, and they fled in all directions. In an instant, dozens of rays of light shot out in all directions to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Some people didn't leave. They just looked up in shock. They didn't believe that someone would dare to be so impudent in Nuyan City. The dark clouds in the sky rolled and several figures gradually appeared. In front of them was a man dressed in a cloud brocade robe sitting on a chair. His expression was arrogant and his eyes flashed with anger. Li Yunxiao raised his head and recognized the person on the throne with a glance. It was the master of the Heavenly Eagle Temple, Yang Tianhao. The Heavenly Eagle Temple was one of the top 10 sects in the North region. Furthermore, it governed the largest empire in the North region. There were hundreds of millions of subjects worshipping them, and they had all sorts of cultivation resources. Yang Mu stood calmly behind him. There were 4 other men with cold expressions and arrogant expressions. Their auras were also very strong. Although Yang Tianhao was furious, he was a sect master after all. He still had to be magnanimous. He said coldly, "I sent the head steward of the Heavenly Eagle Temple to invite you, but he couldn't even move you. Could it be that the Heavenly Eagle Temple doesn't have any face in your eyes?" "What?" the Heavenly Eagle Temple? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Finally, their expressions changed several times, and they all flew away. While they were shocked, they were also curious about who that young man was. He actually dared to not give the Heavenly Eagle Temple any face. Li Yunxiao sat on a wooden chair and drank tea leisurely. He said, "I'm sitting in the inn drinking tea, and you're sitting in the clouds in the sky, yelling at me. Let me ask you, are you arrogant or am I arrogant?" The appearance of Yang Tianhao and the others had already alarmed many people. They had already surrounded them from afar, and they were all quietly watching. When they heard what Li Yunxiao said, they all fainted. Impudent. The sect master is an overlord, a hero of the world. Who do you think you are? The eyes of a gloomy cultivator behind him turned cold. He was furious on the spot. Alright, you guys are awesome, but I'm nothing. Please go back to where you came from. I can't afford to offend the Heavenly Eagle Temple, but I can at least hide, right? Li Yunxiao did not get angry. He only said calmly with an indifferent expression. That cultivator flew into a rage. Just as he was about to flare up, Yang Tianhao stopped him. I heard that young Master Yunxiao is extremely arrogant. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. I came here today to discuss something with young Master. Yang Tianhao patted the armrest on his right. The dark clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, and a beam of light descended. The few of them instantly appeared in front of the inn. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. At the same time, they understood Li Yunxiao's identity. All sorts of discussions broke out. No wonder he's so arrogant. No wonder the sect master of the Heavenly Eagle Temple came here personally. If you and I had such an attitude, I'm afraid we would have died 10,000 times. Yang Tianhao walked straight to Li Yunxiao's side. He pulled a stool over and sat down. Yang Mu immediately fetched a tea set and started pouring tea. The staff in the inn had already run away the moment they appeared. Four cold-looking cultivators stood in front of the door, not allowing anyone to come close. Li Yunxiao had a smile in his eyes as he nodded his head gently and said, "That's some sincerity. Tell me, what's the matter?" He had seen Yang Tianhao a long time ago. At that time, he was just a young junior who had just stepped into Emperor Wu's faction. However, he was very famous in the North region. He was a well-known figure among the younger generation. Later on, he did not disappoint and became the sect master of the Heavenly Eagle Temple. His prestige was extremely high. His attitude immediately caused Yang Mu and the others to be extremely dissatisfied. The four cultivators even wanted to rush up and tear him apart. Yang Tianhao also smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Yunxiao is indeed an extraordinary person. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Young Master Yunxiao bought the beautiful star orchid at the auction. Can you give it to me? I'm willing to pay the same price." Li Yunxiao found it a little strange. He said, "Since you like it, why didn't you make a move at the auction just now?" Yang Tianhao smiled and said, "There were some circumstances earlier. It's inconvenient to talk about it. I hope that young Master Yunxiao can give it to me." Li Yunxiao said, "Sir, please go back. Even if you offer 10 times the price, I won't sell it." He was speaking the truth. For ordinary people, the value of the 10th level divine herb was limited to its medicinal value. Even for alchemists, it had at most some research value. Only Li Yunxiao understood that the greatest value of the divine herb lay in the 10th level power of rules. There were no more 10th level rules in this world. Hence, any item that had 10th level rules left behind was an immeasurable existence. Previously, he had taken the initiative to invite Aunt Gio to be her assistant because he wanted to see if the 10th level rules still existed. He was very satisfied with the result. There were indeed remnants of power that he couldn't understand. If he couldn't buy the divine herb at the auction, he would have planned to snatch it at all costs. Hence, not selling it at 10 times the price was indeed his true intention. However, in the ears of Yang Tianhao and the others, it had a different meaning. Yang Mu said angrily, "Young Master Yunxiao, you can't be greedy." Yang Tianhao's expression changed several times. He said in a low voice, "Young Master Yunxiao, I must obtain this item today. Name your conditions. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll agree to it." Lord Sect Leader. Yang Mu was shocked. He found it hard to believe that such a generous condition would be offered. Li Yunxiao was also rather surprised. He shook his head and sighed. He said, if it were anything else, with your promise, I would definitely exchange it. However, this item is really too useful to me. I won't sell it even if you have 10,000 gold. Yang Tianhao's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he became gloomy. He knew that this discussion wouldn't end well, however, he still didn't give up. He said in a low voice, Young Master Yunxiao, you can reconsider. The Heavenly Eagle Temple's ability isn't something that ordinary sects can compare to. Li Yunxiao sighed. There's no need to reconsider. The atmosphere instantly became stiff. Yang Tianhao's expression darkened for a good while before he said, why don't we make a bet? If young Master Yunxiao loses, you'll give me that 10th level divine herb. Li Yunxiao snorted softly. I'm not interested. Yang Tianhao said coldly, don't reject me so quickly. Take a look at my wager first. He slammed the table. Instantly, 2 rays of light appeared in front of his palms. They gradually transformed into 2 items. This is... Li Yunxiao was shocked. Those 2 items were really the spiritual compass and earth essence iron that Zhou Chu had snatched during the auction. In an instant, he understood everything. This Yang Tianhao was definitely someone that Zhou Chu had found. However, he didn't know what his intentions were, but it definitely wasn't something good. Yang Tianhao observed his expression. He smiled softly and said, Young Master Yunxiao, have you changed your mind? Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, how are we betting? Yang Tianhao's gaze turned cold. Martial artists naturally have to bet on martial arts. Li Yunxiao sneered. You're the master of the Heavenly Eagle Temple. Aren't you embarrassed to talk about martial arts with me? Don't you have any shame? Insolence. Yang Mu shouted angrily. Yang Tianhao gestured for him to be quiet. Then, he said, Young Master Yunxiao is the #1 rising star of the younger generation. Your ability might not be weaker than mine. Of course, I'm a few years older, after all. It's indeed unfair to have a martial arts contest like this. Why don't we use techniques or time as the time limit? As long as young Master Yunxiao can remain undefeated, I'll consider it my loss. Oh? Is there such a good thing? Li Yunxiao immediately understood his opponent's intentions. He also understood Zhou Chu's intentions. He wanted to test his true ability. This idea must have been Qin Chuan's idea. With Zhou Chu's pig brain, there was no way he would be so smart. These 2 items should be in Zhou Chu's hands. With your intelligence, you should understand that you're being used as a pawn, right? Li Yunxiao said slowly. Hee, as long as there are enough benefits, what's the harm in being used as a pawn? Yang Tianhao laughed loudly. Since young Master Yunxiao already knows, I won't hide anything from you. It was indeed Qin Chuan and young Master Zhou Chu who invited me here. As for their motives, I won't try to guess. I don't want to understand either. It's fine as long as they give me enough benefits to move me. Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu were of high status and could give the Heavenly Eagle Temple a lot of things. It was not difficult to convince Yang Tianhao to come here. Yang Tianhao said seriously, I don't want to be enemies with young Master Yunxiao either. As long as young Master Yunxiao can exchange for the 10th grade divine herb, I can go back and explain. Young Master Qin Chuan predicted that young Master Yunxiao wouldn't be willing to exchange, so he gave me these 2 items as the gambling chips. I didn't believe it at first, but I do now. Li Yunxiao said seriously, these 2 items are indeed things that I must obtain. Qin Chuan's move is indeed brilliant. First, he gave you these 2 items and got rid of Zhou Chu's trouble. Second, he played you like a spear. It is indeed a good spear. How are we betting? Yang Tianhao said, take 10 moves from me and not die, or last an hour under the martial art manual. Take 10 moves from me? Li Yunxiao sneered. Head sect leader Yang Tianhao, do you still have any shame? With your strength as a 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu suppressing me, do I, a mere 7-star Emperor Wu, can take 10 moves from you? Yang Tianhao laughed and said, young Master Yunxiao's cultivation is unfathomable. If you take the Purple Lightning Heavenly Tribulation in Seawood Town, I don't have the slightest confidence that I can kill you in 10 moves. Li Yunxiao said coldly, take the purple lightning heavenly tribulation, do you believe such a ridiculous rumor? Yang Tianhao said seriously, I didn't believe it at first, but many people with high statuses here personally saw it, so I believe 90% of it. Li Yunxiao rejected firmly. It's impossible to take 10 moves from me. You think too highly of me. Yang Tianhao laughed and said, as long as young Master Yunxiao can last an hour without dying, it will be considered your win. I heard that young Master Yunxiao's movement technique is also unparalleled in the world. Perhaps I won't even be able to touch your sleeve within an hour. Li Yunxiao started to hesitate. If it was a normal 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu, he was confident that he could take 10 moves from him. However, Yang Tianhao was different. Although he did not know much about Yang Tianhao, back when he was roaming the world, this person was one of the most dazzling new stars. He was equivalent to the current 4 prodigies of the northern region, and he had the ability to kill those who were stronger than him. Furthermore, the 9-star intermediate cultivation level that he had displayed was real or fake. If he was hiding it, he would be courting death if he were to take 10 moves from him. Alright, let's bet on this. After weighing the 2 options, Li Yunxiao chose the latter. He had great confidence in his movement technique. I heard that Nuyan City's largest arena contains all sorts of laws of space and is capable of withstanding the attacks of a 9-star martial emperor without being destroyed. This is a good opportunity for me to test it out, Li Yunxiao said calmly. Yang Mu suddenly said, no. This wager must be carried out outside the city, where there is no one around. What? Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He stared at Yang Tianhao and said coldly, Sect Master Yang, are you joking with me? Yang Tianhao nodded gently and said, Yang Mu is right. This wager must be carried out in a place where there is no one around. After all, I am the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple's sect master. If word of me bullying you spreads, it will be inappropriate. If you win the wager and the world finds out, it will be even more inappropriate. Yang Tianhao confidently voiced out his concerns. He said, this martial contest is only for the sake of our respective interests. It is limited to just you and me. I do not wish to put the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple's prestige on the line. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he said mockingly, what a joke. How do I know that the sect master is not using the name of the martial contest to kill me? If there is no one around to witness it, you can do whatever you want. Yang Tianhao laughed and said, young Master Yunxiao is confident that he can last an hour against me. With such strength, if you are determined to leave, how can I make you stay? Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. If you are shameless enough to gang up on me, even a peak 9 stars might not be able to escape. Yang Mu. Berated, with the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple's reputation and prestige, how can we do such a shameless thing? His expression changed, and a mocking expression appeared at the corner of his lips. He sneered and said, if you do not dare, just say it. I advise you to obediently hand over the level 10 divine herb, lest you embarrass yourself and lose your life. Li Yunxiao could not help but laugh. He glanced at Yang Mu with disdain. This kind of low-level provocation would naturally not work. Yang Mu's old face involuntarily turned red under Li Yunxiao's clear gaze and felt a burning sensation. Tisk. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, how much is integrity worth? If there are no visible conditions, then there is no need to talk. It is not impossible to fight outside the city, but the spiritual compass and the earth essence iron must be left with me. Otherwise, please go back to where you came from, sect leader. Yang Tianhao only thought for a moment before he agreed readily, all right. He patted the table lightly, and the 2 items were pushed to the front of Li Yunxiao by a force. Li Yunxiao checked the 2 items, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he put them away and said, let's go. Yang Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he took in Li Yunxiao's expression and actions as he checked the items. He praised, young Master Yunxiao is indeed a cautious person. I am also very curious and excited about this battle. The number 1 rising star of the younger generation. What kind of shocking strength does he have under this great reputation? His eyes shone with excitement, and he licked his lips and chuckled. He was also once a peerless genius, and now stood at the peak of the continent. His bones were also filled with a monstrous battle intent and unruly arrogance. Yang Mu said, Lord Sect Leader, Nuyan City is now under martial law. If we want to leave the city, I will inform the Merchant Union first. Yang Tianhao laughed and said, there is no need. The merchant union only sealed the city in a moment of desperation. It should be unsealed by now. He made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, young Master Yunxiao, let's go. Li Yunxiao nodded lightly. Yang Tianhao waved his hand, and a ray of light blossomed, illuminating the entire inn. Then, the dark clouds in the sky rolled, and he disappeared from his original spot. The people who were watching from afar finally reacted, and they were all shocked. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but no one had the courage to find out. Nuyan City, inside the Xian Pavilion. In front of a row of screens made of golden rosewood carved with 9 dragons, there was a rosewood table made of rosewood. There were dozens of jade scrolls on the table, and there was also an octagonal bronze mirror with a water caltrip pattern on it. Light and shadow flashed continuously in the mirror, and there was a buzzing sound from time to time, like thunder and lightning. Then, as if the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen, everything returned to normal. What appeared on the mirror was the scene of the southern part of the city. Now that the dark clouds had dispersed, the mirror shone with a clear light, reflecting a stunning face. It was Han Junting, who had regained her original appearance. Her golden hairpin was adorned with purple jade, and her black hair was sprinkled with tassels. She was as red as a flower, and her mouth looked like it was holding a vermilion pill. Granny Sunflower sighed and said, such a beautiful face, but you had to hide it. It must have been hard on you, head shopkeeper. Han Junting smiled lightly, and said with self-love, flowers fade, flowers fly all over the sky. Who will pity you when you are gone? It is like a brocade bag containing beautiful bones, and a piece of pure land conceals romantic love. Granny Sunflower's heart moved slightly, as if she was touched by the scene, and could not help but let out a long sigh. Han Junting twirled her black hair, and looked at the octagonal bronze mirror. Her eyes shone brightly, and her red lips opened and said, as expected, Li Yunxiao was taken away by Yang Tianhao. Qin Chuan's schemes are indeed unparalleled. It is not in vain that I have always valued him. Only then did Granny Sunflower recover from her sigh. She frowned and said, Li Yunxiao has fallen into Qin Chuan's trap at such a low level. Will he perish this time? Han Junting's eyes flickered, and she smiled and said, Granny, you have underestimated Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan is smart, and Yang Tianhao is powerful, but Li Yunxiao is not someone to be trifled with. I am also looking forward to the outcome of their clash. Granny Sunflower thought for a while and said, in my opinion, this Li Yunxiao is most likely going to suffer a calamity. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will never be Yang Tianhao's match. Head shopkeeper, aren't you afraid that the wood spirit transformation will be stolen? Han Junting shook her head and said, even if I meet Yang Tianhao, even if I am no match for him, I can still escape successfully. Li Yunxiao's strength is not below mine. Naturally, he will not perish so easily. Moreover, our current task is to wait for the person who stole the sword to appear. She said faintly, if Li Yunxiao loses face, he can still get it back. But if the person who stole the sword is lost, it will really be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Granny Sunflower said, fortunately, head shopkeeper is quick-witted. Previously, when the Thousand Treasures Tower gathered everyone for the sword-tasting conference, they left a mark on it. That was how we were able to determine the location of the sword. Otherwise, we would have really lost it this time. Han Junting stretched out her slender fingers, and drew a few strokes in the air. A weak golden light condensed into a symbol at the tip of her finger, and she lightly touched it on the octagonal bronze mirror. A cloud of mist rose from the mirror. It was a blurry white, and there was a faint light flashing, but it was nowhere to be seen. She sighed and said, at that time, in order to avoid being discovered by the Thousand Treasures Tower, the mark left behind was too weak. It could only sense that the sword was in the city, but could not pinpoint its location. Granny Sunflower said, this is already very impressive. In the entire city, apart from the head shopkeeper, no one else knows that the sword is in the city. Haha, let those people go around looking for it until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. Han Junting pointed in the air, and a ball of essence water gathered at the tip of her finger. She carefully cleaned the dust on the mirror, and said with a light smile, Granny, you have underestimated the Thousand Treasures Tower too much. Previously, it happened suddenly, and the Thousand Treasures Tower was just momentarily confused. Now, they must have come to their senses. If my guess is correct, the city will be unsealed soon, in order to lure the person who stole the sword out. Granny Sunflower said in shock, since head shopkeeper said this, does that mean that the Thousand Treasures Tower also knows that the sword is still in the city? I wonder who the person who stole the sword is, to actually have such ability. Han Junting said with a grave expression, the person who stole the sword was not just one person. Now that I think about it carefully, there were at least 3 people in the auction house. Although the man who broke the golden barrier had changed his appearance, he gave me an extremely familiar feeling. After that, I already know who the blue-robed man who took advantage of the chaos to shout was. In the end, the person who discovered the teleportation formation, and lured Hu Mingri and the silver-armored martial artist out, must also be one of their people. Granny Sunflower said in shock, could it be that one of the forces did it? Han Junting nodded and said, I wonder if Granny has heard of the Death God Palace? Granny Sunflower frowned and said, I think I have heard of it, but I am not too sure. Han Junting said, Death God Palace itself is just a mediocre force, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even the Palace Master of Death God Palace only has the strength of a martial venerable. But above Death God Palace, there are a few extremely powerful hidden people, they call themselves the 8 Elephants. 8 Elephants? Granny Sunflower felt that the name was very unfamiliar, she shook her head and said, who cares about them, we have nothing to fear, even if it's the 2 sacred lands. Han Junting nodded lightly and replied, the 8 elephants are not weak, and each of them has an extraordinary background. Some of them are famous experts, extremely vicious, and are wanted by the world. But if that's all, we have nothing to fear, but these 8 elephants' leaders. Her body trembled slightly, and ripples appeared in her calm eyes. A trace of fear flashed across her face, and she turned slightly pale. Granny Sunflower was shocked, she asked in disbelief, shopkeeper, who are these 8 elephants' leaders? How can they make you feel afraid? Han Junting pursed her lips, after a while, she said slowly, Night Shadow, Ling Bai. Ah! Granny Sunflower gasped, her face turned pale, she cried out in shock, Night Shadow Emperor Wu, Ling Bai? Other than shock, there was also extreme suspicion in her eyes, she found it hard to believe. But she knew that if Han Junting said it, it would not be wrong, so she was extremely shocked and frightened. Shopkeeper. If it's really Ling Bai, then this sword. Granny Sunflower could no longer remain calm. Han Junting looked at her in surprise, and smiled leisurely, why, do you know Ling Bai, Granny? Granny Sunflower's expression changed, how would I know him? Han Junting smiled, then why are you so shocked? Granny just said that there's no need to fear the 2 sacred lands, why would you be afraid of Ling Bai? Humph, Ling Bai? Granny Sunflower snorted heavily, her face clouded, and said coldly, I've never seen Ling Bai, and I don't know how strong he is. But he is ranked 4th on the Sky and Earth ranking list, and the 3rd, Gu Feiyang, was defeated by the Palace Master's Myrtle Star Rush formation, drawing the power of thousands of stars. At this point, her body couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were filled with fear and remembrance, and her wooden face turned pale. After so many years, Ling Bai's strength must be even greater than before. If he really came, I won't allow you to think about the sword again. Han Junting smiled indifferently and said, Granny, you're thinking too much. If Ling Bai was here, why would they need to hide? They could just pick it up and leave, and who would dare to stop them? Granny Sunflower stared blankly for a moment, but then she thought about it and agreed with him. Not to mention the fact that no one would dare to stop Ling Bai from snatching the sword, with his status, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Then head shopkeeper, you mean, 8 Mu, Chen Divine Saint King of, Ling God, and Ling, and Saint Jun Ling said. In the ranking tournament, he was ranked below Gu Feiyang, so he would definitely be interested in Gu Feiyang's belongings. But with his status, how could he put his face down and do anything? That's why he sent his men to snatch the sword. Granny Sunflower said with a serious expression, even so, since Ling Bai is interested in this item, you should consider stopping and avoid facing him directly. Han Junting smiled, Granny, you're worrying too much. With title Emperor Wu's pride, he won't do anything himself. Even if he puts his face down and comes to snatch it, he won't kill me. Granny Sunflower's face changed, it's better to be cautious. Han Junting smiled, as long as Ling Bai doesn't do anything, I'm very sure I can get the sword. Let them hide first, and we'll watch the fight between Li Yunxiao and Qin Chuan, Zhou Chu. Granny Sunflower's face changed, and she nodded. Let's hope Li Yunxiao can keep his life, or else the wood spirit transformation will be lost. Han Junting smiled, and didn't say anything, as if she didn't care about the outside world. She picked up a jade scroll and read it carefully. Outside the southern part of Nuyan City, a dark cloud covered thousands of miles in an instant. It rolled for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and stopped at a barren land hundreds of miles away. The dark cloud dispersed with a bang, and a ray of light fell down, revealing several human figures. Yang Tianhao laughed. Let's choose this place. What do you think, young Master Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao looked around, and didn't find anything strange, so he nodded. All right. Yang Tianhao said, good, you're really brave. As long as you can hold on for an hour, I'll turn around and leave. He raised his right hand, and a ray of light shot out, forming an hourglass not far away. The hourglass was completely formed by light, and it was vague and unstable. The fine sand inside was also countless specks of golden light, and the moment it formed, it started flowing down. I won't stand on ceremony then. Yang Tianhao's face darkened, and a surging aura rippled out from his body. He clenched his fists, and the surrounding space seemed to have been hit by a giant hammer. Pung 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 sounds rang out in all directions. Not only did the air explode under his aura, but even the space around him became unstable, and his figure could hardly be seen. In the distance, Yang Mu and the other four were watching with rapt attention. One of the martial artists said, do you think there's any suspense in this bet? One of them said, there's no suspense. Li Yunxiao might be famous, but it's impossible for him to last for an hour against the sect master. That person nodded and said, a star is a world. Although it's not impossible to cross, the comprehensive accumulation required to cross each star is unimaginable, and the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Another person said, that's right, but how long Li Yunxiao can last is still worth watching. One of them laughed and said, what do you think, Lord Yang Mu? If Li Yunxiao loses, will the sect master kill him? The rest of them were shocked, and they pricked up their ears to listen. Although Yang Mu's strength was about the same as theirs, he was the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple's chief butler, and his status was much higher. Yang Mu said seriously, I can't guess the sect master's thoughts, but he will most likely let him go. After all, killing him won't benefit the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple, and it might even cause trouble. This Li Yunxiao is indeed powerful, but he's too young and arrogant. It's good to let the sect master kill him. The four of them could not help but nod, thinking the same thing. In the distance, Yang Tianhao was surrounded by dust and Feiyong. Space was reversed, and his figure could not be seen at all. There was only a vast surging power and a strange and unfathomable feeling. Illusory fist like the sea. A shout rang out, and the whole world shook. Li Yunxiao felt the world turn upside down, and his surroundings changed completely. It was no longer a barren land but an obscure space. His body was also swaying along with the space, like a small boat in the middle of the waves. What? Lord Sect Master thinks too highly of him, right? He actually used an illusory fist right from the start. One of the martial artists was shocked. Another person was also stunned for a while, and he said in a daze, isn't the outcome already decided? Lord Sect Master gave the condition of 1 hour, and I thought he wanted to play. Yang Mu also frowned, and he remained silent. Li Yunxiao's expression was abnormally serious. This Fist Ocean world was like a sword world, and it was a martial artist's extreme comprehension of techniques, extending from the technique realm to the Dao realm. After the martial intent reached the sky, a domain space was opened in the martial arts technique, forming a vast ocean. This fist intent space was Yang Tianhao's comprehension of the fist Dao. Li Yunxiao concealed his spirit and qi, and his expression did not change. He knew that at this moment, he could not be flustered. So calm. A voice came from the fist ocean, and it was unknown whether it was praise or sarcasm. Then, the surrounding golden light flashed, and the space was suddenly compressed. It was as if a punch had exploded the air, and it came crashing down. Li Yunxiao moved in an instant, and a sword aura burst forth from his hand. Cold light flowed like water, and the boundless sharpness condensed into a sword aura, and he stabbed at the fist shadow unhurriedly. The sword aura created ripples around it, and it spread out in the fist ocean. Bang, the sword aura touched the fist shadow, and it suddenly exploded. However, it did not have the destructive power that he had imagined. The fist ocean shook slightly, and the sword aura was instantly annihilated. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. In this fist ocean, unless he could destroy his opponent's martial intent, he would not be able to escape. After the sword aura was extinguished, the fist intent came crashing down from the sky, like a giant wave in the vast ocean. It was layered, and it came from all directions, wanting to capsize his small boat. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and he activated his demonic arts. Circles of demonic patterns appeared on his skin, and at the same time, his glabella flashed, and the demonic sky armor suddenly appeared on his body. A barrier opened up, and the demonic aura protected his body, blocking the monstrous fist power. Bang! 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 There were no fist shadows around his body, but he was constantly hit by fist marks. All of them hit on the barrier of the armor, and the space was filled with densely packed explosions. Every time a fist mark appeared, there would be a sky full of black patterns that danced in the air. Li Yunxiao did not dare to use the indestructible golden body directly, and he could only use the battle suit to protect his body. His blood and chi were surging from the fist force that was like the sea waves. However, he still stood still, like a nail that was ruthlessly nailed into the middle of the sea. What? Am I seeing things? A few people in the distance stared with their eyes wide open, and they were shocked. One of them even exclaimed, "What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can actually withstand the patriarch's illusory fist?" Yang Mu was also extremely shocked, and he said, "That black chi is like a demonic aura that devours everything. Since ancient times, there have been demonic cultivators, but they are extremely rare. I did not expect him to be one." One of them was still in disbelief, and he said in surprise, "Is the demonic art really so powerful?" Yang Mu pondered for a moment, and said, "There are many legends about demonic aura, but they are not as powerful as this. I think the key is that he is relying on that strange battle suit, and the patriarch did not use his full strength, which is why he can withstand the attack." Eh? Yang Tianhao's voice also sounded from within the fist ocean, and it was obvious that he was also curious and shocked. Then, it turned into laughter. "Haha, interesting. Let's see how much of my fist force you can withstand." As soon as Yang Tianhao's voice fell, the entire fist ocean suddenly stirred up waves, and circles of air waves exploded everywhere. A force that was several times stronger than the previous 100 punches surged wildly around Li Yunxiao, turning into a whirlpool that changed the color of heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and his dark demonic eyes turned into a blood moon as he stared at it. He saw that the fist intent in the whirlpool had materialized, and a huge transparent figure that was dozens of feet tall stood up. Unless he used the eye sorcery, he would not be able to see this giant spirit at all. The transparent figure had no facial features, only a body. After standing up, he raised his hand, and the entire whirlpool gathered in his palm. He clenched his fist and punched down. The whirlpool in the center of the giant spirit's fist dispersed, and a vast force condensed around the fist, as if it had formed a world of its own, rumbling down. From the outside, it looked as if the sky in the fist ocean had suddenly collapsed, forming a nebulous shape of a hole, pressing down on Li Yunxiao's body. Several people in the distance were shocked, as if they had seen something terrifying. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. This fist intent materialization contained at least half of his opponent's power. He had no time to think. Before the fist landed, the strength of the fist intent had already made his blood boil, and under the black demonic patterns on his skin, spots of golden light began to flash. Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand, and all the light in the entire space seemed to instantly converge, and the sky suddenly darkened. Then he opened his 5 fingers, and a ray of light spread in his palm, like a golden epithelum that suddenly appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in this short moment, rays of mirror light refracted out, forming various irregular rhombus shapes around, and refracted Li Yunxiao's figure into thousands of shapes, all of which were reflected on the flat surface. And after the epiphyllum bloomed, a jade-like mirror floated in the air. Outside the copper-yellow mirror light floated a thin layer of mist, and a shadow could be vaguely seen inside, but the truth could not be seen clearly. Boom! The nebula funnel of the fist intent fell, and the hilt-shaped part directly blasted into the mirror array, landing on the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud mirror. Clang, the light on the mirror was shaken, and the fist intent penetrated the mirror, shooting in all directions, and a terrifying force rippled. Bang bang bang. The mirror-like water projected by the formation shattered one by one, turning into sparkling powder that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of Xianxia silhouettes disappeared. At the same time, a huge force shot out from the surface of the mirror and bounced back along the giant spirit's fist path. A woo-woo sound came from within the Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud mirror, and the body of the mirror swayed slightly. All of the light and shadows blurred, and the treasure mirror disappeared. Bang, the arm of the fist will giant spirit collapsed inch by inch, and the entire giant spirit leaned back. There was a dull tremor in its body, and it exploded with a bang, once again turning into the surging waves in the fist sea. Good move! Yang Tianhao exclaimed, to be able to hide in my sea of fist intent, it's simply unbelievable. A ripple spread out from the sea of fists, and Yang Tianhao's figure slowly appeared. He looked at the empty surroundings with a shocked expression. Since this is my fist intent field, I can travel 10,000 miles with a single thought. How can you really hide? Yang Tianhao smiled coldly, raised his hand to form a seal, and struck it into the fist sea. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed and spread across the entire fist sea. It was like the morning sun rising from the sea, illuminating everything. Not far in front of him, the golden light swept past, and a pitch black appeared. N? Yang Tianhao's pupils shrank, and he suddenly opened his eyes to look, and his body suddenly trembled. The golden light swept through the clouds, and the pitch black became bigger and bigger, revealing its true appearance. It was actually the true demon image that was tens of feet tall, with 3 angry eyes and 6 arms spread out. When did this young master ever hide? I've been standing in front of you all along, but I didn't know, and you still had fun playing alone. A figure slowly turned in front of the true demon image, and it was the demonized Xianxia. He also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his face was either sarcastic, sinister, or angry. His 6 arms quickly formed a seal, and the giant spirit's body was surrounded by a devil essence star ring. Monstrous devil chi was tumbling inside, and there were vaguely weapons floating inside. Xianxia's face darkened, and his 6 arms formed a seal, and his whole body was as still as a mountain. The true demon image raised its 6 arms, and the shadows of weapons appeared on each of them. Some were sabers, some were shields, some were books. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in front of the true demon image, as if it was an endless abyss. The shadows of the 6 weapons were thrown into the whirlpool, and the whirlpool's rotation seemed to stop for a moment. Then, a majestic force rose up. Yang Tianhao's heart trembled. This was the first time he had seen such a devil art, and he was stunned. At this moment, he felt a majestic force in the whirlpool, as if it did not originally exist in this world, and had crossed through time and space. Even he felt a trace of fear and danger. Seeing that you're so happy, let's be even happier. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He suddenly changed his hand seal, and the nebula suddenly pressed down. Star burst. A majestic force descended from the sky, and suddenly exploded. Boom. A huge hole was blasted in the sea of fists that filled the sky. Boundless devil aura surged in the sea of fists, and continuously tore the hole open. The sound of tremors and shattering could be heard incessantly. From afar, the entire world of fists collapsed, and it began to disappear. Yang Mu and the other 4 people's mouths were so wide open that a watermelon could be stuffed inside. They were completely dumbfounded. Their brains were instantly petrified, and they could not think of anything. Yang Tianhao's heart was also greatly shaken, and he looked at the pitch-black hole in disbelief. Xianxia had already escaped from his sea of fists. He took a deep breath and suddenly retracted his fists. The power of the fists that filled the sky suddenly dispersed, and the world instantly returned to its original color. However, in the vast wilderness, there was no trace of Xianxia. Yang Tianhao's face became very ugly. Previously, Xianxia could easily hide in his illusory fist sea. Now that he was out of the birdcage, it was even more difficult to find him. Only then did he understand the reason why Xianxia chose the second bet. This kind of escape technique was really nature-defying. Mr. Xianxia, your performance just now has already aroused my boundless desire to fight. You are worthy of being called the best in the world. When I was your age, I definitely did not have such supernatural powers. I would like to exchange a few more blows. Yang Tianhao looked around and said in a low voice. However, the world was quiet, and there was no echo at all. This time, Yang Tianhao's face became even more gloomy, and he could not help but feel a little anxious. If Li Yunxiao continued to hide like this, he would lose for sure after an hour. He looked at the light hourglass not far away, and saw that a tenth of the time had already passed. Li Yunxiao, are you planning to hide until the time is up? Even if you win the bet, you will lose the heart of a martial artist, and you will lose the respect that I have for you. Yang Tianhao's face changed, and he scolded. However, the surroundings were still quiet, and there was no sound. Mr. Yunxiao, the most difficult thing in life is to meet a worthy opponent. As long as you come out and fight with all your heart, I will bring you an unexpected surprise in the martial path. Perhaps it is not impossible for you to break through one star after a moment of enlightenment. Yang Tianhao tried his best to persuade Li Yunxiao. After saying a lot, it was still as quiet as a graveyard. Fine. I gave you a way out, but you refused to take it. You insist on digging your own grave. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Tianhao finally went crazy, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. His entire aura changed, and his face was abnormally gloomy. In the distance, Yang Mu's heart trembled, and he seemed to have guessed something. He said in shock, could it be that Lord Sect Leader want what? One of them frowned and said that Li Yunxiao is as timid as a mouse, and he is extremely crafty. I wonder what kind of technique he has, to actually hide it so deeply. Yang Mu's expression became grave, and he said, have you all forgotten that Heavenly Eagle Temple has a sacrificial refining technique? The four people's bodies trembled at the same time, all incredibly shocked. One of them said in shock, you're talking about the essence spatial refining technique? Yang Mu let out a sigh, nodded, and said, this Li Yunxiao's evasion technique is unfathomable, to actually be able to hide from everyone's eyes and ears. Apart from this technique, there's no other way. It's just that this way, he's really dead for sure. A cold intent flashed in his eyes, revealing disdainful mockery. One of them said, this technique can refine a region of heaven and earth, refining all things within the 5 elements. But it requires the use of a martial artist's essence power, and it's extremely harmful to the body. Just what condition did young Master Qin Chuan promise Sect Leader, to actually make Lord Sect Leader not hesitate to harm his own essence? A hint of coldness flashed across Yang Mu's face, and he said, only Lord Sect Leader himself knows about this matter. It's best that you all don't ask about it. The four people's expressions immediately became apprehensive, and they did not utter a word. At this moment, Yang Tianhao's aura was completely different from before. His body was filled with coldness and a baleful aura. His eyes also flickered endlessly. He raised his hand and continuously slapped in the air. Every time he slapped, a ray of silver light shot out in a few different directions. Under the silver light, there were many triangular flags that were instantly inserted in different directions. The silver light flashed and disappeared. A strange power followed the appearance of these flags, and it rippled between heaven and earth, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Yang Tianhao glanced at the glowing hourglass, and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, I cherish your talent, and I'll give you one last chance. Will you come out? He waited for a few moments, and finally lost his patience. He harumphed fiercely, and his figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared 10,000 miles above the sky, and he sat down cross-legged. His hands formed a hand seal, and he began to remain motionless. The small flag flashed with silver light, and the heaven and earth began to turn gray and hazy, as if sand and stones were flying around. Yang Tianhao flicked his finger, and a drop of essence blood shot out. With a pop sound, it melted in the air, and the gray heaven and earth were covered with a layer of blood. Following that, his entire body turned silver as well. Strange musical notes came out of his mouth, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, rolling down one by one. A silver whirlpool suddenly appeared behind him, and a terrifying power slowly seeped out of it. It was as if something frightening was about to descend. In the distance, Yang Mu and the other four people looked terrified, as if they had been affected by this strange power. They felt extremely uncomfortable, and they all retreated a few thousand meters. Apart from the silver Yan Tianhao and a few silver flags, nothing else could be seen in the gray and hazy world. A huge human shadow slowly formed in the silver vortex behind Yan Tianhao. Its facial features were indistinguishable, but it had a 7-foot horn on its head. The shadow slowly opened its mouth and let out a strange sound. It sounded like it was sighing. Then, it made a few hand seals with its silver hands. Its movements were extremely slow, but every move caused the world to shake. The silver flags released a strong, scorching light. The entire world was shining with silver light. What is that thing? A martial artist in the distance was shocked. He looked at the huge human shadow and felt strangely depressed. Yang Mu's face twitched, but he seemed to be slightly calmer. He said, "It's just a type of giant spirit god power. Don't be too nervous." The so-called giant spirit god power is usually formed when the power is too strong and the body can't bear it. Then, it will condense into a giant spirit and cast it through a projection. He thought for a while and said, "There are exceptions, but not many." After the silver giant spirit made the last hand seal, its entire body seemed to be frozen. It was motionless, but countless silver runes floated up from the giant spirit's body. The world in front of him was illuminated by a bright silver light. Everything was still and trembling under a terrifying power. Li Yunxiao was in a summer mustard seed. He had turned into a speck of dust in the world. This summer mustard seed was obtained after he killed Yang Yuanshu in the dragon's tomb. It had a great concealment god power. Even the dragon's celestial mirror couldn't capture it. It was because of this item and his own thunder technique that Li Yunxiao had the confidence to bet with Yang Tianhao. After he broke through the illusory fist sea, he hid in the summer mustard seed. He planned to wait until the end of time before coming out. He heard all of Yang Tianhao's provocations clearly, but he pretended not to hear them. He sat quietly and cultivated, recovering the vitality that he had lost. Suddenly, the summer mustard seed trembled. A silver ripple spread in the air. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes abruptly, revealing a shocked expression. The silver ripples gradually grew larger, and runes constantly surged out. The surrounding space began to distort, squeezing towards the center of the ripples. The infinite space within the mustard seed suddenly became limited, and the silver ripple was like a river of stars pressing down on the ceiling. Not good. It's going to collapse. Li Yunxiao was startled and couldn't quite believe it. A divine ability that could travel through space had to be a great divine ability. Moreover, the interstitial space wasn't going to collapse as he had expected. Instead, it was gradually becoming blurry and was about to melt. Sky refining technique? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat and he seemed to have thought of something. Sword chi rose up in his hand and the icy sword swept across the sky. A huge sword slashed up into the sky, drawing a long, icy trail in the air. Boom! The sword chi rushed into the silver ripples and disrupted them, causing the entire sky to tremble. Ripples appeared, and the silver patterns became messy and disorderly. Suddenly, a silver light flashed violently, and a silver triangular flag appeared on the ceiling and unfolded in the air. Countless strange silver patterns flew up from the surface of the flag and spread out in all directions. With the silver flag as the center, an extremely deep whirlpool was formed. With an endless suction force, the entire space collapsed inward. Bang! Under the rotation of the whirlpool, Li Yunxiao's sword energies were instantly annihilated, and the fluorescent spots that were turned into were also swallowed. The entire space was shrinking and melting at an accelerated rate. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. Then, a figure appeared. Use Noah's boat to rush out. The refining force that came through space was already so powerful. If the summer mustard seed collapsed and was bound by the sky refining technique, it would be impossible for him to escape. Yi Fan instantly understood the situation. A golden light appeared in his palm, and it turned into a golden battleship that was dozens of meters long. All kinds of strange golden patterns appeared on the battleship. Hundreds and thousands of formations were activated, which made the surrounding space tremble. Indistinctly, thunder and wind could be heard. The space here is too weak. It's about to collapse. Yi Fan shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Yunxiao, follow me." The Sumeru mustard seed was only a 9th grade magical artifact, and its space couldn't be compared to the realm of heaven martial arts. Noah's boat's level was even higher than the Sumeru mustard seed. As soon as it appeared, the spatial magical artifact in which it was hiding shook violently. The sky-refining flag was pressing down from the ceiling, and Noah's boat was releasing a strong spatial force. Finally, the mustard seed space couldn't bear the pressure anymore, and it collapsed instantly. Boom! On the ground outside, a tiny speck of dust exploded, and the shockwave soared into the sky. A golden light flashed in the explosion. Yang Tianhao's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "You want to leave? In your dreams." His hand seal changed, and a silver flag fluttered, floating above the explosive force, and fiercely pressing down. Boom! The explosion was suppressed in an instant, and a silver flag was inserted into the ground. Countless silver patterns were fluttering on it, and a terrifying power rumbled and destroyed everything in its surroundings. However, the golden radiance disappeared after it had appeared for only a moment. What? Yang Tianhao was so shocked that he jumped up high. His eyeballs were as wide as copper bells, completely protruding from their sockets. Yang Mu and the other 4 people, who were far away, didn't discover anything, but Yang Tianhao had sensed that Li Yunxiao had disappeared. Although he didn't see clearly what had happened to the golden radiance, his intuition as a martial artist couldn't be wrong. Just like before, he had sensed clearly that Li Yunxiao was hiding in this world, and he hadn't run far away. Yang Tianhao's face became gloomy, and the giant silver spirit behind him seemed to have stopped using its technique. The silver symbols in the sky became fewer and fewer. What's going on? It seems like the Lord Faction Master stopped. One of the cultivators exclaimed, could it be that he killed Li Yunxiao with a single move? That must be it. Even a 9-star beginner Emperor Wu wouldn't be able to withstand the power of that flag just now. There's no way that Li Yunxiao could escape, another person said faintly. The other person spoke faintly as well, and his tone was filled with endless sighs as if it was truly a pity for such a genius to die. Sigh, this kid thinks too highly of himself, considers everyone beneath him, and is extremely arrogant. Otherwise, he would be an overlord in the future, a dragon among men. Another person sighed. Yang Mu, on the other hand, frowned deeply. He felt that something was off. As the head butler of the Heavenly Eagle Temple, he knew Yang Tianhao very well. At this moment, it didn't seem like he had won at all. However, the giant silver spirit was slowly disappearing, and the sky-refining power was also dispelled. Soon, the heavens and the earth regained their clarity. Yang Tianhao stood quietly in the sky. Other than the gloomy expression on his face, there was only anger on his face. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao, if you run away, you'll be going back on the bet. What? The 5 people in the distance were shocked. They were all badly frightened, and all of them were petrified on the spot. Fortunately, I didn't run away. Otherwise, people would have found out. A voice rang out not far away. The air rippled slightly, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared. There was an unruly smile on his lips, and his eyes were still as clear as water. However, a hint of deep fear flashed in them. Ah? Yang Mu and the others opened their mouths wide again. They couldn't think at all. Escaping from the sky-refining technique was beyond their ability to think. Yang Tianhao looked at the light hourglass in the distance. More than half of the time had passed. How did you escape? I really want to know. Yang Tianhao asked, as long as you tell me the answer, I'll take the initiative to admit defeat. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, then you'd better admit defeat passively. Yang Tianhao's expression was very calm. He didn't express any dissatisfaction with this answer. He nodded and said, my request is too much. Such an escape technique must be your trump card to save your life. Naturally, I can't tell you. I'll use an equally powerful mystical ability to exchange with you. How about that? Li Yunxiao pondered for a while. He was very interested in the sky-refining technique that Yang Tianhao had just used. It was a pity that the method he used to escape was not a martial art skill. Otherwise, he would really exchange it. He could only reject helplessly. Yang Tianhao thought for a while and said, the sky refining technique is one of the 3 mystical abilities recorded in the ancient books of the Heavenly Eagle Temple. It can only be broken through with absolute power. I've never heard of escaping techniques that can be used to escape. I have some rare treasures in my hands. Perhaps Mr. Yunxiao will be interested. He still didn't give up and wanted to exchange with the other party. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'm really sorry. This is confidential, so I can't disclose it. He looked at the light hourglass and said, there's still 1/3 of the time left. Sect leader Yang, are you not going to make a move? Yang Tianhao laughed bitterly and said helplessly, you have such a mystical ability. Unless 2 existences like me work together, we won't be able to stop you. Li Yunxiao could not help sweating a little in his heart and said embarrassedly, heh, since that's the case, then I'll take those 2 items. Yang Tianhao nodded and said, I admit defeat and have nothing to say. But as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Mr. Yunxiao, this friend, I, Yang Tianhao, will definitely befriend you today. If Mr. is free, you're welcome to come to the Heavenly Eagle Temple to be a guest. I definitely have a collection of peerless fine wine to entertain you. With Li Yunxiao's talent and strength, his future prospects were limitless. As the master of a sect, he naturally understood the pros and cons. He immediately started to pull up a friendship. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and was just about to say a few humble words when his expression suddenly changed. He turned around abruptly and looked into the distance, revealing a look of shock. Yang Tianhao's brows furrowed and he said, what is it? Li Yunxiao instantly recovered his composure and revealed a hint of a pondering smile as he said, I have important matters at hand and won't stay for long. In the future, when I'm free, I'll definitely go to the temple to drink. Not waiting for Yang Tianhao to answer either, his figure became absent-minded for a moment. There was indistinct lightning flashing, and it slowly became faint until it disappeared. Yang Tianhao looked at Li Yunxiao's disappearing figure and did not speak for a long time. Yang Mu and the other 4 flew over. Their faces were ashen and dejected, and they couldn't muster up any energy. Yang Mu said unwillingly, Lord Sect Master, are we letting him go just like that? Yang Tianhao looked at him coldly and said, let him go? Yang Mu was speechless. He had goosebumps from Yang Tianhao's cold stare and quickly lowered his head. This outcome was not letting him go, but not keeping him. Yang Tianhao regained his normal expression and said indifferently, young masters, come out. Both of you saw everything just now with your own eyes. Everyone was shocked and looked around warily. A yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky and gradually turned into a long strip. Countless runes flashed on it. It was actually a talisman. After the talisman appeared, it burned with a bang. 2 figures slowly appeared in the flames. They were Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Both of their faces were gray. Yang Tianhao looked at their expressions as a glint flashed across his eyes. He said indifferently, what do you think of Li Yunxiao? Qin Chuan asked in return, what do you think, Sect Master Yang? Yang Tianhao laughed. Then, his expression became abnormally grave. He said in a deep voice, his strength, wisdom, and talent are rare. These words made Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's expressions even more unsightly. They were almost drained of blood. Zhou Chu's expression was dark. He snorted and said unwillingly, it's just that his escape technique is superb. If we really fought, how could he be Lord Sect Master's match? Yang Tianhao shook his head and said, when he broke my illusory fist sea demonic technique, he already had the power of Emperor Jiuxing. Furthermore, he did not seem to have used his full strength. Their expressions changed slightly. They seemed very fearful and gloomy. Yang Tianhao sighed and said, the outcome of the bet was completely out of my expectations. I have let down the 2 young masters. I have no intention of staying for long. I will return to Heavenly Eagle Temple now. We will meet again. Qin Chuan hurriedly said, Sect Master Yang has tried his best. We are very grateful. However, the conditions. Yang Tianhao's expression changed slightly. He said, I understand. Since I've lost the bet, I've also lost 2 of young master's treasures. Naturally, I don't have the face to raise that condition again. Farewell. Qin Chuan seemed to want to make him stay, saying, the Divine Sword Star's annihilation has been lost. Does Sect Master Yang not want to quietly observe the situation? Perhaps the godly sword will choose its master in the end. Haha, young master must be joking. I know my limits. Looking up to the sky, Hao let out a long laugh and said with deep meaning, this world already belongs to you young people. The birth of the celestial sword, Star Destroyer, is perhaps the beginning of a new era. This old man will not wade into these muddy waters. Under his smile, there was a hint of disappointment. In fact, he was in the prime of his life. His strength was at the peak of his life in all aspects, and he was still improving. However, after fighting against a monster like Xianxia, he suddenly felt disheartened when he thought of his opponent's age. Yang Tianhao did not want to say anything more. After he cupped his fists and bowed, he turned around and left. At the same time, the five of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vast wilderness. What now? Zhou Chu looked at Qin Chuan and asked. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and gradually revealed his killing intent. He said slowly, wait for the opportunity and kill him if we can. Otherwise, this person will become a great threat. Zhou Chu's body trembled. Feeling the killing intent from Qin Chuan, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he was more overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha, you thought it through too? Let's chase after him now. If we fight one-on-one, we won't lose to him. If we work together, he will have nowhere to run. Qin Chuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, don't be too hasty. Remember to wait for the opportunity. If there is no opportunity, don't make a move. If the situation changes, we will eventually find a chance to kill him. His eyes turned cold and he sneered, that old thing Gentleman Han wants to use us. Why can't we use him? We can also investigate the origin of the Star Moon Temple. All right. I'll listen to you. Zhou Chu agreed. The two of them immediately flew in the direction where Xianxia disappeared. At this moment, in the sky above Nuyan City, several rays of light were flying as fast as lightning towards the outside of the city. White cloud trails were drawn in the sky, creating ripples. The whole city was filled with an inexplicable sense of tension. In Xian Pavilion, Han Zhenting stared at the rays of light, her eyes shining brightly. Granny Sunflower could not help but say, shopkeeper, the whereabouts of the 8 elephants have been discovered. Is it really good if we don't chase after them? Han Zhenting stared for a while and said, there are too many experts chasing after them. As members of the Merchant Union, it is not good for us to show our intention to rob them. Let that person go. With his strength, it should not be a problem for him to attack secretly. I'm just worried, how did the 8 elephants of death expose their whereabouts? Granny Sunflower was puzzled, how? Naturally, they were discovered. As the saying goes, brave men are bound to be rewarded. Nuyan City may be big, but there are even more people. It will not be easy to hide. Han Zhenting's face was full of doubts. She said, it is better to be careful. I have a feeling that the people of the 8 elephants exposed themselves. It seems that they are very confident in escaping. Tell that person to snatch the sword at all costs. Exposed themselves? Are they that daring? Granny Sunflower was stunned for a while, then said, it will not be a problem to let that person go. Besides, it is indeed the best choice. With that, she turned and left. Outside the southern gate of Nuyan City, a huge black crow was flying in the sky, as fast as lightning. The crow's expression was wooden, and its body was glowing red. It was a chariot. There were 5 people sitting on its back. Other than Mr. Quan, the Decepticon, the purple hair and the blue shirt, there was also a skinny man with a zombie-like face. Haha, Xiaoqi, your black crow is really useful. You managed to shake them all off. The purple-haired man looked at the rays of light chasing after them. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. He could not help but laugh. The zombie-like man's face darkened. His eyes burned with anger. He shouted, it's the Black Light Crow. If you call my crow chariot again, I will throw you off. Hee hee, don't be angry. People with bad tempers are usually very childish. The purple-haired man sneered. Mr. Quan said in a low voice, stop it. Xiaoqi, how much longer can you last? The zombie-like man replied, at this speed, it should not be a problem for us to reach your destination. Mr. Quan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Although this mission was full of dangers, it was still a success. The Decepticon stood up shakily. I'm old now. I can't take this anymore. I must apply for retirement when I get back. The purple-haired man rolled his eyes. If you leave, won't we become the 7 elephants? Haha, the 7 elephants. It should be called the 8 elephants. The Decepticon laughed. The new generation excels the old. We need new people to fill in the gaps. I am considered a senior member of the Death God Palace. It is time for me to retire and enjoy my life. I will leave these dangerous tasks to you youngsters. As for the empty spots, I think Li and Demon Mortal are good candidates. Mr. Quan frowned slightly. He then relaxed his brows and stared ahead without saying a word. No, no. The blue shirt man shook his head like a rattle drum. I object to the new members. Unless we redo the rankings, the new members will be ranked ahead of me. Xiaoqi, you won't agree either, right? The zombie-like man snorted but did not comment. The Decepticon tiger laughed. Don't look down on the new members. These two are as strong as you and me. If we redo the rankings, the positions will not change. Humph, fifth brother loves to spout nonsense. The blue shirt man was not convinced. Unless the two of them fill in the gaps, I might have some reservations. Mr. Quan said coldly, why are you worrying about these things? If fifth brother really wants to quit, boss will make arrangements. The blue-cloaked man blinked and said, third brother, take out the divine sword star's annihilation for everyone to admire. I really want to take a closer look at the weapon that was able to defeat boss back then. Mr. Quan looked at him coldly. If boss hears you, you're dead meat. It's not like you haven't seen it at the auction. Hee hee. The blue shirt man could not help but shiver. He looked around and chuckled. As long as you don't betray me, boss will never know. It was too blurry at the auction. Everyone wants to take a closer look. Am I right? He looked at them one by one, asking for support. The purple hair man chuckled. I stole the sword. I've seen it for a long time. The Decepticon tiger chimed in. It's just a broken sword. What's there to look at? Wait until we're safe. Mr. Quan said, fifth brother is right. We're being chased by a strong enemy. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let your guard down. The blue shirt man looked at the zombie-like man. Xiaoqi, what about you? Do you want to see? The zombie-like man frowned and said seriously, there must be something wrong with the Sky and Earth ranking list. With boss's terrifying strength, he's only ranked 4th? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. It must be because the top 3 have a good relationship with the sanctuary. That's why they're at the top. The blue shirt man was taken aback. You're right. Now that you mention it, I think it's highly possible. Mr. Quan looked at them coldly. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? The people on the Sky and Earth ranking list are so powerful that we can't even begin to imagine them. They're almost at the immortal state. Almost at the immortal state? Boss's insane level is not even at the immortal state. How strong is the immortal state? The blue shirt man frowned. He could not understand. Immortal state, Mr. Quan mumbled to himself. His eyes glowed and then turned gloomy. He thought to himself, I must find a way to get the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique so that Shang can break through and become the first immortal state warrior in countless years. End of chapter 13-15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.